Lin Feng's results from the Pokemon Academy entrance examination were a mix of triumph and disappointment. Just 10 minutes ago, he found himself at a significant crossroads in life. Should he become a breeder and continue his parents' legacy of nurturing Pokemon, or abandon the breeding house to pursue a path as a trainer? This was indeed a formidable dilemma. However, he had come to a resolution. Ding! The system detected that the host had traversed through 18 years, disabling the anti-addiction protocol and activating the Pokemon happiness reward system. By enhancing the happiness of Pokemon, he could receive corresponding rewards. The current reward for the host included the divine level power of the Evergreen, elite breeding skills, and mastery in relevant subprofessions. Additionally, the host was compensated with the Eye of Insight skill and the true new body constitution, divine power of the Evergreen, the ability to sense, heal, and soothe Pokemon emotions. Elite Breeder, the capability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, maximizing the utility of the simplest items, and the food he creates possesses culinary effects. Eye of Insight, the ability to perceive the essence of any object, represented in data before the host's eyes. True New Body, a significant enhancement in physical quality, reducing damage from Pokemon skills by 99.99 and sharing a portion of this vitality with bonded Pokemon. This was the remarkable transformation that had just occurred to Lin Feng. Having crossed into this parallel world of Pokemon for 18 years, he had long since given up hope on the system. Little did he know, it had merely been delayed. In the town of Wudong, a suburb of Wudong City, where Lin Feng resided, the gentle morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting soft, fragmented shadows. His home was a quaint cottage entirely constructed from timber, with the words neighboring breeding house boldly emblazoned above the door, a testament carved by his father's prized scyther. Yet, the inscription had gathered dust over the years. 10 years prior, his parents had vanished while exploring a Pokemon wilderness area. At the tender age of 8, Lin Feng received the devastating news from the Alliance that his parents were gone. Initially, they intended to send him to an orphanage. However, being a soul who had traversed worlds, Lin Feng refused this arrangement and promptly sold the Pokemon eggs in the breeding house to the Alliance, thus securing his first funds. Now, at 18, he still had a considerable sum left, enough to select his initial Pokemon and take the first step towards becoming a trainer. However, the breeding house seemed to have lost its purpose. Yet, as it represented his parents' dedication in this lifetime, he felt a pang of reluctance to abandon it entirely. Now that the system had reappeared, he decided it was time to move forward. I shall choose to be a breeder. The happiness of Pokemon yields rewards. Lin Feng felt a stirring of excitement. This method of obtaining rewards was perfectly suited for running a breeding house. With the divine level breeding knowledge and the Eye of Insight flooding his mind, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Then, let us tidy up and reopen the breeding house. Tidying up merely entailed a thorough cleaning. Next, let's see how to enhance Pokemon happiness. Lin Feng rose and stepped out of the door. Beside a rice field, an elderly gentleman was plowing the earth with his sandshrew, seemingly engaged in sowing seeds. This was Wudong Town, a place close to the city yet still living in self-sufficiency. Has the true new body improved my vision? Although hundreds of meters away, Lin Feng could distinctly see the scales on the sandshrew's body. Approaching, he greeted, "Good morning, Grandpa Chin. Up early to work, I see." The man, known as Grandpa Chin, wore a tattered yellow and white vest, his face smudged with dirt from labor. He absent-mindedly wiped his face, only smearing the dirt further across his cheek. Kicking the sandshrew gently, a glimmer of kindness sparkled in his eyes. "Chirp chirp," the sandshrew responded with a simple, endearing smile. "Is that so? Haha, Grandpa Chin. May I ask a favor?" "Of course, Lin Feng. What is it?" "I would like to borrow your sandshrew to till the land behind my house and clear out the rubble." Having decided to take over the family breeding house, it was essential to cultivate the farm behind the house, planting common nurturing berries and herbs. Grandpa Chin looked surprised. "Child, aren't you planning to attend university? Besides, I still don't have a single Pokemon. It might be too late to go now. I believe it's best to be a breeder." Coincidentally, the intermediate breeding certificate was just issued recently. "I think it would be wonderful for Pokemon to have a place where they can relax and rejuvenate amidst battles." Nodding in agreement, Grandpa Chin smiled. Every young person has their own way of life. However, your breeding shop shouldn't be limited to Wudong Town. You need to find a way to expand to Wudong City or even larger places. When young, one must venture into the vast world, not confine oneself to a small town. Whenever you need Sandshrew, just come by my house. Thank you, Grandpa Chin, Lin Feng replied, glancing at the Sandshrew below. They'll treat you to spicy noodles after we finish. The Sandshrew's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if asking, really? Chirp chirp, you little glutton, always eager for a treat. Grandpa Chin chuckled, giving the Sandshrew another gentle kick as they resumed plowing the field. Lin Feng smiled, but his expression quickly froze. Congratulations, host. The happiness of Sandshrew has increased from 50 to 60. Reward: 5 bags of fertilizer which can accelerate the growth rate of ordinary crops by tenfold. 1 rare candy which can slightly enhance a Pokemon's energy and soil. Consumed by ground-type Pokemon, enhances their surface hardness. Observing the Sandshrew's squinting eyes, Lin Feng felt a mix of astonishment. Was this truly what it meant to bring joy to a Pokemon? Moreover, were these rewards perhaps a bit too generous? Chapter 2. The Joyful Magikarp with Perfectly Beautiful Scales. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Chin, Lin Feng found himself by a small river, skillfully whistling a tune. Before long, a Magikarp, its body a mottled brown-gray with tattered scales, emerged from the water's surface. With practiced ease, Lin Feng retrieved a water-type energy cube and tossed it into the river. The Magikarp eagerly gulped it down. Congratulations, host. The happiness of Magikarp has increased from 10 to 40. Reward: 10 bags of fertilizer, 1 rare candy, and a life fruit which permanently enhances a Pokemon's HP individual value. The rewards were identical. He soon noticed that the Magikarp seemed to sense his presence, always swimming alongside him whenever he approached the riverbank, adding a vibrant touch to his breeding house. Splash! Upon hearing Lin Feng's thoughts, the Magikarp paused, staring at him in disbelief as if questioning, really? Moreover, with the power of Evergreen now at his disposal, Lin Feng smiled. Of course. He beamed and took out a Pokeball from his waist, activating the Eye of Insight. Pokemon, Magikarp Gender, Female Ability, Adaptability Qualification, Green Individual Values, HP 25, Attack 13, Special Attack 11, Defense 14, Special Defense 16, Speed 10, Strength, Level 69 Skills, Splash, Tackle. Description: an ordinary yet spirited Magikarp. Intimacy: 85. Happiness: 95. Congratulations to the host for elevating the happiness of the ugly fish from 40 to 95. That you've received a qualification energy cube recipe X1, perfect grade beautiful scales, and 10 magical candies. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he observed the uncontainable joy radiating from the dazed fish. He couldn't help but gently tap its head. You truly are easily satisfied. If one were to articulate the sensation of this happiness, it would be akin to a blissful emptiness, an irresistible elation. After glancing at the qualification energy cube recipe, Lin Feng found it even more intriguing. Fortune smiles upon you. Both of these are well suited for you. Without further ado, he captured the ugly fish in a Pokeball. As for the beautiful scales, Lin Feng decided against using them on the ugly fish at this moment. As a divine breeder, he was acutely aware of the optimal timing for presenting the beautiful scales to the ugly fish. Ding, ding, ding dong. Accompanied by several rays of red light, the ugly fish was successfully captured in the Pokeball. Though he had long surpassed the age of adolescent fantasies, the exhilarating thrill of capturing his first Pokemon stirred something within Lin Feng. After ensuring no one was around, he raised the Pokeball and struck a standard victory pose, declaring, "I have captured the ugly fish." Amused by his own antics, he quickly stowed the Pokeball away. Continuing along the riverbank, Lin Feng's mission extended beyond merely capturing the ugly fish. He aimed to assess the state of the water channel. In the days when his parents were still alive, they had diverted the river's flow to create a channel for irrigation, directly linking it to their plantation. For this purpose, they even excavated a reservoir within the plantation. He sought to inspect the condition of the channel, and upon doing so, he exhaled in relief. The channel had merely dried up, with only some twigs present. It was nothing serious. As long as he made his way to the source and cleared the blockage, all would be well. Since his parents' passing, he had also planned to pick a few peach fruits to satisfy his cravings. As he walked, Lin Feng pondered. He had been traversing this world for 18 years. His understanding of it was profound. It was evident that this was a parallel world inhabited by Pokemon. Moreover, it was a pristine Pokemon world, untouched by any other realms. According to historical texts, the existence of Pokemon could be broadly categorized into ancient, modern, and contemporary periods. In ancient history, Arceus created the first Pokémon, Mew, which gradually evolved into various Pokémon species. In modern history, in 1897, Professor Bruce P. successfully manufactured the Pokeball using berries, marking the dawn of modern Pokémon studies. Since then, Pokémon studies flourished, and professions centered around Pokémon trainers became essential for human-Pokémon interactions. The power of Pokémon transitioned from strict control to reasonable guidance. For instance, in 1924, the inaugural League Championship commenced, where the champion trainer received immense honor and generous rewards. Since then, battles between Pokémon, both within and between leagues, proliferated like mushrooms after rain, elevating the status of trainers. Today, Pokémon have become integral companions in every household. In this evolving landscape, the world's power dynamics began to reshape, gradually forming a centralized organization represented by leagues. In this parallel world, Lin Feng found himself situated in the radiating town of Wudong within the Donghua League. Other leagues bore striking resemblance to the animated shows Lin Feng had watched in his previous world, the Kalos League, the Unova League, and the Alola region. Moreover, at the age of 15, Lin Feng had the chance to witness the familiar Dan Emperor at the League Championship. One of his Charizard obliterated a challenger in a single strike with its magnificent presence. Only then did Lin Feng come to the realization that this world contained not only the Dan Emperor, but also the Elite Four member, DUI, and the champion of the Sinnoh League. Cynthia. Most of the figures from his memories could still be traced. Oh, what a fascinating parallel world it was. Upon arriving here, his first aspiration had been to become a Pokémon master. Yet, the passage of 18 years of mundane existence had dulled that fervor considerably. Perhaps it was better to be a breeder, allowing him to interact with more Pokémon. Lost in thought, he had arrived at the plantation behind his home. The plantation was quite expansive, roughly the size of a football field. Now, however, only a few lush peach and orange trees remained. The peach trees were flourishing, ripe for harvest. As Lin Feng pondered, a flash of greenish-blue darted across his vision. Chapter 3. The contradictory trait of the red qualified vine snake? It seemed to flicker by in an instant, yet Lin Feng unmistakably caught sight of its figure. Pokémon, vine snake gender, female trait, contradictory qualification, red individual values. HP 23 attack, 21 special attack, 24 defense, 25 special defense 24. Speed 31 strength. Level 12 18 skills. Leaf blade, grass whistle, glare, vine whip, seed bomb. Introduction. This appears to be a vine snake that enjoys eating peach fruits. Intimacy. 5 happiness. 10. A vine snake? A vine snake with red qualifications. And a contradictory vine snake at that? Lin Feng's gaze widened in astonishment. Though Pokémon were creatures of infinite potential, their growth typically faced certain inherent limitations. These limitations, as indicated by the probing data, were classified into white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. The further along the spectrum, the greater the Pokémon's potential accomplishments, but this was relative. It did not imply that a Pokémon with white qualifications lacked the opportunity to evolve into a top-tier powerhouse. It merely required a stroke of fortune. This fortune could manifest as exceptional nurturing or an extraordinary bond. Come out. Did you steal my fruits and now wish to hide? Are you a thief? Instead of immediately revealing its hiding place behind the peach tree, Lin Feng employed the power of harmony to convey his intentions. As a breeder, he understood the vine snake's character well. It was an intelligent and proud Pokémon, selective in its choice of trainers. Initially, the vine snake behind the tree appeared bewildered, but soon its cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Clearly, upon realizing the presence of a human, it understood that this abandoned plantation was not unclaimed territory. With this realization, it willingly stepped forward. Its slender body adorned with lily-like patterns on its green back, and its alabaster belly glistening under the sunlight. The vine snake's skin was as smooth as jade. It shyly fidgeted with its short little hands, lowering its head. Fine. Is this your peach tree? With the power of harmony at play, Lin Feng could easily comprehend the meaning behind the vine snake's words. Of course. He gazed at the vine snake with a bemused smile, then turned his attention to the ground littered with peach pits. It seems you've indulged quite a bit on those peach fruits. Stealing from others is not a commendable habit, Vine. But I didn't know this was your peach tree. The vine snake felt increasingly bashful. It merely thought that the peaches here tasted a bit better than those in the wild. Let me go outside and pick some peaches to compensate you. Lin Feng shook his head. The peaches outside cannot compare to the carefully cultivated ones from my home. How about this? I need to tidy up this plantation these days, and you could stay and help out. What do you say? Vine? The vine snake raised its head, its amber-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. Just like this, pull out all the weeds inside. Lin Feng demonstrated by uprooting a weed in front of him and placing it by the roadside. Vine, all right. The vine snake sighed in relief. Its character did not permit any thievery. Seeing the vine snake agree, Lin Feng also smiled. At least, if he were to pull out these weeds alone, it might take him 2 or 3 days. Moreover, after planting these crops, a capable assistant was needed to guard them. Otherwise, there were small rattatas in the soil and fierce sparrows in the sky. They would find ways to devour your crops. Now that the vine snake could accept its first employment contract, it would naturally agree to a second one. As a mid-tier crossed-out god-level cultivator, Lin Feng had this confidence. Watching the vine snake busily at work, he nodded. You keep pulling, and I will prepare some energy cubes for you. Fine, leave it to me. The vine snake nodded earnestly, completely unaware that Lin Feng was already scheming on how to keep it around, crushing, heating, and solidifying. The process of creating energy cubes was not difficult. As a student who had achieved mid-tier cultivator status even before obtaining a system, Lin Feng naturally possessed various equipment at home for making energy cubes, such as a fruit mixer and a freeze dryer. In less than an hour, an energy cube made primarily from peaches was produced, much faster than before. Looking at the dozen or so pale pink energy cubes in his hand, Lin Feng nodded. The grade energy cubes made from peaches seemed to be crafted by someone skilled in emitting the flavor of peaches while incorporating a hint of yogurt, thus not fully unlocking the detoxifying effects of the peaches, yet enabling immunity against poison-type moves released by sovereign-level Pokemon for a brief period. Culinary effect. The addition of a moderate sweet and sour flavor allowed Pokemon to remain immune to 10 of poison-type damage for half an hour after consumption. This information was provided by the Eye of Exploration. In Lin Feng's previous endeavors, most energy cubes he produced were ordinary upgrade energy cube that could further enhance detoxifying effects was something only advanced, if not top tier, cultivators could create. Not to mention, it also had a culinary effect. Was this the enhancement of a god-level cultivator? His confidence in keeping the vine snake grew stronger. The vine snake was still diligently uprooting weeds, and in just 1 hour, it had cleared half of the weeds from the plot, and at this rate, it would likely finish before nightfall. The farm was vast, and aside from the area designated for water storage, all other spaces were enclosed with wooden fences, leading deep into the forest, connecting to the wilderness beside Wudong town, with a large rice field in the center. Outside the fence stood a tall pine tree. Currently, the vine snake was clearing the weeds in the planting area at the farm's entrance. You're doing well. Come, have a bite. Lin Feng waved at it. Vine? The vine snake approached curiously. It did not expect that the human's promise of food was genuine. The pale pink energy cubes emitted an enticing aroma of peaches, and after working for a while, the vine snake couldn't help but lick its lips, glancing at Lin Feng, and upon receiving his confirming nod, it finally yielded and took a piece, licking it into its mouth. As if electrified, the vine snake's eyes widened in astonishment, a warm sensation enveloping its entire body, and it began to chew rapidly. How could it be so delicious? Chapter 4. Tempting the Fletchinder with energy cubes. Congratulations to the host for elevating the Fletchinder's pleasure level from 10 to 30. Rewards include 10 bags of golden fertilizer, a magical candy, and a special berry that permanently enhances a Pokemon's special attack. Is it delicious? Observing the joy radiating from the Fletchinder and hearing the system's announcement, Lin Feng feigned ignorance. The Fletchinder's bright eyes sparkled even more, its head bobbing eagerly, but realizing it might be too obvious, it reduced the frequency of its nods and even closed its eyes. As long as you enjoy it, I will continue to provide such energy cubes until we finish weeding. Witnessing the Fletchinder's delight, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This creature clearly relished the treat, yet pretended to be reserved. With its head slightly bowed and its orange eyes darting away, it appeared rather adorable. Very well, during the weeding process, your food will be these energy cubes. The Fletchinder looked at the energy cubes on the ground and then at the patch of weeds it had just cleared, its actions slowing down. If it finished weeding, there would be no more energy cubes. However, it could easily clear the weeds in a day. No, I must take my time. Otherwise, how can I prolong my enjoyment? With this thought, it gradually slowed down its consumption of the energy cubes. After a full half hour, it finally finished eating, then threw itself into the weeding task. However, this time the efficiency of its weeding. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Yet he defended it. If you wish to practice weeding, you can actually use your vine whip for the task. This will enhance your control over the whip. For instance, the strength and precision of your vine whip can be improved through such training. He was not speaking idly. With his supreme knowledge of cultivation, the training methods he devised were remarkably effective. The Fletchinder stood up, its bright eyes gazing at Lin Feng, nodding incessantly. This human is so clever. To come up with such a solution, not only can it train its vine whip, but it can also slow its weeding speed. Its two vine whips began to stretch towards the ground beside it. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, and he began weeding as well. He aimed to clear a patch of land today to plant some urgent crops, such as those used for healing potions, and some that could produce simple energy cubes. His weeding speed was rapid. Within just 10 minutes, he had cleared about half of the plot. This caused a nearby Fletchinder to grow anxious. Please don't weed so quickly. If you go too fast, I won't be able to eat the energy cubes. Yet Lin Feng continued with his task, and soon, the first plot was nearing completion, the weeds thoroughly pulled. All that remained was to enlist the aid of the sand shrew to till the land for planting. At that moment, the Fletchinder grasped his pant leg with its vine whip. What is wrong, Fletchinder? Lin Feng turned curiously. The Fletchinder hesitated, mumbling this, weeding. Since I ate your peach fruit, this should be my responsibility. Its words were somewhat jumbled, but Lin Feng understood the gist. Essentially, it was saying that this was its task, and Lin Feng need not intervene. Lin Feng chuckled softly, squatting down to meet the Fletchinder's gaze at its diminutive height of only 80 centimeters. He instinctively reached out to pat its head, only for the Fletchinder to nimbly evade. Lin Feng was not offended. All right, you handle it well. He stood up and walked towards the water reservoir. In July's heat, the collected rainwater had long evaporated, leaving only cracked earth and some withered weeds and branches. Once these were cleared, he could divert water to introduce the mudkip. Seizing the day, he descended the steps into the channel to commence cleaning. To sustain the entire farm, the reservoir was quite large, making the cleaning process somewhat tedious. Yet, as this was a new beginning, Lin Feng did not feel weary. Before long, he had pulled up the weeds and branches, setting them aside on the path. After finishing this, he looked at the Fletchinder still foraging for fish and shook his head with a smile. Fletchinder, would you like to take a break and come with me? I need to borrow the sand shrew from Grandpa Chin and also tidy up the irrigation channel to bring in the water. 2 plots of land should suffice for planting a variety of crops. The Fletchinder found this task dull, especially since it needed to deliberately slow down, making it even more tedious. Please help me bundle these weeds and branches so we can discard them. The Fletchinder readily agreed, binding all the weeds together and following Lin Feng closely. Upon reaching the stone path again, Grandpa Chin was nowhere to be seen. The midday sun was rather intense. Most would avoid working at this hour, but the grass-type Fletchinder appeared quite comfortable under the warm rays. Lin Feng produced an energy cube. Here, Fletchinder, please use your vine whip to clear the branches and stones from the irrigation channel. The Fletchinder hesitated upon receiving the energy cube, feeling somewhat used. Yet, the enticing aroma of the energy cube was irresistible. Ultimately, it consumed the energy cube and proceeded to clear the channel of debris. After approximately half an hour, as the refuse in the irrigation channel was nearly cleared, Lin Feng approached the riverbank. He lifted the obstructive wooden plank and tossed it aside, then used a hoe to level the surrounding soil. The cool water began to flow through the irrigation channel towards the planting area. Thank you, Fletchinder. Here, let me reward you with another energy cube. Lin Feng offered another energy cube to the Fletchinder, which felt a bit embarrassed but could not resist the delightful scent, ultimately taking it and savoring it. Oh no, I feel as though I can't live without these energy cubes. While eating, the clever Fletchinder pondered how to prolong its stay. Chapter 5. spicy noodles that enhance special attack in front of a quaint little house. Lin Feng greeted Grandpa Chin with a Snivy on his left and a Sandshrew on his right. "Ah, Lin, is this Snivy your Pokemon?" Grandpa Chin inquired with a cheerful smile, glancing curiously at the Snivy nestled beside Lin Feng. The Snivy felt a pang of anxiety. It dreaded the moment when Lin Feng might reveal the truth to this human, which would lead to its disgrace. "Oh no, please don't say anything. Indeed, with such a vast plantation, one must capture a Pokemon to assist with the work, right?" Lin Feng replied. "Ha ha ha." Grandpa Chin chuckled heartily. After departing from Grandpa Chin's home, Lin Feng purchased a serving of spicy fruit from a vendor in the small town, which left the following Sandshrew salivating in anticipation. Species: Sandshrew. Gender: male. Ability: Sand Veil. Potential: white. Individual values: HP 14, Attack 15, Special Attack 12, Defense 18, Special Defense 16, Speed 11, Level 11. Skills: Scratch, Rollout. Poison Sting, Sand Attack, Rapid Spin. Description: a Sandshrew that is easily satisfied. Affection: 65, it has a good impression of you. Happiness: 60, in a good mood. "Don't worry, I'll personally prepare some noodles for you shortly," Lin Feng said, amused by the Sandshrew's unwavering gaze fixated on the spicy fruit. The Sandshrew nodded eagerly, rolling around on the ground. The Snivy next to it looked on with a disdainful expression, wondering how delicious a few spicy fruit noodles could possibly be compared to an energy block. Due to years of solitary living, Lin Feng had honed his culinary skills, and the basic ingredients at home were sufficient. With the newfound knowledge of a godly cultivator and corresponding mastery, he was curious about the delectable outcomes of his dishes. He boiled water until it reached a tempestuous boil, then added the egg noodles he had purchased in town. A spoonful of lard was added to allow the noodles to absorb the broth, followed by a sprinkling of basic seasonings. Soon, a bowl of clear broth noodles emerged. Of course, this was merely the first step. He neatly placed the noodles in a bowl, cracked a few eggs, and poured them into a pan coated with a thin layer of warm canola oil. Once set, he swiftly retrieved the egg pancake, diced the spicy fruit into small cubes, and stir-fried them until they released their fragrance. The golden egg pancake was then tossed into the mix, turning red from the spicy fruit. Finally, a bit of cornstarch mixed with water was added to thicken the sauce, completing the sticky, spicy noodles. Though the ingredients were ordinary, the craftsmanship of the cook transformed them into a delightful dish, for who could resist a tangy and spicy bowl of noodles? Culinary effect: enhances special attack. Consuming these noodles grants Pokemon a 10 increase in special attack for 1 hour, and frequent consumption may further enhance their special attack. Remarkable, Lin Feng praised, astounded by the effects revealed by the appraisal eye. He felt that his cooking technique was no different from before, yet the results were incomparable. Here, Lin Feng looked down at the eager Sandshrew that had already entered, ready to serve a bowl of spicy noodles. To his surprise, he noticed that a Snivy was also nearby, its mouth slightly agape, liquid dripping from it, and its eyes glistening with anticipation. "Do you want some too?" "Snivy." "Yes." Indeed, the aroma was irresistible. The Snivy had entirely forgotten its previous disdain for the Sandshrew. "Well," Lin Feng chuckled softly. Although he was oblivious to the Snivy's earlier expression, witnessing its eager demeanor brought him joy. "All right, I'll divide the 2 bowls into 3. Lin Feng placed the bowls before the 2 small creatures. The Sandshrew, oblivious to the heat, grabbed the noodles with its claws and began to eat. Upon tasting the first bite, the combination of heat and the tangy flavors exploded in its mouth, causing its eyes to widen in astonishment. It seemed as if it wanted to bury its entire face in the bowl. "Congratulations, host. The Sandshrew's happiness level has risen from 60 to 85. Reward: 10 bags of gold fertilizer, 1 rare candy, and 500 grams of soil sand." "Snivy?" The sudden announcement startled both the Snivy and Lin Feng. "What's going on? Is it really that exaggerated?" As Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks, the Snivy also retrieved a pair using its vine whip. It realized that its proficiency with the vine whip had indeed improved after learning to use it for picking weeds. The delicate chopsticks felt surprisingly easy to handle. When it slurped a mouthful of noodles, the Snivy's expression shifted as well. "Congratulations, host. The Snivy's happiness level has risen from 15 to 35. Reward: 8 bags of gold fertilizer, 1 rare candy. Lin Feng, is it truly this delicious? He began to doubt his culinary skills. He decided to try slurping a mouthful himself. 3 minutes later, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow after finishing the last sip of broth, exclaiming, "Refreshing." The 2 Pokemon beside him wore equally satisfied expressions. Yet, he noticed no other changes. Why the flavor transformed so drastically? Even Lin Feng struggled to comprehend the variations in taste. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to subconscious adjustments in his cooking method, influenced by the system. "All right, after finishing the noodles, I'll leave the rest to you, Sandshrew." Lin Feng retrieved a small package of gold fertilizer from the system space, weighing around 500 grams. The technology in this world was advanced in terms of storage. There were even storage balls akin to Pokeballs. So Lin Feng felt no apprehension about taking items from the system's space in front of the 2 Pokemon. The Sandshrew, exhilarated by such exquisite noodles, expressed its eagerness to fulfill Lin Feng's tasks. Returning to the plantation with his 2 Pokemon, Lin Feng evenly sprinkled the gold fertilizer over a patch of soil. According to the system's assessment, this fertilizer could increase the growth rate of ordinary plants within a 10 by 10 meter radius by tenfold, provided they were indeed ordinary plants. 1 bag of gold fertilizer sufficed for a single patch of land. Truly generous of the system. I already possess dozens of bags, and a handful of rare candies. Now, Sandshrew, please till this patch of land. Chapter 6. The skillful mechanism of the green meadow as twilight descended. Lin Feng had cultivated 2 plots of land, sowing numerous medicinal herbs intended for the creation of potent healing salves. He also purchased a selection of seeds, including spicy tomatoes, small chili peppers, and turnips from the town seed shop. On his way back, he acquired an aquarium as a token of gratitude for the shrewd groundhog. That evening, he prepared a spicy tomato noodle dish, which delighted the groundhog, prompting it to gaze longingly at the unplanted sections of the garden. Its small eyes seemingly urging Lin Feng to remember that it too wished to partake in these labors. "Come, have some candy," Lin Feng said, presenting a magical candy to the departing groundhog. The creature, puzzled, accepted it with its little paws. Upon sniffing the treat, the groundhog wasted no time and devoured it. A wave of refreshing energy washed over it, invigorating its spirit and strength. The groundhog, blissfully unaware, performed a couple of bows to Lin Feng before departing. Yet, through Lin Feng's probing gaze, he discerned that the groundhog's energy level had elevated from 11 to 12 to a remarkable 13 to 14, a notable enhancement indeed. Nearby, the tangle snake emitted a mournful sound, having come to realize that any food prepared by this human was undoubtedly exquisite. "Well, you've toiled all day, clearing the grass from those plots," Lin Feng remarked, squatting down with an inexplicable smile directed at the tangle snake. This smile, however, seemed to evoke a sense of bashfulness in the tangle snake. After receiving the candy, it contemplated for a moment before leaning closer to Lin Feng, lowering its head as if inviting him to stroke it. With a chuckle, Lin Feng obliged, gently placing his hand atop its head. The smooth texture felt akin to jelly, yet bore a hint of coolness and suppleness. In other words, it was an exquisite sensation. Having gained the tangle snake's trust, Lin Feng produced a Pokeball, sincerely presenting it before the creature. "Would you like to become my Pokemon?" he inquired earnestly. After spending the day together, he had developed a fondness for the tangle snake. The tangle snake, taken aback by this sudden proposition, turned its head away, though it felt positively inclined towards Lin Feng. Still, it pondered if this was all happening a bit too quickly. Lin Feng smiled, asserting that when destiny calls, it cannot be deemed sudden. Moreover, he was genuinely asking if it would join him as his Pokemon. The tangle snake swallowed the magical candy and gazed at the Pokeball before ultimately placing its hand upon it. "Well, since you put it that way," it conceded, and with a flicker of red light, its form vanished into the Pokeball. "Ah, what a proud and delicate little creature," Lin Feng mused, shaking his head before releasing it once more. Pokemon, Tangle Snake Gender, Female Ability, Contrary Potential, Red Individual Values, HP, 23, Attack, 21, Special Attack, 25, Defense, 25. Special Defense, 24. Speed, 31. Level, 1419 skills. Leaf Blade, Grassy Terrain, Glare, Vine Whip, Seed Bomb description. It feels it may have encountered a commendable human. Affection level, 60. It thinks quite highly of you. Joy value, 60. Joy tinged with a hint of hesitation. Tangle, Lin Feng beckoned, come. Let me introduce you to a new companion. He retrieved the pockball of the ugly fish, which he had yet to release after a day of bustling activity. Upon seeing Lin Feng unchanged, the Tangle snake felt an inexplicable sense of relief and followed him with delicate steps. Arriving at the reservoir, the water had become clear after a day's settling. With a gentle tap, the ugly fish swam out of the pockball, its dull gaze brightening at the sight of Lin Feng. Lin Feng lifted the fish from the water, allowing the curious Tangle snake to observe it, noting the uneven scales that were somewhat grimy. Having seen the beautiful scales awarded by the system, he recognized their undeniable quality. However, the current state of the ugly fish's scales was far from ideal. An evolution was imminent, and he wished for it to maintain its best condition prior to evolving, ensuring the highest quality post-evolution. With an aquarium filled, Lin Feng placed the ugly fish inside and called for the Tangle snake. Bringing the two little creatures home, he casually set the ugly fish on the table. As for the Tangle snake, it was no trouble. Lin Feng's mother had once crafted a wooden house for a mantine, and though it had aged, it would serve the Tangle snake well. Tangle? The Tangle snake examined the wooden house, which seemed rather oversized for its stature, casting a curious glance at Lin Feng. It's a bit larger to accommodate your future evolution into a superior, Lin Feng stated with feigned gravity. However, he suddenly recalled that the Tangle snake was already at level 14 according to the examining eye. If it evolved at level 16, that transformation could be upon him sooner than expected. Once it absorbed the energy from the magical candy, he planned to feed it another, which should suffice. Tangle. The Tangle snake rolled its eyes at his words, questioning if he truly regarded it as foolish as a Magikarp. The wooden house, though somewhat aged, was spacious and clean, evidently just tidied up, and it found it quite agreeable. Congratulations, host. The Tangle snake's joy value has increased from 60 to 75. Reward, 8 bags of fertilizer, 3 magical candies, and a skill disc for grassy terrain. It was evident it truly enjoyed its new home. Chapter 7. The Morning Jogging Girl and the Squirtle at Dawn. The first rays of sunlight streamed into the wooden cabin, and Lin Feng rose early to visit the plantation, primarily to inspect the seeds he had sown the previous day. In the span of a single night, some seeds had already sprouted tender shoots, reaching a depth of several centimeters. This prompted Lin Feng to nod in approval, marveling at the potency of the golden fertilizer provided by the system. In this world, while most plants grow faster than in his previous life, none exhibit such rapid growth. Typically, the speed is merely 2 to 3 times quicker. The growth environment is also more controllable, thanks to the existence of extraordinary creatures known as Pokémon. After watering the plants, both the Snivy and the Magikarp had awakened. The former stood at the window, greeting the morning sun, while the latter gazed vacantly at Lin Feng, resembling a stone meant for waiting. Lin Feng retrieved the leftover peach fruit energy cube from yesterday, poured it into a small bowl, and called out to Snivy, "Come, it's time for breakfast." Snivy responded hesitantly, still a bit shy, but gradually accepting its current identity. Grasping the bowl, it elegantly placed it on the table and began to munch on a piece of the energy cube. Lin Feng then approached Magikarp, crushed a piece of the energy cube, and tossed it inside. Currently, Magikarp's scales bore numerous imperfections. If it were to evolve now, while the beautiful scales could conceal these flaws, they would still detract from its post-evolution beauty. It would be wiser to resolve this issue while it was still a Magikarp, rather than waiting until it was more challenging to address. This was not a significant problem. With diligent water changes and proper feeding of energy cubes, the imperfections could be smoothed out in about half a month. However, the system's notification shattered his contemplation. Congratulations, host. The happiness level of Magikarp has risen from 60 to 75. Reward, 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 1 rare candy, and a formula for the energy cube. It seems half a month may not be necessary after all. Lin Feng observed Magikarp with a peculiar expression. It was happily consuming the energy cube, entirely unaware that its increased happiness had earned it a beneficial item. It appeared that the day when the ugly duckling transformed into a swan was not far off. Lin Feng sighed, no longer paying attention to Magikarp, and instead moved to the door, opening the entrance to the breeding house. Today's task was to collect his breeding certificate, procure some necessary items for the breeding house, and register Snivy and Magikarp under his breeding house. According to the laws of the Donghua Alliance, any captured Pokémon must have its information registered within 7 days. Furthermore, novice trainers were limited to capturing only one Pokémon at the onset. As one's trainer level increased, the number of Pokémon one could capture would gradually rise. However, breeders were exempt from this limitation. If one owned a breeding house, they could capture even more Pokémon. Turning to the 2 Pokémon that had finished eating, Lin Feng intended to return them to their Pokeballs when a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Lingo. He turned to see a youthful girl clad in a white short-sleeve shirt and cotton sports pants, with a short ponytail. Her eyes clear as water and imbued with a hint of innocence. Her face, slightly round, radiated the vitality of youth. She appeared to be out for a morning jog. Upon noticing Lin Feng, her eyes brightened, and she immediately sprinted over. Beside her was a Squirtle, its expression one of utter exhaustion, panting heavily. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. The girl was Qin Shu, the granddaughter of Old Man Qin. Like him, she attended Wudong Pokémon High School in Wudong City, albeit she was currently a second-year student while he had already graduated. They hailed from the same town. After Lin Feng's parents went missing, Old Man Qin had looked after him, often bringing seasonal treats for Lin Feng and urging him to take care of Qin Shu at school. Thus, their relationship had developed into a cordial one. Qin Shu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Look, Lin Ge, this is the Pokémon I just captured. Squirtle, come say hello." Squirtle weakly greeted Lin Feng, beads of sweat dotting its forehead, clearly disgruntled at being dragged out for a morning jog so early. Lin Feng chuckled at Squirtle's pitiful state. While the starter Pokémon were not particularly rare in this world, they were not commonplace either. Typically, only families of moderate means could afford one. Lin Feng was well aware of Qin Shu's family circumstances. Her father worked as a trainer in a gym, and her mother was a nurse at a Pokémon hospital. With careful budgeting, they could afford to buy their only daughter a Squirtle. Ah, niece. Although its eyes lack a bit of sparkle, its skin is vibrant, and its limbs are sturdy. It's a fine Pokémon. By the way, have you finally passed the beginner trainer assessment? Lin Feng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. After 9 years of compulsory education, aspiring trainers must pass an examination to become official trainers. The beginner trainer assessment primarily tests theoretical knowledge, which is not particularly challenging for most individuals. Lin Feng had passed during his first year of high school. After all, if one lacked even a basic understanding of Pokémon, what right did they have to call themselves a trainer? However, as far as Lin Feng knew, Qin Shu had attempted the beginner assessment 3 times without success. "Yes, I finally passed this time," Qin Shu said bashfully, scratching her head. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and quickly inquired, "I heard you're not planning to become a trainer anymore. Why is that? Your grades in liberal arts are excellent. Why not capture a Pokémon?" "Precisely because my grades are good, I should become a breeder instead. I'm not particularly interested in traveling at the moment," Lin Feng replied, stepping aside to let her enter while explaining. "Oh." Qin Shu appeared contemplative for a moment, but soon her attention was captured by Snivy, which was still enjoying its energy cube. "Lingo, is this your Pokémon?" "A Snivy. Let us have a battle between trainers." Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing that his previous words had gone unheard. Snivy, having finished its last piece of the energy cube, glanced at the panting Squirtle before looking back at Lin Feng, as if asking, "Shall we fight?" Chapter 8. The Battle Between Turtwig and Squirtle Pokémon. Squirtle Gender. Female Ability. Torrent Qualification. Blue Individual Values. HP, 18. Attack, 20. Special Attack, 21. Defense, 25. Special Defense, 24. Speed, 16. Level, 58 Skills. Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw Description. A Squirtle brimming with resentment, pondering whether it has chosen the wrong trainer, overwhelmed by the thought of early mornings in the future. Affection, 20. You allowed it to rest. Happiness. -15. The disparity among Pokemon varies. It envies Turtwig's current state, observing the details of this Squirtle. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Goodness, it seems there is a wealth of psychological activity beneath the surface. Indeed, both are starter Pokemon. Although Water type is weak against Grass type, I firmly believe that under my masterful guidance, my Squirtle will surely achieve a draw against your Turtwig. Qin Shu declared confidently, raising her small fist. Very well. Lin Feng felt compelled to dampen her spirits. Both Pokemon are starters, yet he needed to make it clear that there exists a vast chasm between them. What a joke, with a 10-level difference, compounded by the type disadvantage. If Turtwig fails to prevail, Lin Feng would genuinely need to investigate whether there was something amiss with Turtwig's health. The two soon arrived at the cobblestone path outside, where the two starter Pokemon could engage in battle without much alteration to the terrain. Squirtle, this is our first battle. We must perform admirably to secure a commendable result in the Baby Cup. Do you understand? Throughout the journey, Qin Shu continuously encouraged Squirtle. Interestingly, Squirtle's reaction was one of curiosity, gazing intently at Turtwig, its large, expressive eyes reflecting a hint of longing. Squirtle, Squirtle, where did you find this trainer? She seems quite wonderful. Can you help me find one too? Turtwig. Surprised, Turtwig never anticipated that this Squirtle would be such a comical character. With a mere roll of its eyes, it maintained its aloof demeanor alongside Lin Feng. Without comparison, one cannot discern the difference. This human certainly appears somewhat foolish and not particularly bright. In contrast, Lin Feng seemed to possess far more intelligence. With this thought, Turtwig couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of its mouth. On the cobblestone path, the two took their positions. Are you ready? At Qin Shu's enthusiastic inquiry, Lin Feng nodded slightly. All right, let's go. Squirtle, use tackle. At that moment, Squirtle's expression turned serious. Despite its previous complaints, it heeded its trainer's command. With its smooth, shiny head, it charged toward Turtwig. It must be said that after training, Squirtle's speed was surprisingly brisk. If only it would lift its head. Lin Feng found it baffling why Squirtle refused to raise its head while executing tackle. Turtwig's gaze remained indifferent. Turtwig, be gentle. Lin Feng couldn't help but suggest, noticing Turtwig's lack of movement. Turtwig, as you wish. Turtwig shrugged its small hands, expressing indifference. Very well, Turtwig. Use Vine Whip. With a flick of his finger, Lin Feng felt a surge of enthusiasm. Although he had witnessed countless Pokemon battles, the reality of it all stirred something within him. Turtwig's amber-like eyes sparkled as it observed the oncoming Squirtle, which was charging without raising its head. Amused, it merely sidestepped slightly, allowing Squirtle to pass by without realizing it was straying further from its target. When the two vines struck the ground at its feet, only then did Squirtle react, attempting to evade. Yet the overwhelming inertia rendered it unable to escape the impending Vine Whip. Bang! The resounding clash of Squirtle's head against the cobblestone prompted a soft click of Lin Feng's tongue. The sound was so crisp, it bore an illusion of beauty in its clarity. Turtwig placed a hand on its forehead, suddenly comprehending why such trainers and Pokemon are matched together. Such a trainer, such a Pokemon. Squirtle, over there. Qin Shu shouted as she saw Squirtle tumble heavily onto the path, urging it to rise and endure. Squirtle. Rubbing the large bump on its head, the dazed Squirtle looked ahead, realizing that besides Lin Feng, there was no one else around, momentarily unable to locate Turtwig's position. It was only when Lin Feng subtly pointed behind it, combined with Qin Shu's shouts of "Behind you, watch out for the Vine Whip," that Squirtle finally understood and turned around. However, by that time, the two vines were less than 10 centimeters from its back, swiftly ensnaring it and lifting it into the air. Despite its frantic struggles, Squirtle could not break free from the binding vines. Turtwig, somewhat exasperated, cast a sideways glance at its trainer, bemused by the reminder given to another Pokemon during battle. After all, one must offer a hint of battle experience, right? Lin Feng coughed awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Although this experience seemed rather lacking, Squirtle, having been flung away, landed heavily on the ground and struggled to regain its composure. It simply could not fathom why Turtwig had appeared behind it mid-battle. "Are you all right, Squirtle?" Shu rushed to Squirtle's side, concerned. "Squirtle, Squirtle." It intended to assure her that it was fine, but suddenly appeared feeble, murmuring, "Squirtle, Squirtle. I have no strength left." The naive Shu failed to notice Squirtle's unusual state, casting a wistful glance at Turtwig, her eyes shining with admiration. One impressive Turtwig, truly worthy of being Feng Ji's Pokemon. Lin Feng approached with Turtwig, asking, "Are we not continuing?" Despite Squirtle being a fledgling Pokemon, it shouldn't have been so easily defeated. Lin Feng came over to assess the situation. "Squirtle claims it has no energy left." Shu expressed her frustration. This left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Squirtle appeared to be in good spirits. Then realization dawned, and a hint of amusement crept across his face. "Fonga, what did you think of my performance just now? Was it satisfactory?" Shu couldn't help but lift her head, her eyes sparkling, clearly hoping for praise. "Well, not bad. If only Squirtle would lift its head while using tackle next time." Chapter 9. The baby cup at Wangwang's supermarket. Watching Shu leave with renewed confidence after receiving advice, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He had merely mentioned that she should pay attention to Squirtle's technique when using tackle, and suddenly she had an epiphany, realizing the reason for her defeat in the recent battle. Immediately, she took Squirtle for targeted training. Yet, how could the inability to win possibly be attributed to a lack of proficiency in tackle? Vine Snake. Even it could not endure any longer. "Perhaps we should head to the city? Do you wish to enter your Pokeball?" Lin Feng inquired, brandishing the Pokeball. "Venus Naga. Is that necessary?" The Vine Snake displayed a look of disdain at the sight of the Pokeball, clearly reluctant to be confined in such a cramped space. "Very well. Would you prefer to be cradled in my arms or perch upon my shoulder? Otherwise, you won't be able to board the bus." The Pokemon law explicitly states that large Pokemon are prohibited on public transport, and trainers must maintain contact with their Pokemon. Vine Snake? It regarded him skeptically. "Yes, you." Lin Feng replied earnestly, though he also wished to hold the Vine Snake close. After all, it was summer. The cool sensation of its skin would be delightful. Vine Snake reluctantly nodded in agreement. At the Pokemon League branch in Wudong City, Lin Feng emerged with the Vine Snake cradled in his arms. Initially, the little creature was content to stay on his shoulder, but soon realized that its height made it conspicuously awkward for bus travel. This discomfort led it to seek refuge in Lin Feng's embrace instead. It wasn't so bad. Quite warm, except for the constant fidgeting of his hands, which would be better kept at bay, Vine Snake thought, feeling slightly embarrassed. The certification process was swift, and the receptionist was quite beautiful, complimenting Lin Feng on his youthful achievements as a mid-level breeder. She also presented him with a qualification certificate for the breeding house. He needed to purchase some everyday bandages, healing potions, and materials to craft energy cubes. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng strode toward the Wangwang supermarket across from the League. This was the largest chain department store associated with the League, offering everything from Pokemon supplies to everyday necessities. However, as he crossed the street, Lin Feng noticed a large banner hanging at the entrance of the supermarket. To become an exceptional trainer, one must start with battles. This summer, in collaboration with the Pokemon League, Wangwang Supermarket is hosting the Baby Cup for novice trainers. All new trainers are welcome to participate for free. Beside the banner was an animated image of a Shinado blowing a kiss. But what truly captured Lin Feng's attention were the enticing prizes advertised below. First prize, 1 starter Pokemon egg, an 88,000 yuan shopping card from Wangwang Supermarket, and a chance to guess the egg mystery at the supermarket's headquarters. Second prize, an 88,000 yuan shopping card from Wangwang Supermarket, and a chance to guess the egg mystery at the supermarket's headquarters. Third prize, an 88,000 yuan shopping card from Wangwang Supermarket. The rewards seem rather generous, Lin Feng mused, his gaze fixated on the Shinado image. Below were the details regarding the competition's date and rules. July 15th. Entry: Novice, Regular, Elite, Gym Leader, Champion. This classification delineates the strength of Pokemon below Legendary status. If the competition is for Pokemon of Elite rank or lower, Then it encompasses creatures ranging from level 0 to 20. Although participating in the competition somewhat conflicts with his aspirations of becoming a breeder, the rewards are undeniably enticing. What do you think, Vine Snake? Thus, Lin Feng posed this dilemma to the Vine Snake. Venus Naga. It shook its head, indicating its inability to comprehend the text, recognizing only the name Shinado. You agree then? Very well, I shall sign up, Lin Feng declared enthusiastically as he entered the supermarket. Venus Naga. Upon entering, Lin Feng was taken aback by the number of registrants. It dawned on him that the recent completion of the junior trainer assessment meant this was a particularly idle time, prompting the supermarket to organize the Baby Cup to ignite the passion for training among novice trainers. After all, breeding Pokemon requires resources, which can only be procured from the supermarket. By offering a modest reward, they could significantly boost their sales. How insidious, Lin Feng thought to himself, vowing that once his breeding shop opened, he would learn from this tactic. Young man, is this your Pokemon? It's adorable. At that moment, a charming supermarket staff member approached, praising the Vine Snake. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite a charming Pokemon. This compliment caused the Vine Snake to blush, feeling somewhat awkward. Are you here to participate in the Baby Cup? What do you think of our event at Wong Wong Supermarket? The staff member clearly aimed to conduct market research. I believe it is excellent, as it provides novice trainers with an opportunity to battle and invigorates their passion for training Pokemon. If possible, I think the rewards could be even more substantial, Lin Feng stated earnestly. If I win first place, that would certainly delight me even further. His straightforwardness left the seasoned receptionist momentarily stunned before she burst into laughter. Are you quite confident in your abilities, young man? Are you from that prestigious Pokemon school? Not exactly. More accurately, I am a breeder. Merely a part-time trainer, Lin Feng replied with a radiant smile. Ah, very well. Internally she scoffed, realizing that the young man was novelly unaware of the competition's realities. After all, the supermarket owner's son would also be competing in the Baby Cup, and his Pokemon was a Dragonite. Chapter 10. The usefulness of the Vine Snake's grassland registration process is quite straightforward. One merely needs to fill out their information and submit a deposit of 1,000 Alliance coins. This sum serves as a guarantee that trainers will arrive punctually. After all, arrangements for the competition have already been made, and a significant number of absentees would render the situation rather awkward. However, once the payment is made, it subconsciously instills a sense of commitment to the event. Having navigated easily through the familiar aisles of the supermarket's berry section, Lin Feng turned to the Vine Snake in his arms and inquired, "Do you need anything?" The Vine Snake shook its head, having only covertly observed humans from the edges of the forest. It had never encountered a supermarket of this kind before. However, it mentally noted that one could exchange various items using that small, square device, a mobile phone. Should I consider purchasing another Rotom? Lin Feng pondered, recognizing that Rotom would be an invaluable assistant for either a gym or a breeding facility. Its capabilities in information recording, weather forecasting, and soil moisture assessment were unmatched. Moreover, it would not occupy a slot in a trainer's Pokemon roster. Yet, this fleeting thought dissipated, and he concluded, perhaps I shall acquire one when I am financially able. The funds left by his parents were dwindling. Upon checking yesterday, he found he had approximately 320,000 left, while a single Rotom required 250,000. It was prudent to retain some money for emergencies, especially since the size of his plantation was manageable for him alone. He recalled that in Huaguang Village, subordinate to Wudong City, someone had established a large mill tank breeding farm, occasionally gathering dried hay from the outside. Even if he did not collect it, he could cultivate it himself. The desire to raise mill tanks, renowned for their milk production, had long taken root in his mind. As a qualified breeder, it was imperative that he did not limit himself to a singular type of Pokemon. After all, some Alliance-recognized breeding facilities could nurture dozens of Pokemon and even serve as the first stop for novice trainers to select their starter Pokemon. Yet, he realized that such an endeavor would undoubtedly be quite demanding. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel that being a breeder bore a resemblance to the life of a corporate worker. Once these matters were settled, Lin Feng took the Vine Snake out for a steak dinner, only to be met with the latter's critique. Vine, it seems your pasta was more delectable. This elicited a chuckle from Lin Feng. What a jest! He considered himself a master breeder. In contrast to his previous life, this world had seen the extinction of a small number of ordinary animals due to the overwhelming power of Pokemon. The remaining species could only thrive under human protection. Upon returning home, Lin Feng's first task was to create a maintenance energy block for his Magikarp. This had become a familiar routine, and within a mere 10 minutes, a fresh energy block was ready. Maintenance energy block, a C-grade energy block crafted from beauty berries and spotless grass. Long-term consumption keeps the skin, or scales, smooth and radiant. Culinary effect. This energy block maximizes the effects of the beauty berry and spotless grass, enhancing charm by 15 for 1 hour after consumption. Lin Feng expressed his surprise. How does one measure charm? Would it have an effect on him? He crumbled the warm energy block and placed it in the fish tank, watching as Magikarp eagerly devoured it. Accompanied by an inexplicable transformation, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes. It seemed that Magikarp had indeed become a touch more aesthetically pleasing. Its scales were glossier, gradually shifting from a dark gray to a pearly white, and its eyes appeared more delicate. Such significant changes? Vine Snake, would you like a try? Lin Feng offered the energy block to the Vine Snake, which accepted it with delight. After consuming it, the changes were less pronounced, merely appearing a tad smoother. At this rate, you should evolve in about 3 to 4 days, he noted with satisfaction, observing the previously rough patches on its body gradually improving. With a Milotic by his side, he could afford to be a bit lazy. The summer heat remained oppressive, and new plantings required regular watering, coupled with fertilization. Logically, the plants would demand even more water. If Lin Feng were to rely solely on himself, once the plantation was full, he would find himself tethered there daily. Thus, a Milotic would be essential for irrigation. Glancing outside at the waves of heat, Lin Feng sighed and ultimately braved the sweltering air toward the plantation. As expected, the seedlings he had planted last night had already grown to about 10 centimeters. However, their leaves appeared somewhat wilted. The Vine Snake had followed him, instinctively beginning to pull weeds from the patch. This time, it did not feign slowness and worked much more efficiently. Vine Snake, wait. Don't pull yet, come here. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he had neglected to assign the grassland to the Vine Snake. Vine? What's wrong? The Vine Snake, assuming it had been caught for its earlier deliberate slowness, felt a bit embarrassed but approached nonetheless. Fine, I will quickly finish weeding. I didn't mention that. Let me teach you something useful. Lin Feng enthusiastically retrieved a greenish disc from his system space. According to the system's instructions, its application was simple. One merely needed to tap it onto a grass-type Pokemon. This indicated that any grass-type Pokemon could learn the skill, free from racial limitations. As the Vine Snake exhaled in relief, it felt an influx of knowledge. Instinctively, it activated the skill, and a vibrant green energy radiated outward, causing lush grass to sprout anew on the 2 patches it had weeded just yesterday. The Vine Snake's expression darkened. Chapter 11. Could we enlist the assistance of the Bulbasaur to water the plantation? Fortunately, after it made an attempt, the weeds swiftly vanished, dissipating with its energy. Moreover, the Snivy sensed that its energy could also exert control over the plants in other areas. Following this energy fluctuation, it closed its eyes and endeavored to assimilate the life energy of the grassland that did not belong to it, imbuing them with a verdant shimmer. This endeavor unfolded swiftly. Within 5 or 6 seconds, the surrounding weeds had been integrated into the grassland. Then, at a mere thought from the Snivy, all the weeds within a 30-meter radius were uprooted from the ground. Snivy? Upon opening its eyes, it was greeted by Lin Feng's astonished gaze. You're learning quite rapidly. I was just pondering whether your grassland could assimilate the other plants here, and you've already accomplished it before I could even voice my thoughts. The Snivy tilted its head, appearing rather nonchalant. Yet, the system notification echoing in Lin Feng's mind revealed its true feelings. Very well. This will expedite the eradication of all the weeds in the plantation. After offering another compliment, Lin Feng redirected his focus to the system. Evidently, The recent rewards bestowed by the system consisted once again of golden nuggets and wondrous candies. Through numerous rewards, Lin Feng had gleaned several insights. Firstly, it was necessary to elevate the joy value by 10 or more in a single surge to trigger the system's reward mechanism. Secondly, the initial achievement of each Pokemon seemed to carry a unique reward, such as the soil from the Sand Shrew, the life fruit from the Magikarp, and the special scale fruit from the Snivy. The greater the joy value raised at once, the more abundant the rewards. For instance, the skill machines and aptitude energy cubes gifted upon capturing the Snivy and Magikarp. Notably, the latter had the potential to enhance a Pokemon's aptitude. This was no trivial matter in the realm of Pokemon cultivation. Typically, such enhancements could only be achieved in conjunction with legendary creatures. Although the materials required were somewhat costly, compared to legendary Pokemon, procuring them with money was not overly problematic. Moreover, the system would also provide rewards. For example, the life fruit and special scale fruit served as materials for crafting aptitude enhancement energy cubes, albeit with different emphases. Consuming energy cubes made from life fruits would yield significant improvements in stamina, while those made from special scale fruits would enhance special attack capabilities. Observing the industrious Snivy, a smile graced Lin Feng's face. Its prideful demeanor was inconsequential, as long as it remained obedient and diligent. Lin Feng, are you here? A melodious voice rang out from outside, followed by the hurried entrance of a figure who pushed open the gate of the plantation. Lin Feng did not need to ponder. He immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. With such a hasty temperament and the audacity to barge through his door, there could be no one other than Qin Shu. What brings you here? Lin Feng turned with a hint of exasperation, only to see the girl in a white short-sleeved shirt and a bun, her eyes lighting up upon spotting him. I knew you were here. After stepping inside, Qin Shu glanced around before her gaze settled on the Snivy. Watching it utilize its energy to uproot the weeds, her mouth slightly agape, her expression morphed into one of incredulity. Snivy, what is this sorcery? This is a grassland, right? Didn't the teacher mention this in class? Lin Feng shot her a sidelong glance. Are you sure you were actually paying attention? Ah, well, perhaps we haven't covered that yet. Qin Shu bit her lip, her previously sun-kissed cheeks now resembling a ripe cherry, her embarrassment palpable. In truth, she had been listening at all during class. Hith. Lin Feng let out a couple of merciless chuckles before inquiring. So what is the matter? Hee. The girl replied eagerly. You see, Lin Feng, there's this really annoying boy in class who is always at odds with me. Even during the summer, he pesters me with messages every day. I arranged a Pokemon battle with him, promising that if he lost, he would stop messaging me. But he mentioned participating in the Baby Cup at Wang's supermarket, claiming he would compete there. However, his Pokemon is a grass-type Bulbasaur, and I'm a bit worried I won't be able to win. Lin Feng interrupted. So, you want my Snivy to assist in training your Squirtle? Yes. Exactly. Qin Shu nodded earnestly. Lin Feng bluntly remarked, that is such a childish challenge. It was likely that the boy had a crush on Qin Shu, hence his incessant messaging. He really bothersome, Lin Feng. Qin Shu exclaimed, shaking his arm, her tone a mixture of pleading and charm. Please help me out, Lin Feng. All right, Lin Feng sighed, withdrawing his arm. It was not that he was unwilling. After all, as a breeder, this could be his first endeavor. Furthermore, he would need to borrow his grandfather's Sand Shrew. However, he feared that the Snivy might be reluctant, given that the Squirtle seemed rather simple-minded. Just then, the Snivy had completed its task of clearing the weeds and approached Lin Feng. Oh, Snivy, you're such a good Pokemon, Qin Shu exclaimed, genuinely praising the Snivy for its diligent work. Such a conscientious and obedient Pokemon was something she had only seen in her grandfather's Sand Shrew. The Snivy cast a glance at the human, feeling no particular stir within, while Lin Feng crouched down to wipe the twigs stuck to its forehead, eliciting a slight upward curl of its mouth. Snivy, I have fulfilled my promise. Excellent. Lin Feng generously offered praise before relaying the situation Qin Shu had just described. Snivy, you want me to help that clumsy turtle who doesn't even dare to look up? As expected, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Snivy's brow furrowed. Don't worry, I'll devise a plan. You just need to cooperate with me. Lin Feng reassured it with a gentle pat on the head. Perhaps they could have the Squirtle assist in watering the plantation? After all, it was a water-type Pokemon. Chapter 12. Nurturer? No, I'm a capitalist. The following morning, within the plantation, the waters flowed too swiftly. Slow down, slow down. Don't wash away my land. The water gun was the most fundamental attack skill, and if one could not master such a basic technique, how could they hope to engage in battle? Lin Feng and the vine snake sat beneath the shade of a peach tree, one instructing the Squirtle, while the other wielded its vine, incessantly striking near the Squirtle's feet. To evade the vine, Squirtle was compelled to continuously shift its position, spraying water with a face full of resentment. In the early hours, its trainer had informed it that a fine teacher had been found for it, one who would teach it diligently. With a sense of curiosity, Squirtle had acquiesced to this arrangement. Upon discovering that the teacher was the very human from the previous day, it initially felt quite pleased. But now, its frustration with Lin Feng had reached a boiling point. Was this truly a practice session for the water gun? It felt more like a task to assist him in watering the plants. There's no water left, truly, not a single drop. After diligently irrigating a patch of land, Squirtle's cheeks bore the marks of exhaustion. All right, come over and take a break, Lin Feng said, having been monitoring Squirtle's condition with his observation skill. The vine snake ceased its strikes. Squirtle, brimming with resentment, approached. Pokemon, Squirtle gender, female ability, torrent potential, blue individual values, HP 18, attack 20, special attack 21, defense 25, special defense 24, speed 16, level 68 skills, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw description. It no longer wishes to work. Affection level, -20. It believes you are worse than its trainer. Joy level, -25. A resentful early rising turtle. Come, eat this energy cube. Lin Feng produced a self-crafted energy cube designed to restore stamina. The C-grade energy cube, created from the combination of Winyuan fruit and pure mountain spring, could restore vitality in a remarkably short time and, with prolonged use, enhance a Pokemon's stamina. The description was succinct, yet these energy cubes, capable of permanently augmenting a Pokemon's abilities with long-term consumption, were exceedingly rare in this world, often unattainable even with wealth. However, Lin Feng chose not to disclose the true value of the energy cube to Squirtle. Instead, he gently coaxed, "Come have a piece." Squirtle, filled with resentment, called out and accepted the energy cube, biting into it. In an instant, a sensation of clarity and warmth burst within its mouth. Squirtle's eyes instantly sparkled, and after devouring the cube with fervor, the once dull gaze of its large eyes was now vibrant with life. No worries, there are plenty of energy cubes. Lin Feng, naturally, would not be stingy with the Pokemon he had recruited. He intended to provide as much as it could consume. Congratulations, host. Squirtle's joy level has increased from -20 to 30. Rewards: 20 bags of golden fertilizer, 3 rare candies, and a portion of pure water flow to enhance the purity of water-type Pokemon's moves, making them more proficient. At last, Squirtle, having eaten its fill, lay sprawled on the ground, a satisfied expression adorning its face. Lin Feng refrained from immediately exploiting its energy and simply observed quietly, a smile gracing his lips. This familiar scene prompted the vine snake to reflect. If memory served, it too had been lured by the allure of energy cubes. Contemplating this, the vine snake couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It had wandered near human towns, enticed by tales from other Pokemon that trainers could facilitate rapid growth and provide ample sustenance. Thus, it sought to select a trainer to embark on a journey of mutual development. However, the proud vine snake held exceptionally high standards for its trainer. It had always envisioned that the trainer it sought would be remarkably skilled, both in command and nurturing, ensuring its satisfaction. Yet, unexpectedly, it found itself ensnared merely by a few energy cubes, such as the unpredictability of life. Squirtle? At this moment, the gaze directed at Lin Feng shifted from resentment to a hint of complexity. How could he evoke such mixed emotions within Squirtle? Brother Feng, I'm here. At that instant, Squirtle's trainer entered the plantation, brimming with enthusiasm, accompanied by a familiar Sandshrew. Compared to Squirtle, Sandshrew wore an expression of even greater excitement, one of long-awaited anticipation. "I'm counting on you, Sandshrew." Observing such a diligent employee, Lin Feng naturally offered a satisfied smile. Today, as tasks might be plentiful, but should they remain unfinished, he could always prepare some spicy noodles for Sandshrew later. "Chuan." Sandshrew nodded earnestly, even without Lin Feng's instruction. It ventured into the remaining land and began plowing. Lin Feng stood still, devising a plan. For the remaining land, he intended to dedicate half to planting pasture, transforming it into a meadow. Yet, he pondered whether this space might be insufficient. If it were merely to raise a mill tank, it would suffice. However, if breeding were to be considered in the future, he would also need to accommodate a toros. Such Pokemon are brimming with energy, and this small area would surely be inadequate for its needs. Furthermore, Lin Feng planned to plant several birch trees and raise some caterpies. He could gather their silk threads for sale. His parents had once thrived by doing just this. The silk sold for a handsome price, and many admired it. After all, in the Pokemon world, if one does not dress properly, they might easily become ensnared by the aftermath of battles in the wild, leading to unfortunate exposure. For men, it might be tolerable, but for women, moreover, depending on the leaves they consume, the silk spun by caterpies could yield various effects. For instance, silk produced by caterpies that feast on birch leaves possesses a cooling effect. Thus, it was decided, "Vine Snake, come to work. Oh, and you too, Chinshu, join me. One task for each, fertilizing and sowing." The Vine Snake and Chinshu reluctantly boarded Lin Feng's ship, beginning their labor of spreading pasture seeds. Chapter 13, Evolution. The Golden qualified Milotic 3 days later. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the lush, neatly arranged pastures, Lin Feng could not help but smile contentedly. In just a day or two, these pastures would be ready for harvest. Squirtle was diligently spraying water across the cultivated land. Once all the grasses and plants had received their share of hydration, Lin Feng called out, "Stop." Squirtle promptly scampered over, its shell wobbling comically behind it. Lin Feng took out a cherished energy cube for his companion. Pokemon, Squirtle gender, female ability, torrent qualification, blue level, 9 skills, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw affection, 60, it feels good about you, happiness, 60, in high spirits. In the past 3 days, Lin Feng had refrained from feeding Squirtle any rare candies, yet it had maintained its level at 9. This experience allowed Lin Feng to better understand the level assessment system of the Eye of Exploration. The same applied to Snivy. After feeding Snivy 2 rare candies, its strength had risen to between levels 17 and 19, with a noticeable increase in its energy intensity. However, evolution still eluded it. It seemed that the process of evolution was not strictly tied to the anticipated level 16, but rather influenced by other factors. After Squirtle finished watering, Snivy began to use its grassy terrain to accelerate the growth of all the plants. With the assistance of these 2 Pokemon, the first batch of vegetables was nearing maturity in just 3 days. For instance, the spicy tomatoes had grown over a meter tall, bearing an astonishing number of fruits that left Lin Feng astounded. Clusters of dozens of fruits hung from the plants, with signs of blooming as well. He had planted 30 spicy tomato plants, and if this trend continued, each would yield dozens, if not hundreds, of pounds. Other plants like eggplants and beans also thrived remarkably well. Lin Feng was optimistic that in a couple of days, he would reap a bountiful harvest. He envisioned that with the fertilizer provided by the system, combined with the diligent care from his Pokemon, the culinary creations made from these vegetables would surely be elevated in quality once more. While Squirtle happily munched on its energy cube, a sudden wave of despair washed over it, akin to a worker being suddenly dismissed. "What?" Squirtle gazed incredulously at Lin Feng, its eyes brimming with tears. Since the very first day, it had experienced the benefits of working alongside Lin Feng. Its skills and internal energy had been rapidly increasing. Now, all it desired was to work every day. Lin Feng gently tapped its head and presented it with another rare candy. "Here, have this." He had discerned the candy's purpose over the past few days. It simply enhanced energy intensity. Therefore, considering the self-growth efficiency of Pokemon internal energy. Administering it every 3 days seemed optimal. Naturally, the more gifted the Pokemon, the shorter this duration could be. However, once a Pokemon reached the elite stage, the effectiveness of the candy would likely diminish, as energy intensity would have already reached its peak. Swallowing the rare candy, Squirtle felt a heavy burden lift from its heart, its intense emotions momentarily overwhelming enough that it did not notice the shift in its internal energy. With its mind occupied, Linfeng promptly issued a command to Squirtle. Upon receiving the assurance that it had not been dismissed, Squirtle gleefully grabbed the energy cube and trotted outside. Linfeng lingered for a moment, waiting for Snivy to apply growth buffs to all the plants before leading it to the breeding room. With a splash, a cascade of water erupted as the ugly fish in the aquarium swam energetically upon seeing Linfeng. It was evident that the mere sight of him elevated the fish's spirits. For this reason, Linfeng had acquired numerous rare candies and golden nuggets from it. Perhaps it was also that the fish had recently recognized its own transformation. It often gazed at the aquarium glass, its once dull eyes now sparkling with a hint of life, as if observing its own reflection. The irregularities on its body had smoothed out and even appeared somewhat appealing, thanks to the nourishing energy cubes. It was time for evolution. Do you wish to evolve? Linfeng inquired using the power of the ancient oak. 2 bubbles represented the fish's emotions, indicating its understanding. Linfeng smiled as he lifted the aquarium and returned to the planting area, pouring the aquarium water, along with the ugly fish, into the larger water reservoir. The spacious swimming area made it think it was about to be released again. Fear not, Linfeng reassured, presenting the fish with an energy cube. This time, I want to set you free into the river. Just help me guard the planting area and water the plants. Using the ancient oak's power, he conveyed his intentions before retrieving a perfect quality, beautiful scale. With its current beauty level, this scale should significantly enhance its qualifications. With Linfeng's comforting presence, the ugly fish's emotions stabilized considerably, allowing him to lift it gently and place the beautiful scale where its damaged scales were missing. As if completing a ritual, a brilliant white light enveloped the ugly fish, and its slender form began to stretch and transform into a more graceful shape. In just a moment, it had grown to an impressive 7 or 8 meters in length. When the white light dissipated, the creature before Linfeng was breathtaking, with a long, pearlescent body adorned with 2 delicate pink whiskers that danced like willow fluff and a neck embellished with wide, flowing bands. Its tail, a stunning blend of blue and pale pink, radiated a vibrant phosphorescence. It is no wonder that in the world of Pokemon, Milotic is hailed as the epitome of beauty. In this moment, Linfeng truly appreciated its allure. Pokemon, Milotic gender, female ability, Marvel scale qualification, golden level, 23 to 28 skills, water gun, water pulse, tackle, captivate, water sport, twister, dragon tail. Recover affection, 97, it trusts you unconditionally, happiness, 70, in high spirits. Chapter 14, Unleashing the Grass Whirlwind. Advanced Edition, Golden Qualification. The once humble Cho-Cho fish, previously of green quality, has astonished Linfeng by transcending expectations. It has transformed into a creature of golden qualification. Congratulations to the host for elevating the happiness level of Milotic from 70 to 98. Rewards include 20 bags of gold Keela and 1 intermediate magical candy, which enhances energy intensity, along with a rain summoning skill disc. At this moment, Milotic, having regained its senses from the afterglow of evolution, gazes incredulously at its reflection on the water's surface, a newfound clarity enveloping its mind. Evolution? Every Cho-Cho fish knows it has the potential to evolve into Milotic, yet they also comprehend the minuscule odds of such a transformation. Most live their entire lives as mere Cho-Cho fish, with only a rare few achieving evolution through unforeseen circumstances. It is akin to the dreamlike image of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Thus, it never crossed its mind that it could one day evolve into Milotic. Initially, it thought Linfeng's earlier words in the fish tank were merely playful banter. I evolved. Indeed, you have evolved. After Milotic's transformation, Lin Feng's connection with it has deepened, allowing him to comprehend its expressions with remarkable clarity. You, so happy, in a moment of exuberance. Milotic entwines itself around Lin Feng, lifting him as if in joyous celebration. The sudden sensation of weightlessness and the constricting embrace leaves Lin Feng somewhat breathless, prompting an exclamation. All right, Milotic, put me down. As he clutches Milotic's magnificent form, Lin Feng feels a mix of amusement and exasperation. While he understands Milotic's joy, he worries about getting drenched. You, the elongated call echoes, and Milotic, realizing the situation, gently releases Lin Feng. Your size is too grand for the fish tank. You will have to stay here for now. Please tend to the plants and water them when you can. You, Milotic nods earnestly. Post-evolution, it senses a remarkable clarity of thought, no longer struggling to grasp Lin Feng's words. Then I leave it in your capable fins, Lin Feng responds with a grin. Beside them, the astonished Tungting snake cannot hide its surprise. While aware of Pokemon evolution, witnessing such a dramatic transformation from unattractive to beautiful is indeed a marvel of life. I should be evolving soon too. Feeling the recent surges of energy, Tungting snake begins to dream of its own evolution. Have no fear, yours will come soon. Lin Feng seems to sense its feelings, gently patting its head, though he harbors a touch of melancholy. The pace of evolution feels swift. He has yet to fully savor the moment. The next day, July 12th. With only 2 days until the baby cup begins, Lin Feng finds himself relieved of the early morning duty of supervising Squirtle's watering, thanks to Milotic's golden talents. After teaching it the rain-summoning skill disc, Milotic quickly masters the ability to condense moisture in the air for irrigation. With this newfound skill, the bumbling Squirtle can now retire from its duties. Regrettably, Squirtle's short arms prevent it from cutting grass, otherwise, it could have assisted in that task as well. On the cobblestone path, Lin Feng observes the spirited Tungting snake and nods in approval. The plantation has taken shape, and he intends to focus on preparing for the baby cup. Yes, 2 days of training for the baby cup should suffice. Lin Feng produces an energy block made from Winyu fruit and hands it to Tungting snake. This energy block enhances skill comprehension. It's perfect for you at this moment. Tungting snake, you have performed admirably with both vine whip and grassy terrain while clearing weeds. I see you also possess the skills grass whirlwind and leaf blade. Let's see how well you grasp these 2 techniques. Tungting, it does not recall ever demonstrating leaf blade and grass whirlwind before Lin Feng. How does he know? Truly, he is an astute trainer, perceiving its every thought. Yet, Tungting snake's lips curl into a smile. In the wild, it had practiced these 2 skills extensively, determined to impress its trainer this time. With this in mind, Tungting snake's orange-yellow gaze sharpens in focus. It leaps toward the vacant spot beside the cobblestone path, its tail radiating a verdant glow. In an instant, it gently stirs its tail, conjuring a wind vortex towering over human height. Within the whirlwind, green leaves spin furiously, producing a cacophony of rushing wind. The vortex's tail and even tears into the earth, exposing the rich, brown soil beneath. Excellent. Let's see if we can incorporate an additional grass whirlwind within the existing one. Just as Tungting snake prepares to unleash its power, Lin Feng's voice interrupts. The grass whirlwind utilizes wind currents to propel the leaves, enveloping the target for attack. This skill relies on wind speed. Thus, the faster the wind, the more potent the leaf attack. If you cast a grass whirlwind within another grass whirlwind, aligning the frequencies, it will result in a compounded effect of double the power. Moreover, this can be repeated multiple times. We shall refer to it as a weakened version of leaf storm. Lin Feng, observing the swirling leaves, suddenly remembers this technique. Tungting snake pauses, then comprehends, its eyes serious as it gazes at the grass whirlwind before it, grass-type energy surging through its tail. Another delicate vortex manifests within the whirlwind. However, as the 2 vortices merge, differing wind speeds cause the once harmonious grass whirlwind to spiral uncontrollably, akin to a wild stallion, veering towards a neighboring rice paddy, causing Tungting snake to gasp. That is someone else's rice field. Just as it is at a loss, a calming voice rings out. Do not panic. The speed of an out-of-control whirlwind is relatively slow. Focus on your control. Primarily regulate the wind speed and frequency of both grass whirlwinds to maintain them at the same level. With a singular thought in mind, Tung-Ting Snake resolves to avoid causing trouble for its trainer. As the winds dissipate, every leaf has carved deep gashes into the rocks beneath. Tung-Ting, I did it. Tung-Ting Snake exhales in relief, its face alight with excitement. This powerful grass whirlwind surpasses its previous strength by at least double. Well done. Lin Feng nods in approval, admiration shining in his eyes. Initially, he thought Tung-Ting Snake might struggle with executing a dual grass whirlwind, and had considered stepping in to assist. Yet, Tung-Ting Snake has succeeded. Having accomplished this once, the journey ahead will simply be a matter of refining its skill. Chapter 15. The Predicament of Dashi Flower Food Company. Look today. Let the vine snake practice the dual form of the grass mixer aside. Lin Feng retrieved a stool from the storage sphere and began to scroll through his phone. He was not idling. Rather, he was searching for merchants to acquire various plants. With a meager harvest from the plantation, Lin Feng intended to preserve a portion to combine with this year's peaches and oranges to create detoxifying energy cubes and stamina energy cubes. These would be easy to store and could serve as merchandise in the cultivation house. He would also send some to Grandpa Qin. The remainder would be sold off entirely. As for the channels, Lin Feng felt no apprehension. His parents had frequented many places for purchasing vegetables and crops in the past. One of the most renowned establishments was the Hornbud Fruit and Vegetable Supermarket, which he now discovered had evolved into Dashi Flower Food Company, Limited. Over the span of a decade, this would be the one. Dashi Flower Food Company, Limited, owner's office. Recently, the owner, Chun Xiao, found himself in distress. The newly listed Dashi Flower Food Company, Limited, faced its first dilemma: the pressure from competitors. To be precise, it was not merely competitors, but supermarkets that brushed against the edges of their business. The most formidable among them was Wang Company, the largest company in Wudong City. Even when Dashi Flower was still a fruit and vegetable supermarket, there were signs of suppression from them. After the listing of Dashi Flower Food Company, Limited, this trend became overtly blatant. Initially, there were drastic price reductions in the supermarket's fruit and vegetable section, followed by high prices intercepting their supply channels from the source. Gradually, the company faced inevitable closure. Thus, the pressing issue was the urgent need for a stable supplier. What's wrong? Still troubled by the supermarket situation, as he rubbed his temples, a striking woman in a yellow floral dress entered the office. Her voluptuous figure, tied back in a ponytail, exuded a vibrant allure. Chun Xiao sighed as he looked at his wife, shaking his head, ultimately choosing silence. He was a middle-aged man with a much younger wife and a daughter currently in high school. This was indeed a time of great energy consumption for them. At just over 40, he was already losing hair in clumps. The pressure from Wang Supermarket was relentless. Without a reliable supply channel, the company might face an early demise. Chun Xiao decided not to conceal the situation from his wife. If they selected a certain Pokemon, substantial funds would be required for its training. Should any mishaps occur, the investment would be wasted. The woman observed her husband's troubled demeanor and felt compelled to offer comfort. It's easy to say, but what about the children? As the conversation lingered, Chun Xiao sighed once more. Wang was a national chain giant, while his own business was merely a small enterprise in Wudong Town. How could he possibly compete with their financial might? The only viable strategy lay in exceeding the quality of their fruits and vegetables, a monumental challenge. To cultivate such produce would necessitate the expertise of a specialist cultivator, particularly one adept in this field. However, cultivators were already a rare breed, let alone those specializing in this particular realm. Sigh, if things didn't improve, he felt he was overthinking, on the verge of surrendering, when suddenly, the landline on his desk rang. Rodom, a call from the procurement department. Should I answer? The procurement department? Chun Xiao was taken aback, quickly picking up the Rodom-branded landline. It's me, what's the matter? A new supply channel? The samples look promising? All right, I understand. He hung up the phone, yet despite hearing news of a new supply channel, his expression remained unyieldingly grim. What's the matter? Didn't you just hear about a new supply channel? Shouldn't that be a cause for celebration? Seeing her husband's lack of enthusiasm, His wife inquired further. Chun Xiao managed a wry smile. There is a new supply channel, but it's from that plantation in Wudong Town, the one that used to belong to the old Lin family. I've heard it has now been taken over by their child. Just think about it. How much can a child cultivate? Moreover, the quality may not be guaranteed. His wife was taken aback. That child, Lin Feng? ISNT, he's supposed to be in high school, inheriting the family plantation? Chapter 16. The Treasure-Level Spicy Tomato. On July 13th, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that after a night of settling, some of the spicy tomatoes in the plantation had ripened. Intriguingly, once these tomatoes matured, they ceased to absorb nutrients and simply hung from the branches, significantly extending their preservation time. However, it was still essential to harvest them promptly. If the previous fruits were not picked, the subsequent ones would weigh down the branches, leading to an undesirable situation. The E-grade ingredient, the spicy tomato, cultivated from ordinary seeds, boasted various trace elements and exquisite flavor, enhancing physical health with prolonged consumption. Lin Feng picked several spicy tomatoes, handing one to his Pokemon, the vine snake, while casually tossing another into the water reservoir. With a splash, the tomato was devoured by the Manatus. He took a generous bite of the last one, the vibrant red flesh releasing its juice, causing his eyes to gleam. This quality ingredient was indeed suitable for crafting energy cubes and held significant value for Pokemon cultivation. He had informed the company yesterday, and they had promised to come by this morning to assess the quality of the fruits and vegetables. After gathering the ripe produce and storing it in his storage ball, Lin Feng, accompanied by Vine Snake, made his way to the town's exit, brimming with excitement at the prospect of earning his first income. With the plantation flourishing, he planned to initiate his second strategy, establishing the reputation of his breeding house by affixing the logo of the neighboring breeding house on every fruit and vegetable. Of course, he first needed to communicate well with the suppliers. The ringing of his phone interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. Upon seeing the caller ID, he perked up and quickly answered, "Have you arrived at the town entrance? I'll be right over." At the town entrance, if the plantation marked the edge of the forest and wilderness, then the town entrance was the sole route connecting to Wudong City. A half-hour bus ride down the road would lead to the city. When Lin Feng arrived, a van was already parked at the town's entrance. He approached cautiously and tapped on the window. When the buyer stepped out, Lin Feng was taken aback. Wasn't that Uncle Chun, whom he had known since childhood? After 7 or 8 years, Chun Xiao, now noticeably taller than Lin Feng, was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Feng," he exclaimed. In his youth, Chun Xiao frequently drove this very van for collection, so he recognized Lin Feng instantly. "Oh my, you've grown so tall and handsome." At that moment, a slender woman emerged from the passenger seat. Surprised upon seeing Lin Feng, she walked over and playfully ruffled his hair. Lin Feng, standing at 178 meters with a clean and handsome face, possessed a charm that was both striking at first glance and enduringly appealing. He greeted her politely, and Huang, acknowledging Chun Zhao's wife, Huang Yimiao, a gentle soul who had held him as a child, as both families were friends. "Is this your Pokemon?" Chun Xiao inquired, glancing at Vine Snake. "It seems rather impressive." Vine Snake stepped forward, nodding in affirmation of its bond with Lin Feng, which astonished Chun Xiao. "Quite perceptive, isn't it? Let's discuss business first, shall we? Xiao Feng, why didn't you choose to attend university and instead opted to become a breeder?" Huang Yimiao interjected. "I couldn't participate in the trainer battle examination before my college entrance exams due to not having my first Pokemon, so I considered becoming a breeder instead." Huang Yimiao appeared confused. "Breeders can still pursue breeding majors." "True, but I'm already a divine-level breeder. What use would university be? To gain knowledge? Or to teach those professors and experts? It seems unnecessary." Lin Feng smiled, then quickly produced a spicy tomato. "Let's talk about the purchase instead, Uncle Chun. Here are my vegetables for you to see." The color is so vibrant. No signs of pests? Upon discussing business, Chun Zhao's demeanor shifted to seriousness, astonishment evident in his eyes. He had seldom encountered fruits with such perfect shape and color throughout his career. "Is this truly grown by you?" he asked incredulously. "Indeed. Though much credit goes to this little one," Lin Feng said, gesturing to Vine Snake. Its grassy field seems to have a special effect on plant growth. Chen Xiao, somewhat moved, took a bite of the spicy tomato. The moment he tasted it, his expression froze. The tomato was perfectly ripe, its flavor predominantly spicy, with a hint of sweetness and acidity. As the taste burst in his mouth, he felt invigorated, realizing that this fruit was not merely attractive in appearance, but possessed extraordinary effects. Does this mean that this spicy tomato is no ordinary plant? He devoured the tomato hastily and then inquired, "Is this unique to this one fruit, or are all the spicy tomatoes like this?" "Of course, all of them. This is the entirety of my harvest." Lin Feng handed over his storage ball. After Chen Xiao examined its contents, he wiped his eyes in disbelief, his joy spilling over. This. Chapter 17. Unable to fly. Use the Sword of Rupture to bring down Rayquaza. So much. He quickly retrieved another spicy berry and an eggplant from his storage orb. After taking a bite of the spicy berry, he peeled back the skin of the eggplant, observing the plump seeds and tender flesh within. It was evident that this was a vegetable of quality comparable to the spicy berry. "Surely the quality is decent?" Lin Feng inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. While he had confidence in his produce, he was apprehensive about the market's response to his first sale. "Decent. This is already worthy of being classified as a treasure-grade vegetable. Consuming it regularly can enhance human physical health. Collect it all. I will purchase the spicy berry at the price of an E-grade treasure, 50 yuan per pound. The others will fetch a similar price." "Are you joking?" Furthermore, rarity increases value. Such fruits and vegetables are not something every plantation can cultivate. To my knowledge, in the entirety of Wutong City, aside from a dairy farm in Huqiao village that produces sweet D-grade moo milk, no other plantation can yield produce of such caliber. This meant that if Wangwang Supermarket wished to monopolize these fruits and vegetables, they could only source them from Lin Feng. Upon realizing this, Chen Xiao hastily said, "Lin Feng, while the quality of these fruits and vegetables is remarkable, I wish to engage in a further business venture with you. Can you grant me exclusive distribution rights for this area?" Lin Feng's expression grew conflicted. "Rest assured, Uncle will provide the funds, and I'm open to selling shares, as long as you're willing to discuss." Seeing Lin Feng hesitating, Chen Xiao became anxious. He could not be blamed for losing his composure. Recently, he had been under pressure from Wangwang Supermarket, and now he saw a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Beside them, Huang Yimiao was aware of her role and never interjected in her husband's business discussions. However, witnessing his urgency, she cast a pleading glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng awkwardly coughed. "It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm just considering if, in the future, if the produce I cultivate cannot be accepted by Uncle Chan, I would be unable to sell it elsewhere. Thus, I can only assure you that my first consideration will always be for Uncle Chan." "All right, that works." Chen Zhao's heart finally settled upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng continued, "However, I have one small request." Chen Zhao's heart raced again. "What is it?" "I would like to place a logo on my family's fruits and vegetables, indicating they are sold by the neighboring cultivation house." Lin Feng proposed his idea. Grandpa Qin was right. He should have a long-term vision and strive to promote the neighboring cultivation house. This way, more trainers and Pokemon would come to know of it, providing Lin Feng with a continuous stream of system rewards. I thought it was something serious. This is a minor issue. When you send me the logo, I'll print and affix it for you," Chen Xiao assured, patting his chest and taking full responsibility for the matter. The two exchanged green bubbles and settled the final payment. After Huang Ai's cheerful farewell, they sped away in the van towards Wudong City. 50,000. Lin Feng gazed at the notification of funds in his account, inhaling deeply before breaking into an excited grin. Over the years, he had never expected that a single transaction would earn him 50,000. He initially thought he would be lucky to make a few thousand. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely the first batch of crops from his plantation. Soon, a second and third batch would follow. Wealth was indeed within reach. In his excitement, he scooped up his Snivy and joyfully exclaimed, "Ha ha, Snivy, we are rich." He yearned to plant a kiss on Snivy's face, but the two vine whips blocking his chin prevented that, resulting only in a look of disdain and confusion from Snivy. "Doesn't the trainer seem a bit off?" On the way home, With Snivy's whips obstructing his mouth, Lin Feng gradually regained his composure. Though he knew that as a master cultivator, he would not lack for money in the future was still distant. Just a few days ago, he was a man indecisive about purchasing a rotom. Snivy? Snivy walked cautiously beside him, glancing at Lin Feng. It had only acted out of excitement. Moreover, its strength had been limited. It's all right, Snivy. I was just too overjoyed. Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. In truth, with his unique physique, he felt no discomfort. However, Snivy's whips served as a reminder that while he was immune to Pokemon damage, he could not escape being restrained by them. Snivy. Snivy observed Lin Feng's contemplative expression, unsure whether he was genuinely unbothered or merely feigning it. After pondering, it drew a little closer, gently nudging his pant leg, and upon sensing his gaze, softly called out, Snivy. The midday sun bathed it in warmth, accentuating the freshness of its green skin. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, scooping up Snivy and affectionately stroking its head. See? I told you I'm fine. Don't worry. Snivy understood, feeling the warmth from Lin Feng's touch. Snivy finally relaxed, contemplating that perhaps trainers did require a bit of pampering. Hey, go now, Rayquaza. Use the finishing blow. Don't lose. Use the Sword of Rupture to bring it down. Ha, you fool. How could the Sword of Rupture possibly bring down Rayquaza? I said it can, so it can. Oomph. On the cobblestone path, two children, aged around 7 or 8, appeared, each holding a toy. One was a soaring Rayquaza, while the other was a fierce and imposing Groudon. At that moment, the two children were engaged in a legendary beast battle. This confrontation had cleared the dust and debris from the cobblestone path. Summer vacation has begun. The children in the town have also increased, bringing a noticeable surge of liveliness. A contented smile spread across Lin Feng's face. Come on, Snivy. Let's continue our training and aim for first place in the Baby Cup. He produced a green energy block and several red energy blocks. These were the new energy blocks he had crafted after registering for the Baby Cup. Chapter 18. Triple Grass Mixer. Pokemon. Vine Snake Gender. Female Ability. Contrarian Qualification. Red Individual Values. HP 24, Attack 21, Special Attack 26, Defense 25, Special Defense 24, Speed 31, Level 19 Skills. Leaf Blade. Triple Grass Mixer, Intimidate, Vine Whip, Seed Bomb, Grassy Terrain. Affection 85, it trusts you greatly. Joy Value 75, today is the day of the battle. Will I encounter formidable Pokemon? On July 15th, Lin Feng arose early and fed Vine Snake its final rare candy. Consequently, Vine Snake's prowess, originally at levels 18 to 19, ascended to a definitive level 19. Moreover, it expressed a vague sensation of impending evolution. The question remained, when would this evolution occur? After a brief inspection of the plantation yielded no surprises, he contentedly cradled Vine Snake and made his way to the exit of Wudong Town. At the exit, several individuals had gathered. Just then, the bus to Wudong City arrived, blaring its horn. As Lin Feng prepared to step aboard, a somewhat hurried voice called out, causing him to pause and wear a resigned expression. He glanced at the driver, signaling for a moment's delay. Wait, there is someone. Qin Shu dashed to the bus door. Panting heavily, as she prepared to thank the driver for his patience, she looked up to find Lin Feng staring at her in astonishment. However, she was unfazed, joyfully exclaiming, Fenga, come aboard. Aren't you participating in the Baby Cup today? Lin Feng responded with a casual remark before selecting an available seat. Qin Shu grinned, realizing that Lin Feng had indeed halted the bus for her, and eagerly followed, taking a seat beside him. Fenga, how did you know the Baby Cup was today? Lin Feng opened the window, allowing the refreshing morning breeze to dispel the last remnants of drowsiness. Because I'm participating too. Qin Shu's smile faltered momentarily. Really? Of course. Do I seem like the type to jest? Initially, she had the courage to challenge Lin Feng's Vine Snake. But after witnessing Vine Snake unleash its triple grass mixer and grassy terrain, all her bravery evaporated. Thus, throughout the bus ride, she remained enveloped in melancholy. Upon disembarking, Qin Shu's confidence returned. Though first place was unattainable, second place would suffice. Lin Feng could only shake his head in exasperation. This child was genuinely naive, forever harboring lofty hopes. Yet perhaps this was advantageous. To become a competent trainer, a certain simplicity was indeed necessary in the early stages. For Pokemon themselves are inherently innocent creatures, much like a certain foolish individual in his memories. This innocence would endear her to most Pokemon during her formative training. At the entrance of Wong Wong's supermarket, a throng had already gathered. A group of youths chattered excitedly about the upcoming Baby Cup, accompanied by various Pokemon. Boo, Rattata, Pidgey, Psyduck, Caterpie. One could only remark on the stark disparity in strength. For instance, did Caterpie fear that Pidgey might go hungry? Lin Feng, a voice, tinged with curiosity, emerged from the crowd. Following the sound, Lin Feng spotted a boy with a sideswept hairstyle, clad in overalls, standing out amidst the throng. Sukuin. Upon recognizing him, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. They were classmates, typically bonding over basketball and music. Their relationship was cordial, akin to acquaintances who nod in passing. You're also here for the Baby Cup? I thought you were going to inherit your family's plantation. Sukun inkuret, devildiret. Lin Feng had a decent reputation in class, being quite handsome, which earned him the nickname Class Flower among the girls. However, he had delayed choosing his first Pokemon, and while he ranked in the top 10 for liberal arts in the provincial examinations, he received a score of 0 in the trainer assessments. Nevertheless, his academic achievements ensured his admission to any university he desired. The prize money is quite substantial. I wanted to give it a shot, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Is this your Pokemon? Sukuin asked, eyeing the vine snake in Lin Feng's arms with intrigue. Yes, Lin Feng nodded, glancing at the orange-hued chick beneath Sukuin. Your Torchic seems on the verge of evolution. Pokemon, Torchic gender, male ability, Blaze qualification, blue individual values, HP 15, attack 21, special attack 24, defense 17, special defense 19, speed 24, level 17 skills, Ember, Peck, quick attack, flame charge, mud slap. Affection 15, seems to have some recollection, joy value 50. When will the Torchic bakery at the entrance open? Upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, a look of pride crossed Sukuin's face, though he lamented, "Oh, don't mention it. I initially believed I could secure first place in the Baby Cup. However, the event organizers, namely the owner of Wong Wong's supermarket, assigned their freshman child a Dragonair, and a peak ordinary one at that. I'd have to hit my head against the wall to compete. It seems I can only aim for second place. That is indeed unfortunate." Lin Feng echoed with a sympathetic expression. Dragonair possesses an inherent advantage in base stats within the Baby Cup, making it somewhat overpowered. However, Lin Feng had diligently fed his vine snake numerous special attack energy cubes made from special scales and vitality fruits. Thus, the outcome remained uncertain. In truth, after realizing the value of the fruits and vegetables he cultivated, Lin Feng had grown indifferent to the notion of prize money. Yet, he deeply cared about Vine Snake's feelings. This little one had worked hard for the competition these past few days, mastering the double grass mixer with remarkable steadiness. It could even unleash the triple grass mixer, albeit with some lack of finesse. He could not allow its efforts to go in vain. Chapter 19. Promoting with the Vine Snake. The brief reminiscence came to an end, leaving the two in silence. Meanwhile, Qin Shu was engaged in an intense discussion with another boy, likely the one who incessantly harassed her with messages. However, upon seeing this boy, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. A boy with yellow hair? This certainly did not leave a favorable impression. He hurriedly approached the two with the vine snake in tow. Qin Shu, give it up. Your Squirtle stands no chance against Bulbasaur, Zhang Xiaoming said, flipping his proud yellow bangs, convinced that he looked dashing. They had already faced off in a Pokemon battle. Although they had received their first starter Pokemon at nearly the same time, he was keenly aware of Squirtle's weaknesses. Its water gun was feeble and incapable of inflicting damage on Bulbasaur. As for the tackle, that was even more amusing. It couldn't even lift its head. Such a collision might only be avoided by a Metapod. Qin Shu shot him a fierce glare. Zhang Xiaoming, the match hasn't even started yet. The outcome is still uncertain. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Since you're so confident, how about a wager? If you lose, you become my girlfriend. You. Qin Shu's anger surged. Even if she were simple-minded, she would never agree to such a demand. Overwhelmed with rage, she found herself at a loss for words. If you're feeling amorous, go find a tree to rub against. Don't make it public knowledge. That's hardly a commendable form of promotion. Just as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, a clear voice rang out beside her. Lin Feng placed his hand gently on Qin Shu's head and strode forward with an expression of indifference, glaring at the boy with yellow hair. He had overheard the entire conversation and initially perceived it as a normal pursuit. Now it seemed more like harassment. Thus, he rushed over without a moment's hesitation. Fengge, it's him. Upon seeing Lin Feng come to her defense, Qin Shu's eyes brightened as if a parent had arrived. In her childhood memories, whenever she faced bullying, finding Lin Feng would invariably resolve the issue. He had never lost a fight or argument. Even when she was in the wrong, he would turn the tables and teach her a lesson. Zhang Xiaoming, momentarily taken aback by her words, soon felt his face flush with embarrassment. Who are you? You fool, Lin Feng replied without elaboration, turning his gaze back to Qin Shu. You need not bother with such individuals in the future. Delete any contact information and block him from the class group. He was teaching this innocent girl the importance of setting boundaries. Qin Shu nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. From a young age, Lin Feng exuded a mature aura, and having often cleaned up her messes in the past, she had grown accustomed to listening to him. You. Humiliated. Zhang Xiaoming felt his anger rise, but just then, the event organizers appeared with law enforcement personnel, leaving him to swallow his ire. Dazed, he could only feel the world spinning around him. Greetings, young aspiring trainers. I am Qi Heng, the general manager of Wangwang Supermarket in Wudong City. To express gratitude for the support shown to Wangwang Supermarket, he announced that they had partnered with the Wudong City TV station to broadcast the event live. The endless droning from the supermarket owner visibly bored the vine snake. This is to enhance influence, Lin Feng quietly explained to it. However, piecing together the information at hand, he speculated why such a baby cup was organized right after the summer break. Was it not an attempt by a father to promote his child, collaborating with the Pokemon League and inviting a television station to broadcast live? Was the goal to cultivate an exceptionally talented new trainer? How fortunate to have money and connections. The path was laid out before them. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet he knew he possessed the greatest backing in the world. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Mediterranean man finally concluded his lengthy speech. All right, everyone, please board the buses. We are heading to the sports arena in Wudong City for the Baby Cup. A collective sigh of relief was heard as the crowd boarded the buses. Lin Feng took a glance and noted there were 3 buses, each with 42 seats, indicating a maximum of 126 participants. The bus sped down the streets. Feeling somewhat bored, Lin Feng took out his phone and discovered a message from Uncle Chun on Green Bubble. Xiao Feng, the fruits and vegetables you've cultivated are in high demand. When will the second batch be ready? If you need extra hands, let me know. Some seasonal fruits and vegetables should be ready in about 4 to 5 days. The others, I'm uncertain, Lin Feng replied. In fact, the others would also take 4 to 5 days, but the constant planting felt cumbersome, so he considered growing watermelons. Those were large, profitable, and perfect for the weather. All right, I'll come to pick them up in 5 days. Uncle Chin responded. With a final sputter, the bus arrived at the Wudong Arena. Lin Feng tidied himself, filled with determination as he exited the vehicle. He generally refrained from participating in such competitions. If he did, he would give his all, aiming for first place. He noticed numerous reporters with cameras and microphones present. If he performed exceptionally well in this match, he could leverage the opportunity to promote his breeding house widely. He envisioned the vine snake in front of the camera, holding an energy cube and proclaiming, "This is the energy cube from the neighbor's breeding house," making for an excellent advertisement. This would undoubtedly attract a steady stream of trainers eager to visit and enjoy the rewards from the system. Chapter 20. The Dragon Rider. Indeed, the Dragon Rider. At the Wudong Arena, a dashing gentleman clad in a suit and tie stood atop a sturdy Sherelden, microphone in hand. To the audience present and those watching from their screens, he announced, Welcome to the inaugural Baby Cup competition in Wudong City, proudly sponsored by Wangwang Department Store. I am your commentator, Li Bing. For the aspiring trainers about to embark on their journeys, battles between Pokemon are an unavoidable rite of passage. Lin Feng, dismissing the superfluous chatter, focused on the tournament structure, a knockout system. The vast circular arena, ample enough for gym-level Pokemon battles, was segmented into a grid of 9 squares, marked with white chalk from 1 to 9, given that this was merely a contest for novice trainers. The arena did not require exquisite refinement. Thus, the initial rounds would see concurrent battles. With 124 participants, there would be a total of 62 matchups across 9 battlefields, allowing the first round's victors to emerge after only 4 rounds. This phase was referred to as the group stage. Glancing at his number tag marked 9-4, Lin Feng murmured softly. All competitors were positioned near their respective battle areas. He and Qin Shu were assigned to different fields, with her in Group 8. However, due to the proximity of Groups 9 and 8, separated only by a railing, he could observe her situation. Interestingly, that blonde-haired boy had also been placed in Group 8 and was currently hovering around Qin Shu, seemingly attempting to annoy her. This time, however, Qin Shu appeared to have learned her lesson and promptly reported him to the nearby official. A warning from the official swiftly deterred the boy, and Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at the sight. All right, the match commences. Contestants for the first round, please enter the battleground. At last, the commentator atop the Sheldon concluded his preamble, and the competition began, prompting Lin Feng to adopt a more serious demeanor. Although dubbed the Baby Cup, it was in essence a baby cup of baby cups. As the high school seniors had recently graduated, it was customary for many to embark on their inaugural journeys to university, challenging various city gyms along the way. The timing for this competition was indeed fortuitous. Yet, with the goal of securing victory in mind, Lin Feng understood he must approach this endeavor with utmost seriousness. He decided to observe the first round of Group 9's match to gather intelligence. The battle showcased a Caterpie against a Metapod. While seemingly unremarkable on the surface, Lin Feng sensed an underlying complexity. What if this Caterpie bore an Everstone? Intending to emulate the legendary evolution into a level 100 Pokemon? To be prudent, he utilized his investigation eye. Pokemon, Caterpie gender, male ability, shield dust potential, white level, 7 moves, string shot, tackle. Ah, indeed a rather ordinary Caterpie, Lin Feng mused, absent-mindedly stroking the Frosmoth nestled in his arms. Turning his gaze to the Metapod, he noted it was merely a level 6. Frosmoth, too, appeared dismayed, having anticipated an exhilarating battle, only to witness 2 insect-type Pokemon. What if their skills proved too powerful, resulting in their demise? No need to fret, he reassured himself. There are undoubtedly skilled trainers among the crowd. His attention shifted to other arenas, where he felt a mixture of amusement and resignation. If the entire arena were to be categorized into 3 tiers of competition, Group 9 was clearly the lowest tier. The next tier comprised level 11 and 12 Pokemon like Nidoran and Bulbasaur. At the pinnacle stood Suicune in the 3rd arena, a high school graduate who seemed to dominate the space. A fire chicken effortlessly dispatched an opposing level 12 Pidgey with a flurry of sparks. Yet, in such a competition, there were only a handful of Pokemon reaching level 16 among the participants. The Baby Cup's modest standards left the commentators at a loss for words. As the fire chicken battled the Pidgey with fervor, the commentator enthusiastically remarked on the clash. Let us turn our attention to Arena 1, where a Pidgey faces off against a fire chicken. The fire chicken's fiery sparks are relentless, making it impossible for Pidgey to evade them. It seems the Pidgey's trainer is making a desperate attempt, commanding it to use Quick Attack. Alas, it falters, succumbing to the flames. Meanwhile, in Group 9, Caterpie and Metapod found themselves ensnared in each other's string shots. The audience, comprised of free attendees, watched in silence, bemused by the lackluster spectacle. In the second round, Group 9's level 9 Spearow triumphed over a level 10 Rattata. The third round saw Piku, at level 13, battling Mook, level 11, where Piku emerged victorious through evolution mid-battle. As Lin Feng and Frosmoth grew increasingly bored, he finally spotted the Dragonair. In Arena 7, Its trainer, a somewhat short and plump boy, nonchalantly entered the fray with a bag of chips in hand, exuding an air of indifference. His opponent was a girl with a level 15 Onyx. As both Pokemon were summoned, the commentator swiftly soared to Arena 7 atop his Shirelden, igniting the excitement. My goodness, Onyx. With such a massive physique and gleaming exterior, this Onyx clearly boasts exceptional breeding. In the Baby Cup, such Pokemon are undeniably imposing. Let us see what kind of Pokemon her opponent will unleash. Dragonair is indeed Dragonair. Chapter 21. The Trials of Education in Venue Number 7. The Onyx faced off against the Kingdra. Although the type advantage was somewhat significant, the match proved to be quite engaging. Alas, it wasn't free to watch. Who would come to see the Baby Cup? Nonetheless, the view from Venue No. 7 was still clear enough. Behind the contestants' seating area, a group of spectators began to discuss, their gaze fixed on the ongoing battle. Not only the audience, but Lin Feng's attention was also riveted on Venue Number 7, though he couldn't help but twitch his lips at the commentary. The announcer's rhetoric was painfully evident, first elevating the stature of the Onyx before allowing the Kingdra to triumph over it. Such a contrast naturally left a deeper impression of the Kingdra on the viewers. Tung Tung. The previously indifferent Snivy in his arms finally lit up with interest. Among all Pokemon, it had never regarded even the fiery Torchic with such esteem. However, the formidable presence of the Kingdra was unmistakable. Rest assured, they would inevitably cross paths. Lin Feng smiled as he affectionately patted Snivy's head, genuinely curious about this Kingdra. Pokemon, Kingdra gender, male ability, swift swim qualification, purple individual values, HP 29, attack 20, defense 19, special defense 21, speed 18, level 19 skills, growl, water gun, sing, mist, aqua ring, ice shard, ice beam description, a Kingdra that has repressed its energy for too long. It may experience an overflow of energy when breaking free from its constraints. Affection level, 0. It does not recognize you. Happiness level, 0. The energy cannot be contained any longer. Not only did it possess a purple qualification, but its individual values and HP were also remarkably high. This description, was it because it could have long since surpassed the elite tier but chose to suppress itself? To be frank, such repression of energy is not a healthy practice for Pokemon. If held back for too long, it could lead to a painful sensation within their bodies. Over time, it might even diminish their growth potential. Had Snivy undergone a natural evolution before this match, he would have unhesitatingly withdrawn. Yet, his opponent clearly lacked such awareness. The battle at Venue Number 7 had commenced, and it unfolded swiftly. A short, stout boy munching on chips casually issued commands. Water gun. A powerful jet of water erupted from Kingdra's mouth, as if it had found a release for its pent-up energy. The arena was compact, with the use of Dig forbidden. Kingdra's sizable form appeared to confine the Onyx, leaving it with no room to escape. The Onyx's trainer quickly ordered it to coil tightly, attempting to minimize the damage to its sides. However, Kingdra, having found its outlet, unleashed a relentless barrage of water guns upon the Onyx. Given the type disadvantage and energy suppression, the Onyx's resolve rapidly faltered. Its trainer, realizing that this could end in a swift defeat, commanded, Onyx, rock slide. Struggling against the pain, the Onyx raised its head, channeling rock-type energy to send sharp stones hurtling toward Kingdra. Yet, Kingdra paid no heed, sustaining a few hits while intensifying its water gun assault. Ultimately, the Onyx could not withstand the relentless barrage and collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Heavens! A single strike was all it took to bring down such a well-trained Onyx at the hands of Kingdra. The trainer's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. The commentator seized the moment to stir the crowd's emotions. Indeed, amidst the spectacle, thousands of spectators turned their attention to Kingdra, expressing astonishment. This child, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, had managed to cultivate such a powerful Pokemon. If all went as expected, victory seemed assured for him. Remarkable Kingdra, Lin Feng reflected as he observed the scene from the contestant area. This Kingdra not only matched Snivy in strength, but also possessed the advantage of abundant energy, nearing a breakthrough. It could even be said that releasing its energy was a form of relaxation for it. Snivy blinked, its eyes shining with increasing intensity. It wasn't intimidated by the strength of its opponent. The more formidable the challenge, the more it ignited its combative spirit. Oh, by the way, if you feel the urge to evolve during your match, don't hold back, Lin Feng advised. As the third wave of matches concluded, the fourth wave soon approached. Under the supervision of officials, Lin Feng and a boy made their way to venue number 9. Friend, I've been observing you. You keep Snivy cradled in your arms because it has never experienced battle, right? The boy remarked. Huh? Lin Feng was taken aback, studying his companion, a boy with a buzz cut dressed in a black t-shirt, his gaze defiant. Not at all. Why do you say that? Pokemon are meant for battle. You coddle it like that. Aren't you afraid it will become spoiled? The buzz-cut boy continued. He produced a Pokeball, pressing a button to reveal a Sandshrew by his side. I've already led it to victory in 9 matches. You will witness my 10th consecutive win. He beamed with pride. To strengthen it and overcome its weaknesses, I've trained it in the rain and had it swim in rivers. Therefore, this battle is ours to win. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. But overcoming the weaknesses of a water-type Pokemon has nothing to do with my grass-type Pokemon. Moreover, he did not endorse such harsh methods of education. Pokemon, Sandshrew gender, male ability, Sand Veil qualification, green individual values, HP 18, attack 20, special attack 10, defense 19, special defense 11, speed 12, level 14 to 16 skills, scratch, defense curl, poison sting, sand attack, rollout. Fury cutter description. Its scales become loose when soaked in water and require timely treatment. Affection level, 0. Happiness level, 25. What must one do to conquer water? Furthermore, with such strength, although the strongest in this group of 9, it would likely struggle to capture Snivy's attention. Chapter 22. If there are any issues, please consult the neighboring breeder's house. The commentator, Li Bing, let out a sigh of relief. This money is quite burdensome. He genuinely struggled to find words for commentary, resorting to excessively praising the strengths of the Dratini. Otherwise, how could he commend the trainer? Should he extol the trainer for munching on chips in the arena? Ridiculous. If it weren't for the recent financial strain, he would have preferred to avoid this job altogether. Speaking of which, I haven't seen many promising new trainers in this round. He mused while wandering around the 9 arenas, awaiting the commencement of the 4th match. In Arena 8, there was a Squirtle and a Bulbasaur. He drifted over, ready to commentate, and noted the rarity of the situation. Both trainers in Arena 8 possessed a starter Pokemon. This was a duel between Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Below, Zhang Xiaoming observed the somewhat distinct Squirtle that had been released, his expression momentarily faltering. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint what was different. Reflecting on the reprimand he had just received from the officials at the players' seats, his expression darkened. This was all the fault of that fellow, Feng Gu, who had appeared beside Qin Shu. If it weren't for him, how could Qin Shu have rejected him? He snapped. I told you, your Squirtle cannot defeat my Bulbasaur. Humph. Qin Shu paid him no heed, her delicate face brightening with delight, her lips curving into a smile. As expected, Feng Gu was right. The best approach with such people was to simply disregard them. As for whether she could win, with the sound signaling the start of the match, she promptly issued a command, Squirtle, unleash the results of your recent training. Water gun. Zhang Xiaoming let out a sneer, thinking, with your Squirtle's water gun, how could it possibly hit me? However, before his laughter could fully escape, a sharp water gun struck Bulbasaur, its speed and precision eliciting a pained cry from the little creature. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur! Simultaneously, he gazed at Squirtle with incredulity. Just a few days ago, a water gun had barely registered on it. How could it suddenly inflict such pain? All right, Squirtle, another shot. Qin Shu exclaimed in excitement upon witnessing the effectiveness of the attack. Dodge, dodge, Zhang Xiaoming urgently commanded, but it was already too late for Bulbasaur. Having already been struck, it was impossible for it to evade the water gun, honed through countless training sessions with the Vine Whip. Having watched the entire process, Li Bing couldn't help but praise. Oh, this Squirtle is impressive. Its mastery of water gun is remarkable. Yet there's something puzzling. How does it seem to possess a level of skill that one would not expect from this girl? The surprise on her face suggested she was entirely unaware that Squirtle could perform at such a level. Forget it, I should check out the other groups, he thought, shaking his head and departing to observe Group 9. Curse it, use the combination move, Sandshrew. The man with a buzz cut stared in disbelief at the vine whip snake before him. Throughout the battle, he had commanded Sandshrew to execute 3 skills: Rollout, Poison Sting, and Fury Cutter. Yet, none had posed any threat to the vine whip snake. Rollout and Poison Sting were deftly evaded, while Fury Cutter was blocked effortlessly. To the opponent, it seemed less like a battle and more like using Sandshrew as a whetstone. Is that enough? Observing the understanding demeanor of the vine whip snake, Lin Feng transmitted his intent. Vine whip. Nodding, the vine whip snake casually replied, then let us unleash the vine whip. Even as Sandshrew launched into a rollout, propelled by its own momentum and claws gleaming with a chilling light, the next moment, 2 verdant whips struck it like a wooden top, sending it crashing away. The force was so great that it flew several meters. This was the power of the vine whip. Its speed had been maximized, and, combined with the proficiency gained from forging, it could unleash a powerful strike almost instantaneously. Initially, the buzzcut man had smiled at the sight of the vine whip snake, not evading Sandshrew's combination move. But now, as the anticipated combo was effortlessly countered, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible, he exclaimed. The downed Sandshrew, having only endured a single whip, struggled to rise. You must be joking. How can your vine whip snake be this strong? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. If you have questions, you should visit Wudong Town and seek out a shop called the Neighboring Breeder's House. The secret behind your vine whip snake's strength lies within. Vine whip? The vine whip snake turned its bright amber eyes, confused. How does this involve me? Be good. It's just a little advertisement, Lin Feng subtly explained with his psychic energy. Vine whip. The vine whip snake evidently remained unaware that it had caught its trainer's attention. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. The buzzcut man nodded earnestly. Taking his leave with Sandshrew, he felt he had gained much from the match, especially after observing Lin Feng's composed demeanor before and after the victory. He realized that, as a trainer, one should remain unflappable in the face of adversity. This vine whip snake, Li Bing gazed at Lin Feng with surprise. As a gym-level trainer, his insights surpassed those of the ordinary spectators who merely attended for free. The power exhibited by the vine whip snake with that single strike of vine whip was certainly not something a typical grass-type Pokemon could muster. Moreover, judging by the mutual trust displayed between the vine whip snake and its trainer during their battle. Goodness, he thought, casting a glance toward the trainer of the Dratini in Arena 1. He silently mused. With such a grand spectacle, it wouldn't end up being a mere ruse, would it? An inexplicable impulse surged within Li Bing. Aside from the owner of Wong Supermarket, no one knew that this match was, in fact, manipulated behind the scenes. This so-called manipulation was his ability to control who would face whom after the group progressed. He needed to devise a plan to ensure that Lin Feng faced the Dratini's trainer in a pure contest. Chapter 23. Competing in the group stage. Paving the way for the children following the conclusion of the first round of battles, the second round commenced promptly, with only a brief intermission of 5 minutes. However, for the vine snake, which had expended merely 2 skills, the exertion was negligible. The second round, in contrast, unfolded rather uneventfully. The opponent was a trainer accompanied by Fiery Sparrow, whose countenance fell upon realizing he was to face Lin Feng. Despite the type disadvantage, he harbored little faith that his Fiery Sparrow could evade the vine snake's whip. It was not just his expression that soured. The faces of all contestants in Group 9 mirrored his dismay. They had already witnessed Lin Feng's prowess in the first round. Thus, their confidence in advancing through the group stage was considerably diminished. As anticipated by Lin Feng, the Fiery Sparrow opted for evasion from the outset, but was unable to escape the vine snake's whip, swiftly being brought down by a single strike. Were they in the wild, perhaps the vine snake would struggle to catch the flying-type sparrow, yet within the confines of the indoor arena, the limited space rendered evasion impossible. Next came the third round, where the opponent unleashed Pikachu. Though Lin Feng held a profound impression of Pikachu, Not every Pikachu is a deity of battle capable of overcoming type disadvantages. It was easily ensnared by the Vine Snake and summarily dispatched from the arena. Thus, the morning group battles concluded, with 9 individuals emerging victorious. In the interim, the organizers of the Baby Cup provided sustenance and afforded 2 hours of respite. As soon as the matches concluded, Qin Shu joyfully approached Lin Feng to share her success in advancing from her group. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, not particularly surprised. He had observed the circumstances in each group. Qin Shu had been fortunate. In her group, the stronger Pokemon fell victim to the type disadvantage against Squirtle, while the weaker ones could not evade the relentless water gun. Her progression through the group stage indicated that she had performed adequately alongside Squirtle. However, in her eyes, the situation was vastly different. The initial victory had imbued Qin Shu with tremendous confidence. She envisioned herself as a top-tier Pokemon trainer, standing on the grandest stage of the Pokemon Championship, battling alongside the Elite Eight. Moreover, she imagined herself victorious. Lin Feng could only smile at her enthusiasm. Qin Shu had always aspired to become a Pokemon master, basking in the spotlight as her Pokemon, and she garnered cheers from the crowd, all stemming from her diligent efforts. Yet, dreams and aspirations are never misplaced. In youth, everyone yearns to become their envisioned hero. As the 2 hours swiftly passed, the afternoon matches appeared more relaxed compared to the morning's intensity. With only 9 competitors remaining, for battles were all that stood between them and the semifinals. To optimize time, all 4 battles were conducted simultaneously, while the last contestant would receive a bye, directly advancing into the top 5. At this moment, 10 minutes before the matches began, Chi Hung, the proprietor of Wong Wong Supermarket and the mastermind behind the event, surveyed the 9 contestants who had progressed from the group stage. To be precise, there were only 8, as he had excluded his own child. These 8 trainers seemed rather conventional. Typically, such a situation would be his preferred scenario. However, one rookie trainer and his Pokemon perplexed him, Lin Feng and the Vine Snake. Throughout the 4 battles, aside from the first, where the Vine Snake employed both Vine Whip and Leaf Blade, in the subsequent matches, it had solely utilized Vine Whip to secure victory over its opponents. Although Chi Hung was not well-versed in Pokemon battles, he recognized that this newcomer, Lin Feng, was likely concealing his true abilities, perhaps for the sake of prize money or reputation. Contemplating this, he summoned Li Bing. "What is the matter, boss?" Li Bing inquired, approaching with curiosity. "I wish to see the battle arrangement chart," Chi Hung stated plainly. "Huh?" Li Bing responded, retrieving the chart while still puzzled. "But boss, this arrangement was made according to your specifications, and there are only 10 minutes until the match starts. There's one contestant I'm particularly concerned about," Chi Hung replied, scanning the chart, his brow furrowed upon noticing Lin Feng's name. "Oh, him? It seems he is received by this round. Didn't you say the earlier matches were randomly assigned, and for the final one, we could let the Dragonite swiftly eliminate the opponent?" Chi Hung shook his head. "No, this Vine Snake has yet to unleash its full potential. I feel uncertain. Change the matchup so that Su Kuan faces Lin Feng. The Fire-type Torchic has a type advantage against the Vine Snake. Let us see if we can coax out its full power." All right," Li Bing acquiesced, a hint of reluctance flashing through his mind. It appeared that his intention to keep Lin Feng's abilities under wraps was thwarted. He was about to take flight to amend the battle chart when Chi Hung called him back, donning a smile. "Li, although I may not understand Pokemon battles well, this is a matter only you and I are privy to. Should this succeed, I will double your reward." Li Bing hesitated, feeling a mix of reluctance and amusement. "Oh, that is quite generous of you, boss." Qiang nodded, beaming. After watching Li Bing ascend to the skies, his smile faded. While he may not comprehend Pokemon battles, he was astute in business. Only relationships built on mutual benefit are steadfast. Alas, this is an era dominated by trainers. Thus, he must pave the way for his child. As the clock ticked down to 5 minutes before the battles commenced, the 9 trainers gathered for the final draw. Su Kuan, accompanied by his Torchic, glanced at the assigned opponents and exclaimed, "We're matched up against each other?" He had been unaware of Lin Feng's situation while engaged in his own battle at Arena 1. Little did he expect that Lin Feng, who had yet to select his first Pokemon during the entrance examination, could so swiftly possess a Pokemon capable of advancing from the Baby Cup group stage. Lin Feng shrugged, not giving it much thought. Sukuin sighed, stepping closer to Lin Feng. Ah, it seems luck isn't on your side. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Chapter 24. The variables in the plan. Lin Feng remained nonchalant, offering no explanation. The perceptions of individuals differ significantly. To shatter such perceptions, one can only rely on facts. Ha ha, I have a buy, exclaimed Qin Shu beside him, holding a blank sheet of paper. Her laughter infectious. Lin Feng couldn't help but commend her good fortune in his heart. Indeed, fortune often favors the foolish. As the competition commenced, Li Bing's voice resonated through the microphone, instructing the competitors to proceed to their designated arenas according to their drawn numbers. Lin Feng, accompanied by Servine, made his way to the merged arenas 1 and 2, alongside Su Kuan, who was also accompanied by Torchic. Upon entering the battleground, Su Kuan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Although he had previously jested about yielding to Lin Feng, the seriousness of their clash weighed heavily on him. He was acutely aware of Lin Feng's formidable reputation, top of his class in academics, and consistently victorious in Pokemon simulation battles, renowned for his breathtaking strategies. The accolades he amassed during his school years were undeniable, and now, emerging from the group stages further underscored the prowess of his Servine. Let the match begin, the command echoed, and Su Kuan immediately issued his directive. Torchic, use quick attack followed by Ember. The Torchic darted forward with remarkable speed, enhanced by quick attack, its tiny legs propelling it with a swiftness that rivaled any human Lin Feng had known in his past life. Moreover, it adeptly unleashed a barrage of embers, causing Lin Feng to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He had never witnessed such a display from a Torchic before, indicating that Su Kuan had been concealing its potential. The embers surged toward Servine like a flurry of scattered toy water guns. Yet in that instant, Lin Feng commanded, dodge the first wave and approach it directly. Use Leaf Tornado. Despite the quick attack, the distance between them, 2 arenas apart, was manageable. To Pokemon of gym level, it might merely be a few paces, but for the diminutive creatures before them, evading the first wave of embers was effortless. Servine intuitively understood its trainer's intent. Quick attack allowed Torchic to strike swiftly, yet this reliance on lateral attacks required precise foresight to avoid self-inflicted harm. Thus, the more Servine dodged, the more chaotic the embers became. As Servine altered its trajectory and advanced, Torchic's embers scattered haphazardly, ultimately causing it to hesitate in launching further attacks. In the climactic moment, Servine leapt gracefully, executing a perfect 180-degree spin in midair. Its clover-shaped tail radiated a brilliant white light as it descended upon the Torchic. With a resounding impact, both Pokemon staggered backward. However, Servine merely experienced a gentle recoil, while Torchic was sent crashing to the ground in disarray. Lin Feng was astonished by Servine's ability to grasp his instructions so clearly without the aid of any external enhancements. Nevertheless, the battle persisted, and he promptly commanded, seize the opportunity, use Vine Whip. 2 verdant tendrils surged forth from Servine's back, aiming directly for Torchic. Get up, Torchic! Su Kuan's voice rose in urgency, driven by the realization that Lin Feng had swiftly deciphered a counter-strategy. As the tendrils approached, a surge of determination coursed through Torchic, compelling it to rise against the odds. Yet, the tendrils ensnared its limbs, suspending it in midair and subjecting it to a relentless barrage. Come on, Torchic! Su Kuan's voice grew increasingly fervent. However, above them, Li Bing had already decided the outcome of the contest. This match concludes with Servine's victory, as Torchic is unable to continue fighting. In the context of the Baby Cup, such circumstances suffice to determine the victor without necessitating a total knockout, barring any miraculous evolution. Torchic lay motionless on the ground, yielding no signs of recovery. Well done, Lin Feng praised as he approached Servine. The Pokemon's corners of its mouth lifted slightly. It wished to credit Lin Feng's guidance, yet the words eluded its grasp. Su Kuan, who had retrieved Torchic, approached Lin Feng with a resigned smile. Truly, you are far too strong. I've always sensed that your reluctance to claim first place stems not from an inability to do so, but rather from a disinterest in the title itself. Lin Feng shrugged in acknowledgement. Come visit my home sometime. The breeding house in Wudong Town offers a discount for classmates. I'll definitely take you up on that opportunity, Su Kuan replied, waving as he exited with Torchic, intent on seeking treatment for his Pokemon, while mentally noting Lin Feng's address. In the audience, Chi Heng's expression darkened as he observed the effortless triumph of Servine over Torchic. The effort he had expended, navigating relationships, organizing the baby cup, and the immeasurable time, energy, and finances invested, now seemed in jeopardy. Such unforeseen variables were intolerable. No, I must have a word with him. Chapter 25. The divergence of ideals between father and son as Qin Shu faces two buys as the competition commenced. You suggested that the Tungting snake feign a swift defeat at the hands of the Chenglong. With the conclusion of the quarterfinals, only 5 competitors remained in the arena during the intermission. The proprietor of Qi Heng, who had previously been promoting outside the Wangwang supermarket, approached him with a broad smile, inviting him to a secluded corner of the audience seating. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Qi Heng, still grinning, produced a bank card, explaining, "Young brother, you must recognize the prowess of that Chenglong. In the final match, the Tungting snake will likely face defeat. Thus, why not accept my offer? It's merely 50,000. I implore you to grant me this favor." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, refusing the proposition, and strode toward the exit. Did he truly believe that mere money could entice me into such a sham? This left Qi Heng standing, his smile frozen, before his expression soured after several moments. What an impetuous youth, unable to comprehend the implications of his actions. He paced restlessly before retrieving his phone to summon his son. "What is up, Dad?" A boy with a bag of chips entered, his eyes squinting slightly as he regarded Lin Feng. Upon seeing his child, Qi Heng's demeanor softened. When the final battle against the Tungting snake arrives, allow the Chenglong to unleash its full power without restraint. That Tungting snake is quite formidable. Understood, understood, the stout boy replied with a hint of annoyance, turning to leave while muttering about how one could win merely by calling for a water gun. Yet, a smirk crept across his lips. Feng Feng. The Tungting snake expressed its indignation to Lin Feng, furious at the human's blatant underestimation of its capabilities. Lin Feng chuckled and gently patted its head, offering solace. "Oh, consider it from another perspective. The opponent sought us out because we are undeniably strong, perhaps fearing that the championship title might slip away." The Tungting snake appeared puzzled. "Tungting? Is that so?" Lin Feng nodded earnestly, of course. Yet inwardly, he found the situation increasingly amusing. This child, while intelligent, remained woefully uninformed about the human realm. It was natural for it to be oblivious to such nuances. Gradually, the Tungting snake found merit in Lin Feng's reasoning, its anger subsiding slightly, though a simmering determination remained within. At that moment, the semi-final match commenced. Their opponent was a trainer accompanied by a fierce fire sparrow. Curiously, Qin Shu had once again drawn a bye, an occurrence that seemed rather dubious. Lin Feng cast a glance towards the sky, recalling the earlier summons, and wondered if there were any underhanded dealings at play. Against a mere level 15 fire sparrow, the Tungting snake dispatched it with ease. The grand final was set to commence around 4 in the afternoon. Victory would grant one the title of champion of the Baby Cup. 3 minutes before the final began, a chubby boy clutching a bag of chips approached Lin Feng, squinting his eyes inquisitively. "Hey, Lin Feng was taken aback. What could this boy want? He recognized him as the trainer of the Chenglong. "I heard from my dad that you are quite formidable." The boy, Chi Chong, inquired with curiosity. "Well, whether I am formidable or not can only be discerned through battle. Do you need something?" Lin Feng, still affected by Qi Heng's earlier conversation, held no fondness for this boy. Chi Chong, oblivious to Lin Feng's disdain, continued, "Then you must indeed be quite skilled, otherwise my dad wouldn't have imposed energy restrictions on the Chenglong. Honestly, I dislike having to suppress its energy transformation." Lin Feng, intrigued, responded, "Oh, why is that?" Chi Chong grabbed a chip, asking, "Want some?" Lin Feng shook his head at the droplet of saliva on the chip. It's simple. It makes the Qinglong uncomfortable. However, my dad insists I become a trainer. I'm not sure where he got the notion that temporarily suppressing the Qinglong's energy transformation could elevate its potential. I believe he has been misled without realizing it. A hint of exasperation crossed his face. Do I look like someone fit to be a trainer? It was evident he opposed his father's aspirations for him. Lin Feng replied sincerely, well, perhaps not entirely, but it's something that can be cultivated. While anyone can become a trainer, not everyone is suited for it. Traveling, challenging others, and battling at gyms, these endeavors are fraught with danger. To truly become a trainer, possessing a robust physique is essential, which necessitates rigorous training. Moreover, it was certain that in this world, human physicality could be enhanced through training, much like fighting-type Pokemon. The boy before him stood roughly 5 feet 7 inches tall, yet weighed nearly 200 pounds, his body soft and flabby. Logically speaking, such a physique was indeed ill-suited for training. Chi-Chong nodded in agreement, tossing the chips aside. Right? I feel the same. Anyway, the battle is about to start, so just focus on fighting. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me. With that, he ambled toward the battleground, his pace quickening, as if eager to step onto the stage. This was the first time Lin Feng had witnessed such enthusiasm from him during the matches he had observed. Shaking his head, he followed Chi-Chong toward the arena. In the final match, as the Tungting Snake and Qinglong took their positions on the field, the audience erupted with fervor and cheers. The championship was upon them. A moment of anticipation filled the air. One Pokemon had previously triumphed with a single water gun, while the other had displayed moves such as Vine Whip and Leaf Blade. Both Pokemon concealed their true skills, though both were beloved by Lin Feng. He held a particular fondness for the Tungting Snake, which exuded an elegant grace in battle. Chapter 26, The C-Rank Water Stone, the Uncontrolled Breakthrough of the Dragonite. A melodious cry, filled with joy, resonated throughout the arena. Accompanying this was a system notification that reached Lin Feng's ears. Congratulations, host. You have elevated the Dragonite's happiness level from 10 to 75. Rewards, 10 bags of golden nuggets, 1 magical candy, and 1 C-Rank water stone. The moment the Dragonite was released, an aura of flowing water enveloped its body. No one could fathom the emotions it felt at that moment. It had been suppressing its energy intensity, akin to an overfilled plastic bag, constantly filled with water, leading to unbearable pressure within. The ache inside had intensified, and now that it was finally unleashed, it even felt a flicker of gratitude towards Lin Feng. During this period, Lin Feng wisely refrained from issuing any attack commands to the Tangle Vine, patiently waiting for the transformation to complete. However, the initially ecstatic cries abruptly turned into cries of agony, and the creature began to writhe restlessly. This sudden abnormality immediately captured the audience's attention. What's wrong with the Dragonite? Why does it sound so tragic? The battle hasn't even started yet. Curiosity morphed into concern for the Dragonite among the spectators. Requesting a pause in the match. Upon witnessing this scene, Chi-Chang's expression turned frantic as he waved his hands towards the sky, shouting. Although he had just recently become a trainer, this Dragonite had been with him for several months. In the sky, Li Bing quickly reacted, furrowing his brow as he ordered his Shirelden to descend and assess the Dragonite's condition. The mist swirling around, it was evidently spilling from within, causing the surrounding grass to become damp. No wonder he had sensed something was amiss with this Dragonite. During battles, it had never moved, even when struck by attacks, and had shown no reluctance in expending its energy. Now it became clear that this was due to prolonged suppression. What should I do? Chi-Chong looked at Li Bing, panic-stricken, tears welling in his eyes. Yet, to his surprise, Li Bing shook his head, stating, I can only deduce that it is a result of energy suppression for too long. However, I am uncertain how to remedy this. We should wait for the medical personnel to arrive. During this transformative process, Chi-Chong hesitated to recall it into its Pokeball. Instead, he absent-mindedly picked up his phone to dial for emergency assistance. Li Bing's voice, transmitted through the microphone, echoed throughout the arena, igniting a stir among the audience. What? It intentionally suppressed its energy and then came to the baby cup to battle? Isn't that a bit excessive? Yet, they acknowledged that it fell within the rules. It merely meant that the Dragonite needed a stability stone. Clearly, the Dragonite had been under pressure for far too long, now attempting to break through all at once. It was perilous, akin to a flood overwhelming a structure. It seemed the eventual victor would be the Tanglevine. What? The opposing trainer of the Tanglevine is behaving unscrupulously, commanding it to unleash skills at this moment. Tanglevine? It seems to be in such pain. Will it perish? The Tanglevine, initially anticipating an exhilarating battle, gazed at the suffering Dragonite, perplexed. Lin Feng sighed. The energy is too overwhelming. Its body cannot withstand it. By the time the medical personnel arrive, they may be able to save it, but there will likely be residual effects. All right, Tanglevine, the match has commenced, and we must engage. I will guide you on how to battle using the power of Iwaki. Tanglevine, understood. In the grassy arena, while all eyes were on the Dragonite, the originally verdant grass unexpectedly sprouted tender shoots, which rapidly grew under the influence of grass-type energy. In no time, the grass had surpassed 0.5 meter in height, completely concealing the Tanglevine and blocking the direct line between it and the Dragonite. Vine weep. 2 green vines transformed into shadows, swiftly darting towards the bewildered Chi Chong, binding him and pulling him aside. Lin Feng exhaled deeply. It was the first time he unleashed the power of Iwaki. An invisible energy swiftly descended upon the Dragonite, carrying Lin Feng's message. Just battle normally. Let the Dragonite use water gun against the Tanglevine. This message reached not only the Dragonite, but also Chi Chong. Stunned, Chi Chong wondered where the words had originated. But at that moment, he had lost his composure and instinctively shouted, "Water gun!" Amidst the green grass, the Tanglevine's silhouette flickered, seemingly following a certain rhythm. Each time it emerged, a water gun would strike the spot where the Tanglevine had previously stood. What? No way. Li Bing's pupils constricted upon witnessing this scene. While the solution indeed lay in unblocking the Dragonite's energy, employing such a powerful skill at this moment was akin to puncturing a water-filled plastic bag. The tremendous pressure would only widen the breach. The destruction would be inwardly directed. Without specialized equipment, no one could ascertain where the rupture would occur. But the next moment left him stunned. Under the barrage of water guns, the Dragonite's expression of pain gradually eased, as if it felt no more agony. The water guns poured freely upon the grassy arena, yet none struck the Tanglevine. Grass mixer, seed bomb. Lin Feng commanded once more. With the augmentation of the grassy terrain, 2 whirlwinds quickly formed, adorned with emerald leaves, rapidly spinning towards the Dragonite, encircling it from both sides. The Dragonite instinctively released water gun. Its mastery over the water gun intensified, and the energy within its body was just a step away from complete resolution. This final step involved using seed bomb to absorb the residual energy within. Although the grass mixer on the left was dispersed by the water gun, the one on the right collided with its body, slicing through its flesh and embedding the seed bomb within. Instantly, the Dragonite ceased its movements, the expression of pain completely dissipating, and it surprisingly began to feel somewhat comfortable. Chapter 27. S-Rank Ocean Crystal, at the very least, an advanced breeder. How astonishing. I had initially presumed that the trainer of the vine snake lacked martial virtue, yet it appears that they are channeling the dispersing energy of the Dragonite. Observers with a modicum of understanding of breeding were momentarily captivated. What exquisite technique! This young man has compelled the Dragonite, ensnared in agony and confusion, to allow the vine snake to deploy grassy terrain first, causing it to lose focus, and then systematically lured the vine snake to induce the Dragonite to release water gun attacks. This significantly mitigated the damage inflicted by the dispersing energy on the Dragonite's body. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This young breeder must be at least of advanced rank. Nearby, someone incredulous exclaimed, "Wait, is this really just a high school student? You claim he is an advanced breeder?" Another individual glanced sideways and shook his head. "You must have misheard. I said at least advanced rank, perhaps even more formidable." For throughout the entire ordeal, he never issued precise commands to the vine snake, indicating that their bond has reached a level of mutual understanding. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was even more astonished. With a triumphant declaration, "Success! The Dragonite has achieved a breakthrough." The audience, previously tense, now succumbed to a wave of relief. Then an enthusiastic voice rang out. Vine snake is amazing. How could such a powerful vine snake exist? Following this, a cacophony of cheers erupted. Vine snake, vine snake. The raucous applause resonated throughout the arena, coinciding with the notification sound in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host for elevating the vine snake's happiness level from 60 to 80. Reward: 5 bags of golden fertilizer, 1 miraculous candy, and 1 special scale fruit. Pokemon, Dragonite gender, male ability, water absorb qualification, purple strength, level 22 to 25 description, a Dragonite that has successfully dissipated energy and undergone transformation. Congratulations to the host for elevating the Dragonite's happiness level from -40 to 90. Reward: 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 1 miraculous candy, and 1 S-rank ocean crystal, a legendary crystal stored in the ocean temple, infused with the power of the sea, immensely beneficial to water-type Pokemon. Sigh. Listening to the harmonious cheers from the audience, Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Clearly, all of this was part of his meticulous plan, yet everyone's attention was fixated on the vine snake executing the moves. It was disheartening, akin to feeling envious of his own Pokemon. Nevertheless, upon receiving the ocean crystal and a special scale fruit, Lin Feng's spirits lifted once more. His diligent efforts were indeed rewarded. The ocean crystal would eventually be placed beneath the water reservoir for Milotic's use. The vine snake's sudden surge in happiness made him reflect. He had not miscalculated, as this vine snake relished battles and accepted cheers. With the stability of its energy now palpable, the Dragonite's joy was unmistakable. The pool attendant behind it was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, it had been in a life-and-death crisis, and now, after an incomprehensible battle, the Dragonite had transformed and even achieved a breakthrough. Uncertain, he queried Dragonite. Roar. The Dragonite swiftly glided across the grassy field, indicating that it felt splendid, better than ever. The little chubby boy, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears, exclaiming, "You scared me. I thought something terrible would happen." This caused the vine snake in the grassy terrain to pause, perplexed. Venus Nake. Wait a moment. It's currently bonding with its trainer. Lin Feng noticed the vine snake's frustration. It felt as though it had been interrupted mid-battle, akin to an ant crawling on its skin. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, it refrained from voicing any complaints and quietly remained in the grassy terrain, awaiting its turn. At this moment, it sensed the energy within itself stirring, just on the verge of evolution. Perhaps that moment was now. The vine snake calmed its emotions and quelled the restless energy within, striving to evolve in the optimal state. Approximately 1 minute later, prompted by the audience's gentle reminders, the pool attendant finally realized he was still at the competition venue. He immediately stood up, gazing at Lin Feng, who was still waiting patiently, displaying a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. After a moment's contemplation, he solemnly declared, "I concede this match." As his words fell, the arena fell silent, but soon discussions arose once more. However, this time, the conversations were predominantly filled with acknowledgement and relief. Conceding? It was indeed time to concede. The young man across had effectively salvaged his Dragonite. I had judged too hastily. I initially thought this chubby boy was merely suppressing energy, unwilling to accept anything less than victory, yet, nonetheless, this was for the best. The gap between the vine snake and the already elite Dragonite was simply too vast. Huh. The vine snake's trainer, surprisingly, did not agree. What could this mean? Although Lin Feng's expression remained calm, he was somewhat taken aback. After all, his father had invested so much in this match, and conceding now would render much of that effort futile. Of course, it was also possible to achieve another outcome. Currently, the majority of the audience was praising the chubby boy's decision to concede. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. If the concession was born out of gratitude for the vine snake assisting his Dragonite, it was entirely unnecessary, for his vine snake truly required a battle imbued with pressure. His voice was soft, yet it resonated through the arena via the surrounding amplification devices. Vine snake. The grassy terrain, previously released, became increasingly vibrant at this moment. a pair of orange-yellow eyes brimming with anticipation. Roar! The Dragonite seemed to sense the vine snake's yearning and erupted with a spirited battle cry. Very well, Dragonite. Use water gun. Upon hearing this, the pool attendant ceased his modesty, wiped away his tears, and issued the command for water gun once more. However, compared to the previous chaotic water gun, this time it was executed with precision and authority. The vine snake's silhouette darted swiftly across the grassy terrain. The water gun struck where it had previously been, washing away a considerable patch of grass. Observers could see that the current Dragonite was significantly stronger than before. Seed bomb. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The parasitic seeds previously buried within the Dragonite were not merely for aiding its energy release. One by one, the seeds began to sprout on the Dragonite, siphoning its stamina. Dragonite, use Ice Beam. Chapter 28. Evolution, the power of the Ivy Snake and the Dual Grass Whirlwind. Finally, Chi-Chong issued commands for skills other than water gun. In truth, he had no desire to become a trainer, to venture out and challenge gyms. How exhausting! It was far more appealing to remain at home, comfortably guarding the supermarket. With this mindset, Chi-Chong was quite unfamiliar with battles between Pokemon. After realizing that water gun was ineffective, he instinctively called out for Ice Beam. A frosty blue beam of energy erupted from the mouth of his Dragonite, seemingly aimless, landing on the spot where the Ivy Snake had just appeared. The area, previously struck by water gun, was rapidly being restored by the energy of the Ivy Snake. However, upon contact with the icy blue beam, the damp ground responded with a crackling sound as it froze, rendering the newly sprouted grass extremely fragile. This frost continued to spread across the grassy field, effectively separating the terrain between them. It was evident that Dragonite was utilizing this method to diminish the advantages of the Ivy Snake and constrict its movement. Yet, the powerful release of Ice Beam triggered the germinating parasitic seeds within Dragonite, which emitted a pained cry as it bit down on one of the sprouted seeds and forcibly extracted it. Vineweep. Within the remaining grassy area, two verdant vines emerged, ready to strike. In the grass, locating the Ivy Snake proved challenging, so it opted to wait for an opportunity to reveal itself, whether through Vine Whip or the Grass Whirlwind. Seizing the moment when the Ivy Snake made its move would reveal its current position. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Despite not having heard a command from the trainer, this Dragonite was able to respond so swiftly. How clever! Lin Feng chose the latter approach. Although the Ivy Snake would suffer more in the clash of energies, this was the only way to ensure it sustained minimal injury. At that moment, the energy within the Ivy Snake seemed to be ignited by the icy shards, a radiant light coursing from its tail throughout its body. The light of evolution. The Ivy Snake, which was on the brink of evolving, had its energy fully awakened. Unlike Dragonite's tumultuous evolution, this transformation was seamless, utilizing the energy from its evolution to shatter the ice. Its form began to elongate, its height of 80 centimeters quickly stretching, becoming more slender. As the glimmers of light faded, the once proud Ivy Snake was replaced by the confident and smiling Servine. Pokemon, Servine gender, female ability, contrary potential, red individual values, HP, 25 attack, 21 special attack, 26 defense, 25 special defense, 24 speed, 31 strength, level 21 to 25 skills, Leaf Blade, Grass Whirlwind, Glare, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Magical Leaf. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly commanded, Dual Grass Whirlwind. The Servine in the air, upon hearing Lin Feng's command, calmly descended, its tail shimmering with green light. In an instant, a towering grass whirlwind, 2 to 3 meters high, spiraled down toward Dragonite. The icy shards shattered upon contact. But the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before the eyes of all spectators. Boom! The whirlwind struck Dragonite with tremendous force, producing a thunderous roar akin to an explosion. As the aftershock subsided, Dragonite staggered, several wounds appearing on its body. After breaking through, it was taken down in a single blow. Meanwhile, Servine landed gracefully on the ground, turning to reveal a smile to its trainer. Clearly, it had emerged victorious in this battle. Congratulations to the host for raising Servine's happiness level from 80 to 95, awarding 3 bags of intermediate fertilizer, 1 intermediate rare candy, and 1 energy cube for ability development. A reversal, an astonishing turnaround. Initially believed to be the undisputed champion of the match, Dragonite was unexpectedly challenged by a formidable opponent. From Dragonite's gradual pressure on Servine's space to its precise opportunity to locate Servine, it was evident that it had given its all. Yet despite this, Servine managed to evolve under Dragonite's immense pressure and subsequently executed a decisive strike. How thrilling, truly exhilarating. Is this the caliber expected in the Baby Cup? Such power in the whirlwind is simply unbelievable. Li Bing, standing atop his Shirelden, began to passionately narrate the events. There was no denying the numerous twists and turns. At the onset, when Dragonite was injured, he assumed the champion of this match would undoubtedly be the trainer of Servine. However, he was astonished when Dragonite's trainer deftly guided it to disperse its internal energy. Just when he thought Dragonite's breakthrough would secure victory, Servine unexpectedly evolved under such immense pressure, launching a counterattack. Throughout the match, he had been observing Lin Feng's expression. He noted that while the boy's face occasionally displayed fluctuations, he remained remarkably calm when addressing Dragonite's energy dispersion and witnessing Servine's evolution. This indicated that he possessed absolute confidence in both matters. Yet, even while handling Dragonite, he had not approached it closely, daring to command from several meters away. What level of breeder was this? Contemplating this, Li Bing turned to the audience. As you can see, when Dragonite was injured, it was Lin Feng who facilitated its recovery. This undoubtedly proves that Lin Feng is not only an exceptional trainer, but also a skilled breeder. Now, would you like to know where this breeder hails from? The audience, already captivated by the intense battle, was in a state of heightened excitement. Without hesitation, they responded, "We do." "Oh my, is he truly a breeder? Are there such young breeders in Wudong City? Let me guess, which family does he belong to?" Chapter 29. The tail flame across the sky. Riddles of Exum. Lin Feng cast a curious glance at Li Bing in the sky, surprised to find that the one assisting him was the commentator above. He had assumed that he would have to wait until the end of the competition for the reporters to swarm around him, providing him an opportunity to boast about his nurturing shop. As Li Bing descended, Lin Feng cleared his throat, pondering how he should fabricate his response. "Li Bing, may I ask, Lin Feng, as the champion of this Baby Cup, you swiftly identified and resolved the issues with the Dragonair during the competition. Are you a breeder? If so, could you kindly share which breeding house you belong to?" Lin Feng, indeed. "I have been learning the art of breeding from my parents since childhood, and now, after 12 years, I can confidently say that I can discern any Pokémon's condition with just a glance. As for the breeding shop, it is a quaint establishment called Neighbor's Breeding House located in Wudong Town." He then glanced at the green vine snake, cradling it gently. "Do you see this? Its skin is smooth and radiant, with an exceptional level of energy control. This Pokémon has thrived on the energy cubes produced by Neighbor's Breeding House since its youth. Currently, our shop offers maintenance energy cubes and stamina energy cubes, guaranteed to be made with pure, natural ingredients. You will no longer have to worry about your Pokémon's appearance or stamina issues, and we can address various Pokémon ailments. Supplies are limited, and you can also enjoy the beauty of—" "Oh wait, I haven't finished yet." Seeing Li Bing move the microphone away, Lin Feng felt a tinge of regret. Green vine snake? It remained in a state of bewilderment as it was lifted into the spotlight. Was it being used for advertisement? Li Bing was equally embarrassed. The live broadcast was airing on the Pokémon Battle Channel in Wudong City, and countless viewers were undoubtedly watching. He had inadvertently turned this into an advertisement. Cough, cough, as you can hear. Neighbor's Breeding House welcomes interested friends to come for a visit. Now, we have our final match. I wonder if Chi-Chong will be able to participate. However, after hearing Lin Feng's words, the audience's curiosity about the little shop named Neighbor's Breeding House surged. Some had even begun to search for it online. Ultimately, the final match did not take place. Chi-Chong's Dragonair had completely lost its fighting capability and would not recover in time. Therefore, Lin Feng claimed the first prize, while the second place went to Qin Shu. After the group stage, she had not engaged in any battles, effortlessly securing the second position. It could be said that throughout the competition, she was indeed the chosen one. After the match concluded, a throng of reporters surrounded Lin Feng, inquiring about his background, such as which school he trained in and his current level as a breeder. Then came the award ceremony, where the host, Qi Heng, presented the award to Lin Feng with a complex expression. Undoubtedly, the baby cup he organized had been a resounding success, with high viewership and a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, in the end, the fruits of victory were not claimed by the person he had envisioned. However, reflecting on the event, had it not been for him, the entire baby cup might have devolved into a tragic incident. Furthermore, he was such a young breeder. Contemplating this, he sighed, realizing that a talented trainer and breeder like him should not be offended. Thus, when it came time to present the award, he wore a smile. First prize, 1 egg of the starter Pokemon, an 88000 shopping card from Wong Supermarket, and a chance to guess the egg at the Wong Supermarket headquarters. The first item, an 88000 shopping card, was directly handed to Lin Feng. The egg of the starter Pokemon would be available for selection within a week, as the source had yet to arrive. Lastly, there was the egg guessing game at headquarters. This intriguing game was divided into 2 parts, blind guessing and open guessing. The headquarters would present 30 eggs before the contestants. In blind guessing, a black cloth covered the Pokemon eggs, and contestants could only touch the eggs to feel their texture and temperature, attempting to discern their identities. Success was achieved by correctly guessing 25 eggs. According to Qi Heng, the hidden eggs typically boasted superior quality compared to those in open guessing. The Wong Supermarket headquarters was located in Changsha City, the capital of Hunan Province. The egg guessing game was always open, allowing Lin Feng to participate whenever he wished. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the competition officially concluded, and the audience began to disperse. Lin Feng, with his hands behind his head, strolled out of the arena alongside the green vine snake. Although it was already 6, the sky remained bright, with the golden sunset casting a brilliant red hue across the heavens. A trail of white and crimson clouds stretched from the east of Wutong City to the west, resembling the aftermath of a missile cutting through the sky. Such a fortune. Behind him, Qin Shu gazed at the shopping cart in her hand, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her delight. Given Qin Shu's modest background, purchasing a Squirtle had already strained her family's finances. She could hardly afford to lavish money on nurturing it. However, with this shopping cart, she could comfortably manage the early stages of Squirtle's upbringing. Well, perhaps she could boast to her parents and grandfather about her second-place victory in the Baby Cup and the substantial shopping cart she had received, which would alleviate her worries about Squirtle's food expenses for quite some time. Ecstatic Lin Feng, meanwhile, gazed at the tail flame in the sky, momentarily entranced, before making his way toward Wong Supermarket. The trail left by the flame resonated with his innate strength, allowing him to sense the presence of a Dragonite. Chapter 30. The messenger dragon is that Lin Feng, who just secured first place in the Baby Cup. Beneath the bright lights of the supermarket, a young lady clad in a red uniform curiously scrutinized Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the attendant, pondering how he had already garnered recognition so soon after the match. Was it due to his striking looks? In the next moment, the young lady's gaze shifted to the green vine snake beside him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, this must be the green vine snake. So cool and impressive. Lin Feng. Despairing, he felt exhausted. The green vine snake swiftly retreated behind Lin Feng, clearly disliking the attention it was receiving. Lin Feng awkwardly nodded and led the green vine snake away from the area. His purpose for this outing was to purchase some fruit saplings and then visit the Pokemon League to see if he could apply for a Rotom. With his newfound fame, Lin Feng anticipated a surge of visitors to his breeding facility in the coming days. Relying solely on the few orange and peach trees at home would not suffice to produce enough stamina energy cubes and antidote energy cubes. Furthermore, he needed to acquire some blackberry trees for maintaining energy cubes and dragonfire trees for crafting ability-enhancing energy cubes. A breeding shop's foundation lies in possessing energy cubes with varying effects, yet the core still rests on the breeder's personal skill. However, these saplings are quite expensive. Lin Feng gasped at the sight of the saplings in the pot. It's no wonder that breeders in the agriculture sector are struggling. The most basic orange fruit tree sapling costs $1,500. One must understand that growing a sapling into a tree is not a guaranteed success. It requires considerable time and care to cultivate the appropriate growth conditions. To make matters worse, some rare fruit saplings were simply absent from the supermarket. Ultimately, Lin Feng purchased 15 orange fruit tree saplings and 15 blackberry tree saplings, along with some blackberries and orange fruits, totaling $48,000. Good heavens! He had spent over half of his $88,000 shopping cart. As he exited the supermarket, the sky over Wutong City had darkened. Accompanied by the green vine snake, Lin Feng made his way to the Pokemon division of the Donghua League, where he quickly explained his request. Before long, the staff led him to the mobile store that cared for Rotom within the league. Unlike other leagues' treatment of Rotom, the Donghua League had specific conditions for a trainer to embark on a journey with a Rotom. The trainer must graduate from the novice trainer category and become an official trainer. Only then could they be eligible to bond with a Rotom. Currently, Lin Feng remained a novice trainer, yet he owned a dedicated breeding shop, which granted him the qualification to possess a Rotom. Lin Feng surveyed the available Rotom and found them all quite similar. Thus, he chose a red Rotom that approached him eagerly, spending 250,000 to capture it in a Pokeball. He then meandered outside the city, opting not to take a taxi or wait for a bus, but rather to stroll along the road leading to Wudong Town. Fortunately, the July night sky shone brilliantly, with moonlight cascading like mist upon the road, while the summer chorus of frogs echoed. No one could discern whether the croaking in the fields belonged to the croaking bubble frog. The green vine snake, somewhat puzzled, followed Lin Feng without questioning his motives. Lin Feng smiled at it, saying, "You should enter your Pokeball for now. We'll call you out once we're home." A shadow passed through Lin Feng's senses, reminiscent of the fiery tail that had streaked across Wudong City earlier that afternoon. Surely, it couldn't be the Dragonite that Shi Hung had summoned? Lin Feng scoffed internally, but then reconsidered, wondering if he was overthinking it. How could the head of a branch supermarket in Wudong City possibly harbor such a formidable Pokemon? The shadow drew nearer, stirring a gentle breeze as it halted before him. A colossal creature, standing over 3 meters tall, with a benign expression. Its head sported 2 short antennae, and its earthy yellow body resembled a miniature dragon with diminutive wings. Without question, this was a Dragonite. A satchel hung from its waist. "Oru, greetings, human. Yuwu, I am a messenger, gathering thoughts from young trainers." Lin Feng, somewhat bewildered, accepted the envelope handed to him. Upon opening it, he found only a blank sheet of paper with neatly printed characters. "What do you believe is the significance of Pokemon's existence?" This was a question posed to him. Simultaneously, as he tore open the envelope, a faint psychic energy enveloped him. Lin Feng was startled, but remained composed. His unique constitution instilled in him a sense of confidence when facing any Pokemon. After sensing the energy, he grew more intrigued. It bore no harmful intent, but served solely to document his current location. Coupled with the peculiar question and the familiar aura of this Dragonite, a thought suddenly struck him. Could this be the trial of that artificial divine beast testing humanity? Gazing at the paper in his hand, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 31. Mewtwo's Satisfactory Response. The Significance of Pokemon Existence. Lin Feng, holding his pen, pondered for a moment before inscribing a statement. Existence itself embodies a form of significance. No creature possesses the right to question or evaluate the meaning of another's existence. And that includes you. He carefully placed the paper into an envelope, sealed it, and then retrieved a substantial bag of stamina energy cubes from his storage sphere, presenting it to Dragonite, who looked on in bewilderment. "After a long journey, I appreciate your effort in delivering this letter. Please convey a message to the recipient of the envelope. Is your experience truly representative of the entirety of this world? The world is vast, if given the chance. Venture out and embrace the ordinary life, for it is through such experiences that you will come to understand the world in its entirety." Upon receiving the bag of energy cubes Dragonite eagerly sampled one, its eyes lighting up instantly. Congratulations, the host has increased Dragonite's joy level from 40 to 60, awarding 3 bags of premium gold dust, 1 high-grade rare candy, and 1 high-grade special scale fruit, which significantly enhances a Pokémon's special attack and speed upon consumption. Noticing the system's announcement, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The increase in joy level was modest, yet the rewards were unexpectedly generous. Was it true that the greater the joy level of a Pokémon, the more bountiful the rewards? Lin Feng felt he had discerned another characteristic of the system. Dragonite, grabbing a handful of energy cubes, munched on them with delight, nodding enthusiastically. With the envelope in tow, it spread its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The speed was enviable to Lin Feng. Would he ever have the opportunity to capture a flying Pokémon? He wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. It was merely a false alarm. He had no intention of summoning the Ivysaur, instead making his way home under the night sky. At that moment, in the Kanto Alliance region, on a solitary little island within a castle-like structure, a pink humanoid Pokémon gazed at the letter in its hands. The significance of Pokémon existence, combat, companionship, helping me to become a formidable trainer? Of course, it was about battle. I revel in the exhilaration and fervor of Pokémon battles. I simply adore Pokémon and wish for them to accompany me. Can you make Dragonite my Pokémon? This line of thought mirrored the lessons it had learned from Team Rocket. Thus, was war and plunder the essence of Pokémon existence? Or perhaps this was merely how humanity perceived the value of Pokémon existence. Anger simmered within Mewtwo. Its overwhelming psychic powers surged within the castle, causing the entire island to tremble slightly, the sky dark as ink, stirring the surrounding waves and instilling fear in those who beheld it. So, I was created for war and plunder, was I? Very well, I shall unleash. At that moment, Dragonite flew in, a satchel in tow, clutching a bag filled with energy cubes gifted by Lin Feng. It was reluctant to consume the last one. Is this a new batch of letters? Mewtwo forcefully suppressed its anger, using telekinesis to take the satchel from Dragonite's grasp. As it arranged the envelopes for inspection, it noticed Dragonite gazing longingly at a bag. What is that? Show me. Dragonite hurriedly attempted to conceal the bag behind itself, but its short arms proved insufficient. This action only piqued Mewtwo's suspicion further, prompting it to use its psychic abilities to snatch the bag. Dragonite. It wished to resist, but recalled the earlier sight outside. Ultimately, it decided against it. It had already consumed enough. There was no need to suffer a beating over a morsel. 1. Energy cube. Gazing at the contents of the bag, Mewtwo's brow furrowed. Why conceal an energy cube so carefully? The cube floated gently upward and unafraid of toxins. Mewtwo took a cautious bite. Upon merely chewing, its eyes brightened. Its mindset subtly shifted, anger dissipating. Swallowing the remaining energy cube, Mewtwo casually inquired, where did this energy cube come from? Dragonite, bearing the burden of humiliation, pointed a claw toward a specific envelope within the mail. Mewtwo picked up this envelope. Upon first glance, it was momentarily taken aback. Then its expression grew serious. Though the envelope contained but a single sentence, it captivated Mewtwo's attention for several minutes, ultimately leaving a hint of satisfaction and relief on its face. It reflected, after so long, I finally have a response that pleases me. Nearby, Dragonite was taken aback. It knew this powerful Pokémon had long sought an answer to a pressing question. To this end, it had rescued many imprisoned Pokémon from Team Rocket and brought them to this island to deliver messages, all in search of a resolution in the human world. After a lengthy quest, having delivered letters to numerous humans, it had yet to receive a satisfactory answer. Now, had it finally found one? Dragonite hesitated, but ultimately conveyed Lin Feng's words. Mewtwo, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation, gradually lifting the corners of its mouth into a smile before bursting into laughter. Ha! To experience ordinary life and explore the relationship between humans and Pokémon? Excellent. I shall see if this truly allows one to grasp the bond shared between humans and Pokémon. The following morning, Lin Feng's mind resonated with the sound of the system's reward announcement. Congratulations. The host has elevated Mutwo's joy level from -40 to 40, awarding 5 bags of premium gold dust, 1 elite rare candy, 1 shard of holy ash, which can resurrect deceased beings before decomposition, and an individual value breakthrough potion, a potion that enables Pokemon to surpass their limits. However, it was evident that Lin Feng's attention lay elsewhere. It was focused on Ivysaur. Chapter 32. The Nurturer and Green's evaluation. The events leading up to this moment truly began last night. A standard Pokeball lacks the capability to isolate a Pokemon's perception of the outside world. Thus, the Ivy Snake could distinctly sense the presence of the Dragonite outside, and could surmise why Lin Feng opted to confine it within the Pokeball. It was merely a matter of having sensed the Dragonite's existence and fearing danger, prompting its capture. Consequently, the Ivy Snake was left feeling indignant, as if to say, "You actually put me inside a Pokeball? Am I not your Pokemon? Shouldn't I be the one protecting you?" It shot an angry glance at him. And even by this morning, Lin Feng had yet to appease its ire. All right, I'll make it up to you. This is the last time," Lin Feng declared with earnest seriousness. The Ivy Snake rolled its eyes once more and nodded, indicating a temporary forgiveness. Lin Feng sighed in relief, finally seizing the opportunity to examine the rewards bestowed by the system. A potion for individual value breakthroughs? This reward. Lin Feng swallowed hard. He had anticipated that Mutwo would react to his words, but he never expected such a monumental response, directly granting him something so extraordinary. This prompted a deep reflection within him. The individual value breakthrough potion was indeed remarkable. After contemplating for a moment, he retrieved it. A glass vial containing a milky white liquid materialized in his palm. Upon uncorking it, an enchanting aroma wafted into the air. "Here, Ivy Snake, this is a reward for you. A delightful treat." The Ivy Snake gazed skeptically at the vial, harboring doubts that Lin Feng had produced it merely to curry its favor. Nevertheless, trusting Lin Feng, it accepted the vial and took a sip. This tastes just like those delectable candies." As the liquid slid down its throat, the Ivy Snake felt an overwhelming enhancement throughout its being, instantly finding satisfaction in this token of apology. It couldn't help but extend its red tongue to lap at the remnants of the liquid within the vial. Pokemon, Ivy Snake gender, female ability, contrary qualification, golden individual values. HP, 252 attack, 211 special attack, 262 defense, 251 special defense, 242 speed, 313 strength, level 23 to 26. Upon reviewing the data from the investigative eye, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a nod of approval. It had indeed transcended the limitations of ordinary Pokemon, with its speed soaring to an impressive 313. Even its level had seen an increase. As for why he hadn't given it to Milotic, that was because Milotic already possessed a Water Stone and Ocean Crystal. When it came to his Pokemon, he believed in equitable distribution, ensuring none were overlooked. Rotom reminds you that someone is waiting outside. The voice of Rotom, soaring through the air, interrupted Lin Feng's musings. So soon, Lin Feng glanced at the time, astonished. Although the previous night's reputation had surely made waves, he hadn't expected visitors to arrive so early the following day. It was only 6 o'clock. The bus to Wudong City had only just departed. "Yes, master." The red Rotom attached to your phone chimed in with a crisp tone. Pokemon, Rotom gender, genderless ability, levitate qualification. Blue. This Rotom had been purchased yesterday, affixed to his smartphone, enabling Lin Feng to access any unprotected information online in real time. Additionally, Rotom could detach from the phone and attach itself to various electronic devices, briefly assuming their attributes. For instance, when attached to a refrigerator, it could autonomously cool. Adopting ice and electric types, when attached to a washing machine, it could wash clothes, assuming water and electric types. Master, your dazzling performance at the Baby Cup yesterday caught significant attention, with numerous short video creators posting highlights on Douyin. Would you like to take a look? Rotom gently explained to Lin Feng. Let me see, Lin Feng replied while hurrying to wash up. A significant part of his decision to purchase Rotom stemmed from its proactive nature in introducing its functionalities. All right, master. Rotom promptly projected an image. The screen displayed Lin Feng commanding the ivy snake to gradually release the accumulated energy from the Dragonite. Wow! Lin Feng glanced at the publication time and the number of likes, his heart racing. The upload time was undoubtedly last night. Yet the likes had already surpassed 100,000, with comments numbering in the thousands. Even assuming a ratio of 10 views per like, at least 1 million people must have clicked on this video. Would you like to open the comment section? Yes, let's take a look. Lin Feng replied eagerly. As he scrolled through the comments, he noted, "Wow, incredible, absolutely synthesized. This video is too fake. I've read so many books and have never seen such a young advanced nurturer. Groundon, why can't you fly? The above commenter is a fool. This video was officially released by Wudong City's television channel, so how can it be fake? Please, League, distribute an ivy snake. Wow, the nurturer green, is this real? Red, I'm curious why you received such a highly rated comment in that video. It truly is impressive. Charizard, my god, it's really red. Brothers, this is the real red. I just want to see Charizard once in my lifetime. Please give me a chance." Overall, after a brief glance, Lin Feng felt relieved. The majority of comments were favorable, with only a few expressing nonsensical criticism. To his surprise, it had even attracted the attention of the Nurturer Green and the Battler Red. Lin Feng clicked on their profiles, observing the millions of followers each had, and couldn't he help but gasp in astonishment. Undoubtedly, these were genuine accounts. As he washed up, he pondered, and once finished, an idea emerged in his mind. Since the attention surrounding him was so substantial, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to cultivate his Douyin account as well. Chapter 33. The bustling breeding house at long last. It had arrived. After hastily freshening up, Lin Feng hurried to the entrance, calling out, "Rotom, remember to record." Rotom activated its recording function, tasked with capturing the moment and editing a video in preparation for developing their Douyin account. As the doors swung open, Lin Feng was taken aback by the throng of people gathered outside. It was only 6 in the morning, yet dozens had already assembled. Some sat at the doorstep, while others rested along the cobblestone path. Among them, a few held selfie sticks, chattering animatedly. "Here they come, everyone. The breeding house in Wudong Town has finally opened its doors. Let's go in and discover what makes this little shop so special." One young man, sitting on the steps of the breeding house, unable to contain his excitement at the sight of the open door, made to enter. Wait, Lin Feng called out, quickly hanging a wooden sign at the entrance. "Each energy cube is limited to 3 per person per day." This was a necessary measure. Observing the crowd, Lin Feng suspected that if there were no limits, the energy cubes he had painstakingly prepared the previous night would be snatched up as soon as they entered. His primary concern was ensuring that as many Pokémon as possible could enjoy the energy cubes he had crafted, as every new Pokémon delighted brought special rewards. Isn't it a bit premature to set such rules right after opening? The first young man to approach hesitated, and the customers behind him frowned in discontent. It seemed unwise for a newly opened shop to impose restrictions without any promotional activities. Such a policy did not reflect well on customer respect. Facing their skepticism, Lin Feng responded sincerely, "I apologize. I truly did not expect such a swift turnout. We have limited supplies, and I wish for every person and Pokémon to have a chance to try them. I hope for your understanding." His amiable demeanor eased the tension among the frowning crowd. Moreover, Lin Feng appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, possessing a charmingly youthful visage. They chose to remain silent and entered the shop. Inside the breeding house, the layout was quite simple, featuring several glass display cases akin to those found in bakeries, showcasing various energy cubes. Outside the counters, there were samples available for tasting. On either side, Lin Feng had arranged the spicy berry, peach fruit, orange fruit, and some vegetables he had gathered from the breeding grounds. Alas, in the early days of the breeding house, the offerings were rather limited. "Wow, everyone, we've stepped into the breeding house. The first thing that catches the eye are the energy cubes. Just look at their vibrant colors. They appear to be of excellent quality," one observer exclaimed. "But the true test lies in how the Pokémon respond to them." "Excuse me, can we sample these energy cubes?" the young man asked Lin Feng. He nodded affirmatively, adding, "Of course, but if the Pokémon is too large, it's best not to summon it indoors." The youth acquiesced, retrieving a Pokeball and releasing a bee drill into the room. The crowd turned their attention to the demonstration, eager to witness the Pokmon's reaction to the energy cubes. Pokmon are inherently perceptive creatures, capable of discerning the benefits of certain foods. The young man selected an energy cube made from Lin Feng's specially crafted fruit. Beedrill delicately pierced the cube with its stinger and consumed it. For a moment, it froze in place, its wings buzzing softly in the silence. "What's wrong, Beedrill?" its trainer inquired, concerned. In the next instant, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "Congratulations. Beedrill's happiness level has increased from 20 to 60. You have earned 10 bags of reward cash, 3 rare candies, and 1 dragon fruit, which can enhance defense individual values when consumed regularly by Pokemon." With this, Beedrill sprang to life, gesturing toward the energy cubes with its stinger, buzzing excitedly as if it were a girlfriend urging her boyfriend to purchase a watermelon. "Is it that delicious?" The young man with the selfie stick was momentarily stunned, but quickly resumed his commentary. "It's clear my Beedrill enjoys these energy cubes immensely. The label states they are stamina energy cubes, designed to restore vitality after battles. How much for one, boss?" Lin Feng had already prepared the price, 1,000. The young man hesitated, mulling over the cost. 1 energy cube weighed barely a pound and could last a Pokemon 3 days at most. At that price, it seemed rather steep. However, if these cubes could indeed restore significant stamina in a short time, they would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset for trainers traversing the wilderness. Curiosity piqued, he decided to purchase a cube and swiftly departed the breeding house, eager to unveil the shop's true nature while capitalizing on the current trend. Witnessing this exchange, others followed suit, summoning their Pokemon to sample the offerings, and many opted to buy a cube for their Pokemon to try. To Lin Feng's surprise, the morning crowd was relatively sparse, but after 8 o'clock, the number of customers swelled. Some chose to purchase 3 cubes, while others opted for 2. By around 9:30 in the morning, the energy cubes had sold out completely. At that moment, a somewhat hurried figure entered the shop, the very young man who had been the first to sample the products. Chapter 34. Abundant Rewards. A sigh of the times, is there any more of the stamina energy cubes? The young man inquired eagerly as he stepped through the door. His name was Luan Ming, a dedicated energy cube evaluation streamer. Shortly after he exited, he hastily found a spot to assess the efficacy of this stamina energy cube. He had his Beedrill expend over half of its stamina before consuming several stamina energy cubes. Within 3 minutes, the signs of nearly complete recovery became evident. What does this imply? The D-grade stamina energy cubes he purchased from the Donghua Alliance lacked such effectiveness. Not to mention, those energy cubes were sold for 3,000 coins each within the Alliance. Furthermore, the energy cubes sold in this quaint shop not only tasted superior, but seemingly lacked the usual resistance associated with standard energy cubes. This conclusion was drawn from over an hour of trials with both Beedrill and his second Pokemon, Snorlax. Remarkably, even after consuming all the energy cubes, Snorlax's energy replenished rapidly, providing it with a significant sense of fullness. Oh, how fortunate! Knowing the secondary benefit of these energy cubes brought immense joy to Luan Ming. He truly could not afford to keep Snorlax any longer. It had been 6 months, his savings had vanished, and his aspirations of purchasing a vehicle had dissipated. Were these energy cubes not exceptional? Of course, he knew. Apologies, but today, as energy cubes have sold out, you will have to wait until tomorrow. Observing the occasional arriving customers, Lin Feng could only flip the sign indicating a limit of 3 purchases per day to reveal the other side, boldly stating sold out. What ist? They sold out in just 2 hours? Gazing at the empty glass display case, Luan Ming uttered in disbelief. "I'm sincerely sorry. Since it is the first day and we were unprepared, today must be this way. Would you like a few spicy berry fruits instead?" Recognizing Luan Ming as the initial streamer, Lin Feng filled a plastic bag with several spicy berries and handed it over. Luan Ming, uncertain how he accepted the bag of spicy berries, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. Had he known earlier, he would have purchased 3 portions, however. The thought of tomorrow's availability brought him some comfort. He would be the first in line. In the afternoon, as the sun blazed overhead, the influx of visitors drawn by the videos gradually dwindled. Lin Feng exhaled, feeling relieved that no one else would likely arrive in the short term. He swiftly closed the door and drew the curtains before the floor-to-ceiling window. Thus, even if someone were to come, he would not open the door again. Vine, vine. The adjacent gloom called out weakly. Among the visitors, not all came to purchase energy cubes. A small number were drawn by its charm, eager to pet the gloom upon entry. Though Lin Feng ultimately declined this request. Perhaps you should hide in the treehouse tomorrow, he chuckled, bending down to rub its face, retracting his hand just in time as it shot him a dangerous glare. He began to review the day's harvest. The system's notification sound had been incessant, with Pokemon expressing delight from consuming energy cubes. Eventually, Lin Feng opted to mute the system notifications. Upon inspection, he found that he had amassed over 300 packets of golden gravel and more than 60 pieces of miraculous candy, with these numbers still on the rise. Most notably, he had received an array of special rewards: Soil Sand, X5, Special Scale Fruit, X3, Dragon Sunny Fruit, X2, D-Grade Firestone, X1. A glance revealed over 20 additional special rewards, causing Lin Feng to nod appreciatively. Among these special rewards, one item particularly caught his attention: the Dragonfire Fruit Tree Seed. It required planting near land rich in energy, taking 3 years to sprout, 10 years to grow into a tree, and 30 years to bear fruit. This information made Lin Feng's eyelids twitch. The Dragonfire Fruit was the primary fruit used to create specialized energy cubes. The 30-year fruit-bearing timeline did not deter him. He recalled that the system had previously awarded him 5 portions of premium golden gravel. In addition to the system's special rewards, Lin Feng also noted the day's sales figures. He instructed Rotom to summarize. The total revenue for the morning is 185,000. Rotom announced cheerfully. Such a sum. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Although most of the materials for today's energy cube production were sourced from Wang Supermarket, the total expenditure was merely a few thousand coins, all covered by shopping vouchers. This meant that the 180,000 coins represented pure profit. Gazing at his balance, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. It seemed he was no longer short on funds. In the Donghua Alliance, where the 3 starter Pokemon averaged around 300,000 coins, a sum exceeding 100,000 was akin to what an average person earned in a year. Forget it. I won't dwell on this too much. It's best to plant the fruit trees first. Shaking his head, he resolved not to let financial considerations cloud his mind. Nonetheless, he recognized the importance of nurturing Pokemon. For instance, Gloom relished the thrill of battle. He would need to pursue opportunities to train it as a trainer in the future. Additionally, he pondered the mystery surrounding his parents' disappearance. Once he grows stronger, he must investigate further. Based on his estimates, his father Scyther was not weak. It had been one of the top gym-level Pokemon in Wudong City. Such a presence, by all accounts, should not encounter significant danger in common wild areas. Yet, it had still vanished, leaving no trace or message for Lin Feng. At the very least, he hoped for some certainty regarding their fate. Sighing, Lin Feng carried a selection of planted fruits and vegetables toward Grandpa Chin's home. To plant trees, he would naturally need to borrow his family's Diglett. Sometimes, he wondered whether he should purchase another Diglett from a different Pokemon breeding house specifically for tilling the land. However, after some contemplation, he dismissed the idea. This task had been entrusted to Grandpa Chin's Diglett. Acquiring another might inadvertently hurt the feelings of that innocent little creature, which he wished to avoid. The borrowing process went smoothly. In fact, the Diglett eagerly provided him with a portion of soil sand. However, upon receiving the fruits and vegetables, Grandpa Chin expressed curiosity about how Lin Feng's plantation had produced results so swiftly. To this, Lin Feng could only fabricate a tale, claiming he had previously tilled a patch of land and planted seeds there, attributing most of the credit to Gloom. Grandpa Chin did not press further, merely marveling at how extraordinary Pokemon truly were. He then sighed, lamenting that during his own era, the study of Pokemon had not been as widespread as it is today. Chapter 35. The Silver Feather. As Lin Feng stepped into the plantation, he found himself momentarily stunned. The atmosphere was infused not only with the essence of Milotic, but also several other Pokemon. Following the scents, he quickly discerned the identities of the remaining Pokemon. 3 Rattatas, a Pidgey, and a Spearow. All of them lay beside the reservoir, their fur and feathers dampened, evidently drenched by Milotic's water gun. As Lin Feng approached, a cascade of shimmering water flowed down, and a radiant figure darted past, breaking the surface and glimmering under the sun's rays. "Yo, what are these?" Despite his suspicions, Lin Feng chose to inquire. Engaging in proper dialogue could foster a deeper bond with the Pokemon. Since evolving into a Milotic, its intimacy rating had only soared, now reaching 99. "Yo, these Rattatas were attempting to pilfer those spicy berries. Perhaps overwhelmed by Lin Feng's presence, or perhaps due to its nature," Milotic stammered slightly. "Well, what happened next?" Lin Feng smiled gently, encouraging it to continue without haste. "Yo, then I knocked them down, and those 2 flying Pokemon." The Pidgey only swooped down after spotting the Rattatas below. This time, Milotic's message was much clearer. Lin Feng observed the Pokemon. The 3 Rattatas ranged between levels 11 and 13, the Spearow between 15 and 17, and the Pidgey between 17 and 19. It was no surprise that Milotic had successfully taken him down. "Yo." Milotic's tone suddenly turned somber and anxious. "Yo, a few fruits were stolen." Lin Feng was taken aback, initially puzzled. He recalled that Milotic had evolved from a Phoebe. Despite a significant boost in strength and talent, its timid nature remained. Gently, he patted Milotic's head, channeling a soothing energy that enveloped it in a comforting green glow. Witty banter was effective only against powerful foes like Mewtwo. But with a Milotic that had been captured and cherished, Lin Feng opted for direct reassurance. "Do not worry, just do your best. Even if a few fruits are lost, or this plantation is destroyed, nothing is more important than you." This statement rang true for Lin Feng. To him, this land was merely a patch of earth. Even if it were ravaged by a deity, he could always find another place to cultivate a new plantation or establish a nurturing homestead. But his Pokemon were irreplaceable. They represented the few connections he had in this world. Yo. The sincerity of his sentiment rendered Milotic momentarily speechless, and in the next instant, crystalline tears streamed from its eyes. "Congratulations, the intimacy with Milotic has reached 100. Reward, Silver Feather, a rare feather unique to the legendary sea deity Lugia, enhancing special attack by 15-50 for Psychic and Flying-type Pokemon, applicable only to Pokemon above the Gym Leader tier." Milotic's emotional response resonated deeply within Lin Feng, and coupled with the system's reward of the Silver Feather, he felt a mixture of amusement and nostalgia. Pokemon are such simple creatures. The 3 Rattatas had completely lost consciousness, while the Spearow and Pidgey could only flutter their wings, having been thoroughly subdued by the torrents of water. It appeared that both flying Pokemon had contemplated escape, but, after being struck down by Milotic, had long since abandoned the notion. After some contemplation, Lin Feng produced 3 Pokeballs, capturing the 3 Rattatas before turning his attention to the 2 flying Pokemon. Spearow. Under Lin Feng's gaze, the already irritable Spearow seemed even more enraged from the earlier water assault. It flapped its wings, seemingly intent on launching a thunderbolt attack. Yet before it could act, Lin Feng swiftly seized its wing, rendering it immobile despite its struggles. This left his Snivy astonished. "My trainer just captured a Spearow? Could he have captured me back then?" "Ah, you hot-headed creature, attempting to steal food and attack humans?" Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He had initially considered keeping either the Spearow or Pidgey as aerial support for the plantation, to monitor areas beyond Milotic's sight. Ultimately, however, it seemed that the Spearow could not be retained. With another Pokeball, he captured the Spearow and finally focused on the Pidgey. Species, Pidgey gender, male ability, keen eye potential, blue individual values, HP 21, attack 21, special attack 18, defense 17, special defense 17, speed 23, level 17 to 19 skills, gust tackle, quick attack whirlwind, air cutter, steel wing intimacy 0, it does not comprehend your intentions, happiness -5. No longer daring to invade human territory for Rattatas. This Pidgey possessed commendable potential. Lin Feng assessed after reviewing its stats. Pidgey. In contrast to the Spearow's temper, the Pidgey exuded a more gentle demeanor. It flapped its wings, indicating that it had merely descended to capture the Rattatas and had no designs on the plants below. I understand, Lin Feng acknowledged. Though capturing Rattatas was rare in the Pokemon realm, it was not unheard of. However, the fact that it had dared to venture into human territory for a meal suggested it was indeed quite hungry. Thus, Lin Feng retrieved a stamina energy cube and, channeling his soothing energy, asked, Pidgey, would you like to reside with me? All meals provided. And all I ask is that you keep an eye on the plantation and ensure the Rattatas do not intrude. As for the Rattatas, he could only sell them to the League. Chapter 36. How strong is considered strong? BB Bird gazed longingly at the energy cube in Lin Feng's hand, its mouth watering uncontrollably. However, it managed to restrain itself and cautiously inquired, BB, can you help me become stronger? This question caught Lin Feng off guard, prompting him to ponder, how strong is considered strong? BB, BB, exclaimed BB Bird. In the forest, a fiery sparrow has evolved into a large-mouthed sparrow, seizing our territory and injuring many of our kin. The frustration of BB Bird was palpable. Their territory had been invaded, forcing them to abandon their home and endure hunger. As it spoke, its loathing for the invaders intensified. Very well, I can fulfill that request, Lin Feng replied readily. A newly evolved large-mouthed sparrow likely possessed strength comparable to that of a gym leader. Although their current plantation could not yield Pokemon of gym level, Lin Feng was confident that nurturing BB Bird to that caliber would not take long. With that in mind, Lin Feng produced a rare candy. Hearing Lin Feng's agreement, BB Bird showed no hesitation and devoured the candy immediately. As it felt a surge of energy within, it looked at Lin Feng with delight. Lin Feng couldn't help but muse how naive it was. A mere verbal promise from a human was enough for BB Bird to trust so completely, consuming whatever was offered without a second thought. From now on, you shall guard the crops in this plantation. You may pick whatever you desire, and your regular task will be to prevent small Rattata and similar Pokemon from entering the fields. As Lin Feng channeled the power of the everlasting oak, a cascade of green luminescence enveloped BB Bird. The injuries left by the water gun of the large-mouthed sparrow healed entirely within mere seconds. This was Lin Feng's first time utilizing the healing ability of the everlasting oak, and he was pleasantly surprised by its effectiveness. BB Bird flapped its wings in astonishment, marveling at its swift recovery before attempting to soar into the sky. Lin Feng was untroubled by the prospect of it flying away. The rare candy was the key to keeping it close. Congratulations, host. BB Bird happiness level has risen from 10 to 60. You have received 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 3 rare candies, and 1 high-speed movement skill disc. Before long, BB Bird perched atop a tall pine tree outside the plantation, its sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, fully alert. Water, land, and air, everything was in place. Soon it conceived an idea. The orange fruit grew abundantly and could be planted along the edges of the plantation to obstruct prying eyes. After all, the secrets within the plantation should not be exposed too early. The fragrant fruit trees grew tall, so Lin Feng decided to plant them by the roadside, providing shade during the summer months. Both types of fruit replenished the Pokemon's stamina, with the fragrant fruit yielding a greater quantity, while the orange fruit had slightly better effects. As for the dragonfire fruit seed, Lin Feng chose to plant it beside the water reservoir. After selecting the locations, he picked 2 spicy berries and handed them to the burrowing mouse, which had gazed longingly at the berries multiple times. Please dig the holes in the marked spots. My friend, the burrowing mouse grinned amiably, accepting the 2 spicy berries and carefully placing them on the ridge before diligently excavating the holes as directed by Lin Feng. It enjoyed savoring its rewards after completing its tasks, and Lin Feng did not object. Undoubtedly, the burrowing mouse was exceptionally skilled in agricultural work. This may have been influenced by Grandpa Qin, who, despite his age and inability to perform many chores, disliked idleness. Thus, Qinshu's parents had bought a burrowing mouse to keep him company and alleviate his burdens. Meanwhile, The large-mouthed sparrow sprayed water to assist with irrigation. Once all the fragrant fruit and orange fruit trees were planted, Lin Feng asked the burrowing mouse to till another patch of land for watermelon seeds he had purchased. In the end, as the burrowing mouse looked on with joy, Lin Feng presented it with a hefty bag of spicy berries, instructing it to come to the cultivation house whenever it wished to eat. However, the dragonfire fruit next to the water reservoir required a special grade of golden fertilizer. While Lin Feng could showcase ordinary golden fertilizer in front of the burrowing mouse, the special grade was something extraordinary. Special grade golden fertilizer could enhance plant growth efficiency by 300 to 1,000 times. Even at the lowest efficiency, the special grade golden fertilizer could expedite plant growth such that a single day equated to nearly a year, perhaps as soon as the fertilizer was applied. The seeds would sprout. Taking the dragonfire fruit seed, Lin Feng placed it in the hole beside the water reservoir under the curious gaze of a large-mouthed sparrow. After merely covering it with a layer of soil, he sprinkled the special grade golden fertilizer on top. The fertilizer swiftly absorbed into the earth, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng couldn't resist nodding at the green vine snake, saying, "Good. Within a month, you'll be in for a surprise." The green vine snake looked curiously at the buried seed, puzzled. "In a month, you'll understand," Lin Feng teased, feeling that revealing more now would be futile. The green vine snake had a tendency to be contrary, but at this moment, that trait offered little assistance. Thus, keeping it in suspense was a kindness. The green vine snake cast a resigned glance at its trainer, its curiosity piqued by the trainer's character. "Oh, and there's this." Lin Feng retrieved a long, prism-shaped, pale blue crystal from a system space. The crystal shimmered with iridescent light, exuding an air of extraordinary energy. Undoubtedly, this was an S-class treasure, the ocean crystal, said to sustain the operation of the ocean temple. Large-mouthed sparrow, please place this in the center of the water reservoir and bury it in the soil. The large-mouthed sparrow carefully grasped the ocean crystal in its beak and swam downstream. As the crystal touched the water, the entire reservoir seemed to shimmer, radiating a rich energy until the crystal was buried beneath the surface. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded in approval. With the ocean crystal, the water in the reservoir would gradually transform into energy-rich water, providing excellent support for the growth of large-mouthed sparrows. When the large-mouthed sparrow finally lifted its head, its expression conveyed a sense of bliss. "Ah, this feels wonderful, a sensation of pure comfort." Lin Feng produced a water stone from the system space and handed it to the large-mouthed sparrow. This gesture made the large-mouthed sparrow tremble with emotion. As if on the verge of tears, having endured hardship and lived in murky waters, such an idyllic environment was both a source of joy and bittersweet nostalgia for it. Lin Feng gently patted its head, reassuring it that brighter days lay ahead. The large-mouthed sparrow then submerged itself in the water reservoir. Having attended to the large-mouthed sparrow's needs, Lin Feng shifted his gaze toward the lush green pasture nearby. With a sigh, he contemplated the necessity of cutting the hay. At this moment, he mused that perhaps raising a flying mantis wouldn't be such a bad idea. At least it would spare him from the toil of harvesting grass. Yet, despite his fleeting thoughts of idleness, Lin Feng dutifully picked up a sickle and commenced his labor. Chapter 37. Squirtle. Can I defeat Dragonite? The arrival of Mutuo. While Lin Feng diligently toiled in the plantation, a pink, humanoid Pokemon descended from the skies above Wutong Town, a sly smile gracing its lips. Ordinary life. Very well. The first destination shall be chosen based on your location. Should I find your answers unsatisfactory, I will obliterate this place. With that, Mutuo gradually descended, transforming into a flamboyantly dressed youth in a pink short-sleeve shirt, carrying a backpack and adorned with 6 Pokeballs at his waist. He casually strolled toward the neighboring breeding house. That concludes today's video. I hope you all will show your support by giving it a free like. Among the first 1,000 followers, I will draw 10 lucky recipients for mysterious gifts. Inside the breeding house, Lin Feng had just finished editing the day's footage and promptly uploaded it to Douyin. The content was straightforward, showcasing the lively atmosphere of selling energy cubes alongside the scenic views of the plantation, including clips of the working Pokemon, Gloom, Milotic, and Sandshrew. Even a newly captured Pidgey station on the pine tree was featured. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Should I consider hiring an employee? The thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. If he had to oversee every detail of the plantation and store, it would lead to perpetual worry. Thus, recruiting a staff member seemed quite necessary. At that moment, a commotion outside captured Lin Feng's attention. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. On the cobblestone path, it appeared a battle was unfolding between trainers. On one side stood Qin Shu with her Pokemon, Squirtle. On the other, a boy clad in a pink short-sleeve shirt accompanied by a Dragonite? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, confirming he indeed beheld Dragonite, and a perplexed expression emerged on his face. Unable to contain himself, he activated his detection eye. What appeared before him were 2 panels. Pokemon, Dragonite gender, male ability, overconfidence potential, red individual values, HP 24, attack 29, special attack 26, defense 25, special defense 24, speed 27, strength, level 67 to 69 skills, roost, dragon breath, dragon tail, wing attack, hyper beam, flamethrower, body slam. Pokemon, Mewtwo gender, genderless ability, pressure potential, divine individual values, HP 28, attack 31, special attack 31, defense 28, special defense 29, speed 31, strength, level 99 skills, confusion, telekinesis, Psyshock, origin pulse, life dew. What? Has it arrived so soon? The moment Lin Feng glimpsed Mewtwo's information, he was struck with a wave of astonishment. He never anticipated Mewtwo would come so swiftly. On the cobblestone path, gulp, Squirtle stared up at the Dragonite, whose head loomed larger than its entire body. It swallowed hard and glanced back at its trainer, seemingly asking, "Really? Am I expected to fight Dragonite? Can I win? Perhaps I should just forfeit." Qin Shu, noticing the uncertainty in Squirtle's eyes, let out a silent sigh. While she was somewhat bold, she was not so reckless as to believe her newly trained Squirtle could contend with Dragonite. Yet, the boy before her did not appear much older than herself. Hence, she extended an invitation for a trainer battle, stipulating terms and setting the stakes at a wager of 100 to 1,000. Winning would yield rewards. Losing would incur cost. This format was generally suited for novice trainers. Mewtwo paused. It had received word that human trainers relished witnessing Pokemon battles with clear outcomes. Yet, before the battle even commenced, the opponent was conceding. Indeed, Brother Feng had once remarked that engaging in futile endeavors was meaningless. With a sorrowful expression, Qin Shu handed over 100 yuan to Mewtwo and recalled Squirtle. Mewtwo accepted the money, momentarily taken aback by the situation. "Hey, Brother Feng, so many people have come to town today. Are they here for your breeding house?" Although she had lost 100 yuan, Qin Shu turned and smiled brightly, walking away with a light step. "You should assess your challengers better. This is akin to kicking a steel plate." Lin Feng teased Qin Shu, then gazed at the Dragonite soaring in the sky. Its crimson wings and fierce demeanor, coupled with a disdainful gaze, stirred something within him. This was the extraordinary power of this world. One day, he too would cultivate the gloom into such a formidable being. No, even surpass it. But for now, Lin Feng chose to quietly step forward, shielding Qin Shu behind him. Unexpectedly, a greenish figure darted in front of him. Sensing the presence, it approached. Indeed, Mewtwo casually greeted him. Since there was no immediate confrontation, Lin Feng surmised that the visitor must have come for some form of evaluation and felt no need to harbor fear. Lin Feng feigned surprise. Has it truly arrived so soon? Then, adopting a contemplative demeanor, he remarked, "There are currently no inns or accommodations available in town. But I'm looking to hire a picker and a cashier with meals and lodging provided and a monthly salary of 10,000. What do you think?" Originally, Lin Feng intended to mention offering comprehensive social insurance. However, given that Mewtwo was, after all, a Pokemon, there was a chance it might not understand such matters, which could expose him. If it were to take offense and leave, that would not bode well. "Brother Feng, I can do this job." Chapter 38. Mewtwo bewildered by aroma. If that is the case, why not seek someone outside instead of her? Very well. You shall assume the role of cashier. You will commence work at 6 in the morning, and as for when you shall finish, you may leave once all the day's preparations have been sold, but no later than 4 in the afternoon. Meals will be provided, but accommodation will not, as there are no available rooms. Mutuo may stay in the room once occupied by his parents. All right, thank you, brother. Qin Shu instantly brightened up with joy. Will I truly experience an ordinary life? Mutuo inquired, perplexed. How would you know if you do not try? Lin Feng offered a vague answer. With a scoff, Mutuo found humor in the response. Contemplating his immense power, he thought, if necessary, he could simply obliterate this place. Qin Shu, having received good news, seemed to forget everything she intended to say to Lin Feng and dashed towards home. Wait, Lin Feng called after her, tossing a key. Remember to come to work at 6 tomorrow morning. Qin Shu caught the key, her happiness magnified. Under the orange-red sunset, her steps were light, and she hummed a cheerful tune. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the silent Mutuo. Come inside. Mutuo followed quietly. Just tell me your name and address, Lin Feng stated in an official tone. Mutuo, from the Kanto region, New Island. Mutuo? What a peculiar name. A trainer from Kanto crossing the ocean to here is quite extraordinary. Lin Feng chattered on, diligently recording the information without a hint of surprise that a champion-level trainer had arrived in the Eastern Hua Alliance. Follow me. Once the information was logged, Lin Feng treated Mutuo like any other, leading him to the plantation. He plucked a ripe pepperberry and asked, Do you see these ripe fruits and vegetables? Your task will be to harvest them daily and store them in the storage bowls. You may also need to assist me in planting some seeds from time to time. Mutuo, transformed into human form, raised an eyebrow. His immense psychic power manifested as invisible hands, gathering all the ripe pepperberries, suspended in the air. Like this? Lin Feng was taken aback. Mutuo explained, I'm a psychic being. Even better, your salary will be doubled. Lin Feng showed no signs of surprise, merely thinking that indeed one needed a powerful psychic Pokemon. In truth, most psychic Pokemon could not achieve such precise control. They would merely crush the berries, causing them to burst. Hence, Lin Feng desired an extraordinary psychic Pokemon. Mutuo, of course, was indifferent to human currency. However, what intrigued him was that within mere minutes of arriving in this small town, his previously agitated mind felt inexplicably cleansed and strangely calm. Why was that? As night fell, Lin Feng said, I'll prepare a room for you shortly. For now, let us eat. He beckoned to the pine tree above. The latter flew down, puzzled. The Pidgey was also a new companion, and Lin Feng chose to share meals with any Pokemon capable of enjoying energy cubes in the room. Dining alone was a manifestation of solitude. Pidgey, come eat. Lin Feng extended his arm, allowing it to perch on him. He felt the sharp claws gliding over his skin without pain, which sparked a sense of novelty within him. Pidgey only understood the act of eating, oblivious to the concept of dining. After placing energy cubes in the water for Milotic, Lin Feng, accompanied by his Gloom and Pidgey, proceeded toward the breeding house. Mutuo hesitated for a moment before following suit. Upon returning home, Gloom sat gracefully on a chair, waiting for its trainer's offering. Pidgey, meanwhile, looked around. In this house devoid of sky, it felt somewhat stifled, causing discomfort. Fortunately, Gloom soon noticed its unease. 2 vine whips extended to draw open the curtains before the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing the evening glow to flood the room. Pidgey settled down considerably, casting a grateful glance at Gloom. Mutuo stood aside, feeling like an outsider, yet an unprecedented sense of fulfillment filled his heart. It was only when a series of knocks sounded that he stepped into the kitchen, where Lin Feng was busy chopping steak. Of course, it was just an ordinary animal. While the vegetables at home were delicious, meat was also essential. As a divine breeder possessing master chef skills, Lin Feng excelled in this area. The knife deftly sliced through the steak, and after rinsing it with a bit of flour and water, he dried it with absorbent paper and cut it into small pieces, completing the preparatory work. He then poured a little canola oil into a frying pan and waited for it to heat to about 60 to 70% before placing the steak inside, cooking it slowly over low heat. During this brief interlude, he took another pot, chopped a large white radish, and cut the rib sections into chunks. placing them into the same clay pot, along with ginger and seasonings. He added clean water. How well can you control your psychic abilities? Mutwo, confirming that this human was indeed speaking to him, nodded. Very good. Now, help me regulate the heat. Mutwo. Lin Feng, however, busied himself with opening the second gas burner. Mutwo, a sense of helplessness washed over him, but he chose to amplify the flames with his psychic abilities. Just then, the steak was nearly cooked. Adding a pinch of sea salt and a sprinkle of rosemary leaves completed it. The dipping sauce was simple, just a flavor of pepperberry. The pan-seared steak was a B-grade culinary delight, with the effect of reducing ice-type Pokemon damage by 10 for a short duration upon consumption. After sought, a few side dishes, Lin Feng served them all on the dining table and called out to Mutwo, "It's ready." He then lifted the lid of the clay pot, simmering the soup. The beef soup was a B-grade delicacy, exuding a rich aroma, and drinking it would bring tranquility. Evaluation effect. A bowl of steaming soup warms the heart, does it not? Is it done? Mutwo ceased his psychic focus. In the kitchen, all that filled his mind were two words: so fragrant, so fragrant. He felt as though he might be entranced by the aroma. Yet, in the unseen realm, a green, shimmering thread remained connected to Lin Feng, representing the power of stability in emotions. Chapter 39. The Life of Ordinary People. Gazing at the bountiful spread of delectable dishes before him, Mutwo could not help but swallow hard. The food appeared utterly mouth-watering. Lin Feng proceeded to equip the ivy snake and the Pidgey with their respective energy cubes before making his way to the refrigerator, where he retrieved a generous bottle of the peach fruit juice he had prepared earlier. He poured a cup for the ivy snake, Mutwo, and himself. The B-grade ice drink maker utilized peaches as the primary ingredient, extracting the juice and adding a hint of fragrant lemon juice, which tempered the sweetness of the peaches while enhancing the rich fruit aroma. Culinary effect. Nothing invigorates the spirit quite like a chilled fruit juice on a summer day. Consuming it brings a delightful boost to one's mood. The ivy snake consumed its drink with ease, occasionally sipping the juice. Conversely, the Pidgey exhibited some hesitation, yet ultimately succumbed to the allure of the culinary delights and indulged heartily. After a moment of silence, Mutwo, beckoned by Lin Feng, settled down beside him and mimicked Lin Feng's use of chopsticks to enjoy the meat. Congratulations to the host for elevating Mutwo's happiness level from 10 to 30. Reward: 1 bag of premium golden muck and a bent soup spoon. Then, seemingly on a whim, Mutwo took a sip of the peach juice. That evening, after tidying up the dishes, Lin Feng prepared a bed for Mutwo and commenced the production of energy cubes. The following day, as dawn broke, a considerable number of individuals were already gathered outside. Lin Feng brought out all the energy cubes he had manufactured and prepared to arrange them on the counter. Mutwo, having risen early as well, utilized its psychic abilities to levitate all the energy cubes, watching Lin Feng intently. Your psychic prowess is truly remarkable. You can control all these energy cubes with such precision, Lin Feng praised with a smile, instructing Mutwo to position the cubes in their designated spots. Tasks that would typically take Lin Feng and the ivy snake at least half an hour were accomplished in merely 10 seconds under Mutwo's capabilities. Observing the doubled quantity of energy cubes compared to the previous day, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, confident that his nurturing house would endure through the day. Just then, the door to the nurturing shop swung open. An exuberant Sheen Shu stood outside, calling out, "Make way, everyone make way. Please line up, don't rush. Why are there so many people?" Once the door fully opened, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the scene outside. Logically, one would expect the highest influx of customers on the first day, tapering off thereafter. Thus, he anticipated that the number of visitors to the nurturing house would dwindle over time. However, witnessing a crowd that had doubled since yesterday left Lin Feng momentarily speechless. Among them were many familiar faces from the previous day, resulting in an unexpectedly high turnout on what should have been the second day of operations. Guys, this is the place. This shop allowed me to witness the sunrise at 4:30 in the morning. Yesterday, Luan Ming returned, holding a selfie stick for a live broadcast. After hastily uttering this statement, he eagerly shouted, "Boss, boss, I want 3 energy cubes for stamina." As Qin Shu picked up a nearby plastic bag and ready to fill it with energy cubes, Lin Feng halted her, gesturing towards the counter at the entrance. Your station is right there. Just weigh and check how many energy cubes each customer buys, and then collect payment. Qin Shu was taken aback. Huh, it's that easy? Lin Feng nodded. Most customers here had come after watching Baby Cup's videos, thus recognizing Lin Feng as the proprietor of the nurturing house. Upon hearing this, they began filling bags with energy cubes. Although the quantity appeared significantly larger today, the swift would seize the opportunity while the slow would miss out. Qin Shu bit her lip, feeling an odd sensation that the money seemed almost too hot to handle. Yet, as she observed the line forming, with each person paying several thousand, her mind momentarily went blank. So much money. Some individuals even purchased the fruits and vegetables priced at dozens of dollars per pound in the corner. The illusion swiftly transformed into a perception that money could be easily earned. However, she knew well that earning money was not simple, especially in Wudong Town, where opportunities were scarce. Facing an expanse of previously cultivated wilderness, few trainers were willing to venture forth, compounded by the lack of a Pokemon Center in Wudong Town, which was half an hour's drive from the city center, further deterring visitors. In her childhood, when Uncle Lin and Aunt Yi were around, the town was somewhat lively. She recalled how well Uncle Lin made energy cubes, attracting trainers from the city who sought to purchase them. During that time, her mother operated a small Pokemon rescue station in town where injured trainers from the wilderness would come for treatment, allowing life to be relatively comfortable. Unfortunately, after Uncle Lin and Aunt Yi disappeared, that vibrancy vanished. The town's popularity dwindled day by day. Could Feng Gu restore this place to its former glory? The thought emerged unbidden in the young girl's mind. Observing Qin Shu seamlessly integrate into her work, Lin Feng nodded appreciatively and then took Mutuo for a stroll around the plantation. The watermelon seedlings had sprouted and even reached a height of 1 meter. At this rate, they would likely bear fruit in 5 to 6 days. The grass that had been cut yesterday had already regrown to 1/3 of its original height. It seemed he could consider raising a few milking cows or riding goats to produce fresh milk, thereby maximizing the culinary effects of his divine nurturing abilities. He pondered the opportunity to reach out to the livestock farmers in Huqiao village and contemplated expanding the scale of the nurturing house. These thoughts flitted through Lin Feng's mind. Is this what an ordinary life entails? Mutuo suddenly inquired. Isn't it just a part of it? There is much more for you to experience. Isn't there? Lin Feng replied, gazing at the pine trees outside, where the Pidgey diligently surveyed its surroundings. Would you like to go out for a walk? To see what ordinary people are doing at this hour? Chapter 40. The mole rat loves Grandpa Qin, and Grandpa Qin loves it too. On the stone path, numerous farmers were diligently clearing weeds in the rice paddies on either side, or utilizing some Pokemon powder to fend off pests. The morning light gradually crept over from the fields, illuminating the path. Lin Feng, accompanied by Mutuo, walked along the stone path, the Pokemon silently following him toward the fields. In contrast, Lin Feng greeted the farmers lining the rice paddies. Ah, Lin boy, up so early. I heard you've been competing outside, bringing quite a crowd to your breeding shop. Impressive, just like your father, exclaimed one farmer. Who is that child with you? He looks rather delicate. It was not until they reached a channel of the river that Lin Feng paused. A slightly hunched figure was tirelessly shoveling mud from the riverbed, the water continuously washing over him. Even in July, the morning river water retained a certain chill. Above him stood a nervous-looking mole rat. Grandpa Qin, what are you doing? Lin Feng hurried over, puzzled. Oh, it's you, little Feng. Grandpa Qin looked up, wiping his brow, revealing a warm smile. He began to chatter. I heard that Shuju has started working at your breeding shop and that you're paying her quite well. That one do. Your shop is just starting out and needs funds. She is just a girl. How could she be worth so much? Just give her a little. Lin Feng nodded. I will consider that. If her performance isn't satisfactory, I will reduce her wages. He refrained from boasting about his wealth, understanding that it was best to follow the elder's lead in conversation. Grandpa Qin sighed. You see, it hasn't rained for many days, and the water level has dropped significantly. While the rice is already matured and doesn't require much water, the vegetables still need to be irrigated. The mole rat above grew anxious, wanting to jump down and help its owner shovel mud, but the rushing water and its shorter stature posed significant obstacles. All right, you go about your work. Grandpa Chin waved his hand dismissively. I will be finished shortly. Lin Feng glanced at the water level. Indeed, it had decreased considerably compared to a week ago. This was troubling news. The crops in the entire town depended on the water from this river, and the Pokemon in the surrounding fields relied on it for drinking as well. If the river were to dry up, the ensuing troubles would be immense. Lin Feng instinctively thought of Milotic, wondering if its rain summoning could cover such a vast area. He would need to find time to test it. Is this the relationship between humans and Pokemon? Mutuo, who had been observing silently, could not help but inquire. Mutuo remained silent, but was profoundly shaken. For the first time, it found itself grappling with a deep confusion regarding the human before it. It seemed unfamiliar with the concept of love. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded and posed a thought-provoking question. Do you not consider the well-being of your Pokemon? Mutuo blurted out, I have no Pokemon, but immediately realized its current identity, pausing and falling into silence. After a long moment, it asked, do trainers who control Pokemon in battles also love their Pokemon? Control Pokemon? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but did not rush to explain, simply stating, follow me. He led Mutuo toward the breeding house until they reached a tall pine tree outside the plantation, looking up at a Pidgey perched above. This Pidgey was captured yesterday in the plantation. It told me that after a Spearow evolved into a Fearow, it drove its kind from their territory. At this moment, the sunlight became slightly blinding. The Pidgey, noticing Lin Feng's gaze, flapped its wings and gracefully descended, finally landing on his shoulder, its sharp eyes softening. Clearly, the delicious meal from the previous day had completely won its heart. Mutuo stood in astonishment, unsure of what to say until it noticed a crowd gathered near the breeding shop, where it seemed a Pokemon battle was about to commence. It pointed toward the commotion, asking, isn't that battle merely for the entertainment of humans through Pokemon fighting? Huh, Lin Feng chuckled. What about the power of Pokemon? Pokemon are creatures innately inclined toward growth and strength. Moreover, most Pokemon possess simple natures, if not guided properly. Do you know what might become of them? In other words, you have psychic abilities. Can you truly refrain from using them for your entire life? Before the complete development of Pokemon studies, conflicts among Pokemon species were rampant. Even now, some disputes between Pokemon remained irreconcilable, such as the tension between the Pidgey on Lin Feng's shoulder and the Spearow. Mutuo fell silent again, having never contemplated such matters. As Lin Feng continued to lead it toward the crowd, he remarked, guiding and channeling their power is paramount. The battle was between a male and a female trainer, with the crowd granting them ample space in the clearing. In the Donghua Alliance, battles between novice trainers could occur anywhere, provided they did not disturb others' daily lives. The male trainer's Pokemon was a Chase Spin, while the female S was a Pidgeotto, with type advantages and level discrepancies. The outcome was inevitable. The Pidgeotto's trainer emerged victorious. After the battle concluded, Lin Feng softly stated, "This is my power of Tokiwa, a force that allows me to perceive the emotions of living beings. You can now sense the emotions of everyone and every Pokemon present and see if there are any feelings of discontent." A greenish energy enveloped Lin Feng and enveloped Mutuo, bestowing upon it the fleeting ability to sense the emotions of Pokemon. Chapter 41. The Game of Mutuo, the joyous embrace of the female trainer and her rocket Pidgey, victorious against their opponents, echoed amidst the cheers of the surrounding spectators and the eager anticipation of their Pokemon companions. At this moment, Mutuo had momentarily disregarded the formidable power of the Tokiwa force emanating from Lin Feng. Instead, it sought to explore the depths of this power within all present, seemingly in search of a Pokemon that harbored resentment and a desire to break free from control. However, after a thorough search, it only noted the defeated Hakuriri, despite a moment of despondency, quickly regained its spirit with the encouragement of its trainer. Such warm and natural emotions were something Mutuo had never witnessed during its battles with Team Rocket, who merely sought to dominate Pokemon and plunder their resources. A look of confusion crossed Mutuo's visage. Could have misunderstood all along. Brothers, look who I found. It's Lin Feng, the owner of the breeding shop. As the competition concluded and the crowd began to disperse, a voice rang out, drawing every gaze towards Lin Feng. Wow, I've heard that he's a high-level breeder. The energy cubes from his little shop are truly exceptional, delicious, effective, and cheaper than those sold by the Pokemon League. Indeed, after my Pokemon feasted on them, they became utterly captivated, now eager to engage in training they previously shunned. Lin Feng, are you here to watch the battle? Or do you wish to partake in a Pokemon contest yourself? Faced with the enthusiastic inquiries of the crowd, Lin Feng waved his hands dismissively. No. Engaging in Pokemon battles in front of such a crowd would only lead to an endless stream of challengers after the first match. What a pity, remarked the girl who had asked, a trainer of Rocket Pidgey, who initially considered challenging Lin Feng upon noticing the Pidgey perched on his shoulder. Seeing Lin Feng's disinterest, the group of young trainers swiftly turned their excitement towards arranging a second bout. This sparked a new idea in Lin Feng's mind. Perhaps he could establish a small Pokemon battle arena here. With a larger crowd and greater renown, the sales of his energy cubes would surely increase. After all, there are myriad ways to bring joy to Pokemon, and delicious treats are but one avenue. The flamboyant boy in pink had vanished. A light envelope drifted down from the sky, landing precisely in Lin Feng's hands. As he grasped the envelope, a spectral figure emerged, not in Mewtwo's transformed state, but in its original form. The ethereal Mewtwo clenched its fist and spoke with an authoritative voice. You are correct. I have harbored too many prejudices regarding the relationship between humans and Pokemon. Therefore, I shall seek to experience more of these connections. I will also create a corresponding game, selecting a special trainer among humans to undertake this challenge. This envelope carries a fragment of my psychic power. Should you require assistance in the future, simply tear it, and I shall arrive immediately. As the words hung in the air, Mewtwo's form lingered, seemingly awaiting Lin Feng's response. That sounds quite well. Lin Feng smiled upon hearing the final words. After a moment of contemplation, he softly replied, Whatever game you choose to play is your own decision. When you first entered this town, you bore considerable animosity towards humans. I only hope that when you harbor ill thoughts in the future, you will remember this town. And, of course, should you ever miss the food here, feel free to return. I will always have it prepared for you. With those words, Mewtwo's spectral figure fell silent before dissipating into energy. Meanwhile, in the skies above Wutong Town, shrouded in mist, Mewtwo gazed down at the quaint town, pondering if it had already discerned Lin Feng's true identity. After a lengthy pause, it unfastened a Pokeball from its waist. Perhaps this town is indeed a delightful place. A Lurantis materialized, suspended in the air, summoning rain upon the town. 3 days later, on July 24th, the town had cooled considerably, and the dampness lingering in the weeds alongside the cobblestone paths was a testament to the rain that had graced the area 3 days prior, when a cloud gathered seemingly from nowhere, unleashing a deluge that replenished the town's solitary river, which had been dry for a month. This was, without a doubt, a rare boon for Wudong Town. At the plantation, near the breeding house, the blood-red spicy berries grew robustly, each as large as an apple, propped up by forked wooden sticks to prevent them from toppling. Newly sown crops of white radishes had begun to sprout, revealing their snowy roots. The watermelons, merely 3 days old, had already reached the size of basketballs, their stripes vivid and clear, likely ready for harvest in a day or two. The second batch of pasture grass had also flourished, mirroring a picturesque landscape in the water reservoir. The entire plantation, aside from the reservoir and paddy fields, radiated with life and verdant splendor. Lin Feng, however, wore a weary expression as he, in his gloom, harvested the ripened vegetables, sighing inwardly. Indeed, he should have kept it here to continue working. After experiencing the convenience of psychic Pokemon harvesting crops, he found this manual method rather unimpressive. Approximately half an hour later, Vine? Gloom inquired, perplexed, as it received a candy via Vine Whip. Hadn't the trainer mentioned that the candy's effectiveness had waned? This is new, Lin Feng clarified, waving to the Pidgey above and tossing up a basic rare candy, which the bird deftly caught, chirping joyfully. This will take some time. After all, he would inevitably explore the nearby wilderness in the future. Suddenly, his phone rang, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Lin Feng answered. Hello? Hello. Is this Mr. Lin Feng? The starter Pokemon eggs you reserved at Wangwang Supermarket are ready for selection. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. It seemed his plantation would soon gain new helpers. Chapter 42. Selecting Pokemon eggs yet. Each day, Lin Feng still received numerous special rewards. Among these were various rare skill discs and some secret treasures. For instance, there were items like Grassy Slide, Water Flowtail, Oath of Grass, Flamethrower, Mysterious Guardian, Surfing, and Hurricane. Most of these were transmitted to his Ivy Snake, while the others, deemed unsuitable, were kept aside for potential future sale. The more commonplace rewards were special enhanced berries. Lin Feng contemplated finding an opportunity to transform these berries into energy cubes with unique effects, thereby attracting stronger trainers. After all, energy cubes that enhance stamina and maintenance would ultimately only entice novice trainers. The system's mechanism dictated that the stronger the Pokemon's abilities, the richer the rewards received. Regrettably, at present, he had merely around 10,000 fans. Though this number was modest, the conversion and completion rates were impressively high. Most viewers were captivated by the mesmerizing Milotic in the videos, watching its slender body sway gracefully on the water's surface as it sprayed water at the garden. Under the sunlight, the shimmering water reflected Milotic's figure, a perfect match. Goodness, Milotic, such a Pokemon, and you have it watering the plants? What a waste of a divine creature. If it were mine, I would cherish it. How beautiful. Blogger, how did you manage to tame such a obedient Milotic? Isn't it simple? Capture it while it's still a Magikarp. This way, the Milotic will be utterly devoted to you. Oh, but I lack the funds to purchase the exquisite scales. In this scenario, one merely needed to wait for a fortuitous opportunity. If a video went viral, the account would thrive. Perhaps in the future, he could even venture into online sales, selling his energy cubes to various alliances, enabling all Pokemon to rejoice. As Lin Feng exited the plantation, he indulged in delightful fantasies about the countless system rewards awaiting him. He glanced at his account's daily statistics. Yesterday's video garnered over 50,000 views, with more than 3,000 likes and over 800 comments. A sudden realization struck him. While aspirations were lofty, reality required steady, incremental progress. After instructing Qin Shu to keep an eye on the breeding facility and to call if anything arose, Lin Feng set out with Ivy Snake. Due to the recent influx of visitors to the town, the previously single daily bus route, which operated on a morning and evening schedule, had increased its frequency. However, this brought forth new challenges. At this moment, standing at the town's exit, Lin Feng remarked to Ivy Snake, "Once you evolve, you won't be able to take the bus anymore." After evolving, Ivy Snake would reach a height of approximately 1 meter and 45 centimeters, a size that prohibited its presence on public transport. Ivy Snake glanced at its body, suddenly feeling that remaining unevolved might not be so bad after all. Not only would its hands become shorter, but it would also be unable to lie down. This thought, however, was swiftly interrupted. At Wangwang Supermarket, following the signs, Lin Feng soon located the person in charge, Chi Hung, who stood at the entrance of the supermarket. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he quickly donned a sycophantic smile. "You've arrived." Chi Hung was a businessman, his very essence steeped in weighing pros and cons. During the previous Baby Cup, he realized that although his child, Chi Chong, did not secure first place, conceding ultimately earned him the admiration of many netizens, who praised him as a trainer of great loyalty and integrity. Though the outcome differed, the effect remained consistent, greatly alleviating Chi Heng's spirits. Furthermore, Lin Feng's generous assistance during the Baby Cup and his suspected elite breeding status completely transformed Chi Heng's perception of him. This young man could only be appeased, never wronged. Thus, it was for this reason that Chi Hung personally came to assist Lin Feng in selecting Pokemon. "Thank you for your trouble." Despite his initial impression of this father figure being less than favorable, Lin Feng believed in the adage of not striking a smiling face, and thus expressed his gratitude. Following Chi Hung, they entered the supermarket, meandered through the aisles, and eventually arrived at a warehouse. Outside stood 2 enforcement officers and 2 imposing herdier. After presenting their identification, They were granted access inside. The interior was brightly lit, adorned with hundreds of glass counters housing an array of Pokemon eggs. Personnel clad in lab coats moved among the eggs, occasionally extracting one to inspect its condition. This way, this section is designated for the starter Pokemon eggs. Chi-Hung led Lin Feng to a display of about 10 Pokemon eggs. Each egg bore a clearly labeled description. Pokemon, Charmander, Mother, a 6-year-old Fire-type Dragonite. Possible inherited skills, Bite, Dragontail. Pokemon, Bulbasaur, Mother, a 7-year-old Venusaur. Possible inherited skills, Leech Seed. As they continued, they encountered various starter Pokemon from the Kanto, Chengdu, and Kalos regions. Unfortunately, Lin Feng scanned the selection but did not find his desired Pokemon. What he sought was a Psychic-type Pokemon. I recall that Wangwang Supermarket does not sell Pokemon. Where are these Pokemon? Lin Feng turned his head, curious about the other Pokemon eggs. Caterpie, Beedrill, Marill, Oddish, and various other Pokemon were present. The Donghua Alliance had consistently maintained good diplomatic trade relations with other alliances. Thus, it was not surprising to occasionally see unique Pokemon from other alliances within the Donghua Alliance's territory. Chi-Hung chuckled, you see. Our Wangwang Supermarket has been quite successful in organizing egg-guessing events at our headquarters, so we plan to hold similar events across the Alliance's branches, providing impoverished trainers with opportunities to acquire rare Pokemon and fostering goodwill. Therefore, the number of required Pokemon eggs has increased. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the eggs, only to feel a tinge of disappointment. There was not a single Psychic-type egg. He couldn't help but inquire. Are there no Psychic types, like Ralts or Munna, or even Espurr? Psychic types? Chi-Hung hesitated, then awkwardly replied, Psychic-type Pokemon are generally quite rare. One would need to participate in the egg-guessing event at the headquarters to have a chance at obtaining them. I see. Lin Feng nodded, and just as he sank into thought regarding the starter Pokemon, an astonished voice suddenly drew both their attention. Oh no. Chapter 43. The Alolan Vulpix with 2V individual values. Not far away, a caretaker responsible for watching over Pokemon eggs accidentally fumbled while handling a Pokemon egg, causing it to teeter dangerously close to the ground. A wave of panic surged within him. Yet in the very next instant, just as the egg was about to make contact with the earth, a hand deftly caught it from beneath. Phew, that was close. Lin Feng sighed in relief, intrigued by the egg in his grasp. Its surface shimmered like ice crystals, adorned with patterns reminiscent of delicate snowflakes. Upon contact, it emanated a chilling sensation, indicating its imminent hatching. As Pokemon near hatching unconsciously release their energy, the vigor radiating from this egg suggested exceptional potential. Pokemon, Vulpix gender, female ability, Snowcloak potential, red individual values, HP 24, attack 25, special attack 31, defense 27, special defense 25, speed 31, strength, level 0 skills, hypnosis, moonblast, tail whip, ice beam affection level 10, it can sense your presence, joy level 50, I want to break free from this shell. Hatching time within 60 minutes. Pool Hung approached, initially scolding, yet he quickly turned to Lin Feng with a smile, expressing gratitude. Without his timely intervention, this Alolan Vulpix might have met an unfortunate fate. Internally, he marveled. Just moments ago, they had been conversing side by side, and the next instant, Lin Feng had appeared a considerable distance away, flawlessly catching an egg. Was this the physique of a trainer? Even Alolan Pokemon exhibited such prowess. It was indeed impressive. Lin Feng mused, gazing at the Alolan Vulpix in his hands, his delight growing. Customers at the breeding facility often remarked on their satisfaction with the energy cubes, both in terms of flavor and price, though they complained it was rather hot inside. The recent rains had brought a slight coolness to the air. Lin Feng contemplated installing air conditioning in the shop. But now with this icy Vulpix, such expenses could be spared. Moreover, it was a Vulpix of red potential. His luck seemed almost unreal. May I choose this egg? He inquired boldly. Pool Hung hesitated for a moment, his face reflecting contemplation. In terms of intrinsic value, the Alolan Ice Vulpix was somewhat lesser than the traditional starter Pokemon. However, Its rarity within the Donghua alliance added significant worth. Upon evaluation, their prices were relatively comparable. The young man before him was an experienced breeder. Cultivating a bond with such a Vulpix would be advantageous. In mere seconds, Pool Heng's smile broadened. Of course, the Alolan Vulpix is rare, and its value is slightly less than that of the standard starters. Thank you, Lin Feng nodded, his affection for the egg deepening. A fluffy ice Vulpix, particularly one so cool to the touch, was undeniably refreshing during the sweltering summer. Once evolved into a Ninetales, it could even serve as a cozy pillow. What a delightful prospect. Time was of the essence. The ice Vulpix was set to hatch within the hour. As he observed the egg glowing faintly, he retrieved a bottle of Moo Moo milk, poured it into a bowl, and began to stir it with chopsticks, sprinkling in some fragrant essence. This sweetly scented potion was not only delightful, but also enhanced the milk's aroma, ensuring the newborn Pokémon would feel more at ease with their trainer upon hatching. Moreover, the food crafted by his hands would carry a unique culinary effect. This was crucial. The C-grade Moo Moo milk, infused with a hint of a sweet essence, while somewhat rudimentary in preparation, fully unleashed the milk's delightful flavor. The culinary effect would accelerate the energy growth of the newborn Pokémon by 25 and induce a mild sedative effect. Vine! The alluring scent of the Moo Moo milk drew the attention of the Sprigatito, who licked its lips in desire. Do you wish to partake? Lin Feng chuckled, amused. But this is meant for the Vulpix. The Sprigatito turned away, pretending to show disinterest. Yet, it soon redirected its gaze towards the Pokémon egg in Lin Feng's hands, clearly eager for the arrival of its new companion. All right, this milk is for the Vulpix. I'll make a trip to Flower Bridge Village to procure some larger milk containers, ensuring a continuous supply, Lin Feng reassured. The enticing aroma of the milk was indeed tempting, stirring a desire to taste it himself. However, the egg in his embrace radiated an increasingly bright white light, seemingly resisting such thoughts. With a crack, the first sign of life emerged, a damp paw, followed by a pair of cerulean eyes, glimmering with curiosity. The newly hatched ice Vulpix cautiously peered out from its shell, immediately meeting Lin Feng's gentle expression. Alongside this encounter came a warm and inviting aura emanating from the human, a presence that few newborn Pokémon could resist. Tentatively, the ice Vulpix extended a paw, yearning to touch him but hesitant. However, upon Lin Feng dipping his finger into the Moo Moo milk and waving it enticingly before the young creature, the scenario transformed dramatically. With a determined leap, the Vulpix shattered the eggshell and bounded into Lin Feng's embrace, eagerly latching onto his finger, savoring the milk with a blissful expression. Whoa, there's more here, Lin Feng exclaimed, a mix of amusement and exasperation as he lifted the bowl of Moo Moo milk before the ice Vulpix. The newborn, starved from its hatching, wasted no time, burying its face into the bowl, greedily lapping up the creamy goodness. The joy and affection levels soared in that moment. Congratulations, host. The joy level of the Vulpix has risen from 50 to 88. Rewards Chapter 44, The Dairy Farm and Father's Friend. Congratulations to the host for elevating the pleasure level of the ice Vulpix from 50 to 88. The reward consists of 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 3 magical candies, and a comfort bell, which, when worn long-term, enhances the bond between Pokémon and trainer. After finishing all the fresh milk in the bowl, the ice Vulpix let out a satisfied burp and couldn't help but gaze at Lin Feng, softly questioning. However, before it could utter more, its eyelids began to droop. Clearly, as a newly hatched Pokémon, coupled with the soothing effects of the fresh milk, it was already succumbing to sleep. Wait a moment. I need to clean you up a bit, Lin Feng began, but his words hung unspoken in the air as the ice Vulpix had already drifted off to slumber. Sighing in resignation, Lin Feng carried the ice Vulpix to the water reservoir. The water in the reservoir, managed by the Milotic, remained crystal clear regardless of the rain. Milotic, please use Ice Beam to create a small frozen surface. As an Ice-type Pokémon, the ice Vulpix was still asleep, so to avoid disturbing its pleasant dreams, Lin Feng instructed Milotic to temporarily freeze a small patch of water, creating a tiny hole to place the slimy ice Vulpix into. He then had Milotic release a gentle stream of water, washing away the slime effortlessly. Now, under the effects of the ocean crystal, Milotic strength was rapidly increasing, showing remarkable progress day by day, along with learning numerous new skills. Pokemon, Milotic gender, female ability, Marvel scale qualification, golden level, 28 to 29 skills, water gun, water pulse tackle, charm, aqua ring, hurricane, dragon tail recover, ice beam, mist, muddy water, hydro pump. Friendship, 100, it trusts you unconditionally, pleasure level, 80, in a splendid mood. With the gym challenge approaching, this task was merely a trifling matter. When Lin Feng lifted the ice Vulpix from the water, it seemed to sense the flowing water, causing the moisture to quickly condense into icy mist. Even in its dreams, it instinctively shivered, dispersing the frost as mist, making its fur appear ethereal and fluffy. It felt incredibly smooth to the touch. Lin Feng was taken aback at this scene. Has it already learned powder snow? Remarkably, it had grasped a skill while still dreaming. How would the other Pokemon react to this? Especially the Squirtle that had once been too timid to even attempt to tackle. So adorable. Observing the Ice Vulpix's charming sleeping posture, Lin Feng couldn't help but compliment it before carrying it towards his room. However, he was oblivious to the resentful gaze of the gloom behind him. Due to the rush of events, Lin Feng had not prepared a sleeping nook for the Ice Vulpix and simply placed it on his bed. Moreover, raising a few milk tank could provide milk to sell in the breeding house, increasing the pleasure level of his newly acquired Pokemon. It was truly a twofold benefit. Thus, he turned to the Gloom and instructed, "Gloom, please keep an eye on the Vulpix. If it wakes up, entertain it and don't let it cry. I need to visit Huqiao Village and see if I can negotiate something." The Gloom looked puzzled, as if asking, "You want me to watch the baby?" Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "Can you do that?" After a moment of contemplation, the Gloom's expression softened, indicating its willingness. "Thank you, I appreciate it." Without further thought, Lin Feng hurriedly dashed outside. Left in the room was the Gloom, staring at the Ice Vulpix on the bed, deep in contemplation. Huqiao Village, though classified as a village, was significantly larger than Wudong Town, primarily due to the presence of a large dairy farm. Now that he had some wealth, Lin Feng no longer needed to scrimp and save. He hailed a ride from Wudong City to here. Upon entering the village, he was greeted by a sea of green. Lush, verdant pastures stretched as far as the eye could see, with rich, fertile land nurturing tender, juicy grass. The fields were enclosed by fences, leaving only a narrow road in between. To be honest, just stepping foot here made Lin Feng feel somewhat embarrassed. The abundance of pasture here was overwhelming. Compared to the meager amount he cultivated, it felt utterly insignificant. He could only hope that the quality of his grass was vastly superior. "Young man, you don't seem like a local. Are you here to challenge the dairy gym?" An elderly man ambled over from behind Lin Feng, hands behind his back. Lin Feng paused, then realized that it was the season for high school graduates to travel, and the owner of the Huqiao Village Dairy Farm was, in fact, the gym leader of a municipal gym. He shook his head. "No, I'm the owner of a plantation near Wudong Town." The old man interrupted. "Wudong Town? Isn't that plantation out of business now?" "You are." His expression shifted to one of recognition. "I see why you look so familiar. You must be Xiao Lin's child, continuing the family legacy?" Lin Feng awkwardly smiled, although his father had not been well known in the Donghua Alliance. His penchant for traveling had led to many encounters. For instance, he could not recall the name of this elder, nor had he ever met him. His greatest fear was that the elder would reminisce, "You've grown so much. I remember holding you when you were a baby." Fortunately, the old man merely chuckled and continued on his way. "It's about a kilometer to the entrance of the dairy farm. The owner should be feeding the cattle and milking them by now." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thanking the elder before quickening his pace toward the end of the road. Soon, he spotted several leisurely milk tanks wandering about in the pasture. At the forefront, a wooden gate stood where a burly man was crouched, milking a milk tank, while a queue of others awaited their turn. The one being milked wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. "Hello, I was wondering, does the farm buy grass?" Rather than immediately proposing to sell milk tank, he tactfully initiated the conversation with the topic of grass. The man turned around, and upon recognizing Lin Feng's face, he seemed momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, shock registered on his face. You are. Chapter 45, The Ivy Snake, establishing the identity of the big sister. Ah, yet another friend of my father's? Upon hearing the name of his father uttered by the person before him, Lin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness, yet his heart was lightened. It seemed that all of his father's acquaintances were quite amicable. If you are referring to the former owner of the plantation in Wudong Town, then yes, he is indeed my father. The burly man sprang to his feet, taking several large strides until he stood right before Lin Feng, examining him as if he were a rare curiosity, occasionally exclaiming, "Oh my, such physique, such appearance, truly reminiscent of his shadow." Finally, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder heartily, bursting into laughter, though Lin Feng could not quite grasp the reason behind his mirth. "By the way, what is your name?" "Lin Feng." The man smacked his lips, reminiscing. "Your father and I shared a deep bond in our youth. I shall take the liberty of calling you nephew. My name is Yi Mu, and you may address me as Uncle Mu. You mentioned your family cultivates pasture. Let me have a look at its quality." "Sure." Lin Feng was indifferent to the formality of the address. He promptly retrieved a handful of pasture from his storage sphere, but before he could extend it, a large hand snatched it away. Upon receiving the pasture, Yi Mu marveled at its appearance. For a certain grass-type Pokemon known as the Miltank, producing high-quality Moo milk hinged on two crucial factors. One was strength. The stronger the Miltank, the richer the nutritional content of the milk it produced. The other was the quality of the pasture, which could not be substituted by energy cubes. The better the quality of the pasture, the superior the Moo milk produced. Yi Mu held the pasture in his hands, examining it carefully, even tearing off a piece to chew. His eyes lit up with excitement. "This is the finest pasture I have ever encountered. How much of it do you have? I will buy it all." Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Albeit a bit awkwardly, he replied, "In terms of quantity, it's not much, as I only intended to grow it for fun." He then released all the pasture from his storage sphere, creating a small mound on the ground, approximately 100 pounds. Remnants from his last harvest. Growing it for fun? Yi Mu's lips twitched. However, he knew that anything Lin Feng cultivated would undoubtedly be of the highest quality. Not to mention, his Miltank had thrived on the pasture he had grown since its youth. As memories flooded his mind, Yi Mu could not help but exclaim, "I never expected you to be just as adept in cultivation as your extraordinary father." "Haha," Lin Feng ventured cautiously. "So what about this pasture? I'll price it at 100 per pound. Although the quality is excellent, it has been planted for too short a time. Once the later crops improve, I will raise the price." "Thank you, Uncle Mu." Lin Feng was unsure of pasture prices and was not particularly concerned with money at the moment. He merely sensed that this man was easy to talk to, presumably a friend of his father's. Thus, he cautiously broached his purpose for visiting. Uncle Mu, I would like to inquire about the Miltanks in the ranch. Are they for sale? You wish to raise Miltanks?" Yi Mu frowned. "If I recall, your plantation isn't very large." Lin Feng hurriedly clarified. "No, I only want to keep a couple for milking and sell the Moo milk in my shop." Yi Mu raisit aneyebro. The ranch just happens to have a batch of 1-year-old Miltanks that are about to be sold to others interested in starting a ranch. It wouldn't be an issue to spare one or two. Yet, recalling a time from over a decade ago when he was completely at the mercy of Lin Feng's father, he could not resist adding, "Selling them is possible, but you must first challenge the pasture gym." Indeed, he had once been unable to defeat Lin Feng's father. Now, he wished to test his son. It was a bit of a guilty pleasure, as well as an opportunity to observe how Lin Feng fared in Pokemon cultivation. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had not attended university. Otherwise, he would likely be traveling at this hour. A single elite Pokemon should suffice for the challenge. Lin Feng exclaimed, "But I didn't bring any Pokemon." "Not to worry. Gym challenges commence in the afternoon. Prepare well and return then." Mu. After Yi Mu spoke, a nearby Miltank mooed, seemingly displeased by Yi Mu's departure from milking. He waved his hand, and Lin Feng, understanding the cue, turned to grab his phone and called for a ride. Upon returning home and explaining the situation, the Ivy Snake nodded in understanding. The ice Vulpix, having awoken at some point, leaned against the ivy snake, gazing curiously at Lin Feng with its crystalline eyes. This created a sense that the ivy snake was indeed its trainer, which was precisely the dynamic Lin Feng wished to see. Should I take the ice Vulpix with me? Without it, the ice Vulpix would lack care, which was still too demanding for a newly hatched Pokemon. After pondering, Lin Feng decided to send Milotic and Pidgey instead, leaving the ivy snake at home to look after the ice Vulpix, which seemed to have developed a fondness for it. Considering that the pasture gym was a grass-type gym, and with the presence of Miltanks, it was possible that there would be a Dream Eater grass-type among them, rendering the ivy snake's skills half ineffective. Conversely, the flying-type Pidgey was naturally advantageous against grass types. As for bringing along Milotic, that was simply for stability. Ultimately, the ivy snake shook its head, indicating indifference towards this battle. It had its own agenda of instilling a sense of leadership and establishing its identity as the big sister. That was the crux of the matter. Chapter 46. The milk production patterns of Miltank before reaching the gym. Lin Feng spotted Yi Mu at the entrance of the grass field, which sparked his curiosity. Logically, this was the time when novice trainers were embarking on their journeys. A city-level gym leader like Yi Mu should be quite busy. It was only later that Lin Feng learned that, as the sole grass-type gym in Wudong City, most locals were reluctant to challenge it. This reluctance was particularly pronounced in standard battles, as the gym leader, Yi Mu, boasted a formidable Venusaur as his main Pokemon, capable of instantly activating its grassy terrain within the gym. Coupled with strategies involving root growth, defense, and toxic tactics, only Pokemon with type advantages stood a chance, making it exceedingly difficult for others to gain any upper hand. This was the legendary toxic defense, augmented by a field advantage. You're quite prompt, Yi Mu remarked with a smile as Lin Feng approached under the blazing sun. Lin Feng nodded, pondering the format of the upcoming challenge. Yi Mu shook his head and said, "Follow me." Though somewhat perplexed, Lin Feng complied, soon realizing that Yi Mu was leading him to a barn. The barn was a modest structure, constructed from wooden fences and enclosed by plastic roll-up curtains, topped with a low canopy to shield against the sun's heat. Inside, each Miltank had its own private space, reclining on dry grass and occasionally nibbling on it, appearing quite content. Upon entering, Lin Feng felt a refreshing coolness. To his surprise, he discovered that the barn was equipped with air conditioning. At 2 in the afternoon, when the sun was at its zenith, even grass-loving Miltanks preferred not to wander outside. The Miltanks in reality appeared slightly pinker, resembling pregnant cows, with black patterns on their heads and ears akin to wearing a black collar. Their forehooves were also glossy black, and their moist noses contrasted with the pale color of their milking apparatus. Their bright eyes were fixed curiously on the two newcomers, as if wondering why it was not milking or feeding time. Yi Mu began to explain. The milk produced by Miltank is directly linked to the quality of the grass and their overall strength. But the quantity and subtle variations in quality are also influenced by their mood and the seasons. Miltanks in spring yield a sweeter milk, while those in summer, like now, produce thicker milk. In autumn, the milk takes on a slightly sour taste, and in winter, it becomes warmer. If they are unhappy, their milk production can significantly decline. Therefore, to care for Miltank, there are several important considerations. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng promptly took out his phone to record the information, suddenly enlightened. It was clear that Yi Mu intended to sell him Miltanks, though he was unsure why he insisted on challenging the gym first. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of admiration. Despite Yi Mu's imposing stature, his thoughts were remarkably meticulous. From the grass you cultivate, I have no concerns about the Miltank's diet. However, do not be overly critical of their milk production. Only when they are in good spirits will they willingly produce milk. Lin Feng nodded, raising his phone to indicate that he had noted everything. All right, each Miltank is 300,000. How many would you like? Yi Mu cut to the chase. If possible, I would like 3, Lin Feng replied after some contemplation. In truth, he desired more, but he only had around 800,000 on hand. The sales revenue from the breeding facility over the last 3 days. Furthermore, his plantation was not fully developed, and he needed to establish a barn, making it difficult to manage more. Yi Mu nodded. Follow me. 3 is indeed the limit for your plantation. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. Before arriving, he had been anxious about leaving empty-handed. As they ventured deeper into the barn, a group of noticeably smaller mill tanks came into view. Compared to the larger ones, these mill tanks had clearer gazes and were more lively, standing up in unison and curiously observing the two visitors. Seeing so many mill tanks, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, his gaze sweeping over them. The mill tanks seemed to mirror his excitement, their eyes following his movements. Hey, this human seems quite interesting, one could almost imagine them thinking. Lin Feng quickly selected 3 mill tanks from the group. Pakmon, mill tank, X3, gender, female abilities, thick fat herbivore qualities, blue-purple individual values. Level, 21 to 24, 22 to 24, 25 to 27 skills. Tackle, growl, rollout, milk drink. Friendship, 15, 20, 30 joy value, 30, 30, 40 good choice. You have an eye for talent, truly worthy of being his child, Yimu remarked, somewhat astonished. These 3 mill tanks were among the best in this batch, and one of them was even from his own mill tank's lineage. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to take them all today. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng felt a bit bashful. However, since Yimu had invited him to choose, he naturally aimed for the best. In this era, one must be bold to reap rewards. Timidity only leads to losses. Now you just need to persuade them to follow you. Yimu added another condition. Without further ado, Lin Feng pondered briefly and took out some grass he had collected when he fetched Milotic from the plantation. This is the second batch of grass. Chapter 47. The Power of Milotic, One Strike. Instant kill. As the fresh grass was presented, Lin Feng did not immediately feed it to the mill tanks. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of fragrant powder from his storage ball and sprinkled a few drops onto the grass. In an instant, the originally E-grade grass was transformed into C-grade fragrant grass, enhanced by the addition of the aromatic powder, making its scent significantly more enticing. The culinary effect increased its allure to herbivorous Pakmon by 30. Upon the moment the fragrance was applied, the nearby mill tanks gazed with clarity and mooed excitedly. Follow me, and you shall enjoy even tastier grass. Lin Feng, with a beaming smile reminiscent of a mischievous uncle, observed the 3 mill tanks he had chosen. The mill tanks, entranced, approached him eagerly, their eyes fixated on the fragrant grass in Lin Feng's hand. Without hesitation, he offered the grass to them, watching as they devoured it with evident delight, before silently turning to Yimu. Yimu found his own proposal somewhat amusing. It seemed a rather trivial condition for Lin Feng. All right then, take out the Pokballs and let us proceed. With a quick motion, Lin Feng produced 3 Pokballs, capturing the selected mill tanks. Then, feeling slightly bashful, he addressed Yimu, Uncle Mu, I currently have only 850,000. Would you mind if I brought another batch of grass in a few days to offset the balance? Regardless of the monetary situation, the priority was to secure the mill tanks first. Yimu chuckled, but nodded in agreement. His interest lay more in the grass Lin Feng cultivated than in the currency itself. That's fine. Just bring some seeds of the grass you've nurtured next time. I have a particular fondness for them. For Lin Feng, this was a minor concern. After settling the payment, he couldn't help but reflect on the rapidity with which his earnings had vanished. He had initially thought that accumulating 800,000 in 3 days was a significant achievement, only to find it swiftly spent. Then, Lin Feng recalled the challenge Uncle Mu had mentioned earlier in the morning. He pondered whether to bring up the battle himself. However, Yimu broached the subject first. Let us proceed to the battle. This is, in fact, a personal assessment for me. Your father once astounded me with his prowess in Pokemon breeding. Just use your strongest Pokemon for a match. Lin Feng nodded, understanding the weight of a senior's evaluation. It was imperative to field his finest Pokemon. Yet since arriving in this world, he had yet to witness a true gym-level trainer in action. Follow me. Lin Feng was guided to a grassy area near the fence designated as the battlefield. You may release your Pokemon here. As he spoke, Yimu produced a Pokeball and with a gentle tap, summoned a Bayleaf onto the field. Species, Bayleaf gender, male ability, overgrow potential, purple individual values, HP, 24, attack, 23, special attack, 24, defense, 27, special defense, 24, speed, 22, strength, Level 23 to 26 skills. Tackle, Growl. Leaf Blade, Poison Powder, Vine Whip, Heal Pulse, Magical Leaf, Leech Seed, Reflect. A mid-tier elite Pokemon. For a novice trainer just beginning their journey, this would be a daunting challenge. Clearly, Yimu had approached this with a testing mindset. Lin Feng, undeterred, released his own Milotic. Milotic? Under the sunlight. Milotic's skin glimmered brilliantly. Although a water-type Pokemon, it could manage a brief battle on land, albeit with slightly less agility than in water. Milotic? Yimu was taken aback, then exclaimed, I haven't heard of a Milotic from Wutong City in ages. It appears this Milotic was bred from a Feeba. Lin Feng replied. It primarily utilized beautiful scales. Yimu shook his head. Ordinary beautiful scales would not yield such a stunning Milotic. This coloration is the most exquisite I have ever seen. Your breeding skills seem to have surpassed your father's. Very well. Bayleaf, use Leaf Blade. Defend. For a Pokemon with lesser speed and strength. The outcome of the battle hinged on energy intensity and type advantage. Although Milotic possessed greater energy strength than Bayleaf, Lin Feng opted to command a defensive maneuver to minimize potential damage. Dozens of razor-sharp leaves surged towards Milotic, yet before they could reach, a shimmering white barrier formed before it. The leaves struck the barrier without causing any disturbance. Subsequently, Lin Feng instinctively commanded, Milotic, use Dragon Pulse. A column of energy, as white as obliteration itself, swiftly coalesced and unleashed in an instant, striking Bayleaf with tremendous force. With that single blow, Bayleaf was sent crashing to the ground, immobile. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer power displayed. He had never witnessed Milotic in battle before, and was astonished to see it incapacitate a mid-tier elite Pokemon in one hit. Milotic? Concerned, Milotic gazed at the fallen Bayleaf, then shyly looked at Lin Feng, lowering its head in apprehension. It's all right, Lin Feng reassured, turning to Yimu. Is Bayleaf all right? Yimu's expression was complex as he observed Bayleaf's condition. He shook his head. It's fine. Every Pokemon prepares for the possibility of injury before battle. To be honest, upon seeing that Milotic, I anticipated Bayleaf would struggle. After all, Milotic's sleek and radiant skin, coupled with its energy intensity, is nearly at the gym level. I did not expect Bayleaf to be defeated in a single strike. It had no opportunity to react. Indeed, Lin Feng had proven himself worthy of being Yimu's son. Yimu beckoned Lin Feng closer and from his storage ball, retrieved a bucket of milk. This is milk I extracted from my primary milk tank. It holds considerable nutritional value for newly hatched Pokemon. Chapter 48. A-Class Moo Moo Fresh Milk and A-Class Pasture Dumplings Culinary Effects. The A-Class Moo Moo Fresh Milk is extracted from the udders of a king-level milk can. Rich in nutritional value. Prolonged consumption by newborn Pokemon enhances their resilience against abnormal conditions. To his surprise, it received an A-class rating. His father's acquaintance truly possesses remarkable prowess. With prior notification, the security personnel at the entrance did not impede his entry. Upon entering the office, Lin Feng was greeted by Chun Xiao, who promptly rose with a smile. Why have you come alone? Didn't we agree that tomorrow is the delivery date? The limited quantity of fruits and vegetables could only be supplied in small amounts. If he could address this limitation, he was confident he could seize the entire fruit and vegetable market in Wudong City, significantly bolstering the operations of the Dashi Flower Company. Lin Feng produced a storage ball and chuckled. I happen to be in the city today, so I thought I would deliver these fruits and vegetables I harvested over the past few days. The watermelons are ripe too. Uncle Chun, would you like to take them? Without hesitation, Chun Xiao replied, absolutely. As long as the quality is up to par, I must take them. With a grin, Lin Feng retrieved a plump striped watermelon from the storage ball. He glanced around the office, noting the absence of a knife, and inquired, is there a knife available? Who needs a knife? Chun Xiao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the splendid watermelon. He clenched his fists and brought them down forcefully. Bang! The bright red flesh, bursting with sweet juice, splattered across both their faces. Unable to resist, Chun Xiao broke off a piece and exclaimed, delicious, sweet and refreshing, showing no signs of being overripe. I will buy it from you at 51 Gene. How much yield can we expect? Lin Feng wiped the juice from his face, slightly embarrassed. Perhaps a few thousand gene? Watermelons yield significantly more than regular fruits and vegetables. Just this one alone weighs over 20 gene. Although he had only harvested the first batch and had yet to taste any himself, he felt a sense of pride. Shun Zhao's expression grew more animated. After finalizing the transaction for the fruits and vegetables, he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Feng, are you interested in expanding your plantation? The current yield is simply too low. If you need help, you can always ask your uncle. Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. He had indeed been contemplating this matter. Initially, he only intended to cultivate a few fruits and vegetables as a temporary measure, but now it seemed that their profitability was not substantial. Over the past few days, the income from the fruits and vegetables barely exceeded 80,000, far less direct than the joy brought to Pokemon by energy cubes. Perhaps the sole unique advantage was that, if he successfully expanded the business, he could utilize the fruits and vegetables to promote his neighboring breeding house, thereby enhancing his reputation and brand influence. However, achieving this growth was beyond his solitary efforts. Thus, the pressing question remained regarding his gene Keela. He was nearing 1,000 bags of it, which, when sold, though not as exquisite as what he personally cultivated, would still surpass ordinary fruits and vegetables significantly. Unable to come to a decisive conclusion, Lin Feng merely stated, I will consider it, Uncle Chun. Also, there is something else I would like your assistance with. He revealed his second objective. I purchased several large milk cans and wish to expand a barn behind the plantation. Do you know anyone in that field? That's a minor issue. Tomorrow, someone will come to your plantation. Chen Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. As the breeding house closed, Lin Feng hurried to his room. Inside, his little Vulpix was fast asleep while the ivy snake was absent. He ventured to the plantation, where he found the ivy snake diligently using grass field on the fruit trees. Fine. It drank a bit of milk and fell asleep. I saw there was no one at the plantation, so I came to guard it. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the ivy snake ceased its activity. Well done, Lin Feng praised. Observing the fruit trees planted a few days prior, now nearly the height of a person. The dragonfire tree beside the water reservoir had also flourished, its tender leaves fanning out like a palm. Vine? The ivy snake, noticing the growth, picked up a smaller sickle with its vine whip, ready to assist Lin Feng in harvesting. There's no need to cut too much, ivy snake. I only require a little for the pastured dumplings for the milk cans. Lin Feng gently instructed. The two of them worked together for about 2 minutes before Lin Feng called for a halt, gathering the pasture to take to the kitchen of the breeding house. For the newly acquired milk cans, as the barn had yet to be constructed, they would have to remain in their pockballs for now. Given the subpar living conditions, it was imperative that they not be deprived of sustenance. Green dumplings. This culinary delight was something Lin Feng had learned from his mother. He blended the pasture with tree fruit in a mixer until it became a fine mash and grass liquid. Mixing flour with the grass mash in a 1:2 ratio. He added the grass liquid to form a thick dough, incorporating a pinch of sugar before rolling it into dumplings the size of a baby's fist and steaming them. The milk cans could also drink their fresh milk, which significantly restored their vitality. After about half an hour, dozens of fragrant green dumplings emerged, exuding a delightful aroma. The A-class pasture dumplings, crafted from a medley of ingredients, possessed 2 culinary effects. Effect 1. Upon consumption, the power of grass-type Pokemon skills is temporarily enhanced. Effect 2. Herbivorous Pokemon that consume them produce milk that alleviates certain abnormal statuses and, with prolonged use, enhances resistance to such conditions. Pleased, Lin Feng nodded, tasting one while offering another to the ivy snake, which eagerly sampled it and couldn't help but rave. Fine. Delicious. With reassurance, Lin Feng said, save some for little Vulpix later. As for the rest, he placed all the dumplings in a bowl and brought them to the plantation, summoning the 3 large milk cans. Moo? The milk cans looked around curiously as they emerged, eventually settling their gaze on Lin Feng. Moo? With hands clasped in sincerity, Lin Feng presented the bowl filled with green dumplings, explaining, since the barn hasn't been built yet, I apologize for having you stay in your pockballs. This is your food. Moo. Upon seeing the green dumplings, the young milk cans scarcely comprehended Lin Feng's words, bowing their heads to feast. Moo. So delicious. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, a thought flashing in his mind. It was imperative to expedite the construction of the barn for the milk cans. Chapter 49. Constructing the barn and milking the dairy cans for the first time the following day. Within the plantation, the sun ascended steadily. It must be said that Uncle Chun was quite diligent about his responsibilities. Early that morning, several large trucks arrived, laden with construction materials. Subsequently, in accordance with Lin Feng's vision, they commenced the construction of the barn, laboring diligently until now. Lin Feng hurriedly brought chilled watermelon and energy blocks to the workers, saying, "You've all worked hard, masters. Please enjoy some watermelon. And for the strength needed, here are some energy blocks for the laborers." There were 5 workers, all appearing to be professionals, their muscular forms glistening under the sun, skin tanned from toil, each accompanied by a fighting-type Pokemon. Among them was a foreman named Hubba, a robust man in his 40s. Upon hearing Lin Feng's call, he immediately beckoned to his companions. "Everyone, take a break. Young Lin has brought us a treat." The workers quickly descended from their posts, their eyes drawn irresistibly to the vibrant red flesh of the watermelon, their mouths watering in anticipation. One older worker picked up a slice, took a bite, and exclaimed, "I must say, young man, this plantation is the finest I've seen in all my years. The flavor of this watermelon is truly exceptional." Lin Feng smiled in agreement, pleased that they enjoyed it, and distributed energy blocks to the fighting-type Pokemon assisting them. He then observed the progress of the barn's construction. Situated at the innermost part of the plantation, behind the pasture, it required the removal of some fencing to extend outward. The design was a meticulous imitation of the large dairy farms, featuring a low-roof structure for shade, covered by plastic curtains, with plans to install air conditioning inside. Although smaller in scale, the barn would accommodate approximately 10 dairy cans. Behind the barn lay a vast expanse of land, dotted with a few stray trees and overgrown with weeds. Once the barn was completed, Lin Feng intended to clear the area, allowing his diglet to till the soil and sow it with pasture grass, thus providing a spacious area for the dairy cans to roam. With the assistance of several fighting-type Pokemon, the barn was expected to be completed in just a day or two. As Lin Feng pondered these matters, a soft, plaintive voice floated in from outside the plantation. Wah-wah. He turned to see a Cervine accompanied by a newly born Vulpix, its snow-white paws curiously exploring the ground. Growing bored, the little Vulpix joyfully scampered over to Lin Feng, nuzzling against his legs and imparting a refreshing touch. "Vine, vine. It seems like it wants to play with you," the Cervine added. "Indeed," Lin Feng nodded, bending down to lift the Vulpix, its innocent eyes captivating him. He couldn't resist tickling it under its arms, eliciting delightful squeals from the little creature, which squirmed and wriggled, its pristine fur shimmering. "Wah-wah. No. No. Hee-hee, but I want to." As Lin Feng listened to the Vulpix's sounds, he couldn't help but smile broadly. The newly born Pokemon were simply delightful. When the Vulpix was nearly in tears from laughter, Lin Feng carried it over to the water tank to wash the dirt from its tiny paws. "Look at your little paws, covered in mud. You need to learn to coat them with ice-type energy, otherwise they'll always be dirty. Understand? Or else, I might let you off next time." "Wah-wah. No. I don't understand." "All right, you are still too young." After playing with the Vulpix for a while and feeding it a mixture of Moo Moo milk, a small amount of A-grade Moo Moo milk mixed with regular Moo Moo milk, the little one quickly succumbed to sleepiness. Lin Feng cradled it and made his way to the nursery. Once he had settled the Vulpix, Lin Feng returned to the plantation with an iron bucket and summoned the dairy cans from their pokeballs. "Moo Moo." The dairy cans gathered around Lin Feng, immediately understanding his intentions upon seeing the bucket. Although this was their first milking, their innate genetics made them quite familiar with the process. Moreover, as dairy cans raised on a farm, they were well aware of the milking routine. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he looked at the 3 young dairy cans, inexplicably feeling a bit timid. "Ahem, this is my first time milking. If I apply too much pressure, just let me know." As a nurturing caretaker, he hoped not to cause them any discomfort. "Moo Moo." The dairy cans surrounded Lin Feng, mooing reassuringly, indicating their complete willingness. Their milk was meant to be collected, intended for the Pokemon babies. Even if there were no babies at the moment, it could be stored. In essence, Dairy cans were gentle and generous Pokemon by nature. Furthermore, Lin Feng had been providing them with such delicious food. If they could enjoy such sustenance for a lifetime, then milking for a lifetime would be a small price to pay. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you all very much. Chapter 50. Cultivating Moo Moo Fresh Milk. The C-grade Moo Moo Fresh Milk is extracted from elite large milk tanks. And when consumed by newborn Pokemon over an extended period, it significantly enhances their physical condition, providing most of the nutrition required during their growth phase. Due to the relatively weak capabilities of the 3 large milk tanks, the quality of the milk they produce is only C-grade. However, the quantity is substantial. A single large milk tank can yield half a barrel of Moo Moo Fresh Milk for Lin Feng. Upon estimating the capacity of the iron barrel, which is approximately 14 liters, it follows that the 3 large milk tanks provide him with 21 liters of Moo Moo Fresh Milk. For the initial batch, he plans to mix a portion with A-grade Moo Moo Fresh Milk to create various delicacies, such as yogurt and cake, for his Pokemon, while the surplus will be sold in the store. After the laborious milking process, Lin Feng patiently awaited the warm Moo Moo Fresh Milk to cool slightly. He then divided the milk into 2 portions, one to be refrigerated and the other to be taken into the cultivation house. The rich, creamy aroma of the Moo Moo Fresh Milk during summer immediately attracted the attention of most customers within the house. In fact, due to the immediate purchase and takeaway nature of the establishment, there were not many patrons lingering, only a few scattered individuals. "Excuse me, what is this? Are you introducing a new product?" One customer inquired, noticing the milk barrel Lin Feng was carrying. With a smile, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, if all goes well. This Moo Moo Fresh Milk will be available for sale after rating, and this first portion is for everyone to sample." With that, he approached the counter, retrieved a large glass jar that had been washed the previous day, which featured a tap at the bottom. After pouring all the fresh milk into the jar, he addressed Qin Shu. "Today, trainers who purchase energy cubes can receive a complimentary portion of Moo Moo Fresh Milk in their own containers. However, let us not be too excessive, a maximum of about 200 milliliters per person to consider the subsequent customers." "Understood," Qin Shu responded earnestly. With a monthly salary of 10,000 and only half a day's work, this situation instilled an excellent work ethic in the young girl, even diminishing her previously intense enthusiasm for training Pokemon. Wow, such a benefit. The customers in the cultivation house, who had initially focused on Lin Feng carrying a bucket of fresh milk, were now even more intrigued by the announcement of a free offer. Among them, a young man wielding a selfie stick, hearing the news, dashed over to the counter. "Hey, I come here every day to buy energy cubes. You must have noticed. Look, I just finished a bottle of mineral water," he said, handing over the empty bottle. Qin Shu, after a moment's thought, pulled out a disposable cup, gauged the volume, and determined that 200 milliliters roughly equated to 2 cups, delivering the precise amount. Delighted, the young man, Luan Ming, opened the bottle and inhaled the exquisite fragrance, instantly recognizing that it was indeed C-grade Moo Moo Fresh Milk. "No way. C-grade Moo Moo Fresh Milk? Are you serious?" Luan Ming exclaimed incredulously. C-grade Moo Moo Fresh Milk, produced by large milk tanks, is typically the lowest quality, classified as D-grade. Yet even D-grade Moo Moo Fresh Milk is not inexpensive, costing between 3 to 500 yuan per 500 milliliters. When Luan Ming had previously sought superior growth conditions for his newborn Snorlax, he had spent a staggering 350,000 yuan on C-grade Moo Moo Fresh Milk over a week. Thus, he was acutely aware of the value of the milk in his hands. Lin Feng chuckled. "This is the first batch of Moo Moo Fresh Milk produced, and the quality will only improve from here. Furthermore, with our cultivation house newly opened, it is only fitting to offer some benefits to those who have traveled so far to visit. More products and services will be available in the future." While not particularly knowledgeable about business or attracting customers, he understood that creating a sense of benefit for others would ensure they remember his establishment. Luan Ming lifted his selfie stick, visibly excited. "Everyone, look! This is my beloved cultivation house that I visit daily, so I genuinely recommend this place. Don't be misled by its remote location. The quality of energy cubes, the prices, and the charm of the shopkeeper are all top-notch." He then aimed the selfie stick at himself and Lin Feng. Taken aback, Lin Feng noticed the thousands of viewers in the live stream and quickly composed himself. "Hello, everyone. I am the owner and caretaker of the neighboring cultivation house." Internally astonished, he had not anticipated the influencer who visited his cultivation house daily had amassed such a large following. Is this the esteemed breeder praised by the influencer? He looks quite young, perhaps even underage. Though he's rather handsome, some viewers remarked. Did he really not pay a yuan for the C-grade Moo Moo fresh milk? How generous! Are the energy cubes truly that miraculous? Suddenly, a white figure darted into the frame, capturing everyone's attention. Is that an Alolan Vulpix? It's here. It jumped into the owner's arms. Look at its pink tongue. Oh my heart. Amidst the conversation, the little Vulpix, who had unknowingly awakened from its slumber, pranced into the cultivation house, its fluffy tail swaying joyfully upon spotting Lin Feng. Newborn Pokemon are often lively, alternating between sleeping and playing. This exuberance would gradually change over the course of the week. Reluctantly, Lin Feng scooped up the little Vulpix and glanced at the livestream screen, realizing that the previously inquisitive messages had transformed into excited comments about visiting the shop. Is this Wudong City? I heard there's a pasture gym here. I was planning to head to Changsha City, but now I must check out the owner's Alolan Vulpix. Is anyone forming a group to go? I want to join. Lin Feng, slightly bewildered, gazed at the Alolan Vulpix nuzzling against him, its crystalline eyes blinking innocently. He pondered how he hadn't actively promoted anything. The little Vulpix, blissfully unaware of the thousands of eyes upon it, continued to bask in the attention. Chapter 51. The information on Shinado. All right, I will play with you later. Just be quiet for now. Lin Feng gently pinched the nose of the little Vulpix nestled in his arms, somewhat helplessly stopping its restless movements. The little Vulpix let out a couple of aggrieved whines, but quickly settled down. Unbeknownst to them, this adorable display sparked quite a stir in the live stream room. Seeing the bustling chat, Luan Ming inwardly lamented that his own audience was filled with beauty enthusiasts. Yet he couldn't help but smile as he aimed his phone at the Douyin QR code hanging on the counter. Besides, he also had his own Douyin account, which everyone could follow. This was intentionally placed at the entrance to allow passing customers to connect with his Douyin, where future updates would also be shared. As Lin Feng watched the screen light up with new followers, he was about to thank Luan Ming when his attention was suddenly caught by a comment that flashed by. Wudong Town? That name sounds a bit familiar. Oh, right. I remember hearing from a classmate that someone seemed to have spotted Shinado in the nearby forest, and it was a different colored one. I wonder if that's true. This lengthy comment regarding the rare Pokemon Shinado instantly captivated the majority of the viewers. Impossible. The forest near Wudong Town has been explored countless times over the past decade. If there were Shinado, it would have been captured or left long ago. Is it true? That sounds like a tall tale. My classmate has always been a bit of a braggart. TSK, what a letdown. I thought there might actually be a chance to see Shinado. Is it fake? As the comments flew across the screen, Lin Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped that the psychic Pokemon he had longed for might actually have chance of existence, only to realize it was merely a fabrication. Meanwhile, the construction of the barn was in full swing. Minas began to invoke rain across the various plots in the plantation, casting a cool shade over the area. A gentle drizzle soon filled the air with the earthy fragrance of freshly dampened soil and plants, bringing a refreshing chill. Once the light rain subsided, the vine snake initiated the grass terrain, bestowing growth buffs upon the plants still in their developmental stages. It was noteworthy that after indulging in the green dumplings the previous day, it seemed the vine snake had become even more adept at conjuring the grass terrain, visibly expanding its area of effect. It seemed that consuming more green dumplings would enhance its capabilities further. BB Bird perched on a branch, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Observing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. He then turned his gaze to BB Bird. Having made a promise, he felt compelled to fulfill his part, especially since BB Bird was the only one among his Pokemon capable of flight. He envisioned soaring through the skies on BB Bird once it evolved into Beedrill. Hey, BB Bird. BB. Upon hearing Lin Feng's call, BB Bird swiftly spread its wings and dived down, landing gracefully on Lin Feng's shoulder appearing increasingly spirited. Lin Feng stroked its feathers. Beneath the bright orange plumage lay a tail of red and orange hues, complemented by a long crest atop its head, sharp claws, and a keen beak, all indicative of a well-bred BB bird. BB bird shook its head, signaling that everything was normal around them. You can no longer consume the magical candies. It's time to practice some skills. A saying among trainers goes that while a powerful Pokemon may be well-nurtured, mere nurturing alone does not guarantee strength. They must engage in battle. This concept is easily understood. Like flowers in a greenhouse, no matter how vibrant they bloom indoors, they wither when exposed to the harshness of nature. BB bird stood ready, perhaps wondering if its trainer was about to assess its skills. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded in affirmation and led BB bird to the back of the barn where construction was underway, contemplating the overgrown weeds and trees. What skill should BB bird employ to clear this area? The green dumplings only helped grass-type Pokemon increase their skill comprehension and power. By considering the ingredients, green dumpling using hay, mooing fresh milk, and fragrant flour, one might wonder if combining fresh milk and fragrant flour with other ingredients could yield culinary creations that enhance flying or all attribute skills. Pokemon, BB bird gender, male ability, keen eye potential, blue individual values, HP, 21, attack, 21, special attack, 20, defense, 17, special defense, 17. Speed, 25, level, 21 to 24 skills, gust, tackle, quick attack, whirlwind, air cutter, steel wing, hurricane, tornado, mist. Affection, 87. It finds you very reliable. Happiness, 70. Strengthen. After consuming 2 magical candies, BB bird had emerged as an elite Pokemon. Additionally, it had received a TM for the skill Mist from Lin Feng. You can use Hurricane in a designated area and see if you can stack another Hurricane on top of it. For BB bird's energy control, Lin Feng opted for the training method employed with the vine snake, utilizing a grass mixer. BB bird seemed puzzled, questioning whether this approach would work. After receiving Lin Feng's encouragement, it took to the sky, flapping its wings vigorously. Whoosh! The explosive winds howled, swirling the weeds and trees. The first hurricane went smoothly, but as BB bird attempted to stack a second, its energy quickly became chaotic. The whirling winds counteracted one another, dissipating into a gentle breeze, leaving BB bird weakly gazing at Lin Feng from the air. Its understanding was not on par with that of the vine snake. It could not achieve such skill stacking alone. No worries, just practice slowly. There's no rush, Lin Feng reassured it, though inwardly he pondered the necessity of culinary assistance. Chapter 52. The Lost BB Bird. The dusk enveloped the small town in a soft orange glow, reminiscent of ethereal mist. In the sky, a shadow of orange flitted against the setting sun, weary wings beating as it soared towards a place teeming with vitality. It finally alighted on the branches of a towering pine, using its beak to preen its feathers, an indescribable melancholy reflected in its gaze. Throughout the day, the BB bird made no progress with the trainer's instruction on mastering the powerful skill, having merely scratched the surface. It harbored no doubt about the veracity of the trainer's claims regarding skill enhancement. In just a few days at the plantation, the BB bird had come to realize that the pace of its growth here was exponentially faster, perhaps even by several-fold. Furthermore, the sisters within the plantation, be they Venus or Vine Snake, exhibited exceptional control over energy. Particularly, the Vine Snake expanded its grassy terrain daily, its energy becoming increasingly potent. Was it truly inferior? The thought flickered through the BB bird's mind. Yet in its lineage, it was among the first to grasp the skill of the powerful wind. It glanced down at the crystal-clear stream, where Venus glided through the water, its radiant form reflected upon the surface, creating an ethereal dreamscape. For Venus, the seemingly cramped reservoir was a playground, as it swam about with unbridled joy, occasionally peering towards the breeding house. Within the breeding house, Lin Feng silently observed the energy cube before him. The A-grade sand-scale energy cube, crafted from sand-scale fruits combined with moo milk and fragrant powder, was a novel creation. Culinary effect 1. Upon consumption, It enhances the skill comprehension of flying-type Pokemon for a brief period. Culinary effect 2. Prolonged use significantly boosts speed, individual values, and fortifies the feathers of avian Pokemon. Lin Feng had spent the entire day in the kitchen, losing count of the myriad energy cubes and dishes he had concocted, utilizing a majority of the special rewards fruit varieties and plantation ingredients. He had succeeded in crafting this energy cube designed to enhance flying-type Pokemon's skill comprehension. For instance, a spicy tomato salad, made with spicy tomatoes and moo moo milk, temporarily amplified the power of fire-type Pokemon's skills. High-quality milk-flavored energy cubes were created from special scale fruits and moo moo milk, which bolstered resistance to status conditions and elevated special attack individual values. Most of his creations were energy cubes, with only a few being actual dishes. As energy cubes were easier to preserve, he would either consume the food himself or allow his companions, like the little Vulpix and Vine Snake, to relish them. He meticulously recorded both the culinary effects and the preparation processes of these dishes and energy cubes in a notebook for future reference. Perhaps he should consider nurturing Pokemon that could yield ingredients? A day of experimentation, combined with the significant effects of A-grade moo moo milk, inspired Lin Feng. His culinary prowess could create astonishing effects by merging ingredients. Often, the higher the quality of the ingredients, the more remarkable the outcomes. Moo moo milk exemplified this, and he could certainly raise other ingredient-producing Pokemon. For example, the milk from riding sheep, the rock salt from stone giants, the fragrance from fragrant powder, the cream from frosty milk fairy, and the oil from Oliva. The possibilities were abundant. Lin Feng felt a sudden surge of inspiration. He recalled that there was a dedicated breeding house in Wudong City and resolved to visit soon. The stone giants and Oliva were Pokemon specific to the Paldea region, which presented a challenge. If the Donghua Alliance did not have them, capturing these Pokemon would necessitate a journey to Paldea. He would assess the situation in due course. With a sigh, Lin Feng felt a pang of melancholy. The sensation of observing, yet remaining unattainable, was disheartening. Perhaps he should check on the BB bird. It would be wise to find it a substitute. Otherwise, given its nature, it might stubbornly perch on the pine tree until nightfall. While Pokemon are resilient, they are not invincible. What Pokemon retains energy through the night? This fleeting thought crossed Lin Feng's mind as he beckoned the BB bird over. "Come here, BB bird." With a cheerful chirp, the BB bird swiftly descended beside Lin Feng. Observing its fatigued flight posture, Lin Feng remarked, "You just finished training, didn't you?" The BB bird appeared somewhat weary. "BB?" "Indeed." Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, intending to express something, but as he gazed into the flickering flames in the BB bird's eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. Surely, the feeling of being far from home was not pleasant. Hatred is indeed the most primal driving force of any creature. After a moment of hesitation, he finally managed to say, "Keep up the good work, but do not worry too much. I will assist you." With that, he presented the optimal sand scale energy cube he had researched throughout the afternoon. "Here, eat this." Upon seeing the food, the BB bird's previously downcast expression brightened, and with enthusiasm, it tore apart the energy cube, consuming it piece by piece. However, not long after, an overwhelming sensation surged within its heart. It could not help but ascend into the sky, spreading its wings as if ready to unleash the powerful wind within the plantation. Yet at the last moment, the BB bird spotted Lin Feng below and stifled the urge, soaring outward instead. With wings that sliced through the air like steel, it conjured up a tempest. And amidst the gale, a small yet fierce wind began to rise. "Congratulations, host." The BB bird's joy level has increased from 10 to 98. Rewards: 15 bags of golden gravel and 3 rare candies. The divine feather of the Molters, a fiery feather formed from Molters energy, which enhances the qualifications of flying-type and fire-type Pokemon upon absorption. Seeing this, a smile of relief spread across Lin Feng's face. Well, now this child should feel less anxious. Chapter 53. Trainers flooding into the town in search of Shinado. July 28th. The first day since the barn's completion. It has been 2 days since the BB bird absorbed the divine feather of the firebird. Perhaps due to the recent promotion by a certain content creator, the clientele at the breeding house has noticeably increased, and the Pokemon they bring are generally much stronger. This has enriched the rewards Lin Feng receives from their Pokemon, with occasional bountiful berries as a bonus. Moreover, a mysterious rumor seems to have spread rapidly. Are you here in the Wutong Forest to find Shinado? Yes, you too. What coincidence, so am I. Well then, we are rivals. How infuriating. Shall we engage in a battle of trainers? Whoever wins gets to possess Shinado. Such dialogues often occur outside the breeding house, suggesting that someone is deliberately disseminating this information to attract Pokemon trainers to the forest in search of Shinado. Observing yet another middle-aged trainer hurriedly purchasing stamina energy cubes inside the shop, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. The Wutong Forest was fully developed a decade ago, and according to statistics from that time, the most abundant Pokemon were Beedrill and Spearow, particularly in the central area where a vast sea of flowers flourished. Beedrill were especially numerous, almost monopolizing the entire center. It seems that the trainers these days are becoming increasingly formidable. Could it be that the rumor is indeed true? Hearing the notification sound from the system, Lin Feng felt a stir of excitement. This is a Psychic-type Pokemon that has already reached its final evolutionary form. Shinado is something that almost no one can resist. For him, with just a little nurturing, he could easily recruit it as an employee. Of course, that is contingent upon the Pokemon's desire to seek a trainer. If it yearns for freedom, then there's nothing he can do. Compared to capturing through battle, Lin Feng preferred to entice Pokemon with his culinary skills and actions. Furthermore, after spending considerable time in this world, he has yet to genuinely venture into the wild to capture Pokemon. Let's go, Lin Feng declared resolutely and headed to the plantation. He gazed at the BB bird perched on the tree. BB bird? Today, unlike a few days prior, the BB bird exuded a newfound confidence. Its body shimmering with a radiant glow, and faintly, it seemed to emit a flicker of flame. Upon closer inspection, its feathers indeed flickered with a subtle flame, enhancing its already vibrant orange-yellow plumage. BB, the BB bird swooped down, trailing a brilliant tail of flames, affectionately brushing against Lin Feng's head. Species, BB bird gender, male ability, keen eye potential, red individual values, HP, 24, attack, 28, special attack, 27, defense, 17, special defense, 17, speed, 26, level, 24 to 27 skills, gust, tackle, quick attack, whirlwind, air cutter, steel wing, hurricane, tornado, mist, heat wave. Affection, 98, unconditional trust. After absorbing a divine feather from the Firebird, although the BB bird now bore flames, resembling the Firebird even more, it had merely learned the heat wave skill. Nonetheless, its potential had indeed increased significantly. The destination this time is the Wutong Forest, and if anyone knows the area best, it would undoubtedly be the BB bird. Therefore, for this journey, Lin Feng planned to bring it along with a grass-type Pokemon, the Ivy Snake. I need you to accompany me to the Wutong Forest, which is also your territory, as I seek a Pokemon. BB? BB. Upon hearing that they would visit its hometown, the BB bird perked up, nodding earnestly. Well then, I must ask you to endure being in the Pokeball for now. Lin Feng took out the BB bird's Pokeball and recalled it, then turned to the Milotic in the reservoir, saying, Milotic, I might head into the forest. Would you like to play in the river outside? These days, he had noticed that the reservoir was rather small, which might cause Milotic some discomfort. He thought that he should find an opportunity to widen the water channel, allowing Milotic the freedom to explore the river. You? Take me along. Well, this time, it shouldn't involve any battles, so I won't take you. If you want to play, you can stay in the river. You. Milotic let out a slightly disappointed sound, then shook its head, submerging beneath the water surface. Peering at Lin Feng through the water, it indicated that it was content to stay there rather than venture into the river. Lin Feng did not press the matter further. After glancing at the milk tanks in the barn, which were happily munching on green dumplings, he felt there was nothing more to explain, so he headed to his room. Inside the room, the Ivy Snake was supervising the Ice Vulpix as it learned to cover its claws with Ice-type energy. Lin Feng had no high expectations for the Ice Vulpix. If it enjoyed battling, then it should battle to grow stronger. If not, it could grow healthily and evolve at an appropriate time. It could even choose not to evolve at all. However, the Ice Vulpix must learn to cover its feet with Ice-type energy, for Lin Feng did not wish to see it trudge into the plantation, leaving its pristine white fur in a messy state, especially when it would tread on the floor of the breeding house. Particularly, he dreaded it stepping onto the bed. He truly did not want to be mopping constantly. Inging? Inging, the Ice Vulpix, who had been diligently shedding the ice layer from its paws, immediately brightened upon seeing Lin Feng, proudly exclaiming, Inging, look, I managed to shed the ice from my paws. Well done. Lin Feng praised, satisfied, and rewarded it with an energy cube, which the little creature eagerly embraced and began to munch on. Without further ado, he coaxed the Ice Vulpix into the Pokeball and explained the situation to the Ivy Snake. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, the Ivy Snake sighed softly, tongue. So, you're looking to acquire yet another new Pokemon. Chapter 54. Guidance from Lucario upon hearing the slightly melancholic voice of the Vine Snake. Lin Feng paused for a moment before responding. Isn't this a wonderful thing? I've always wanted to capture a Psychic-type Pokemon. It would make gathering fruits and vegetables much more convenient. The Vine Snake pursed its lips, realizing the truth in his words, and nodded, albeit with a quiet sigh within. It found itself reminiscing about the time before its evolution. Now, having transformed into its current form, would there still be opportunities to curl up in the trainer's embrace? All right, let's set off. Lin Feng, without further contemplation, informed Qin Shu, who was tending the shop, and swiftly made his way towards the Wutong forest with the Vine Snake. After traversing the stone path, they soon arrived at the riverbank. This river lacked any bridges, serving as a barrier that prevented certain Pokemon from the wilds from reaching the nearby town. However, for a trainer with a modicum of strength, this was hardly an obstacle. It was only in the wilderness that one could truly appreciate the significance of a flying Pokemon. Seeing familiar surroundings, the Pidgey visibly brightened with excitement. Lin Feng turned to the Vine Snake and suggested, How about you enter the Pokeball for now? Pidgey's small stature can only accommodate me, and if we insist on bringing you along, I would have to hold you in my arms. The Vine Snake hesitated for a moment before shyly indicating Vine. Could I perhaps be held as before? All right then, Lin Feng chuckled. Ever since the Vine Snake evolved into a Gloom, he had lost the opportunity to hold it openly. Now that the Gloom had expressed such a desire, he would not feign restraint. With one swift motion, he scooped up the Gloom, which instinctively grasped his arm with its tiny hands while its tail wrapped around his leg. Congratulations, host. The happiness level of the Gloom has risen from 40 to 80. Reward: 15 bags of gold dust, 1 intermediate candy, and 1 special berry. The sudden influx of joy from the Gloom prompted Lin Feng to glance at it. Vine, what's happening? The Gloom felt a warm sensation coursing through its chill blood. Nothing. Lin Feng shook his head. All right, Pidgey. He extended his other hand to grasp Pidgey's talon, allowing it to carry them across to the other side. Upon reaching the wooden cabin, Lin Feng noticed that aside from the door, a small window had been opened. Peering inside, he spotted an elderly man, approximately 60 years old. Seated in an armchair, clad in a teal robe and wearing glasses, he was engrossed in a yellow-covered book. Without lifting his gaze, he remarked, Another trainer seeking a Gardevoir. I see. This Gardevoir is no ordinary specimen. His words dripped with skepticism regarding the ability of the incoming trainers to capture the Gardevoir. Lin Feng offered a greeting. Uncle Liang, it's me. The elder, the forest ranger of Wudong Forest, was officially recognized by the Alliance. He had been there for as long as Lin Feng could remember. Uncle Liang seldom ventured into town, only occasionally seen carrying supplies along the stone path. In his childhood, Lin Feng had fleetingly seen the elder's Pokemon, a kind-looking Lucario. Hearing the familiar voice, Uncle Liang finally raised his head, his cloudy eyes lighting up with a smile. Xiao Feng, it's you. I heard you didn't go to university, but instead reopened the breeding house and plantation at home? Lin Feng nodded and quickly retrieved the vegetables he had prepared from his storage ball. These are from the plantation. Please have a taste, and if you enjoy them, feel free to come by any time to pick some. He held deep respect for Uncle Liang, who had once cradled him in his arms as a child. Moreover, Uncle Liang had dedicated decades to protecting the balance between the town and the forest ensuring that the Pokémon within did not encroach upon the settlement. Such commitment was deserving of admiration. Well then, I must take a good look. Uncle Leon cheerfully accepted the plastic bag. Upon seeing the vegetables inside, surprise flickered in his eyes before he quickly composed himself. Your cultivation skills are on par with your parents. After a moment, he noticed the gloom and Pidgey beside Lin Feng. Are you also here to seek a Gardevoir in the forest? Caught off guard, Lin Feng sheepishly smiled. I have that in mind, but capturing it depends on fate. If possible, capturing a Caterpie is also among my goals. Gardevoir may be elusive, but Caterpie is much easier to find. Butterfree can help pollinate the flowering plants in the plantation, significantly improving yield, making it a vital Pokémon for the plantation. By the way, where's Lucario? Lin Feng asked, glancing around at the empty surroundings. He wanted to feed Lucario some energy cubes to earn additional rewards. P.S. in Wudong Forest, Uncle Leon chuckled. These trainers don't possess much strength, but are quite adept at causing trouble. Lucario needs to keep an eye on things. However, if you're looking for a Gardevoir, you might want to check the eastern part of Wudong Forest. Lin Feng's eyes brightened at Uncle Liang's words. While he might dismiss similar comments from others, he regarded Uncle Liang's advice as gospel. After all, his Pokémon was indeed a Lucario. Thank you, Uncle Liang. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng confirmed the direction and swiftly made his way towards the eastern part of Wudong Forest. In the eastern region of Wudong Forest, a round-shaped lake separated the forest from the sky. The pale blue surface mirrored the orange-yellow sunset, shimmering with occasional glimmers. Beside the lake, a deep blue figure moved gracefully, its skirt swaying gently. At that moment, it gazed intently at its reflection in the water, seemingly admiring its own slender form. Yet perhaps for other reasons, it appeared particularly conscious of its appearance. Eventually, it shook its head. Gardevoir, let us settle here for now and see if there are any berries around. Chapter 55. Did it go to the plantation? Guided by the presence of the BB bird, even amidst the intricate labyrinth of the sycamore forest, Lin Feng traversed with remarkable ease and soon encountered his first green caterpillar. No, it should be termed a yellow caterpillar, for its skin bore a striking yellow hue. This appeared to be a newly emerged caterpillar, its delicate hairs still tender, and its body seemed so fragile that a mere touch could pierce its skin. Most notably, upon catching sight of Lin Feng, it began to tremble violently, its face a portrait of terror, momentarily forgetting to flee. Lin Feng understood that the caterpillar was not afraid of him, but rather of the BB bird hovering behind him. After a brief pause, the caterpillar finally remembered its silk spinning ability and immediately directed its efforts at Lin Feng and the BB bird. Pop, pop. The pristine, delicate threads of silk were incinerated into ash before they could even approach the BB bird, engulfed by its fierce flames. The remainder was deftly evaded by Lin Feng, landing harmlessly on the ground. He crouched down, tugging at the caterpillar's silk with ease, severing it without difficulty. Indeed, this was a freshly hatched green caterpillar. Species, green caterpillar. Gender, female. Ability, scale powder. Qualification, green. Individual values, HP, 5, attack, 8, defense, 14, special attack, 28, special defense, 16, speed, 10, level, 3 skills, silk spinning, tackle. Description, an unusually colored, newly born green caterpillar. Affection level, 0. It does not recognize you. Happiness value, -75. Why are there birds here so early in the morning to eat leaves? Intrigued, Lin Feng produced a Pokeball. Although green caterpillars are among the most abundant Pokémon found in any forest wilderness, their shiny variants appear with high frequency. From the moment they are born, they are fated to be the focus of numerous predators, leading to a tragic end. Thus, upon encountering this green caterpillar, Lin Feng felt a sense of responsibility to rescue it. At the moment when the silk failed to ensnare him, the caterpillar felt as though the sky had fallen. Alas, it feared it was about to be devoured. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld merely a human who had approached and uttered words it could comprehend. Return? Return where? The caterpillar cautiously opened its eyes. As soon as the green dumpling appeared, its eyes sparkled with delight. The sweet, fragrant aroma of the dumpling, even in its chilled state, exuded a unique charm. How delightful! Gazing at the green dumpling and then at the BB bird hovering above, the caterpillar suddenly thought that even if this were its last meal, it would be worth it. With a sense of resignation towards its fate, it climbed onto Lin Feng's arm and began to nibble at the dumpling. Every day there's such food to eat. Every day there's such food to eat. Well, I shall take that as your agreement. Seeing the caterpillar nod, Lin Feng swiftly retrieved a pokeball and captured the little creature within. As 3 beams of red light flickered, the pokeball settled into tranquility. A slight smile graced his lips as he secured the pokeball at his waist. Initially, he had aimed to capture a mere ordinary green caterpillar, yet unexpectedly, he had succeeded in capturing a shiny variant. Once it evolved, his plantation would be even more vibrant. Encountering such a Pokemon right at the onset had undeniably lifted Lin Feng's spirits and instilled him with confidence regarding his quest. However, his subsequent fortune seemed to have waned as he encountered nothing but ordinary Pokemon, such as Beedrill, Sandshrew, and Diglett. Although he harbored a desire to capture a Diglett, memories of the Sandshrew at Grandpa Cheen's home led him to decide against it. That little fellow, though somewhat simple-minded, shared Grandpa Cheen's temperament and had no desire to create trouble for others. If it learned Lin Feng had captured a Pokemon capable of replacing its duties, it would likely refuse to assist Lin Feng in the future. With a sigh, he resolved to continue searching for Gardevoir. He journeyed eastward, yet his quest yielded no results until sunset, when he stood before a lake, watching the descending sun tint the water an orange hue, lost in contemplation. Perhaps this Gardevoir simply did not favor humans. He had wandered considerably in the eastern part of the sycamore forest, armed with an array of energy cubes infused with sweet fragrances, yet had attracted no Gardevoir, while other Pokemon were drawn in abundance. Thankfully, the vine snake and BB bird displayed sufficient prowess to drive them away. Vine, are we still searching? The vine snake inquired. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, realizing he might have been too fixated, perhaps influenced by the effortless manner in which Mutwo plucked fruits. He truly longed to capture a psychic-type Pokemon. Now it appeared that fate had deemed them incompatible. This time, the vine snake did not resist and willingly entered the Pokeball. Lin Feng seized the BB bird's talons, soaring into the sky. However, before he could open the door, a red rotom swooped down from above, speaking with urgency. Chapter 56. The cursed Shinado. It is quite simple. Just assist me with some labor. Huh? Lin Feng's expression was one of exaggerated confusion. What nonsense! After searching for a long time without success, he was now being told it wasn't his very own plantation? Yes, you must go take a look. It has harvested all the ripe fruits from the plantation. Hearing the somewhat urgent voice of Rotom, Lin Feng didn't even bother to open the door. He swiftly grasped the claws of Pidgey. Let us go. Pidgey. The creature emitted a long cry, inadvertently laced with a hint of anger. The trainer had entrusted it with the task of guarding the plants in the plantation, and now it was being told that everything had been picked. With that thought, flames ignited around Pidgey, and with a few powerful flaps of its wings, they soared above the plantation. Even from several meters high, Lin Feng swiftly identified the anomaly below. What was once a vibrant plantation brimming with various fruits and vegetables now lay barren, save for a patch of greenery and a few underdeveloped fruits. Beside the reservoir, the harvested crops floated in midair, categorized by type, while a blue figure hovered above the water. As if sensing Pidgey's movement, the figure lifted its head, blood-red eyes swirling with a sinister light, fixating on Pidgey and Lin Feng. Undoubtedly, this was a Shinado. Meanwhile, in the reservoir, a Milotic was attempting to attack the Shinado with water gun, but it was thwarted by an invisible barrier, utterly powerless. Descend. Lin Feng calmed Pidgey with the power of the Tokua and instructed it to fly lower. Pidgey, when they were only 2 or 3 meters off the ground, Lin Feng released his grip, landing gracefully before the Shinado, unable to suppress his curiosity. In contrast to an ordinary Shinado, the one before him had azure hair, with its arms and the inner lining of its white dress also in blue. The triangular pattern on its chest and its eyes had transformed into a deep crimson, exuding an enigmatic aura. Suspended in midair, its psychic abilities caused its flowing white dress to sway gently, its gaze serene. Shauna, are you the master of this plantation? Lin Feng nodded and activated his insight eye. Species, Shinado gender, female ability, telepathy potential, golden individual values. HP, 31, attack, 18. Defense, 25, special attack, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 31, level, 78 skills, Howl Psybeam, Magic Flame, Shadow Clone, Misty Terrain, Attractive Voice, Psychic, Drain Kiss, Moonlight Future Sight. Description: a rare Shinado, once cursed by the nightmare deity Darkrai during its time as a Ralts, its eyes now imbued with cursed energy, turning crimson, and those nearby will awaken to nightmares. Affection, 0. It feels no connection to you. Happiness, 0. What will it take to exchange for these fruits? Lin Feng was taken aback. Upon hearing Rhoda mention that Milotic was under Shinado's control with no means of resistance, he had his suspicions, but he never anticipated the Shinado's power to be so formidable. Moreover, with individual values of 4V and golden potential, he had never encountered such an exquisite ordinary Pokemon before. However, cursed by Darkrai, Lin Feng was astounded, and before he could examine further, a voice akin to a serene spring flowed into his mind. Shauna, I desire these fruits. What do you want in return? Are you suggesting an exchange for these fruits and vegetables? Lin Feng cautiously inquired. Shinado nodded, offering no further explanation. Taking without asking is not an exchange. Before he could finish his thought, Shinado interrupted. Shauna, look at your Milotic. Lin Feng turned to see Milotic anxiously guarding the reservoir, its energy surging with urgency, desperately attempting to break free from Shinado's grasp. Under the pressure of this energy, Milotic's strength was rapidly dissipating. Yet due to the ocean crystal buried within the reservoir, it was simultaneously absorbing energy from that source. This led to Milotic's energy level rising swiftly. 31, 32, 33. Species, Milotic gender, female ability, Marvel scale potential, golden level, 34 to 37 skills, water gun, water pulse, tackle, attractive voice, water ring, hurricane, dragon tail, recover, ice beam, mystical shield, muddy water, hydro pump, affection, 100, it trusts you unconditionally, happiness, -20, why can't it break free? Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng hurried to the reservoir's edge, clenched his right fist, and then struck the water's surface forcefully. Crack! The sound was akin to shattering glass, as the psychic barrier was shattered by Lin Feng's sheer force. As it broke, Milotic swiftly swam to shore, positioning itself beside Lin Feng, watching Shinado warily from the air. You're fine. Lin Feng reassured Milotic before turning his attention back to Shinado. He understood Shinado's intent clearly. It aimed to strengthen Milotic in its own manner, serving as a condition for the fruits. However, for Lin Feng, this was a disadvantage. If he wished for his Pokemon to grow stronger, it would be exceedingly simple. With the numerous intermediate candies he had obtained recently, he could easily elevate Milotic to gym leader status or even beyond. Yet, such a method would only cause Milotic to struggle with controlling its energy in a short span, potentially leading to an energy leak similar to what had happened with Dragonite. Moreover, forcing Milotic to absorb energy from the ocean crystal under duress was not the path of nurturing he envisioned. He desired his Pokemon to flourish joyfully. You seem to be a Pokemon that values reason. Forcing my Pokemon to grow under such emotional duress is not what I wish to witness. Furthermore, the energy crystal in this water was placed by me. It does not concern you. Without your interference, Milotic will naturally grow in due time. Additionally, what need do you have for all these fruits? Are you raising Ralts? These fruits should hold little significance for Shinado. If it were merely to satisfy hunger, there would be no need to gather so many. Thus, Lin Feng surmised that Shinado intended to share these fruits with other Pokemon. Shauna? At this, Shinado slightly furrowed its brow. Shauna, then how shall I acquire these fruits? Lin Feng's previous punch had instilled a considerable sense of pressure upon it. This was the first human of such strength it had encountered since being expelled from its territory by others of its kind, forced to navigate survival alone. Very simply, assist me with some labor. Chapter 57. Yearning for an umbrella after the rain, the formidable prowess of Shinado was beyond question, and Lin Feng, in a moment of desperation, instinctively struck the psychic barrier. The outcome of this strike not only astonished Shinado, but also left him somewhat bewildered. Was my fist truly this powerful? Or was it that the potency of energy-based skills was diminished by an astounding 99? Not in my presence? Shinado appeared puzzled. Lin Feng quickly elucidated, yes. It's akin to a part-time job. You may express how many Pokemon you have nurtured, the amount of berries you require, and the workload you are willing to undertake. The task is quite straightforward. Merely assist me in harvesting these fruits and vegetables, just as you're doing now. Shinado cast a contemplative gaze at the nearby berries. Innately, it was reluctant to seize the fruits directly, yet its survival instincts had taught it that it could teleport away with the berries without fear, regardless of the human's strength. However, this human seemed rather amiable. Observing Shinado's wavering interest, Lin Feng continued, "Of course, you may take a portion for the Pokemon you care for. I can await your response." Given Shinado's strength, it was likely that it had survived in the wild for quite some time. Conventional methods, like luring a caterpie, will be futile. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to approach it from a perspective it valued, namely, the Pokemon it nurtured. With this thought, he tossed an energy cube towards it, noting that these would be particularly suitable for weaker Pokemon. Yet, before it could reach Shinado, an invisible psychic force enveloped it. A cube crafted from dragon fruit fell from the bottle. Upon sensing it, Shinado's eyes widened in surprise. As a psychic-type Pokemon, it could perceive that this energy cube, even now, would yield significant benefits. Lin Feng added, "This is merely a sample. There are various types of energy cubes, each formulated according to the unique physiology of Pokemon, making them ideal for the little ones." Shinado's astonishment transformed into a complex expression, and it ultimately conveyed, "Shauna, I understand. I will provide you with a response before tomorrow night." With that, its form vanished, taking a portion of the berries with it. The fleeting sight of Shinado filled Lin Feng with envy. With such a Pokemon around, he could traverse anywhere he desired. He hoped it would choose to stay. Sighing, he retrieved the Pokeball containing the caterpie he had captured that day, placing it on the grass. "This will be your home from now on. Aside from the berries and leaves, everything else is edible. Understood?" The caterpie surveyed its surroundings and took a bite of the grass, its expression transforming instantly. So much food. In the eastern region of Wutong Forest, the bright moonlight illuminated the lake, casting a dreamlike reflection like a mirror. At the tranquil shore, a small, round head suddenly emerged. Its entire body was a deep blue, with eyes as large as bronze bells, and a fin reminiscent of a wing rested gently on the bank, followed by a pale pink nose. It called out towards a dense thicket on the shore. "Chio Chio, are you there? Are you there?" From within the thicket, a fiery chick promptly sprang forth. "Gigi, Chio Chio, Chio Chio." In response to their calls, another Pokemon resembling a mountain fruit tumbleweed fell from a tree. The Chio Chio seal cautiously surveyed its surroundings, seemingly wary of any Pokemon that might come to devour them. The sweet bamboo from the Alola region, the Chio Chio seal, and the fiery chick from the Fanyuan region. 3 Pokemon from different territories found themselves congregated in this place. "Chio Chio, I'm so hungry." The Chio Chio seal patted its belly, wearing a sorrowful expression. "Gigi, shall we go find something to eat?" The fiery chick suggested, its eyes twinkling with ideas. The sweet bamboo immediately exhibited signs of fear. "Bamboo, it told us to stay put. What if we can't find our way back? We don't even know where we are. And if there are dangerous Pokemon nearby, we could be eaten." "Chio Chio, let's wait a bit longer." The Chio Chio seal concurred. Seeing that its companions were not in agreement, the fiery chick could only nod reluctantly. The next moment, a figure materialized in their midst. "Shauna, didn't I ask you to hide?" Shinado spoke sternly upon observing the trio huddled together. "Chio Chio, Chio Chio." The Chio Chio seal stepped forward, admitting its role in summoning them, citing hunger as the reason for their gathering. Shinado fell silent for a moment, ultimately deciding not to reprimand them further. It produced the energy cubes acquired from Lin Feng. "Shauna, go ahead and eat." The eyes of the Pokemon sparkled with delight as they eagerly began to munch on the energy cubes. Shinado watched the joyous scene, a rare softness illuminating its gaze. These three children, the Chio seal and the fiery chick, had been abandoned by trainers for various reasons. While the sweet bamboo had been left alone shortly after birth, its mother having been captured. Having been raised in captivity, the Chio seal and fiery chick, along with the sweet bamboo, had lost their mothers far too soon. None possessed any survival experience in the wild, and when they were found, they were on the brink of collapse. Since being exiled from its own kind during its youth, Shinedo had harbored immense sympathy for Pakmon who shared similar plights. This was the very reason it had chosen to take in these three Pakmon. Having endured the rain itself, it yearned to provide shelter for other beings. Chapter 58. The automated production line of energy cubes and metagross inside the breeding house. Lin Feng pushed open the window, and the silvery moonlight poured in like water, illuminating the starry sky, a scene as vibrant as a painting. The small town at night was serene, interrupted only by the occasional calls of Pakmon. Lin Feng sat on his bed, pondering a pressing issue, the curse that had befallen his Shinedo, cast by Darkrai. A curse, after all, could be considered a form of sinister energy, manifesting as a negative state for Pakmon. The curse inflicted upon Shinedo seemed to stem from the nature of nightmares. Such curses were not uncommon, with the infamous ghost-type curse skill, Destiny Bond, allowing one to synchronize their state with that of their opponent before losing their battle capabilities. Lin Feng wondered if the power of eternity could eradicate such a state. He murmured to himself, then shook his head. While mild afflictions could be cured, allowing Pakmon to recover due to their robust constitution, he lacked confidence in dispelling the curse imposed by Darkrai. Thus, the only path to liberation lay with Shinedo herself. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he would have infused some energy cubes to bolster her resistance against negative states. This would have significantly increased Shinedo's chances of survival. Sighing, he decided to review the special rewards he had received today. July 28th. Earnings 255,600. Total amount 1,004,000. Dragon Fruit, X5. Total quantity, 24. Special Scale Fruit, X12. Total quantity, 36. Intermediate Dragon Fruit, X3. Total quantity, 7. It had become a routine for Lin Feng to tally his special rewards each evening and prepare energy cubes for the following day. However, after completing his calculations today, a new idea sparked in his mind. Recently, due to Shinedo's condition, a number of professional trainers had flocked to the town, each with formidable Pakmon. While ordinary stamina energy cubes could enhance their happiness levels, the increase was rather modest. Moreover, consuming too many energy cubes of the same type could lead to a temporary phase of monotony, even if they were delicious. Thus, diversifying the types of energy cubes and enriching their flavors became essential for future development. For many Pakmon, nothing could elevate their happiness more than a boost to their strength. He decided to experiment with a low-tier version of defensive energy cubes. With this thought, Lin Feng made his way to the kitchen, retrieving the spicy tomato fruit picked by Shinedo that day, along with some moo milk. He also took out 2 dragon fruits, which resembled guavas and were quite valuable on the market. Today, he intended to combine these dragon fruits with the other ingredients to create 2 distinct flavors, amounting to 50 defensive energy cubes. What should the price be? Lin Feng fell into contemplation. These energy cubes cannot be too cheap, yet they should not be exorbitantly priced either, aiming for a range affordable enough for trainers from average backgrounds to occasionally indulge in for nurturing their Pakmon. He decided on pricing one at 10,000 and the other at 20,000. The 10,000 variant would feature the spicy tomato flavor, while the 20,000 variant would be infused with moo milk. Having finalized the pricing, Lin Feng set to work with great enthusiasm. He first used a blender to extract the juice from the spicy tomato fruit and combined it with the moo milk as a base. Then crushed the dragon fruits and heated them. Approximately 3 hours later, 2 energy cubes, one red and one white, were ready before him. The C-grade dragon energy cube, composed of a small quantity of dragon fruit, spicy tomato, and special scale fruit, was crafted with precision despite a somewhat rough manufacturing process. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He stifled a yawn. It was indeed tiring to produce so many energy cubes alone. If the demand for energy cubes continued to rise, he would struggle to keep up by himself. Perhaps he should recruit a breeder to assist in the production of energy cubes? This fleeting thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He was reluctant to share his energy cube recipes with others. Trust was a rare commodity, and he did not have faith in people. Pokemon, on the other hand, were pure-hearted. Suddenly, an idea struck him. While humans might not suffice, certain Pokemon could certainly be employed in the production of energy cubes. Most Pokemon, compared to humans, simply lack dexterity. However, Psychic-type Pokemon could easily substitute their limbs with psychic abilities, and there existed a Psychic-type Pokemon capable of precise data manipulation, enabling the mass production of energy cubes. A colossal, four-legged metallic figure materialized in his mind, swiftly taking root and expanding like a wild vine. Yet, Lin Feng soon felt disheartened. Where could he possibly find a Metagross? Such a creature would cost a fortune, far beyond his means. He had once thought earning a six-figure income daily was a sign of wealth, but upon reflection, the things he desired still seemed prohibitively expensive. Sighing, he lamented how quickly money could slip through one's fingers. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Cacturn, who had not slept, approached Lin Feng after he finished his tasks, offering a chilled glass of moo moo milk with its vine. "Thank you, Cacturn," Lin Feng said, crouching to pat his head before drinking the milk, feeling a bit re-energized. After washing up, he climbed into bed. The icy Vulpix was already sprawled out, sound asleep, occasionally releasing tiny bubbles from its nose, indicating a deep slumber. Lin Feng quietly climbed into bed, instinctively checking the system's happiness notification once more, his expression slightly perplexed. Strange, Sweet Bamboo? Is someone actually capturing this Alolan Pokemon? He quickly dismissed the thought, lying beside the icy Vulpix with a contented smile. Few could resist the charm of having an ice-type Pokemon by their side during the summer, especially while sleeping. Meanwhile, outside the treehouse, Cacturn pursed its lips and ventured inside. Chapter 59. The Cheating Squirtle and the Caterpie drinking milk on the Miltank on July 29th, as dawn gently illuminated the sky. Lin Feng rose early as per his usual routine. After arranging the necessary energy cubes, he communicated the prices to the arriving Qin Shu. Reflecting for a moment, he added a piece of cardboard beside him, inscribed with bold letters, "Non-refundable, no returns." The message was quite straightforward, 10,000. 20,000? Upon hearing the price, young Qin Shu's expression shifted, and she murmured in disbelief, "So expensive." It was equivalent to her entire monthly salary for just one portion. Lin Feng chuckled. There's a reason for the price. The effect is indeed remarkable. Though the manufacturing process was somewhat rudimentary, the technique ensured that the results were commendable, especially for Pokemon like Sandshrew and Onix. With a playful glint in her eye, Qin Shu glanced at the empty little room and softly asked, "Brother Feng, can I also purchase this energy cube?" Lin Feng was taken aback, but quickly affirmed, "Of course you can." A modest smile graced her round face, tinged with a faint blush as she shyly inquired, "Hee, could you perhaps consider a discount since I'm your employee?" Amused, Lin Feng replied, "All right, you can have it at half price." It seemed she had been waiting for this moment. As for why Squirtle had been lacking in appetite, Lin Feng was well aware. Every day when Qin Shu came to work, she would leave Squirtle at home. However, whenever Lin Feng ventured to the plantation around noon to feed the Minccino and Pidgey, Squirtle would sneak out from home and swim through the irrigation channel, peeking out with its big head, feigning innocence as it gazed at him. What could he do? He had no choice but to feed it alongside the others. It must be noted that this sneaky behavior seemed to have sparked a newfound excitement in Squirtle, making it eager for a clandestine feast. Consequently, its joy levels noticeably increased after each feeding, often resulting in a special reward. Later, Lin Feng removed a fence under an orange tree, allowing Squirtle to enter directly, while also providing some energy cubes for Sandshrew, instructing it not to disclose who had given them. It appeared that Qin Shu remained blissfully unaware of Squirtle's antics, now spending her entire month's salary here. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, but decided against warning her, allowing her to work for Squirtle. After all, as a young girl, she didn't need to carry too much money at this stage. With Lin Feng's approval, Qin Shu's expression brightened further, her enthusiasm palpable. If his system could detect human joy levels, it would undoubtedly register her delight soaring upwards. After leaving her with a few encouraging words, Lin Feng proceeded to the plantation. The previous day's events seemed not to have significantly impacted the plantation. In fact, Shinedo's arrival had led to the harvest of all the ripe fruits and vegetables. Lin Feng first retrieved the grass balls he had prepared 2 days prior from his storage sphere and fed them to the mill tanks. He then turned his gaze to the caterpie diligently munching on the grass. He produced a green rice ball, pondering whether it preferred this delicacy or the grass itself. Caterpie raised its head, its dark eyes reflecting Lin Feng's figure, clearly displaying a glimmer of joy. Yesterday, it had been frightened, fearing a Pidgey might devour it. But now it felt enveloped in a sea of happiness. As long as you can eat, right? Then let us stick to the green rice balls. If it rains, make sure to hide in the barn, all right? Lin Feng gently placed it on the grass near the barn and addressed the mill tanks, reminding them not to bully the caterpie. He had always prepared an ample supply of green rice balls for the mill tanks. However, during these past few days, he noticed that no matter how many rice balls he placed in the barn, the mill tanks would consume them all, often to the point of their bellies being round and subsequently producing copious amounts of milk. This situation left Lin Feng somewhat exasperated, ultimately necessitating manual control over their food intake. Moo moo. All right, moo moo. We won't. Moo moo. It looks like a baby. We can feed it milk. Moo moo. Yes, feed it milk. The mill tanks erupted into excited chatter. Listening to their dialogue, Lin Feng couldn't help but envision the caterpie perched atop a mill tank, drinking milk. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he quickly interjected, No. The green rice balls also contain your milk. The imagery was too delightful to fathom. Moo moo. Is that so? No wonder it tastes so good. Moo moo. Enough talk, I'll continue eating. The mill tanks resumed their animated discussion, soon redirecting their attention back to the food. Observing the harmonious interaction between the mill tanks and the caterpie, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction before making his way to the reservoir. Upon seeing him approach, Mianas immediately emerged from the water, its long red tendrils gracefully brushing against Lin Feng's face as a gentle breeze caressed them. He reached out to grasp one, marveling at its smooth texture, and remarked, Mianas, look, I've widened the irrigation channel for you. You'll be able to swim here much more freely from now on. What do you think? Mianas appeared somewhat perplexed. All right, it's settled then. Lin Feng noted its lack of objections and prepared to call Huba as construction team. He had been quite pleased with their work on the barn previously, so he intended to enlist their services again. Just then, a blue figure suddenly appeared before him and Mianas. Chapter 60. The Joyful Reward of Shinedo. Intermediate psychic power without a doubt. The blue figure was indeed Shinedo. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated Shinedo's arrival, but he did not expect it to be so swift. Shinedo? I agreed to the task you mentioned, but it seems unnecessary to gather fruits today. Shinedo floated gracefully in midair, its ethereal psychic force suspending its form, impervious to even the gentle morning breeze that tried to lift its skirt. It murmured, Today, we need to widen the water diversion channel for the Milotic. But human construction tends to muddy the water. Therefore, I must ask you to create a psychic barrier to temporarily isolate the diversion channel from the reservoir, to prevent contamination. Shinedo paused, bewildered by how naturally this human spoke. Nevertheless, it ultimately decided to visit this plantation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng busily dialed a number to communicate with the construction team scheduled for that day. Upon learning it was an invitation from the plantation in Wudong Town, they readily agreed. Please hold on. They will arrive shortly. After hanging up, Lin Feng gazed at the floating Shinedo, unable to resist using his investigative eye once more. Aside from the intimacy level of 5, he found himself increasingly satisfied with this remarkable Shinedo. Shinedo. After a brief silence, Shinedo surveyed its surroundings and found no suitable place to land, leaving it no choice but to remain suspended in the air. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng decided to confront it directly. Shinedo, do you bear a curse? This remark instantly put Shinedo on high alert, its gentle form brimming with an invisible psychic energy that surged around Lin Feng. How do you know? The curse had clung to Shinedo since its youth. deeply etched into every facet of its psychic abilities. Whenever a living being fell asleep within a kilometer of its presence, its powers would uncontrollably seek out that individual, serving as a conduit for the curse. This was why it was compelled to frequently relocate, seeking a tranquil spot to minimize the impact of the curse on nearby creatures. I am a cultivator, and with the power of Tokiwa, I discern this. Lin Feng shared his thoughts from the previous night openly. However, you need not be overly concerned. This curse is not without a remedy. Perhaps it cannot be classified strictly as a curse, but rather a gift from the Pokemon that bestowed it upon you. Your current strength simply prevents you from mastering it completely. Is this Shinado powerful? Indeed, over level 70, it was undoubtedly the strongest ordinary Pokemon Lin Feng had encountered thus far. Yet, he believed that in comparison to the nightmare God Darkrai, Shinado certainly fell short. Shinado? Observing how this human articulated its situation so clearly, Shinado's crimson eyes glimmered with skepticism. Do you have a solution? Not so much a solution. Lin Feng chuckled. You likely already know the answers. First, locate the Pokemon that endowed you with the curse and have it rectify the issue. Second, find a Pokemon with opposing energy to grant you a different blessing, allowing the two energies to neutralize each other. However, this route is considerably more challenging, as your curse is deeply rooted. What I wish to convey is that you can learn to control this curse. If I am not mistaken, in the early stages, the curse extended much farther. As your strength increased, you gradually began to exert control over it. Shinado fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, this curse had bestowed upon it immense strength, talent, and insight from a young age, yet it also brought endless distress. Initially, the curse extended 3 kilometers, but as its power grew, the range diminished to 1 kilometer. To wield this cursed power at will, Shinado surmised it would need to surpass its current capabilities, a hope that felt exceedingly slim. By now, it had come to believe in Lin Feng's identity as a cultivator. However, it had previously sought out renowned cultivators among humans, yet none had resolved its predicament. Could this human truly possess the means? Try this. Lin Feng produced a bottle containing a milky white energy cube and carefully extracted one, tossing it toward Shinado. The S-rank assimilation energy cube, crafted from a small quantity of A-rank moo milk combined with intermediate special scale fruit, was designed to enhance special attack by 15 to 50 for a brief period upon consumption. Regular use would augment a Pokemon's special attack value. Note: only Pokemon above the gym level may consume this energy cube. Culinary effects. 1. Increases a Pokemon's resistance to abnormal status conditions. 2. Enhances the probability of inflicting abnormal status conditions with the opponent's skills. 3. Assimilation with long-term use. It enables easier resistance to damage from opposing types and allows for better control over external energy. This was an S-rank energy cube, and an S at that. Lin Feng had concocted this type of energy cube while attempting to create one to enhance the flying type skills of his Pidgey. Due to its limited quantity and restrictions, he had hesitated to offer it to his Pokemon earlier. One could say that in order to retain this Shinado, he was indeed making a significant investment. Shinado? The energy cube levitated before it as Shinado regarded it with uncertainty. Yet, unable to resist its curiosity, it ultimately consumed it in one bite. In that moment, energy coursed through its body, and Shinado's gaze became momentarily dazed. However, the next second, its crimson eyes sparkled with surprise and disbelief. Upon attempting to channel its energy, it could indeed sense a greater control over the power of the curse. Congratulations, host. Shinado's joy level has risen from 0 to 75. Reward: 10 bags of advanced golden fertilizer, 10 advanced rare candies, and intermediate psychic power. When the reward echoed in Lin Feng's mind, he felt his thoughts momentarily obscure. What did the system just say? Intermediate psychic power? Lin Feng glanced at the system information again in disbelief. Finally, he comprehended the message. The reward was indeed psychic power. Chapter 61. Is the shiny Shinado helping with the brick moving? The moment the reward was received, A surge of energy similar to the one previously infused by the power of the eternal oak manifested within him, albeit with a notable difference. This newfound ability leaned more towards the tangible. His mind became remarkably clear at that instant, and everything within his line of sight seemed to resonate with this energy, extending outward with the dexterity of a limb. Intermediate psychic power? Lin Feng instinctively contemplated harnessing the excess psychic energy within him. Yet upon observing the Shinado before him, he ultimately restrained himself. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, "So, what do you think? The effect is rather impressive, isn't it?" The Shinado, having quelled its psychic abilities, gazed at the energy cube in Lin Feng's hand with a complex mixture of longing and desire. "Shauna, very good." With a chuckle, Lin Feng tucked the energy cube away, knowing it was the finest one he had crafted thus far, and thus its efficacy was assured. The generous reward from this initial endeavor deepened Lin Feng's resolve to retain the Shinado, even if it meant resorting to dubious methods. The Shinado hesitated, its mouth opening as if to inquire how it might exchange its labor for such energy cubes, yet felt shy to voice its thoughts. After all, Lin Feng had previously emphasized the rarity of these energy cubes. However, Lin Feng seemed to sense its unspoken thoughts, resting his chin in contemplation. "I have two forms of employment available. One is a long-term position, providing 10 bottles of yesterday's energy cubes weekly, in addition to one of the cubes you consumed earlier. The other is a short-term role, offering 1 bottle of yesterday's energy cubes daily, and if the day entails more laborious tasks, 1 cube of the kind you just ate. Similar to today, when we need your psychic abilities to widen the irrigation channel. Both positions require 7 hours of work each day, 3 hours in the morning and 4 in the afternoon." Upon laying out the options, Lin Feng couldn't help but mentally scold himself. Was he not essentially coercing the Shinado into choosing the long-term role? How compelling! Indeed, upon hearing these choices, the Shinado fell into deep contemplation, evidently weighing the merits of each. Ultimately, sensing the curse within, it nodded decisively. "Shauna, long-term." Having finally glimpsed a chance for liberation, it was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity. Lin Feng's face brightened at these words, although this Shinado exhibited a cooler demeanor than he had anticipated. Taking this first step made everything else considerably easier. If only the Shinado were accompanied by Rala-Lai-Sai, he could secure both mother and child. While Rala-Lai-Sai might not contribute significantly to the plantation's immediate growth, should it evolve into a Shinado, it could assist him in crafting energy cubes. After all, acquiring and nurturing a Metagross was exceedingly challenging, yet a Shinado was manageable. The Shinado's expression darkened slightly, its earlier enthusiasm waning. "Shauna, I do not have children." "Very well." Lin Feng nodded, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes, opting not to delve deeper. Assuming it was merely a matter of the Shinado's limited acquaintance with him, leading to a lack of trust. Before long, Hubba's construction team arrived, accompanied by several fighting-type Pokemon. After clarifying Lin Feng's requirements, Hubba promptly presented a plan to allow the Milotic to navigate smoothly in the channel. Its width needed to be tripled, and its depth increased as well. This was a substantial undertaking, as the earth and cement would require continuous transportation, with the soil being manageable, but the cement blocks posing a significant challenge. Estimating it would take about a week, Lin Feng suggested, "What if we enlist some help?" Indicating the Shinado overhead, he added, "It can assist with the transportation." With that, the timeline would reduce to merely a day or two. Hubba gazed incredulously at the youthful plantation owner. Recently, rumors of the Shinado had spread like wildfire through Wudong town, with tales of its fleeting appearances. The mere fact that this young owner had tamed it was astounding. The Shinado nodded at Lin Feng, remaining silent. After reinforcing a telekinetic barrier at the junction of the irrigation channel and reservoir, it followed the construction team outside. Soon, the sounds of construction reverberated through the air. Seizing the moment of relative calm, Lin Feng called out to the Rotom, which had begun assessing the moisture levels in the ground. "Shall we go observe the construction site?" At this time, dawn had nearly fully broken, and townsfolk began to trickle in to purchase energy cubes. The sound of hammering soon drew attention, and in their view, a construction team was busily working in the drain channel, accompanied by various fighting-type Pokemon, shattering cement blocks and digging to widen the space. On the shore, a blue-haired Shinado utilized its psychic powers to transport cement blocks onto a truck while deftly flinging soil away to open areas. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real intrigue lay in the sight of the Shinado. The first onlooker rubbed their eyes, convinced they must be mistaken. Upon reopening their eyes, shock had entirely replaced their initial disbelief. Was that not the shiny Shinado, the subject of recent fervent discussions? How could it be here, moving bricks? Is the construction industry truly so competitive that they employ a Shinado instead of fighting-type Pokemon? Amidst the growing crowd of onlookers and escalating misunderstandings, many began capturing photos and videos. Hubba straightened his posture and clarified, "Please do not be mistaken. This Shinado does not belong to our construction company. It is the Pokemon of Lin, the proprietor of the neighboring nursery." Chapter 62. Green and Red, Ash and Gary, August 1st, Kanto region. It has been quite some time since the battle with Red. After stepping down from the championship title, Green adopted a rather laid-back approach to life. Occasionally wandering here and there, he would stop to nurture any Pokemon that caught his fancy, regardless of whether they wished to remain by his side or not. It was merely a hobby born of interest. After all, his ultimate goal was to complete the Pokédex. At Professor Oak's lab, the white-coated professor sat atop a high stool, slurping instant noodles, when he suddenly spotted a tall, slender boy with brown hair and a necklace standing at the door. Green's expression momentarily froze. The tranquility he had found in returning home was instantly disrupted. "Don't compare me to that kid. What were you just saying?" Red, adorned in a hat resembling a Pokeball, a red jacket, and light blue trousers, approached with curiosity. "Are we going to have a Pokemon battle?" Green's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. "Enough with the talk. If you're here, let's get on with it. Who's afraid of you? Bring it on." Observing the two departing figures, Professor Oak shook his head, turning his attention back to his noodles. It was amusing how, even after both had been champions, their encounters were still filled with such fervor. As he finished his noodles, a boisterous child burst into the lab. Professor Oak, how long until I can embark on my journey?" Seeing the child, Professor Oak chuckled warmly. "Ah, another young one has come through the door. Just make sure you don't oversleep on the day you choose your first Pokemon, or with your attitude, you'll never become a Pokemon master. That title is reserved for me." Watching Ash and Gary bicker once more, Professor Oak rubbed his temples in exasperation. "You, too. It feels as if you resemble the Red and Green who left earlier." At the entrance of the Viridian Forest, Red observed the exhausted Green and stood up to stretch. "After all this time, battling you is still the most entertaining." Beside Green stood a Blastoise, diligently cleaning its charred shell, while a Pikachu perched on Red's shoulder. Despite the stark difference in their sizes, the petite Pikachu seemed unfazed, comfortably resting atop the Blastoise. Green contemplated saying something, but ultimately remained silent, merely pouting in disinterest. He noticed Red engrossed in a video, piquing his curiosity. "What are you watching?" "This," Red replied animatedly. "I recently came across a Douyin account called Neighboring Breeding House. It looks quite impressive. The owner seems to have a blissful life tending to crops." Red leaned in closer. "You must have seen it too, the one where a Sairvine rides a Lapras. You even left a comment." He continued, "The creator of that channel seems to have captured a shiny Gardevoir recently. Trainers who bought energy cubes from that breeding house rave about them. I wonder how they compare to the energy cubes you make." Since winning the Chengdu and Indigo League championships, Red had taken a step back, choosing not to challenge any other league champions. In time, he found a newfound appreciation for this leisurely lifestyle. He pondered whether to establish a challenge venue akin to a gym awaiting challengers. Perhaps Silver Mountain, at the border of the Chengdu and Indigo Leagues, would be an ideal location. Breeding house, Gardevoir. Green mused, intrigued by the video's title. Enlarging the water channel, fortunate enough to have Gardevoir hauling bricks. My plantation is thriving. That title, even as a breeder, Green couldn't help but grimace. You've truly grasped the mechanics of gaining views. Why not have Gardevoir create energy cubes instead? However, as the video played on, a flicker of doubt crossed Green's brow when he saw the shimmering crimson eyes and the unique appearance of that Gardevoir. "Is that the same one?" Red, curious, asked. "Do you recognize it?" Green nodded. I've seen it before. It was cursed by the nightmare Pokemon. I wanted to help. Red chuckled. Ah, so that's it. I knew that if a shiny Gardevoir was placed before you, you would undoubtedly have the desire to capture it. Turns out you weren't successful. Shut up. Green suddenly erupted, seizing Red's wrists and pinning him down. What do you mean not successful? I've already captured Gardevoir. Don't tarnish my reputation. Well, Green, resorting to violence over words, are we? Red retorted, struggling against Green's grip. However, Pikachu, unable to bear the sight, shook its head and unleashed a jolt of electricity upon them. Pika! With a surge of energy and a tingling sensation, the two finally calmed down. After a moment of silence, Green asked, "Send me that Douyin link." "Sure, but you must say thank you." "Thank you, champion." August 1st, early morning. 3 days had swiftly passed. Gazing at the completed water channel, Lin Feng repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the construction team, attributing much of the success to Gardevoir's efforts. "We merely assisted in the labor. The honest worker, Hubba, had charged only a third of the price, insisting he would accept no more." Grateful, Lin Feng gifted each of them a large watermelon and a portion of energy cubes. Such a kind heart. Lin Feng, oblivious to the fact that the energy cubes were worth more than their payment, watched the construction team depart, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Gardevoir stood nearby, feeling somewhat weary. Right. Chapter 63. The affection of Shinado rises, however. The heart of this human is indeed quite kind. From the days spent together, it is evident that this individual possesses a compassionate nature. He embraces the Vulpix daily, engages in conversation with the Milotic, and toils alongside the Cervine in the plantation, assisting in milking the milk tank. At times, he even teases the Caterpie, asking if it fears the Pidgey overhead, which might snatch it away for a meal. This frightens the Caterpie, causing it to tremble and hide in the barn, not daring to venture out until it realizes that the Pidgey pays it no heed and eventually crawls leisurely to other areas. Having exhausted his efforts over the past few days, Lin Feng gazed at the sky, where Shinado hovered, and took out a cube of assimilated energy. This time, however, he chose to hold it in his hand rather than toss it away, offering it openly, believing that contact was essential for their relationship to progress. Shinado descended gracefully, halting a couple of meters from Lin Feng. Lin Feng cheerfully remarked that the task was completed and that this could be considered a reward. His anticipation was palpable as he looked at Shinado. After a moment of contemplation, Shinado used its psychic powers to take the energy cube and consumed it. The human's intentions were almost transparent, requiring no telepathy to decipher. He wished to capture her, to have her work for him in the plantation daily. In the past, she would have never agreed to such a proposition. The curse that plagued her existence had long made her wary, and even the most benevolent trainers would turn cruel after enduring nightmares for an extended period. Yet things were different now. Shinado had glimpsed a glimmer of hope for her curse to be lifted. Although much time was still needed, it represented a bright possibility. Could she, who had always been solitary, choose a trainer as a partner in the future? Observing Shinado accept the energy cube, Lin Feng's smile broadened. "Come with me, work diligently, and eventually, we shall harness the power of the nightmare god." Shinado responded with a soft, ethereal voice in Lin Feng's mind. And as her affection level rose from 15 to 35, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His smile could not be concealed, beaming with delight. Indeed, with a Pokemon capable of telepathy, a direct approach was necessary. However, as Shinado observed his grin, she began to wonder if her thoughts had been too abrupt. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand Lin Feng's eager gaze, and with a hint of disdain in her eyes, she stated, "I shall take my leave now." "Very well. Do remember to return tomorrow," Lin Feng replied, not hindering her departure. In high spirits, he strolled through the plantation before retreating to his room. Finding it empty, he proceeded to the breeding house. Inside, he encountered a regular customer who often purchased energy cubes. Noticing Lin Feng's beaming expression, the customer teased, "Young man, your countenance is radiant, as if touched by spring. You must have successfully captured Shinado." "Oh, not at all," Lin Feng replied, neither confirming nor denying, simply shaking his head with a smile as he exited the breeding house. He quickly made his way outside, circling around to the area near the barn. where he had previously instructed the Pidgey to practice Hurricane. In the past few days, he had also been busy bringing along Servine and Vulpix to clear the area, creating a spacious plot intended for cultivating vast fields of grassland. Currently, Servine was leading Vulpix in skill practice, primarily aimed at adapting the now mature Vulpix to new training techniques. Vulpix, Servine, Lin Feng called loudly as he opened the fence gate, stepping inside. Vulpix? The two Pokémon ceased their training upon seeing Lin Feng and rushed over. Vulpix was the first to leap into his arms, while Servine approached with a measured grace. It was evident that the young Vulpix had grown rapidly over just a week, increasing in size by a third, with its 6 tails becoming more agile, its eyes more vivid. Brushing his hand through Vulpix's soft fur, Lin Feng activated his analysis eye. Species, Vulpix gender, female ability, snow cloak potential, red individual values, HP, 27, attack, 25, special attack, 31, defense, 27, special defense, 25, speed, 31, strength, level 11 to 15 skills, hypnosis, moonblast, tail whip, hail, ice shard, icy wind, bind affection, 95, it regards you as its reliance. Joy value, 60, I am truly remarkable. Servine, it is quite intelligent. Having learned icy wind from the swirling breeze of my grass mixer, Servine added softly. Impressive, Lin Feng praised, then turned to Vulpix. How does it feel to learn a new skill? A light and melodious voice emerged from Vulpix. Vulpix, Vulpix. It's wonderful, truly. Look, with that. It leaped from Lin Feng's embrace, its sapphire-like eyes focused. It opened its mouth wide, releasing a gust of icy wind laden with snowflakes that blew forward, transforming the parched ground ahead, even in the sweltering summer heat. When the wind subsided, a chill still lingered on the surface, formed from the condensed energy of ice, which would not easily melt. This demonstrated that Vulpix had indeed grasped the essence of the skill. Observing this scene, Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. This will surely save on air conditioning costs. Hearing her trainer's remark, Vulpix felt a surge of joy, finally contributing to their home. Meanwhile, Servine looked at Lin Feng in mild astonishment, pondering, was air conditioning really that expensive? In a world where Pokémon generated electricity, the cost of air conditioning was merely a few cents per kilowatt. Chapter 64, The Pride of the Ivy Snake. Chopping up the flesh of the orange fruit, the yuzu fruit, and the dragon clear fruit into suitable size cubes, he combined them all together, adding a splash of moo milk. There was a delightful summer fruit smoothie with a sprinkle of ice from his little Vulpix. After completing the preparations, Lin Feng cradled Vulpix in his arms. With a gentle opening of its tiny mouth, the icy treat was added, resulting in a splendid summer fruit ice platter. The A-grade fruit and milk platter utilized a medley of various fruits, combined with moo milk, fragrant powder, and ice elemental energy, creating a dish with a complex profile. Culinary Effect 1. A summer refreshment, providing a cooling sensation of 50 for 3 hours. Culinary Effect 2. Long-term consumption enables Pokémon weak against fire to resist fire-type damage. Culinary Effect 3. Ice-type Pokémon consuming this dish increases the probability of mastering Ice-type skills. Seeing the A-grade rating, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With an abundance of fruits at his disposal, he felt more confident in preparing such fruit platters. Each Pokémon could partake. He took a piece to taste, and as the fruit touched his tongue, a refreshing wave coursed through him, spreading throughout his body. In mere moments, he felt invigorated, as if the oppressive heat had been banished, leaving him revitalized. It was truly remarkable. Even Lin Feng himself marveled at the fruit platter he had created. One could only imagine the joy of a trainer enjoying such a refreshing fruit platter during summer travels. Not to mention, this platter boasted 2 additional culinary effects. It was indeed the best food for Vulpix. Furthermore, it was also a delightful treat for the ivy snake and caterpie. Vulpix, nearby, was already drooling over the seemingly delectable platter, playfully nudging Lin Feng's hand. All right, here you go. You certainly deserve to have more of this, Lin Feng chuckled, gently pushing Vulpix's head aside. He divided the fruit platter into 2 portions, one to share with the Pokemon in the garden and the other to be placed in the refrigerator for later. After arranging everything, Lin Feng took Ivy Snake and Vulpix to the garden, inviting the Pokemon to join him for a meal. For those who could not come, he would bring the food to them. Lin Feng paused, noticing Ivy Snake's unusual demeanor. "What's wrong, Ivy Snake?" he inquired, as both Milotic and Ivy Snake were among his first Pokemon, and he seldom witnessed such a vacant expression on Ivy Snake's face. Ivy Snake. It struggled to emulate Vulpix's ability to seek affection from Lin Feng at any moment, curling up in his embrace without a care. Pondering, Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Ivy Snake's mood appeared to be somewhat low. This was evident from its happiness value of 15. Though it had never been as enthusiastic about food as the other Pokemon, it usually maintained a score above 50. Unable to decipher its thoughts, Lin Feng opted to utilize his powers of perception. With a gentle infusion of energy, he began to sense Ivy Snake's emotions. His expression shifted slightly as he processed the information, but he quickly composed himself and addressed Ivy Snake. "Is it that the food I prepared does not suit your taste?" Ivy Snake blinked in surprise before hastily responding, "Ivy, no, it's delicious." The icy, refreshing fruit smoothie platter was indeed perfectly suited to its constitution. Thus, Lin Feng decided to offer it some. He speared a piece of fruit with a skewer and held it out toward Ivy Snake's mouth. Open wide. Ivy Snake's eyes widened as it gazed at the approaching fruit, instinctively retreating, its shorter limbs flailing. "Ivy?" But Lin Feng did not relent, continuing to present the fruit. "What's the matter? Don't you like it?" "Ivy, it's not. I'm not a baby. Don't feed me." Ivy Snake's expression turned bewildered, its peripheral vision stealthily assessing the other Pokemon nearby, seemingly anxious about being observed. "Does not being a baby mean rejecting a trainer's offering?" Lin Feng chuckled, inching the fruit closer. "Come on, be good. Open your mouth." "Ivy, fine. Okay." Cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Ivy Snake finally opened its mouth, quietly accepting the trainer's offering. Congratulations to the host for raising Ivy Snake's happiness value from 15 to 80. Rewards: 1 A-grade leaf stone, 1 intermediate rare candy, and 5 intermediate golden fertilizers. After the first piece of fruit, while Ivy Snake remained somewhat tense, concerned about the others possibly laughing at it, it soon realized that everyone was preoccupied with their own meals, allowing it to relax and accept Lin Feng's offering without guilt. Its face felt a bit warm. Trainers are truly wonderful. August 2nd, daytime, in the kitchen. Yes, just like that, use Psychic to move the fruits into the blender, controlling the frequency. Lin Feng was guiding Galade in the process of making energy cubes. It was evident that Galade was genuinely eager to learn this craft, diligently focused on the task. Finally, 2 energy cubes were placed before Lin Feng. The D-grade stamina energy cube was quite ordinary, restoring a small amount of stamina upon consumption. The C-grade stamina energy cube, however, boasted a culinary effect. Upon consumption, it revitalized the consumer in a short period. The difference in effect between the 2 cubes was surprisingly vast. Chapter 65. The 3 Children of Shinado. Indeed, it was a resounding success on the first attempt. Lin Feng gazed with satisfaction at the energy cube before him. The manufacturing process was not merely similar, it was almost indistinguishable. The disparity in quality could likely be attributed to his own profession as a nurturer. Shinado. Shinado stared at the energy cube laid out before it, momentarily lost in thought. When Lin Feng had invited it to learn the craft of creating energy cubes, it had initially suspected it was a ruse. Little did it expect that he would impart his knowledge so generously. "Splendid. With your presence, the production of energy cubes can be expanded. However, prior to that, I must acquire additional equipment for their manufacture." Lin Feng counted on his fingers, realizing that if he was to purchase equipment, he might as well acquire a lawnmower to enable Rotom to assist with the grass cutting. Otherwise, when the pasture behind the barn grew in abundance, he would hardly have the time to tend to it himself. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, prompting him to glance at Shinado. "What is it?" Shinado cautiously inquired. "Shauna, if they are not my children, would you still accept them here?" The few Pokemon, including the Chocho seal, harbored a certain animosity towards humans due to their backgrounds. Yet, Keeping them secluded in the forest was not a sustainable solution. Since adopting those Pokemon, it had been Shinado who nourished them. As time passed, a bond had formed. Now your children? Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Such words could easily conjure inappropriate thoughts. Was he donning a metaphorical green hat? No. How could he entertain such notions? Shinado replied calmly, Shauna. They are merely Pokemon taken in from the outside. The abandoned Chocho seal and the fiery chick, as well as a sweet bamboo whose mother was captured. Oh, I see. Lin Feng's eyes brightened with understanding, and he smiled. A Chocho seal, a fiery chick, and a sweet bamboo? How wonderful. Each of these Pokemon is remarkable. The Chocho seal could thrive in the reservoir, providing companionship for the Milotic. The sweet bamboo was precisely the type of Pokemon he desired for sourcing ingredients. The fiery chick could fill the void left by the absence of fire-type Pokemon in the plantation and could even assist BB Bird in its duties. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Feng felt a surge of indignation. These trainers are truly outrageous. Abandoning their Pokemon is one thing, but capturing the mother of the sweet bamboo and failing to provide for its offspring is appalling. If it were me, I would ensure that both the mother and child were taken together. He then inquired about the other two abandoned Pokemon. Shinado shook its head, Shauna. No, the remaining two Pokemon, the Chocho seal was indeed abandoned due to its lack of talent, but the fiery chick was not abandoned for that reason. Shauna. The fiery chick was simply too gluttonous, leading its trainer to find it unsustainable to keep. Too gluttonous? How could a newly hatched Pokemon consume so much? A trainer capable of acquiring starter Pokemon would abandon it simply for its voracious appetite? Shinado nodded, Shauna. Of the energy cubes you provided these past days, 9/10 have been consumed by it. Lin Feng was utterly taken aback. A bottle of energy cubes, based on the normal consumption of a newborn Pokemon, should last 3 to 4 days. Hence, he had carefully calculated the quantity he provided to Shinado, ensuring that its child would not go hungry. Yet now, Shinado claimed that 10 bottles had been consumed in less than 5 days, with the fiery chick having devoured 9/10 of that. He couldn't help but ponder the implications of such consumption. How much waste would that entail? Surely, there couldn't be any digestive issues at play. All right, bring them over. Let me take a look. Rest assured, with my expansive plantation, a single fiery chick could hardly bring it to ruin. Shinado exhaled in relief. Earlier, it had feared that Lin Feng might decline to take in the fiery chick. Leaving it to roam the wild would have been far more precarious. The thought that the 3 Pokemon it had nurtured now had a place to belong eased Shinado's heart. It turned to Lin Feng and said, Shauna, thank you. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, there's no need for such formalities. You are now a member of this plantation. Should any matters arise, feel free to communicate with me. I will resolve them to the best of my ability. Shauna, all right, Shinado replied, uncertain whether it was responding to Lin Feng's first or second statement. In a sudden flash, it vanished, only to reappear within the plantation, accompanied by 3 small Pokemon. A fiery chick, a Chocho seal, and a sweet bamboo, whose yellow eyes blinked curiously, its round body encased in a layer of red skin, revealing a hint of tender white flesh beneath. The red shell was adorned with green petals, evoking an image of freshness and appetizing allure. This was the Alolan Pokemon, Sweet Bamboo, a creature capable of extracting its own juice for consumption. However, upon entering this new environment, the 3 Pokemon exhibited signs of wariness, with the Sweet Bamboo cowering behind Shinado in fear. Chirp? Chocho? Oh, how delightful! Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he beheld the Sweet Bamboo. Species, Sweet Bamboo. Gender, female. Ability, Oblivious Potential, green level, 11 to 12 individual values. Skills, Leap, Harmonious Coexistence, Sweet Aroma, Leaf Blade. Description, it seems to possess a somewhat timid disposition. Affection level, -5, dislikes humans. Joy level, 0, where is this place? Lin Feng nodded in approval. Although the stats were somewhat lacking, the Pokemon's potential for growth was promising. Moreover, all he saw was a sweet bamboo capable of producing juice. Chapter 66. Fear not. I can afford whatever you eat, Chocho. Where is this? Chatter. So many fruits on the trees. I won't go hungry now. Tianian. Over there are humans. The three little creatures that had just entered harbored their own thoughts. However, it wasn't long before Tianzi spotted Lin Feng, standing tall. Chatter? A human. Qiu. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the three Pokemon simultaneously exhibited hostility. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Shinado delivered a heavy blow to them. Shana. From now on, you will follow him. The energy cubes you've consumed these days were all provided by him. Chatter? Qiu. Upon hearing Shinado's words, Qiu the Seal and Huazajiji exchanged glances, revealing their resistance, particularly Huazajiji, whose eyes seemed ablaze with fury, agitatedly exclaiming, Chatter? A trainer? Impossible. I refuse to be with a trainer. Although Qiu the Seal did not react significantly, it rubbed against Shinado, clearly displeased with the arrangement. Pokemon, Huazajiji gender, male ability, speed boost potential, red individual values, HP 18, attack 31, special attack 31, defense 12, special defense 13, speed 31, strength, level 11 to 15 skills, Ember, Peck, quick attack, charge beam, mud slap, aerial ace, critical hit affinity, -15, dislikes humans, happiness value, -20, does not want to follow humans. All humans are deceitful. Description: for some reason, its ability has been significantly enhanced. In battles, the effects of its ability are 2 to 3 times stronger than normal. However, it also requires a considerable amount of stamina, leading to an increased appetite in daily life. Pokemon, Qiu the Seal gender, female ability, Torn potential, white individual values, HP 8, attack 4, special attack 14, defense 17, special defense 19. Speed 2, strength, level 7 to 8 skills, water gun growl, splash affinity, -5, does not like you, happiness value, -5. In a dilemma, Lin Feng scrutinized the panels of the three Pokemon, gaining a clearer understanding. From the panels, it was evident that each of the Pokemon had their own set of issues. Take Huazajiji, for instance. Despite having good potential and individual values, its excessive appetite posed a significant challenge for an ordinary trainer. Shinado's tone grew stern. Shauna, if you don't follow a trainer, how will you survive in the wild? Shauna, do you expect me to raise you for the rest of your lives? It spoke with a sense of disappointment. Having grown up alone in the perilous wilderness, it understood all too well how difficult survival would be for these children who possessed no experience whatsoever. Particularly, Tianzi emitted a fruity aroma that could easily attract other Pokemon. As for Qiu the Seal, its strength and talent were woefully inadequate. Qiu, Tian. Qiu the Seal and Tianzi lowered their heads, resembling students who had just been reprimanded by a teacher, obediently refraining from speech. In contrast, Huazajiji was different. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Chatter. Humans are all liars. Moreover, the area beside the fence was dense with fruit trees, which were now bearing orange-yellow fruits, exuding an enticing fragrance. Chatter. At that moment, a faint, alluring scent wafted through the air, reaching its nostrils. The fragrance was delicate yet rich, firmly capturing its attention and causing its empty stomach to grumble even more. Though it initially intended to flee, its body remained obediently in place, its gaze irresistibly drawn to the source of the enticing aroma. It was then that Lin Feng, unbeknownst to the Pokemon, had produced an energy cube in his hand, from which the delightful scent emanated. With a cheerful demeanor, he suggested, if you're planning to leave, why not have a bite before you go? Chatter. Huazajiji struggled to turn away, wishing to maintain its dignity as it attempted to leave. Yet, the alluring scent grew increasingly closer, and upon glancing back, it discovered that the human had moved right beside it without notice. What establishment would let its guests depart on an empty stomach? Have your fill before you leave, Lin Feng said, extending his hand with an energy cube infused with fragrant powder and fresh milk. Why not try a piece? Chatter? The energy cube before it seemed to possess an enchanting magic, captivating Huazajiji's gaze. Then shall I have a piece? Cautiously, it approached Lin Feng and pecked at the energy cube in his hand, much like a chick pecking a grain. Oh, Chatter after devouring the first piece. Lin Feng produced a second, then a third, a fourth, until finally, after Huazajiji let out a satisfied burp, feeling utterly content, he asked, "Was it delicious?" Huazajiji nodded vigorously, chatter, "Delicious." However, at that moment, its emotions became conflicted once more. After leaving, it felt as though it would never have the opportunity to eat so comfortably again. Was it truly destined to lead a life of hardship? Suddenly, Lin Feng crouched down, his reassuring smile illuminating his face. "If it's delicious, why not stay? Rest assured, I can afford to feed you as much as you desire." Chatter? Chapter 67. Shinado, plotting before my eyes? Can I afford to feed you? When it first accompanied its previous trainer, it could sense the joy emanating from them. However, that joy swiftly transformed into astonishment after witnessing it consume half a bag of energy cubes in one sitting. Aware of its trainer's modest means, it attempted to control its appetite, but as a fledgling, self-restraint was a struggle. If it couldn't manage to eat less at once, it would simply indulge multiple times throughout the day. As it grew out of its infancy, its appetite only increased. One day, its trainer mentioned taking it to purchase energy cubes, instructing it to wait along the way. Yet that wait stretched into an entire day and night. The fire chick never saw its trainer again. In the beginning, it felt guilt, believing it had become a burden to its trainer, but it also harbored a different thought, blaming its trainer for the situation, thinking it had merely eaten a little too much. Eventually, it came to a realization. Neither the trainer nor itself could be blamed. The issue was simply beyond its trainer's capacity to resolve. However, to claim that the fire chick held no resentment towards its trainer would be disingenuous. If only it could be honest with itself. "What's that? You don't believe me? Surely you trust your own eyes? Look, these are all my fruit trees. Are you still worried that I cannot provide for you?" Observing the hesitant fire chick, Lin Feng added fuel to the fire of persuasion. "However, you cannot simply eat without offering something in return. Once you are full, you must assist me alongside the little bird. Yes, that one in the tree, in guarding the orchard. Can you do that?" Chirp. The fire chick lowered its head, uncertain, a stark contrast to its earlier defiance. Lin Feng didn't dwell on it too much, cheerfully responding, "Of course." Then, leaning in close, he whispered additionally, "We need to devise a plan to keep Shinado with us." Chirp. The fire chick's eyes brightened, glancing at Lin Feng before stealing a sidelong glance at Shinado, as if a light bulb had gone off in its mind. If Shinado chose to remain here, would it then have to part ways with him? That simply could not happen. It did not want to lose Shinado. With that thought, the fire chick hurried over to Shinado's side, chirping chirp, chirp. Shinado's expression bore a hint of resignation. Even if Lin Feng and the fire chick whispered softly as a psychic-type Pokemon, she could clearly discern their conversation. Was this an overt conspiracy regarding her future? Though somewhat speechless, after observing Lin Feng's interaction with the fire chick, she couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration. This human seemed to possess an uncanny ability to grasp the most vulnerable, hopeful, and attention-needing aspects of Pokemon, thereby securing their hearts. Do not inquire why she understood this so well. She had been similarly captivated. Once Lin Feng had persuaded the fire chick, the other two Pokemon expressed no further dissent, timidly approaching his side. Enchanted by these adorable little creatures, Lin Feng asked, "May I touch you?" Sweet Bamboo, Ball Sea Lion. The two Pokemon exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. Lin Feng's wish was granted as one hand rested upon the Ball Sea Lion, while the other caressed the Sweet Bamboo. Both Pokemon had soft, supple bodies, particularly the Ball Sea Lion, whose skin gleamed like polished stone, albeit slightly less lustrous than that of a Milotic or a Gyarados. As for the Sweet Bamboo, Lin Feng could detect a fruity aroma wafting from it even before he crouched down, its fragrance refreshingly sweet. As he stroked the leaves atop the Sweet Bamboo and gazed at the white fruit flesh beneath, an idea struck him. Might it be permissible to taste that white fruit? Would he be scolded for such an impulse? Shaking off his thoughts, a wave of verdant energy flowed from his hands, soothing the two Pokemons on knees. Compared to the fire chick, these two displayed a more submissive demeanor, their timid nature evident. Despite their physical acceptance of Lin Feng under Shinado's watchful presence, some lingering reservations remained in their hearts. Such reservations would require time to dissipate through gradual interaction. Thus, the process of easing those tensions would begin with the sweet bamboo's juice. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng declared, "Since we have gained 3 new companions in the orchard today, let's host a barbecue feast tonight to welcome them, even if merely to experiment with new ingredients. I must also procure a few fruit blender devices and bring some pasture seeds for leafy shade. I will take a trip." At this moment, the sky began to take on a hint of yellow. Contemplating, Lin Feng approached the timid ball sea lion and sweet bamboo, who seemed to have remained by Shineido's side since he departed. Only the fire chick remained lively, frolicking beneath the orange fruit trees, gazing at the bountiful harvest. Lost in thought, Lin Feng called out to them, "Come with me." He beckoned the fire chick, who dashed over eagerly. The ball sea lion and sweet bamboo exchanged glances with Shineido before cautiously stepping toward Lin Feng, granted permission through her gaze. "Well then, let me carry you." Lin Feng chuckled as he observed the sweet bamboo, who took 10 small steps that barely matched his one. He crouched down and lifted it into his arms, heading toward the water reservoir. Though shy, the sweet bamboo did not resist Lin Feng's embrace, unaware of their destination. Beside the reservoir stood a towering, serpentine tree, its intricate branches cascading down like willow catkins, adorned with delicate leaves. Uniquely, these leaves bore a hue reminiscent of autumn maple leaves, a vibrant red that captivated the eye. The various fruit trees planted a fortnight ago had begun to bear fruit, save for the dragonfire tree, which had yet to yield. Lin Feng estimated that within another 10 days, they would be ripe for harvest. "Sweet bamboo, when the time comes, I shall build a wooden house for you atop this tree, while the fire chick can have its nest below and the ball sea lion may reside in the reservoir. Does that arrangement suit you? After all, the 3 of you are friends, are you not?" Chapter 68. You too shall evolve and become beautiful in the future. Chiu Chiu, Tian Tian, Tian Zhu Zhu. Upon hearing such words, Chiu Chiu the sea lion momentarily froze, but soon its large and small eyes sparkled with delight, nodding in agreement with the arrangement. As for Hua Ji Ji, it joyfully chirped, "Ji Ji, Ji Ji." The 3 Pokemon, wandering together and being rescued by Shanai Duo, undoubtedly shared a deep bond of friendship. Perhaps Hua Ji Ji's reluctance to leave was also due to its fondness for its 2 dear friends. Very well, let us now construct the barbecue grill. Having arranged the living quarters for the 3 Pokemon, Lin Feng decided not to linger in the plantation any longer. After waving at the sky, Bai Bai Niao promptly descended, and he stored the ever-watchful Mei Na Si back into its Pokeball before heading towards the barn. Naturally, the barbecue feast could not be held within the confines of the plantation. Not only was the space too limited, but there was also concern about potentially impacting the plantation itself. The cleared area behind the barn became the ideal barbecue venue. Coincidentally, Qing Tong Shi and Bing Lu Wei were practicing their skills there, so Lin Feng brought Denai Guan and Lu Maochong along, thus gathering all the Pokemon together. Tung Tung, Qing Tong Shi, and Lu Wei stood frozen in place as they watched the approaching Pokemon. Lin Feng chuckled, "Hee. Today we're organizing a barbecue feast for everyone to gather and meet new friends." A feast of such magnitude was indeed a grand undertaking. So even though it was barely past 4 in the afternoon, he began preparations. Otherwise, they might have to wait until late into the night for the festivities to conclude. He then instructed Qing Tong Shi to accompany Shanai Duo to the plantation to gather some vegetables, such as eggplant, cabbage, sweet potatoes, and leeks. These were all exquisite ingredients for the barbecue. Of course, summer's essential ice-cold watermelon was also a must. Consequently, Lin Feng retrieved a metal bucket and directed Bing Lu Wei to create ice cubes resembling perfect cubes, preparing for the icy beverages to come. Feeling a bit warm, he also had to cast a layer of ice wind on the ground, solidifying it into a smooth, icy surface that emitted a refreshing mist. He sliced the vegetables and skewered them with bamboo sticks, while also preparing the vegetables brought by Qing Tong Shi. The main ingredients for today's feast were now ready. This time, Lin Feng refrained from purchasing beef. After all, he had a few Denai Guans among his Pokemon. He feared that they might feel uncomfortable about it, even though they did not consume meat. With the food preparations completed, it was now around 5 in the afternoon. Huajiji gazed expectantly at the ingredients laid out before it. It sensed that Lin Feng was orchestrating a grand affair. But the inability to partake in the feast made it feel anxious, as if ants were crawling on its body. The food was all set, yet the trainer forbade it from indulging. At that moment, Lin Feng gently lifted the timid Tian Zhu from beside Shanai Duo and approached the barbecue grill, hoping it would contribute some juice. However, upon reaching the grill, the little creature panicked, struggling in distress. Tian, don't eat me, please. It struggled, tears welling up in its eyes. Lin Feng paused, then quickly reassured, I want to eat you. I only need a bit of your juice. Apologizing profusely, he used the power of Tokiwa to soothe Tian Zhu, who finally believed that Lin Feng merely sought its juice. Reluctantly, it jumped into the prepared bucket of water, secreting its juice. Nevertheless, it was evident that the little one was still frightened. It was indeed his oversight not to consider the psychological impact of his actions on the young Tian Zhu. Now, the unease had not subsided. Rather, it had intensified its fear. After chastising himself internally, Lin Feng commenced preparing chilled beverages, such as watermelon juice, lemon juice, and fresh milk, intending to mend Tian Zhu's wounded spirit. Once the drinks were ready, Lin Feng released Mei Na Si. All right, let us all get acquainted. This is the new Pokemon that has joined the plantation today. With that, Lin Feng pulled Tian Zhu out of the water. As soon as it emerged, it hurriedly dashed towards Shanai Duo, panic evident on its face as it gazed at the barbecue grill. The other Pokemon were familiar with each other, but the three newcomers seemed a bit shy in the presence of Shanai Duo. Observing this, Lin Feng exchanged knowing glances with Shanai Duo and Qing Tongxi, signaling that he would leave the rest to them. He then focused intently on the barbecue. He began with the eggplant, placing it on the grill and gently brushing it with a layer of canola oil. Once it turned a golden hue, he cut the surface with scissors, brushed on more oil, added the previously prepared minced garlic and a dash of soy sauce. And as the aroma wafted through the air, the simplest grilled eggplant was complete. Grade B delicacy, grilled eggplant, the most delectable dish requiring the simplest of cooking methods. Trust me, this is a favorite among fire-type Pokemon. Culinary Effect 1. Pokemon that consume it experience a 30 increase in energy activity. Culinary Effect 2. Fire-type Pokemon that partake in it greatly enhance their understanding of fire-type skills. Barbecue truly is delightful. After grilling the first batch of eggplants, Lin Feng glanced behind him. Under the guidance of Shanai Duo and Qing Tongxi, the little ones appear to be less timid. Hua Zhiji followed by Niao closely, examining its fiery feathers as if asking, why do you look a bit different from the Bai Niao I've seen before? Your feathers are even redder than mine. Chio the sea lion gazed in admiration at the elongated Mei Na Si, exclaiming, Chio, you look so beautiful. It seemed to be the first time Mei Na Si had received compliments from other Pokemon, and soon it struck up a conversation with Chio, saying, Yo, it's the trainer. He helped me evolve. You too will evolve in the future and become very beautiful. Upon hearing about evolution, Chio the sea lion felt a tinge of sadness. It was unsure if it could ever evolve. After all, its innate talent was rather poor, which was why it had been abandoned. Chapter 69. I have tamed the Shinado. A delightful barbecue feast was assembled, featuring roasted meats, sweet dumplings, fruit smoothies, energy cubes, an array of fresh vegetables, and a variety of beverages. The sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars, twinkling joyfully above. Due to the diverse types of Pokemon present, Lin Feng prepared a splendid variety of foods. The barbecue dishes were predominantly beneficial for fire-type Pokemon, primarily consisting of roasted food suitable for his fire chick and Pidgey. Lin Feng was genuinely astonished by the fire chick's astonishing appetite. He had purchased 5 pounds of pork belly, of which 4 pounds vanished into its belly, accompanied by some grilled vegetables. The mound of food seemed to swell beyond the chick's own size, leaving Lin Feng to ponder how it managed to consume so much. After the feast, buoyed by the various buffs from the barbecue, the fire chick appeared intoxicated with energy, energetically darting around the clearing, unleashing electric attacks and flame charges. With Shinado observing, Lin Feng felt no fear of the flames spreading to the forest. Under the bright moonlight, flickers of fiery shadows danced across the open space. As for the sweet bamboo, being diminutive and resembling a newborn, it was called over by the milk tank. Moo moo, is my milk delicious? Moo moo, what about mine? The sweet bamboo perched upon a small chair, sipping Miltank's fresh milk through a straw, expressing satisfaction with a sweet, "Is this your milk?" "Indeed, it is." One Miltank leaned slightly. "Moo moo, would you like some fresh milk?" "Sweet, is there still some left?" "Moo, well, it seems the milk production has increased significantly after you came here." The Miltanks, undeterred, exchanged words. "Indeed, I produce 2 buckets of milk daily, and the quality has improved tremendously. This farmer is truly wonderful. I wish to produce milk for him my entire life." "I want that too." Listening to such sentiments, the sweet bamboo sipped from its cup, remaining silent, though conflicted thoughts lingered in its heart. As the evening drew to a close, Lin Feng began arranging accommodations for the Pakman. There was not much to arrange, as the wooden cabins and nests for Sweet Bamboo and Fire Chick were still under construction, so they temporarily stayed with the mill tank and cater pie in the barn. Lin Feng reminded the Fire Chick not to eat the cater pie during the night. After ensuring all Pakman were settled, he sighed as he looked at the remnants of the feast, planning to clean up. At that moment, Shinado, who had been hovering above while sipping on a cold drink, spoke up. "Shauna, what about me?" Lin Feng paused, suddenly recalling that Shinado had tirelessly flitted between the Wutong forest and the plantation for the sake of the 3 little ones. Now that they resided here, it no longer needed to flit about. However, Lin Feng had subtly communicated his intentions to Shinado over the past few days, and it seemed not to have rejected his proposal. Could it be? The thought sent Lin Feng's heart racing. Yet he quickly reined in his emotions and leisurely produced a pokeball, saying, "I have this pokeball. What do you think?" Shinado gracefully floated to Lin Feng's side. "Shauna, you intended to capture me from the very beginning, didn't you?" Lin Feng openly admitted, "Of course, but it ultimately depends on your wishes. After all, you must have received numerous invitations from trainers to reach your current level." His words were straightforward, and his gaze sincere, reflecting his deep fascination with psychic-type Pakman. Shinado nodded, gazing at Lin Feng for a long moment before drifting toward the Pokeball and gently tapping it, with a chime and a flash of red light. Shinado did not immediately emerge from the Pokeball. Instead, it waited until the ball stabilized before gracefully exiting. It then floated back into the sky, observing the litter around them. With a wave of psychic energy, all the trash was swiftly categorized and stacked neatly. After completing this task, Shinado intended to teleport away when Lin Feng called out, "Wait, Shauna, take this with you. Try to master the curse's power as soon as possible." Lin Feng produced a bottle of assimilated energy cubes and tossed it toward Shinado. After a brief pause, Shinado nodded, and its usually calm eyes sparkled with a hint of warmth. Using its psychic abilities, it caught the bottle and vanished into the night, enveloped in a wave of pink energy. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, holding the Pokeball that belonged solely to Shinado, couldn't suppress a broad grin that spread across his face. One that could not be contained. "Yes, I have tamed Shinado." The following day, the weather was pleasant. It seemed the temperature had finally cooled down a bit, with gentle breezes occasionally rustling through the town, lifting a few leaves into the air. In the kitchen, the results of the previous evening's banquet meant that Lin Feng had been busy crafting energy cubes until the early hours, completing his task by 1 a.m., all while utilizing his newfound psychic abilities. Watching Shinado learn to create energy cubes before him, Lin Feng couldn't help but beam with delight, feeling no trace of fatigue. Once Shinado mastered several fundamental methods of energy cube production, his small abode would be able to sell them in abundance, no longer limited by supply. Coincidentally, someone had commented on a social media platform, suggesting the idea of a delivery service. Should Shinado teleport the deliveries, or should Pidgey take on that role? Lin Feng found himself lost in thought. "Shauna? Like this." Observing the defensive energy cube taking shape in midair, a flicker of curiosity danced in Shinado's eyes. It had not anticipated Lin Feng would allow a Pokemon to systematically learn the method of creating energy cubes. Judging by the current progress, both teacher and student were performing remarkably well. Yet, gazing at the somewhat peculiar smile on Lin Feng's face, Shinado felt a twinge of concern. It sensed that this human harbored some inappropriate thoughts, but it could find no evidence. Despite having already become his Pokemon, it wondered what he truly sought. Lost in contemplation, Shinado pondered deeply. Chapter 70. The Evolution of Pidgey. Indeed, it is just as you say. The learning process is remarkably swift. Observing the energy cubes he had created, Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction with a commendation. Truly, Shinado's ability to learn is impressive. He approached its side and gave it a pat on the shoulder, stating that from now on, the creation of energy cubes in their breeding house would require their joint effort. Shinado did not shy away, albeit feeling a bit speechless. So, it had been waiting for him all along. No wonder it had been so eager to teach him how to create energy cubes. Nevertheless, Shinado did not refuse, simply responding flatly, "Shauna." Understood. After all, it was now his Pokemon, and considering the breeding house was only natural. Hey, Lin Feng chuckled softly, then looked up at the Rotom in the sky. Did you manage to capture it? Rotom swooped down quickly, its electronic face squinting with excitement. Master, your Douyin account has gained attention, increasing by over 100,000 followers in an instant. Huh? Lin Feng paused, bewildered. By whom? He had been managing his Douyin account diligently, and in recent days, due to the unique Shinado, the views and followers have been steadily rising. However, the rate of growth was not as rapid as he had anticipated. In this world, becoming renowned swiftly still required one to be a formidable trainer and participate in various Pokemon competitions. Take, for instance, the illustrious Red, who, after departing from Mossera Town, engaged in countless battles and eventually clinched the championships of both the Johto and Kanto leagues, garnering millions of fans and earning the title of the battler. Or Green, known as the champion with the shortest reign, having barely held the title for 10 minutes before being bested by Red, who also hailed from Mossera Town, later earning acclaim for assembling a team of elite-level Pokemon in such a brief period. Now, to be told that a single individual's attention had resulted in a surge of over 100,000 followers? Could it possibly be a champion or an elite from that region? Lin Feng pondered. Rotom promptly provided the answer. It's green. It's green. It displayed the main interface of Douyin, clicking on a verified account with the nickname Breeder Green. Taking his phone from his pocket, Lin Feng opened Douyin and found Green among his followers. He clicked on the profile, and astonishment filled his eyes. It was indeed Green. The account featured occasional battle videos and Pokemon breeding strategy videos. Scrolling to the very bottom, Lin Feng stumbled upon a rather youthful battle between Green and Red, held at the entrance of the Viridian Forest. The Pokemon they used were Squirtle and Pikachu. Compared to the Squirtle of the young girl still at work, Green's Squirtle appeared significantly more agile. Even having just been acquired, it executed Water Gun with remarkable finesse, deftly dodging Pikachu's Thunderbolt, ultimately winning with a skillful Water Gun. However, within his entire profile, that was the sole video of his battle against Red. Exiting the profile, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, thinking, wow, even such a prominent figure is watching my videos. It was a pity that most of his followers were in the Johto region. Otherwise, the popularity of the breeding house could have soared even higher. With a sigh, just as he was about to close Douyin, a message suddenly arrived. Green, hello. Lin Feng. Hello, esteemed Green. After some contemplation, Lin Feng affirmed that he had no direct connection to Green. Aside from the battle in the Baby Cup, he had not featured any Pokemon breeding scenes in his videos. Green, may I inquire if your Shinado is afflicted by the curse of Darkrai? Shinado's situation? Green had encountered Shinado? Lin Feng, yes. Green, have you resolved its curse? Lin Feng, not entirely. Why? Green, not entirely resolved? So, there's a method to address it? Lin Feng, yes, the solution is quite simple. It involves enhancing the Pokemon's resistance to negative states, allowing it to master the power of the curse itself. Green, far away in the Johto region, Green found himself momentarily speechless upon receiving such a message. The method was indeed simple, but enhancing Shinado's resistance to abnormal states to withstand Darkrai's nightmare curse was no easy feat. The difficulty was akin to training it to surpass Darkrai in strength. Otherwise, why would so many dirty tactics be developed in Pokemon battles? Wasn't he at all due to the various states being so challenging to eliminate? Green murmured in confusion, wondering how Lin Feng had managed to capture Shinado. Meanwhile, in the breeding house, Lin Feng looked at Green's final message of gratitude with puzzlement. How strange. Was that such a difficult question? He then glanced at the rapidly increasing follower count, his mood instantly brightening. Regardless of how the other party perceived it, these additional followers were undoubtedly real additions to his account. Should he choose to develop online sales of energy cubes in the future, these would all be potential clients. Wudong Town was still a tad too small. Ultimately, he needed to take the treasures of the breeding house to the world. On August 10th, due to the recent arrival of Torchic, Poplio, and Bounceweed at the breeding house, Lin Feng had been striving to bond with them and stabilize their emotions, resulting in a tranquil few days. He led Shinado in creating energy cubes, harvested various plants to deliver to Uncle Chun, and tended to the Pokemon, allowing a week to pass like flowing water. On that particular morning, a rather extraordinary event transpired. While Lin Feng was routinely feeding Minccino and Poplio energy cubes, a sudden wave of heat sliced through the air, followed by a sharp avian cry. Looking up, he observed Pidgey, which had been patiently resting in the sky, suddenly ascending higher. Pidgey, amidst the blinding white light, its form began to stretch. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng's expression brightened instantly. Was Pidgey about to evolve? Chapter 71. Helping BB Bird reclaim its territory. In this era of evolution, the time is indeed ripe. Not only BB Bird indulged in copious barbecues that day, but also the fiery chicks. It is believed that shortly, the fiery chicks will undergo their own transformations. As the celestial white light gradually dissipates, BB Bird, resembling a majestic eagle, expands in size, its crowned feathers elongating and its gaze sharpening. The wings that were once brown upon evolving into a majestic eagle now glisten in a fiery red hue, shimmering with a metallic sheen, as if wisps of sparks dance upon them. From a distance, it appears as though a flame is soaring through the sky. A breathtaking sight indeed. What a magnificent bird! The cry of the majestic eagle echoes across the heavens, circling once to leave its mark upon the sky, before gracefully descending beside Lin Feng. Upon landing, Lin Feng was astonished to discover that the evolved eagle stood tall, nearly matching his own height, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. This eagle was significantly larger than the average newly evolved ones. Could it be due to its sumptuous diet? Species: majestic eagle. Gender: male. Ability: keen eye potential. Red individual values: HP 25, attack 31, special attack 29, defense 20, special defense 21, speed 28, strength level 33 to 36 skills: tailwind, tackle, quick attack, steel wing, hurricane, whirlwind, misclear, wing attack, heatwave. Affection 99, unconditional trust. Joy value 70, such strength, such powerful energy. Gazing with delight at the eagle's panel, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat upon noticing a certain value. Was the affection of 99 a prerequisite for the final task of reclaiming territory? Speaking of affection, Lin Feng recalled the ivy snake, which had joined him around the same time as the Milotic. Yet, its affection had stagnated at 99. He pondered what was amiss. Nevertheless, it was time to address the matter of BB Bird. But before that, Lin Feng gently caressed the eagle's grand wings, savoring its warm breath. And as he admired its striking appearance, his joy only deepened. Finally, he would no longer have to cling to its feet while flying. He could ride it directly. Looking down, he noticed Chio, the sea lion, who had been happily munching on an energy cube, suddenly looked dejected. Its joy value plummeted from 65 to 20. Lin Feng sensed something was amiss. Of the three little companions that had come with him, each had made significant strides, with the fiery chick showing the most progress. Even Sweet Bamboo had improved notably, having learned a sweet fragrance. Yet, Chio's progress had been painfully slow, barely moving beyond its infancy stage. Even after Lin Feng had fed it a magical candy. Chio, as Lin Feng approached, the sea lion awkwardly lowered its head, avoiding his gaze. Remembering the magical candy he had given it some time ago, he decided it was time for another. So, Lin Feng produced a magical candy, reassuringly saying, "Don't be too anxious. Rest assured, I will help you evolve." He then brought the candy to its mouth. Upon seeing the magical candy, Chio's joy value rose once more, recalling how its energy had increased after consuming it last time. For a Pokemon with such potential, the effects of this candy must be extraordinary. Even so, Lin Feng was generous enough to feed it repeatedly. He is truly kind. As Chio thought this, it consumed the magical candy, a small pearl of tear cascading from its eye. Fearing its trainer might notice, it swiftly dove into the water, sneaking glances at Lin Feng. Ah, this child. The majestic eagle had just evolved and was brimming with fighting spirit. As the saying goes, one must seize the moment, for enthusiasm can wane over time. Majestic eagle. The resounding call of the bird reverberated throughout the plantation as it flapped its wings. The fiery plumage radiating an even more intense flame, its eyes shimmering with fierce excitement. Tung Tung, shall we battle? The ivy snake, casting its grassy domain, also expressed interest. Approaching Lin Feng. Currently, the ivy snake's energy level was hovering around 28 to 29. Although it was still distant from evolution, it had not engaged in battles for quite some time. Gigi? In the barn, the fiery chick, contentedly munching on energy cubes, dropped its treat upon witnessing the evolved eagle above. Was that the evolution of BB Bird? Why did its flames appear stronger? The fiery chick tentatively unleashed a spark. While the orange-yellow spark was indeed dazzling, it felt somewhat lacking compared to the eagle. Yet that startled the Milotic. Moo moo. That spark landed squarely on the barn's wooden structure, igniting a small fire. Moo moo. What are you doing, foolish chick? Gigi. I want to go too. Having eaten so much, its energy was lively indeed, not to mention the influence of its abilities. All right. Let us all go. Lin Feng looked on with a touch of exasperation at the eager little companions, then turned to Milotic in the water. Milotic, do you want to join us? We can head out through the irrigation channel. You? Milotic paused for a moment, then joyfully nodded in agreement. As for the safety of the plantation, with Shinado around, there should be no cause for concern. Chapter 72. Green Caterpillar. In the depths of the Wutong Forest, two cautious Pidgeys flitted beneath the tree canopy, their heads lowered in careful observation. Upon spotting a fruit tree unguarded by a fierce sparrowhawk, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Pidgey, they gingerly approached, swiftly snatching 2 fruits to swallow before taking 2 more to depart. This territory had once belonged to them. Pidgey, if only one of our elder siblings could evolve. Pidgey, it's so difficult. The more formidable elder siblings have already departed. Sigh, perhaps we should migrate next time too. Pidgey, alas, migration will be quite arduous. Having filled their bellies slightly, the 2 Pidgeys conversed for a while before distancing themselves from the area. Meanwhile, 2 fiery sparrows arrived, flapping their wings with a hint of excitement. Fiery Sparrow? What has the leader called us for? Fiery Sparrow. The leader mentioned that in the coming days, we will seize more food. It seems the human's golden grain is nearing ripeness, and there is a vast orchard nearby. Fiery Sparrow? Is that true? Fiery Sparrow, indeed. It was a fierce sparrowhawk who informed the leader, claiming the fruits there are large and fragrant, undoubtedly delicious. There is merely 1 Pidgey guarding the tree and a large serpent in the water. If we can eliminate that serpent. The 2 fiery sparrows animatedly discussed their bright prospects. Even the sun above appeared to glow with a deeper hue, exuding a heightened warmth. However, upon glancing upwards, they realized it was not the sun that had intensified in color, but rather a colossal Pidgeot, its wings spanning 3 to 4 meters, blocking the sunlight entirely. Its piercing gaze was sharp as a sword, inflicting discomfort upon those who dared to meet it. Beneath the sunlight, a shadowy figure could be discerned upon the Pidgeot's back. One of the fiery sparrows blinked in disbelief. Fiery Sparrow? I think I see a Pidgeot. Is that really a Pidgeot? The other fiery sparrow hurriedly flapped its wings, trembling with fear. Fiery Sparrow, that is indeed a Pidgeot. We must flee. Yet before the 2 fiery sparrows could take flight, a formidable cry from the Pidgeot, infused with immense pressure, bore down upon them. The Pidgeot swooped down, seizing the 2 startled sparrows in its talons. What a surprise! I had just brought the Pidgeot to find you. And you were already plotting to invade my orchard? Lin Feng leaped from the Pidgeot, observing the two sparrows caught beneath its claws and reflecting on their earlier conversation with an inexplicable melancholy. The leader must refer to the evolved Pidgeotto, and the fierce sparrow that reported the orchardess news was likely one he had captured in the plantation, for it alone knew of the presence of a Minas within the plantation. I never expected that creature, after being released, to remain unrepentant, still coveting my orchard and the golden grain cultivated in the countryside. Such greed, the Pidgeot slowly descended, regarding the two fiery sparrows with a frosty glare, tightening its grip, causing them to squawk in pain. Then, Lin Feng produced the Pokeball containing the green caterpillar. Out came the green caterpillar, which, upon seeing the two fiery sparrows and the Pidgeot, recoiled slightly, mustering all its strength to crawl towards Lin Feng. Though the green caterpillar understood that the formidable Pidgeot would not harm it, its insect instincts instilled an innate fear of birds. Moreover, the Pidgeot was enveloped in flames, further heightening its anxiety. With a surge of confidence, it unleashed an electric net to ensnare the two fiery sparrows. Pidgey, what is the trainer saying? How can my electric net possibly capture a fiery sparrow? Nevertheless, it tentatively directed its electric net at one of the sparrows. A dazzling flash of electric light formed a net, and at the moment the Pidgeot loosened its grip, the net enveloped the two sparrows. In the next instant, no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the electric net's grasp. Pidgey, did I truly capture them? The green caterpillar watched in awe, its originally vacant black pupils now wide with astonishment. It recalled the morning when its trainer had tapped its head, and it had learned this skill, though it had not paid it much mind then. But now, it appeared that this ability could indeed imprison flying birds. Would this mean it would no longer be prey? Contemplating this, the green caterpillar felt a bright future ahead. It seemed my assumptions were not unfounded. The large milk tank had consumed the green dumplings, resulting in a milk yield 4 to 5 times greater than before, with quality elevating from C grade to B grade, and continuing to improve. This was a manifestation of abundant internal energy, seeking release through milk production. Similarly, the ivy snake, having consumed the green dumplings, was utilizing an increasingly expansive grazing area each day, enhancing the growth buff effect on the plants, another sign of energy release. Observing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The accumulation of energy was unimaginable. He could hardly conceive the potency of the powder emitted by the green caterpillar once it evolved into a Butterfree, for it was known, through Lin Feng's investigative eye, that both fiery sparrows possessed energy levels exceeding level 15, whereas the current green caterpillar was merely at levels 7 to 9. Pidgey, let us see if I can ensnare the large one. The green caterpillar directed another electric net at the Pidgeot. Pidgeot? The Pidgeot, feeling the tingling sensation of the electric net upon its feet, paused momentarily, then effortlessly broke free, lifting both the electric net and the mud that clung to it with ease. Chapter 73, Pidgeot vs. Spearow. Gazing at the trembling caterpie nestled in his arms, Lin Feng was caught off guard by its earlier attempt to unleash Thunderwave on Pidgeot. This extraordinary caterpie is truly more suited for the comforts of home, indulging in dumplings. Now, let's ascend to the skies and confront that Spearow. Mounting Pidgeot once more, Lin Feng wasted no time and commanded it to soar into the heavens. It was time to summon it forth. Between Pidgey and Spearow, there exists an inherent animosity. This enmity dictates that whenever the Pidgey tribe is spotted within Spearow territory, the latter will attack relentlessly. Such confrontations often end in a fight to the finish. Therefore, locating the Spearow was rather straightforward. Pidgeot merely needed to let out a resonant cry. Pidgeot! Pidgeot! With 3 or 4 powerful cries echoing through the forest, a cacophony of bird calls and the sounds of various Pokémon below erupted in response. The nearest Spearow, startled from its slumber, took to the skies, eager to investigate the source of the disturbance. Yet, upon approaching and laying eyes on Pidgeot, they all retreated in silence, gathering in awe or fear around a magnificent bird hovering above, with its fiery plumage, piercing gaze, and a tail ablaze with flames. Is this really Pidgeot? It seems quite different from the one I remember. How could it be so colossal? gasping at the sheer number of Spiro converging. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Although he was confident in Pidgeot's might, the scene before him was undeniably overwhelming. Perhaps I should call Fourth Gardevoir. This thought flickered through his mind, but dissipated quickly. Pidgey? Pidge! In that instant, scattered Pidgey and Pidgey emerged from who knows where, flocking behind Pidgeot. If Pidgeot's first call was a provocation to the Spiro, the second was a rallying cry for the remaining kin still lingering in the forest. Pidgey, we have a leader now. Pidgey, today, we shall fight valiantly for our descendants. Pidgey, the oppression they had endured, the pangs of hunger, the anguish of being uprooted, all erupted within the Pidgey territory. Their eyes gleamed with fervent belief as they gazed at the Pidgeot at the forefront. In this moment, regardless of where this Pidgey had originated, it had become their leader. This conviction compelled them to feel that even if they were to perish here today, they must drive away the Spiro. Though their numbers had diminished, Pidgeot's presence instilled an overwhelming confidence in the Pidgey, causing the Spiro to retreat incrementally as the Pidgey advanced. Until, a slender, long-beaked, brownish-red bird emerged at the forefront of the Spiro horde, restoring a semblance of confidence to their ranks. Is this the Spiro? Species, Spiro gender, male ability, keen eye potential, purple individual values, HP, 25, attack, 19, special attack, 23, defense, 19, special defense, 18, speed, 24, level, 31 to 34 skills, fury attack, glare, screech, peck, pursuit, quick attack, wing attack, affection, minus 20 happiness, minus 20. How could a Pidgey evolve? After perusing the information, Lin Feng exhaled in relief. The Spiro glared at the Pidgeot, clearly perturbed. Upon realizing the human atop Pidgeot, it concluded that this majestic creature had evolved with human assistance. But what of it? The Pidgey had mostly vacated the forest, and with so many Spiro at its back, all it needed to do was stall for time. This territory would remain theirs. Yet, in the next moment, its pupils dilated in disbelief. Pidgeot Thunderbolt. With Lin Feng's command, the Spiro could only perceive a fiery shadow akin to lightning, growing larger and larger within its vision, until it collided with its body, sending it skidding for dozens of meters, without a shred of resistance. The impact felt as if struck head-on by a Gyarados, leaving the Spiro momentarily dazed. Before it could regain its bearings, Pidgeot struck again. Even at such breakneck speed, Pidgeot's talons deftly seized the Spiro's wings, rendering the now-evolved Spiro no larger than a slightly oversized Rattata beneath Pidgeot's imposing figure. Heat Wave. Lin Feng issued another command from atop Pidgeot. The searing winds generated by its powerful wings enveloped the Spiro, causing its feathers to singe under the intense heat. Before long, nearly half of the feathers on its chest were charred away. At this juncture, the Spiro succumbed to unconsciousness, clearly pushed to its limits. As Pidgeot relaxed its grip, the Spiro plummeted like a puppet with severed strings towards the forest below. Silence and eerie stillness blanketed both the Pidgey and Spiro territories. Despite the presence of hundreds of flying Pokémon suspended in the air, not a single one uttered a sound. They all stared in bewilderment at the regal Pidgeot soaring above. The battle between Pidgeot and Spiro lasted merely 10 seconds. Yet within that brief span, they witnessed an overwhelming display of dominance. The Spiro contemplated sending reinforcements to aid their comrade in harassing Pidgeot, but neither side had anticipated such an outcome. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke. Chapter 74. The trainer bound by the ivy snake here has your chance to flee. Get out of the area of the Pidgey. He sat atop his Pidgeot, wielding a semblance of authority, using the power of the Everstone to convey his message. Pidgeot. The majestic bird emitted a timely warning cry. Moments later, the flock of Spiro vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a scattering of feathers. Behind Pidgeot, a multitude of Pidgey and fletchlings, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into jubilant cheers. Pidgey. Their cheers resounded like a thunderous tide. All the Pidgey and fletchlings gazed at one another with teary eyes, their excitement palpable, before turning their collective gaze towards Pidgeot at the center, circling around it in joyous flight, continuously cheering. Lin Feng could discern their sentiments. They recognized Pidgeot as their true leader. This is splendid. Observing the surrounding Pidgey and fletchlings, Lin Feng's mind began to race with possibilities. Pidgey are known for their stamina and commendable flight speed. Previously, he pondered that if he were to develop a delivery service, Pidgeot would be the ideal choice. However, relying solely on Pidgeot seemed like an extravagant waste. Considering it was just one bird, he certainly couldn't expect Pidgeot to handle deliveries all day long. But now, with so many Pidgey here, could he enlist their help? He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Pidgeot. Unlike Lin Feng's delightful imaginings, Pidgeot squawked, addressing the surrounding Pidgey and fletchlings as if summarizing their victory. Pidgeot. From now on, as long as my trainer and I are here, our territory shall never be encroached upon again. In an instant, the birds erupted in fervent cheers. Pidgey. Leader. Fletchling. Commander. Pidgey. Commander. Lin Feng chose not to interrupt their celebration, sensing Pidgeot's high spirits. This elation stemmed not only from driving away the rival Spearow, but also from the responsibilities it now bore. Pidgeot understood that henceforth, the citizens of this area would heed its commands. However, having only recently evolved from Pidgey to Pidgeot, it was still uncertain how to manage its newfound authority. It turned its gaze towards Lin Feng, its trainer, the embodiment of its reliance. Then, select 10 of the more intelligent fletchlings and another 10 stable flying Pidgey to take to the breeding house. We can establish a hierarchy for them to assist me, as long as they volunteer. What do you think? Pidgeot nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling that during its absence over the past 2 days, the plantation seemed to have lacked guardianship. Even after evolving into Pidgeot, it still remembered its duty at the plantation. Lin Feng gently patted its head. Don't worry about that. We have Shinado watching over the home. All right, you can let me down now. It's crucial to gather the Pidgey while the iron is hot. So let us not delay. Lin Feng did not insist on capturing every Pidgey or fletchling. Even after expelling the Spearow, they could still thrive within the forest. Nature has its own developmental laws. Every Pokemon, mountain, tree, and river is part of a greater ecosystem. When ecological issues arise, human intervention should be minimal. Excessive interference can lead to greater imbalance. Once Pidgeot landed him on the ground, Lin Feng looked up at the majestic bird soaring above, which returned his gaze, a quiet determination shimmering in its eyes. Pidgeot had made its decision. Though unaware of Lin Feng's intentions for the Pidgey and fletchlings, it resolved to select 10 of the best Pidgey and fletchlings to stand guard for its trainer. Congratulations, host. Pidgeot's intimacy level has reached 100. Reward. The sacred feather of Ho-Oh, a divine feather condensed from Ho-Oh's energy, which pure-hearted Pokemon can absorb to significantly enhance their potential and strength. Hiss. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in surprise, glancing once more at Pidgeot in the sky. How fortunate it was! Shaking his head, Lin Feng refrained from immediately giving the sacred feather to Pidgeot. Instead, he summoned the ivy snake and proceeded towards the forest's exit. In a place hidden from his view, a Lucario, leaning against a tree, observed the lack of significant conflict between the Pidgey and the Spearow, then closed its eyes again. Lucario. Things are being handled quite well. On the way back, the ivy snake trudged behind Lin Feng, glancing at the trembling caterpie nearby. Frightened by the battle between the two species, feeling increasingly bored. It had hoped for a thrilling battle this time, but Pidgeot had resolved the matter single-handedly. Feeling dejected, Lin Feng paused, waiting for the ivy snake to catch up to him. How about we stir up some excitement in the Beedrill's territory? Ivy snake? The ivy snake rolled its eyes at him, merely desiring a battle, not a chaotic brawl with Beedrill. Ha ha! Seeing the ivy snake's expression, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Ivy snake? What are you laughing at? Nothing. Nothing at all. I just find your eye-rolling expression utterly adorable. It reminds me of the old days. Lin Feng replied without reservation. Ivy snake? Ivy snake. Yet the next moment 2 vine whips shot out, binding his waist and arms tightly, lifting him into the air. Huh? Wait, what are you doing? Suddenly suspended, Lin Feng was taken aback. I was complimenting you, Ivy snake. Ivy snake. I don't need such flattery. Recalling his childhood, It would never admit that its vine whips had emerged out of momentary embarrassment. This seems to be a common trait among many creatures. When past events are brought up, an awkward emotion naturally arises. Lin Feng was left with a perplexed gaze. Huh? Chapter 75. The Allure of Milotic. At this moment, outside the forest, Zhou Yu, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt stained with mud and damp yellow marks, donned a travel hat and carried a backpack filled with supplies. Suddenly, he spotted a wooden cabin on the opposite bank of the river, beside which sat an elderly gentleman fishing. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sir, did you see a Milotic swimming in the river just now?" "What Milotic?" "Didn't see anything. This river is barely 10 meters wide. Catching a few king carp would be impressive," the old man replied nonchalantly, without turning his head. "Did you truly not see it?" "I distinctly spotted a Milotic swimming by," Zhou Yu insisted, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice as he pointed towards the river. "It swam right from here." At that moment, a graceful and enchanting figure glided past him in the water. "Look, there it is. Yes, that Milotic. My goodness, it's absolutely stunning." Zhou Yu's heart raced as he beheld the elegant silhouette moving through the water. Having graduated this year, he had embarked on his journey a month and a half ago after completing his college entrance exams, seeking to hone his skills on the path to university. However, he had unexpectedly lost his way in the wilderness, having consumed all his provisions and now starving for an entire day. Fortunately, he had spotted the river, recalling his teacher's words that where there is a river, there are surely people, and so he followed its course. In a fleeting glimpse, he had seen the iridescent Milotic emerge from the water, gazing towards the forest. At that moment, illuminated by the sun, the creature's skin shimmered like the most precious gems in the world. Undoubtedly, for a novice trainer like Zhou Yu, a Milotic held an irresistible allure. Enthralled by its exquisite beauty, he momentarily forgot to summon his Pokemon for battle to capture it. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Milotic vanished from sight. This left Zhou Yu in a state of frantic despair, akin to watching $1 million swept away by the wind, forever out of reach. Now, seeing the Milotic again, his face flushed with excitement. Without a second thought, he drew forth a Pokeball. "Milotic, let us engage in battle." Yet, the Milotic seemed oblivious to his words, turning its gaze instead to a boy emerging from the forest, whose face radiated joy. You wish to battle my Pokemon?" Lin Feng, the boy who had just appeared, glanced curiously at the disheveled Zhou Yu, then at the affectionate Milotic. "Ah, is that your Pokemon?" Zhou Yu was taken aback, noticing the boy accompanied by a friendly Gloom, which was intimately close to the Milotic. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. What is this? To be given hope, only to be met with disappointment, culminating in despair? Lin Feng placed a hand on the Milotic's extended body and, along with Gloom, gracefully swam across to the other side of the river. "Indeed, that is my Milotic. If you wish to battle, how about facing Gloom?" "Gloom?" Gloom looked at Zhou Yu with a hint of curiosity, its excitement palpable. "Oh well, never mind," Zhou Yu muttered, the flush of excitement fading as the pallor of hunger crept back onto his cheeks, rendering him even more gaunt. With a hint of melancholy, he glanced at Lin Feng. "Friend, do you know where I might find a restaurant?" Just follow me," Lin Feng replied, his expression slightly odd as he observed the boy's condition. This child must have been starving for days. He greeted the old fisherman before leading Zhou Yu toward the small town. Behind them, the old fisherman muttered to himself, "I told you, there are no Milotic here. I wonder what young trainers are thinking these days." Suddenly, the fishing rod trembled slightly, and the old man's face brightened as he exerted force to reel it in. With a splash, a red, dopey king carp broke the surface. He sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Why can't I catch a single ugly fish?" That Milotic was truly beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning Milotic in my lifetime. At my age, I'm even tempted to raise one. He composed himself, preparing to cast his line again when, unexpectedly, a surge of blinding white light erupted on the water's surface. The once calm waters began to churn violently, and as the light faded, a fearsome, blood-red Gyarados surfaced, roaring in fury, seemingly venting its displeasure at the disturbance. "Roar!" The old man was taken aback. "Lucario, use Force Palm." Inside the breeding house, Lin Feng inquired curiously. You're quite kind. What happened? Let's not talk about it. I was lost in the forest for 4 or 5 days, and I ran out of food, nearly starving to death, Zhou Yu replied, his expression indicating his reluctance to discuss the matter further. Lin Feng said nothing more, finding it strange that a trainer already on their journey could get lost. Wasn't he that a bit careless? Zhou Yu suddenly recalled the various guests he had seen coming and going outside. Is this a breeding house? Do you sell energy cubes? Lin Feng nodded, yes. Zhou Yu exclaimed, you manufacture energy cubes? Are you a breeder? Lin Feng nodded again. How fascinating. I'm also a breeder. Currently on my way to the Pokemon Breeding University in Changsha City to study energy cube manufacturing. I must purchase several energy cubes for research later. Upon hearing Lin Feng's acknowledgement, Zhou Yu felt a sense of competitive spirit, noting the exquisite appearance of both the Milotic and Gloom. They bore the hallmark of exceptional breeding. Lin Feng merely smiled and led him into the breeding house, where he began to introduce the products available. There are 3 types of stamina energy cubes, priced at 500, 1,000, and 5,000. They all restore stamina, with increasing efficacy. If you often find yourself lost, it would be wise to stock up on these. Both humans and Pokemon can consume them. And over here are energy cubes that enhance a Pokemon's defense. Zhou Yu, perhaps due to the time lost while wandering, appeared rather impatient. He purchased one of each type of energy cube from the shop, along with several stamina energy cubes. Before leaving, Chapter 76, The Novelty of the Ivy Snake. That person isn't too bad. Lin Feng mused to himself as he watched Zhou Yu depart. He then shifted his gaze to the energy cubes within his quaint shop. Currently, the stamina energy cubes were categorized into 3 distinct tiers. The first type was wholly crafted by the Shinado, albeit with somewhat inferior efficacy, hence it was priced at 500. The second type, primarily manufactured by Shinado with Lin Feng's assistance, possessed culinary effects that were on par with those made entirely by Lin Feng, essentially equivalent to the first version of the stamina energy cubes. The third version was created by diluting a special fruit known as the life fruit, resulting in stamina energy cubes that provided a long-term culinary effect to enhance Pokemon's stamina. To Lin Feng's surprise, the best sellers were the 505,000 yuan variants. This made it clear to him that when faced with energy cubes of identical effects, ordinary trainers often gravitated towards the more economical option. Although the pricier ones yielded results more swiftly, they remained costly. Ordinary trainers were not pressed for time. Hence, the production of the more affordable energy cubes could not cease. After all, he now had Shinado as assistants. If all went well, this would likely become the standard method for manufacturing energy cubes in the future. Having clarified this point, Lin Feng refrained from lingering in the breeding house and proceeded to the plantation, where he carefully placed each creature in their respective spots. All was tranquil, save for the fire chick, who chirped inquisitively upon being released. Chirp? Is it time to battle? Where's my opponent? However, upon realizing it was back in its cozy nook, it froze in place. My apologies, but it appears there's no need for a battle this time. Nevertheless, once 2 energy cubes were set before its feeding bowl, its momentary gloom vanished in an instant. Such is the nature of a glutton. Food banishes all worries, with the assurance that Lin Feng could care for it. The fire chick had become increasingly docile in recent days, often chirping cheerfully at him. After assisting the unventured milk tank with its daily milking, Lin Feng made his way to the water reservoir and waved at the newly arrived Milotic. Yoo-hoo! Milotic emerged, blinking its eyes at Lin Feng, its crimson orbs sparkling and reflecting his figure. Truly beautiful. No wonder trainers are eager to catch you. Placing his hand on its supple skin, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He felt fortunate to have such splendid Pokemon. Whether it was the ugly fish evolving into Milotic, or the ivy snake morphing into the ivy serpent, or even the sparrow evolving into the Beedrill after their evolutions, the bond with him had not diminished. Rather, it seemed to have strengthened. Yet, not all Pokemon experienced such continuity. A few underwent personality changes post-evolution, much like the foolish Charizard in the anime. Yoo-hoo! Milotic squirmed uneasily, its gaze flickering, yet its joy visibly surged. Yoo-hoo! Your success is thanks to the trainer. Lin Feng did not dispute this statement, Instead, he chuckled, rubbing his hands together. May I embrace you? The thought had crossed his mind when he had traversed the river atop Milotic, supporting himself on it. But he hesitated in the presence of others. Now, within the confines of his home, he boldly expressed his desire. You, of course. Milotic was unbashful, nodding in agreement and even gliding to the edge of the reservoir, bending down to facilitate Lin Feng's embrace. The moment Lin Feng wrapped his arms around it, his hands instinctively glided over its surface, revealing a look of sheer satisfaction. So cool, so sleek, Lin Feng mused, pondering that in this Pokemon world, there were two types of Pokemon he could never resist. One type possessed smooth skin reminiscent of jelly, such as Milotic, Ivy Snake, and Seal. The other was the fluffy Pokemon, like Vulpix, whose tummy he would rub vigorously before sleep, playing with its paws naturally. He would also groom its fur. Yet now, as he held Milotic, a singular thought occupied his mind. That Milotic was rather large. How wonderful it would be if it were the size of Cuddle Pillow. Perfect for snuggling at night, alas. Would that be inappropriate? Releasing Milotic, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire its docility. You truly are obedient. When I wish to embrace you, you oblige, unlike the Ivy Snake, who would bind me after a few compliments. As these words left his lips, the Ivy Snake, just exiting with the Ice Vulpix, felt its previously uplifted demeanor gradually falter. Two vine whips extended languidly before swiftly lunging towards Lin Feng in that moment. The Ivy Snake recalled something. When it was still an Ivy Snake, it had believed that the trainer needed to be coaxed into delight. Now, it seemed that a trainer who secretly spoke ill of it deserved to be bound, of course. The Ivy Snake would not admit that it felt an unprecedented thrill after binding Lin Feng for the first time. Wait, Ivy Snake, what are you doing? You used to be so well-behaved. Why the sudden change? It queried, glancing at Shinado, who trailed behind with a puzzled expression. Had this trainer always endured such bullying from the Ivy Snake? Or was this their unique method of cultivating their bond? Such an odd approach. Perhaps it should try it too? As night fell, with Shinado assisting during the day, Lin Feng found himself with considerably more leisure time. Thus, he began to devise his delivery service. First and foremost, the service would not cater to all requests. A minimum order threshold was necessary. Subsequently, based on the capabilities of Pidgey and Beedrill, he set the distances they could cover. Pidgey could deliver within a 50-mile radius for a minimum of 10,000, while Beedrill would handle up to 300 miles for a starting fee of 50,000. Naturally, for substantial orders, Beedrill could deliver anywhere across the Eastern Hua Alliance, and he would enlist the help of Beedrill for that a reasonable delivery fee would also be required to serve as sustenance for Pidgey and its companions. In mere moments, Lin Feng had outlined the rules for his delivery service. Now, he merely awaited the arrival of Beedrill, accompanied by Pidgey and Beedrill. Chapter 77. News of other food-type Pokemon. On August 11th, after the previous rainfall, Wudong City was graced with another gentle drizzle, refreshing the cobblestone paths anew. Consequently, the number of visitors to the breeding house was noticeably diminished today. After lunch, Lin Feng settled onto a small stool, cradling a Vulpix in his arms while holding a cup of juice extracted from sweet bamboo. He positioned himself at the entrance of the breeding house, observing the droplets cascading from the eaves, sipping his juice, and gently stroking the soft fur of Vulpix, feeling a sense of contentment wash over him. Sometimes, a light rain is indeed quite delightful, providing an opportunity to relax, listen to the soothing sound of rain, and admire the lush landscape painted by the gentle shower. This epitomizes the serene charm of rural life. As Lin Feng examined the juice in his hand, he noted that in addition to the juice itself, he had added a touch of sugar. The sweet bamboo juice, enhanced with sugar, was likely to be adored by certain Pokemon with a penchant for sweetness, as its culinary effect could elevate the spirits of those who consumed it for a brief period. This juice was particularly favored by his partner, the Ivy Snake. Especially when a few pieces of peach fruit were added, it became its absolute favorite. Suddenly, the Vulpix in his arms began to whine. "Ing, I want some too." This prompted Lin Feng to chuckle and scold playfully. "I asked you earlier if you wanted some, and you said no. Now you want mine? Not a chance. Ing, please give me some." Realizing that direct persuasion was futile, Vulpix resorted to charming him by patting his thigh with its tiny paws, whimpering plaintively, "Ing, ing, ing." This adorable display melted Lin Feng's resolve, and he quickly raised the juice to its mouth. "All right, here you go." As he watched the ecstatic Vulpix lapping at the juice, Lin Feng activated his Pokédex. Pokemon, Vulpix gender, female ability, Snow Cloak potential, red individual values, HP 29, attack 25, special attack 31, defense 28, special defense 25, speed 31, strength, level 14 to 18 skills, hypnosis, moonlight, tail whip, powder snow, ice shard, icy wind, bind. Affinity 97. It regards you as its support. Joy level 70. So sweet. He mused about finding a superior ice stone soon. Gazing at Vulpix's profile, he reflected on how its first encounter upon hatching had been with him and the ivy snake, fostering a deep bond with both. Typically, it either followed Lin Feng closely or stayed by the ivy snake's side. In summary, it exhibited a somewhat clingy disposition. He wondered if it would become less so after evolving. The thought made him chuckle. When the ivy snake had not yet evolved, he found it delightful to hold. Yet once it evolved, he would miss that intimacy. Now, with Vulpix, he felt similarly conflicted. Once Vulpix evolved into Ninetales, it would certainly grow larger, not only allowing for a comforting embrace, but also serving as a pillow. This presented a dilemma, as Lin Feng cherished both possibilities. He turned his attention to the breeding house, calling out, "Rotom?" In no time, a small red device emerged from within. "What is it, Master? How long until the rain stops?" "Master, Rotom informs you that the light rain will cease in approximately 53 minutes. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and checked the details. All right, under Rotom's guidance, a chat interface soon appeared before him. "Big Milk Ranch, Uncle Moo, regarding those food-producing Pokemon you mentioned, quite peculiar. I wonder why you require so many food-type Pokemon. However, there are indeed numerous breeding houses for food types. In the neighboring Pujiao town, there is a grower of dense grapes who keeps several combi for honey collection. If you have ample fruit trees, you might consider acquiring some combi from her. Oh, and it seems she also raises a bit of brew stout, but I'm unsure of the quantity. You'll need to inquire yourself. Never mind. I'll ask her on your behalf. Also, Changsha City seems to host a food processing factory for Oliva. Beyond that, I'm not certain. You might want to search online for some dessert shops that likely have corresponding Pokemon behind their offerings." Lin Feng's eyes brightened upon reading the message. Indeed, such inquiries are best directed towards specialists for the most accurate information. Attempting to seek food-type Pokemon alone would be akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Lin Feng, thank you, Uncle Mo. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the Vulpix enjoying its milk and snapped a photo, adding a caption of gratitude before sending it. "Big Milk Ranch, Uncle Moo. Such flamboyance. How are the Miltanks doing? Any issues?" Lin Feng, no issues. They are quite happy here. "Big Milk Ranch, Uncle Moo. That is good to hear. If your pasture doesn't keep them content. I might have to check if you're mistreating them." Lin Feng chuckled at the playful banter and then turned to Rotom. "Please check how far Pujiao Town is from us." Rotom reported back. Wudong Town is a total of 125 kilometers from Pujiao Town. "Wow," Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. "That is quite far. No wonder I've never heard of it before. Over 100 kilometers. Now, please check all the dessert shops in Wudong Town." "Understood," Rotom replied. "I found a shop in Wudong City that is currently up for transfer, and it seems the Frostlass there are also included in the deal." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Get in touch with them. Help me make the connection. Please hold on. I am connecting the call for you." Chapter 78. The Transfer of the Frost Fairy. "Hello?" A youthful female voice, tinged with fatigue, came through the phone. Lin Feng politely inquired, "Is this the Frost Cake Shop?" "Yes, I apologize, but if you are here to discuss the storefront, I regret to inform you that it has just been taken by another company." "Oh." A weight settled in Lin Feng's heart. "What about the Frost Fairies? Where are they?" There was a brief silence before the voice on the other end seemed to exhale in relief. "I understand. I have a total of 13 Frost Fairies. How many do you wish to acquire?" 13? Lin Feng's eyes brightened. "Can I take them all? All of them? I'm a bit hesitant. Could you please provide your address? We can discuss this in person." Without hesitation, Lin Feng shared his address. The breeding house in Wutong Town, correct? Once the rain stops, I will bring them over. The caller concluded, then hung up. Lin Feng, elated, cheered, startling the small creature, Six Tails, who accidentally bumped into a cup, spilling juice on a Lin Feng's lap, bringing a chilly sensation. Lin Feng. Six Tails? Ing. Winky face, I didn't mean to, trainer. After the rain, the arrival was quicker than Lin Feng had anticipated. Half an hour after the downpour ceased, a small car pulled up outside the breeding house. A young woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s and clad in a white trench coat, stepped out of the vehicle. She adjusted her coat and then gazed at the breeding house before her. Her name was Kelly, not a local of the Donghua Alliance, but from the Guangdu region. A few years prior, she had accompanied her ailing grandfather to this place for treatment. Unfortunately, just a few days ago, her grandfather had passed away. With his departure, she had lost any attachment to the Donghua Alliance, save for her concern for the frost fairies that accompanied her. Crossing oceans posed significant risks for such delicate Pokemon. Despite her efforts over several days online, she had managed to part with only 7 or 8 frost fairies. It wasn't that they were difficult to sell. Rather, most people were merely interested in the cream they produced, which made Kelly uneasy. Before coming, she had searched for this breeding house online and was astonished to discover a dedicated Douyin account. Driven by curiosity, she scrolled through the videos and was further amazed. This breeding house, hidden in a remote town, housed such an array of extraordinary Pokemon. Mine is dancing in the water, the psychic Pokemon Shinado, and the expansive reaching vine snake. Moreover, every comment beneath the videos was a glowing review, praising the quality and beauty of the Pokemon. Upon hearing the car engine shut off, Lin Feng quickly emerged from the breeding house. Hello, he greeted, only to find Kelly momentarily taken aback. Are you the owner of this breeding house? The young man before her appeared no older than 18, yet he managed the establishment with remarkable efficiency. Yes, indeed. Please come inside. Let's talk. Lin Feng invited with a smile. Kelly nodded, stepping into the breeding house. As she prepared to survey her surroundings, her gaze was immediately drawn to the various energy cubes suspended in the air, organized by type across the counters. At the center of these energy cubes floated a Shinado, evidently utilizing its psychic powers to distribute them. Though she had witnessed this on Douyin, Kelly was still taken aback by such meticulous control of psychic energy, indicating the Shinado's formidable strength. Following Lin Feng into the living room, Kelly mused, "You really do look as youthful as you did in the videos." Lin Feng paused, then chuckled softly. Would you like something to drink? We have juice and fresh milk. I recommend the juice. It's quite sweet. I'll have the juice then. Lin Feng retrieved a sealed cup of sweet bamboo juice from the refrigerator and offered it to her. Kelly intended to take a small sip, but upon tasting it, she found it unexpectedly delightful. Having been raised by her grandfather, she felt closest to him, which is why she had traversed such distance to accompany him to the Donghua Alliance. In the days of mourning, her heart had been heavy, leading to sleepless nights. Yet, with just a sip of the juice, she felt a slight lift in her spirits. What a magical juice. Lin Feng smiled. Pokemon cuisine has a way of healing the soul, doesn't it? Noticing the lingering sadness in Kelly's expression, he had recommended the juice to uplift her mood. At that moment, a small figure emerged from the kitchen. Beneath its green leaves was tender fruit, and it scampered toward Lin Feng, but slowed upon noticing Kelly's presence. Speaking in a cautious tone, Tian. Go on, Lin Feng waved, encouraging it. Just be careful not to fall into the water tank. Tian. The sweet bamboo creature acknowledged and hurried toward the garden. Kelly, witnessing this scene, paused before breaking into a smile. Indeed, this must be the sweet bamboo juice, right? Yes, Lin Feng confirmed. I have a keen interest in culinary arts, which is why I wish to raise many Pokemon that can produce food. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. It seems entrusting the frost fairies to you would be a wise choice. Kelly nodded, recalling the moo milk she had seen outside, indicating that the owner indeed knew how to utilize the cream provided by the frost fairies. A relieved smile spread across her face as she retrieved a pouch from her waist, filled with Pokeballs. One by one, she presented them to Lin Feng. These are the Pokeballs. I haven't had them for long. They're all delightful little ones. If possible, once you adopt them, Could you take some videos of them and post them on Douyin? That way, I can view them whenever I miss them. Chapter 79. The Melancholy of the Frost Fairy. Lin Feng nodded. Of course, how much do you need in total? Kuli replied, no need for payment. I merely wish to find a reliable trainer for them. It appears you have exceeded my expectations. She sighed, reflecting, shouldn't the youth of today prefer to be trainers? Traveling and exploring the world, it is rare to find someone like you who chooses to tend to a garden. With that, she opened several pokeballs, and a multitude of frost fairies emerged, each adorned in varying hues, yet strikingly similar in form. Frost? The colorful frost fairies, red, white, green, captivated Lin Feng's senses, filling his vision with their abundance. As they beheld the unfamiliar surroundings, they clustered around Kuli, some climbing onto her, others clutching her pant legs. A tender emotion flickered in Kuli's eyes as she regarded them. These frost fairies are the youngest batch among all my frost fairies. I had hoped my grandfather's health would improve here, allowing me to expand the cake shop, but she paused, shaking her head. The thought of parting was inherently sorrowful. She should not burden these frost fairies with her own sadness. Bending down, she gently patted each frost fairy. All right, little ones, this will be your home from now on. Your new trainer will be a splendid one. Frost. Some of the frost fairies turned their gaze towards Lin Feng, their soft eyes tinged with timidity. What should I do? Lin Feng felt somewhat lost at this scene. He suddenly had the impression of being the villain, intent on seizing the Pokemon of others. Kuli reassured him, do not worry. Before I released them, I assured them they would have a good partner in you. She squatted down, handing the frost fairies one by one to Lin Feng. Where he could hold no more, she placed the remaining ones on the nearby sofa. Once all the frost fairies were settled around him, Kuli stood, wrapped her coat tighter, and bowed slightly. Thank you for taking care of these children. My time is limited. I must catch my train. Before Lin Feng could respond, she smiled at the frost fairies and exited the room. Frost. The frost fairies glanced at Lin Feng, then sadly at their former trainer. Despite their melancholy, they did not cause a ruckus, merely calling out softly. They were not the first batch sent away, so they had anticipated this moment. Yet the farewell was still tinged with sorrow. Sigh. Lin Feng rubbed his head, observing the frost fairies around him, and sighed again. Despite the joyful addition of over 10 frost fairies to the shop, the atmosphere was steeped in sadness. He raised his hand, calling out to catch their attention. Hey! This call successfully garnered the notice of some frost fairies, who regarded him with a mix of emotions, concern, fear, and curiosity. Amidst them, one particularly striking frost fairy, adorned with 2 strawberries upon its head, stepped forward, blinking its red eyes and asking, Frost? Our trainer told us we would have a wonderful new trainer. Will you treat us kindly? The frost fairies, composed entirely of cream, surrounded Lin Feng, filling his nostrils with a sweet, milky aroma. Rest assured, I will treat you well, Lin Feng declared confidently, cradling the anxious frost fairy in his arms and channeling his unwavering energy to soothe its worries. Nothing could calm a Pokemon's emotions better than such a force. Observing the frost fairies still burdened by the sorrow of parting, Lin Feng contemplated, allowing his steady energy to weave its way to each one. Perhaps a nap would do you good. A little rest will help. Once all the frost fairies had drifted into slumber, Lin Feng began to ponder where they might rest comfortably. Certainly, they could not sleep on the bed. Should any frost fairy dream of cream flowing from them, it would surely soil the sheets. However, an idea sparked in Lin Feng's mind. A splendid solution for their resting place. He ventured into the kitchen, retrieving 13 large bowls, gently placing each frost fairy inside, and gazing at their peaceful slumber with a satisfied smile. The frost fairy was a Pokemon of diverse forms, including their decorative elements and the scent of their cream. They could manifest in 63 distinct varieties, each with its unique flavor. As these 13 frost fairies slept, Lin Feng finally had the opportunity to catalog their forms. Judging by their adornments, they were represented by strawberries, 4-leaf clovers, and wild berries. Yet the flavors, those could only be discerned by tasting. As he surveyed the frost fairies, a smile crept onto his lips. Among the 13, he discovered 6 distinct flavors. Coupled with their decorations, they produced a range of delightful creams: strawberry, caramel blend, milky lemon, milky sea salt, milky mint, wild berry, 4-leaf clover. These decorations and cream flavors allowed each Frost Fairy to create an assortment of unique creams. What culinary delights could be crafted from cream? Lin Feng pondered. Stuffed bread, cakes, creamy toppings, cheese, tiramisu, ice cream, cookies, puffs. So many possibilities. The thought of the countless trials required to perfect these dishes weighed heavily on his mind. In the midst of his musings, a faint sound echoed from the kitchen door. Yip yip. It was the keen-nosed Ice Nine Tails, drawn by the enchanting aroma of the Frost Fairies, rushing over with curiosity. Upon seeing the Frost Fairies on the table, its eyes sparkled with excitement. Yip yip. Fragrant companions. Having emerged from its infancy, it too began to develop a sense of wonder about the world. Chapter 80. The S-Class cuisine created by the Frost Cream Fairies. The Frost Cream Fairies indulged in their afternoon slumber, and during this tranquil interlude, Lin Feng ventured to Wang Wang's supermarket to procure several baking machines. By the time the first Frost Cream Fairy awoke, night had already set in. It uttered a soft call, momentarily taken aback by the bright living room. Frost? As drowsiness dissipated, memories flooded back, and it quickly realized it had been relocated to a new environment with a new trainer, which left it feeling a tinge of melancholy. Its call roused the neighboring Frost Cream Fairies, who also awakened, their expressions filled with confusion. Why had they abruptly fallen asleep? And why were they nestled in a bowl? Frost? Surely, the new trainer does not intend to consume us? One of the fairies queried anxiously. This seemed to act as a catalyst, igniting concern among the others. Frost. I hope not. Frost. We won't be eaten, will we? Just as the Frost Cream Fairies speculated among themselves, Lin Feng's head suddenly peeked out from the kitchen. Ah, you're awake. Perfect timing. Could you assist me by adding a bit of cream? Frost? This singular phrase left all the Frost Cream Fairies momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, and upon hearing the keyword cream, a red fairy adorned with strawberry accessories nodded affirmatively. Frost? All right. Thank you ever so much. Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen, wrapped in a white scarf dusted with flour. After he gently placed each fairy into the kitchen, they began to comprehend why he required cream. In the kitchen, apart from Lin Feng, were Shinado, Tianzu, and Rotom, who was affixed to a baking machine and recording the proceedings as per Lin Feng's instructions, intending to share the footage on Douyin later. On the countertop lay an array of various baked breads, some round, others square, displayed magnificently. These breads varied in size, with the largest towering nearly a meter high at the center of the counter, boasting 5 layers, while the smallest measured merely the size of a palm. Surrounding them were an assortment of finely chopped berries, cookies, and chocolate. Frost? Frost! Upon witnessing this scene, the Frost Cream Fairies instantly understood the task at hand. Cake making. These fluffy breads served as the very essence of the cake. Frost, we're coming. We're coming. Frost, I am matcha flavored. Frost, I am snow salt flavored. Their spirits soared as they expressed their respective flavors. Although Lin Feng was already familiar with their tastes, he acknowledged each one and instructed them to pipe their cream into bowls, mixing in some berry fragments before adorning the surfaces of the bread like skilled decorators. What he initially anticipated to be a prolonged endeavor turned out to be quite the opposite. The Frost Cream Fairies displayed remarkable proficiency in their frosting tasks, each adeptly designating their own areas. For instance, you frost this layer, I'll handle that one, and for the larger area, let us collaborate. In regions that some fairies struggled to reach, Lin Feng would kindly enlist Shinado as telekinetic assistance. Before long, a towering cake over a meter in height stood before Lin Feng. The vibrant cream was adorned with an array of berries, and various decorative designs crafted from colorful mixtures adorned the surface. Meanwhile, Lin Feng refrained from interrupting the Frost Cream Fairies' harmonious cooperation, and instead began preparing for the new line of petite cake products to be unveiled the following day. The B-Class Frost Cream Fairy Cake, a delightful creation of flour fermented with Tianzu fruit juice, complemented by the cream from the Frost Cream Fairies, with the addition of berry fragments, became the Paisi de Persistence. This culinary masterpiece embodied the essence of the Frost Cream Fairies, exuding an enchanting aroma that uniquely attracted Pokémon capable of producing food. Casually inspecting a small cake, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at the information that appeared. A special allure for food-producing Pokémon? Frost. Frost. It's done, it's done. Beholding a cake several times taller than themselves, a Frost Cream fairy nodded in satisfaction, eagerly scampering over to Lin Feng, playfully poking at his white scarf, as if to boast, Frost, look, we've made a grand cake. Upon seeing Lin Feng's unfamiliar face, it hesitated for a moment, stepping back in confusion, suddenly realizing that this was no longer the familiar Kelly who used to bake with them. You've done splendidly. It looks absolutely delectable. Lin Feng sampled a small piece of cake and unhesitatingly gave a thumbs up. Then, he examined the grand cake. The S-Class Frost Cream Fairy Cake was crafted from Wang rice flour, fermented with Tianzu fruit juice, and adorned with cream from the Frost Cream Fairies, featuring an array of rare berries within, yielding extraordinary effects. Culinary Effect 1 embodies the traits of the Frost Cream Fairy, imparting a unique aroma that attracts food-producing Pokemon upon consumption. Culinary Effect 2. The incorporation of rare berries into the cream enhances one random individual value of the Pokemon upon consumption. Culinary Effect 3. Upon consumption, milk-producing Pokemon experience an elevation in the quality of their milk output. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The previous S-Class recipe had been designed to bolster Shineido's resistance to negative status conditions, this time utilizing a plethora of rare berries. Combined with the presence of the Frost Cream Fairies, he had successfully created another S-Class dish. Frost? The Frost Cream Fairy below gazed in awe at Lin Feng's extended thumb, inexplicably feeling a sudden warmth and kindness emanating from him, compelling it to inch closer, yearning to catch a whiff of his scent. Much like how humans often find themselves drawn to the fairies. This delightful moment persisted until Lin Feng gently cradled it in his hands, at which point the fairy responded without hesitation, affectionately nuzzling against him. So adorable. In his hands was a matcha-flavored Frost Cream Fairy, adorned with a lucky clover headpiece. Witnessing its charming demeanor, Lin Feng felt his heart melt, unable to resist bringing it closer to his face for a delightful sniff. How fragrant! Frost! So fragrant. Chapter 81. The Exquisite Magical Candy and the Delightful Cake Frost. Frost! Soon, all the Frost Cream Fairies were drawn to the delightful scent emanating from him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Sweet Bamboo also emerged from the pool, calling out to Lin Feng. After spending so many days together, it had long since shed its initial reservations and genuinely regarded Lin Feng as its trainer. However, it found it peculiar that its previous trainers did not carry such an enticing aroma. This fragrance made it yearn to snuggle closer. All right, the cake is ready. Let us move to the plantation to enjoy it together. Lin Feng carefully set down the small matcha and lifted the cake, addressing the gathered Pokemon. He had no intention of selling this cake. It was meant for all his Pokemon to share, although the custom of eating cake often signifies a birthday celebration. Most of his Pokemon were unaware of their actual birth dates, rendering such traditions irrelevant. Why adhere to so many rules? If one wishes to indulge, then indulge. Shanae, you all go ahead. I will tidy up here and grant these little ones a bit of psychic power to catch up with you. The usually silent Shanae spoke at that moment, gazing gently at the scene before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. After a prolonged period of wandering, she cherished such warm gatherings deeply. Thank you, Shanae, Lin Feng replied with a grin. Suddenly recalling something, he glanced at her status panel. Pokemon, Shanae gender, female ability, telepathy qualities, golden individual values, HP 31, attack 18. Defense 26, special attack 31, special defense 31. Speed, 31. Level, 79 skills. Call Psyshock, Magical Flame, Shadow Clone, Misty Terrain, Charming Voice, Psychic, Draining Kiss, Moonlight, Future Sight. Description: a shiny Shanae, due to certain factors, has developed an exceptional resistance to abnormal states. Affection level, 60. She finds you very intriguing and somewhat relies on you. Joy level, 40. Wonderful. By the way, I've been meaning to give you something special. I kept forgetting. Here, take this. Placing the cake down, Lin Feng retrieved a magical candy from his storage ball. This was the only exquisite magical candy he possessed, obtained from the ecstatic Mutwo. He had refrained from using it, as no Pokemon could effectively harness its immense energy all at once. However, Shanae was at a pivotal level of 79, making it a perfect candidate. Shanae, what is this? Shanae inquired, observing the magical candy in her hand, perplexed. This object was entirely inscrutable to her. Lin Feng lifted the cake once more and cheerfully stated, "This should be just what you need. It will help you resist curses more swiftly." With that, he led the little ones toward the plantation, leaving Shanae to curiously probe the candy with her psychic abilities. Yet still unable to discern anything amiss. A smile crept across her face as she pondered whether she had become too cautious after spending so much time in the wild. With her thoughts settled, Shanae swallowed the candy. Shanae? The energy surged within her, and she found herself marveling at the sensations coursing through her body. Had she transcended that barrier? At that moment in the plantation, as Lin Feng arrived with the grand cake held aloft, the first to dash over was the fiery chick, its eyes widening in astonishment at the towering cake. Chirp! It smells so delightful and is so large. Is there a midnight snack too? Wait. Lin Feng gently nudged it aside with his foot, instructing it to wait until they reached their destination. The fiery chick, undeterred, chirped back in agreement and nestled close behind Lin Feng, only to discover a dozen Pokemon resembling ice cream floating in the air behind him. They appeared soft and pink, exuding a delightful aroma. Sweet Bamboo explained, sweet. These Pokemon can produce delicious cream. Chirp, is that true? Intrigued by the prospect of food, the fiery chick became even more fascinated by the floating Pokemon. However, the Frost Cream Fairies seemed disinterested in the fiery chick, instead showering it with their creamy concoctions, smearing it with delightful cream. Just then, a dollop landed in its mouth, and its eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was delicious. With this thought, the fiery chick's attention turned back to the massive cake that Lin Feng held. It looked magnificent. Trailing behind Lin Feng was the Ivy Snake, accompanied by the Ice Vulpix, who regarded the foolish chick with disdain. Upon reaching the vicinity of the barn, where the hay had been cut, Lin Feng carefully placed the cake on the barn's counter to ensure it wouldn't topple over. He then set up a small table and arranged some plates atop it. Next, he began slicing the cake into numerous portions. During this time, the beach seal, beckoned by Sweet Bamboo, waddled over, and even the green caterpillar, previously asleep in the barn, stirred awake, drawn by the alluring scent, frantically crawling over in hopes of not missing out. Moo, it smells so good. The dairy cans were no exception. The cake's benefits for them were substantial. No need to rush, everyone will get their share. Lin Feng smiled warmly as he distributed the cake to each Pokemon, relishing the continuous stream of joy rewards from the system, before carrying a larger plate of cake to the water pool. There, under the moonlight, the ethereal Milotic awaited. Here, this is for you. Alas, Milotic's eyes made it impractical to come ashore without trampling the surrounding plants. However, Lin Feng quickly devised a solution. In future events, he could use psychic powers to levitate her. This time, however, he decided to let it be, having already fed her. Milotic emerged from the water, joyfully gazing at the cake Lin Feng held, yet appeared uncertain about how to partake. Gently, she extended her tongue, curling a portion of the cake toward her mouth. Watching her finish the cake in just a few bites, Lin Feng inquired, "Would you like more?" Milotic nodded eagerly, "I want to eat more." Meanwhile, the Frost Cream Fairies, observing how much everyone relished the cream cake they had prepared, felt a surge of happiness. Perhaps being here was rather wonderful after all. Chapter 82. The Evolution of the Armor Caterpillar. But why does everyone smell so delightful? As the fragrant aroma wafted through their nostrils, the Frostlass and Sweet Bamboo Pokemon could not help but ponder this perplexing question. Their innocence as mere Pokemon soon led them to dismiss the thought. With so many Pokemon feasting together, the grand cake was quickly devoured. Puff! The caterpie lay sprawled on the ground, its eyes glazed over. It had locked eyes with the Torchic, which had not paused in its relentless eating. Finally, amidst this sensation, a luminous glow enveloped the caterpie, and its form began to elongate. When the light dissipated, the caterpie had transformed into a prism-shaped, crimson armor caterpillar before Lin Feng. It seems that eating abundantly indeed leads to a larger evolution. Observing the armor caterpillar, which was now twice the size of a typical one. Lin Feng reaffirmed this small piece of knowledge. Buzz? The armor caterpillar stared with wide, bewildered eyes, unsure of what had transpired. As realization struck, its pupils widened in astonishment. It had evolved? Oh dear, how could it have evolved? The armor caterpillar's spirits plummeted. If it were in the wild, it would eagerly welcome evolution, as it would enhance its ability to fend off predators. Few Pokémon would be inclined to target an armor caterpillar that could only harden itself. But here, it wished to delay its evolution, for once it evolved, it could no longer indulge in food. It was better left unsaid. The mere mention of it only deepened the armor caterpillar's sorrow. After a brief chuckle, Lin Feng offered some words of encouragement. The armor caterpillar stared blankly at Lin Feng, then quivered slightly, acknowledging his words. Once he had taken care of it, Lin Feng stepped outside the barn, where the Torchic was smeared with cream, prompting a hint of disdain on his face. Eating in such a manner, when that cream hardens on you, you'll understand the discomfort. Chirp. The Torchic had not yet ceased its feasting. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, it finally lifted its head to reveal the empty cake plate, its face lighting up with satisfaction. But in the next moment, Lin Feng scooped it up, carrying it and the seal to the reservoir, where he rinsed them thoroughly amidst the Torchic's protestations of no. Nearby, the Vulpix observed this scene, discreetly licking its lips clean of cream, seemingly apprehensive of being subjected to a similar washing. In this world, aside from a few unique Pokémon, ordinary Pokémon that overindulge without exercise may also suffer from obesity, much like humans. To avert such a fate, Lin Feng needed to encourage this little chick to be active. Chirp. The Torchic shook off the water and glanced at its growing belly, resignedly nodding. Chirp. Indeed, it had gained quite a bit of weight. All right, everyone should rest early. After ensuring all the Pokémon in the garden were settled, Lin Feng looked at the remaining plates, and with a flicker of thought, they levitated into the air. Ah, how delightful it is to wield psychic abilities. Next, he turned to the Frostlass, crouching down. Well done today. It seems everyone relished the cakes you made. Frost. We saw. Frost. The Frostlass exclaimed with excitement. Being Pokémon that delight in creating cream, they were caught in a paradox, while they worried about being consumed. They derived joy from others enjoying their creamy creations. Then you shall stay here. Lin Feng used his psychic powers to guide the Frostlass away from the dust, leading them to the kitchen and placing them into a bowl. Let us see if you prefer this spot, or if another room might suit you better. Frost? The Frostlass began to chatter excitedly about their surroundings, eventually focusing on an empty cabinet. Frost? What about that cabinet? It appears transparent and can be closed. Frost, it's too small. Isn't it? We want to fit. After much deliberation, they still could not find a suitable place. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Wait, I suddenly recalled a place. After setting the plates aside for later washing, Lin Feng directed several bowls to the nursery. There was a counter displaying the small cakes he had crafted with Gardevoir. He placed the bowl containing the Frostlass on the glass counter. You can stay here during the day, and you'll see people coming to buy your little cakes. How does that sound? Frost? Yes. Frost, they will surely love to eat. The Frostlass gazed at the small cakes beneath the transparent counter, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, already fantasizing about how many people would come to purchase cakes made with their cream. Then tonight, you shall stay in my room. With that, Lin Feng guided them to his room, placing them by his desk and bedside. This time, the Frostlass unanimously agreed. Whimper? The Vulpix, lying on the bed, perked up, licking its lips. A fragrant companion has come to visit. The superior peeked out from the treehouse vine. Seeing the added vibrancy in his room, Lin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He then cautioned the other two Pokémon. All right, these 13 Frostlass will reside here from now on. Do not bully them, okay? Fine. After settling all matters, Lin Feng remembered Gardevoir. She had mentioned coming over soon, yet now she was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 83. Conversation with Shinado after settling Frostlass. Lin Feng stepped outside the breeding shop. The night in Wudong Town was remarkably serene. It was already past 9 in the evening, and most of the townsfolk had succumbed to slumber. Could it be that she has already departed? Glancing at the cake in his hand, Lin Feng attempted to call out into the night sky. "Shinado?" A fleeting shadow passed by, and he instinctively blinked. When he reopened his eyes, a dark figure had materialized before him. Her flowing gown shimmered like a gown beneath the moonlight, and her crimson eyes were fixed upon Lin Feng. Gradually, she drifted to stand opposite him. "Shauna? What is it?" Lin Feng raised the cake he held, saying, "I noticed you hadn't come, so I managed to snatch a piece from Fire Chick. It's for you here." Shinado gently accepted the cake and replied, "Shauna, I had some matters to attend to. It seemed you were about to conclude, and seeing the time, I decided not to come." After consuming the candy, the barrier that had confined her power dissipated with an unreasonable abruptness, and her strength surged anew. Thus, she ventured into the wild to familiarize herself with her newfound abilities. She discovered that, after prolonged consumption of the energy cubes Lin Feng provided, coupled with this power enhancement, she could briefly reign in her overflowing psychic abilities. Even with nearby creatures slumbering, she could prevent them from descending into nightmares for approximately half an hour. This was a significant breakthrough, indicating that she might indeed master the curse of nightmares entirely in the future. Lin Feng nodded, observing the still Shinado before him. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he activated his investigation eye. Pakmon, Shinado gender, female ability, telepathy qualification, golden individual value. Strength, level 81 to 86 skills, howl psychic. Description, a shiny Shinado who has begun to grasp the curse from Darkrai. Affinity, 80, she has developed a fondness for you and sees you as her support. Joy value, 80, she should be able to integrate perfectly into this family soon. Right? Ah, it appears you have indeed started to harness Darkrai's power. The moment the panel appeared, Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon the description. Upon realizing that Shinado had begun to master the curse of Darkrai, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy for her. "Shauna, thank you very much." Shinado gazed at Lin Feng with gentle eyes, causing him to feel a tad bashful as he scratched his head. "It's nothing. Do try this cake. It should be quite delicious." Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, for the cake was crafted from Frostlax's cream. Once they matured, the results would surely be even more delightful. He realized that being alone with Shinado created a sense of pressure within him. Perhaps it was due to their limited time together, or perhaps it was Shinado's formidable strength and her ability to perceive the hearts of others. In any case, it felt somewhat overwhelming. However, with their affinity reaching 80, it indicated that Shinado had nearly fully entrusted herself to him. As they enjoyed the cake, Shinado casually inquired, "Shauna, you seem very adept at bringing joy to Pakmon." Lin Feng paused at this question, then chuckled. "Primarily, it is due to my culinary skills. However, your words remind me of a saying among humans regarding boys pursuing girls. Of course, the reverse applies as well. It is said that to capture someone's heart, one must first delight their palate." Shinado's hands faltered for a moment. "Shauna, that does sound quite reasonable." "Haha." Beneath the moonlight, gazing at the ethereal figure before him, Lin Feng felt a yearning to confide. "In truth, my desire is for as many Pakmon as possible to find joy in the food I create. Therefore, I plan to establish a battling arena in Wudong Town. After all, among them, there will always be a few combative Pakmon that need to be satisfied. Perhaps it may evolve into a gym someday, or perhaps it may not. Additionally, the road leading to Wudong Town requires some repairs and widening to facilitate transportation and attract more trainers. Fortunately, I've earned some money recently, allowing for experimentation." Under the moonlight, the soft rays illuminated Lin Feng and Shinado, creating a scene that was both tranquil and beautiful. These plans appeared to hold significant potential for the development of the breeding house. Speaking of which, this was her first time being so close to other beings at night. On August 12th, the dawn light gently streamed through the window. Rising from his bed, Lin Feng quietly extricated himself from the embrace of the sleeping ice Vulpix. Upon looking up, he noticed that the Frostlax had already awakened and were quietly waiting. He instinctively placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Only after he carefully levitated the Frostlax into the air with psychic energy and brought them to the living room did he let out a sigh of relief. Observing the little ones floating before him, he inquired, "Why are you all awake so early?" The Frostlax exchanged glances, and the strawberry pink one spoke first, Frost. Can't sleep. Can't sleep. The others echoed in agreement, their faces brimming with anticipation. Frost. Everyone will surely love the cakes we make. Frost. Indeed, indeed. In this new environment, they were eager to see if the new customers would enjoy the cakes they crafted. All right. Lin Feng chuckled indulgently at the little ones before leading them into the shop. Just then, the door of the breeding shop swung open from the outside. Chapter 84. Fire Chick. Competing in speed with the trainer? In the early morning, the spirited young girl, brimming with vitality like the tender shoots of early spring, commenced her day at work. Qinshu initially believed today would mirror yesterday, just another fresh start. However, upon opening the wooden door and stepping inside, a delightful, sweet aroma suddenly wafted into her nostrils. A chorus of soft, enticing voices from the Frost Cream fairies drew her gaze. Frost, Frost, look here. Frost, Frost, delicious cake. Want some? Upon turning her attention, Qinshu was momentarily taken aback. The space that once displayed fruits and vegetables had transformed into a counter adorned with an array of cakes. Above the counter, numerous small cream figures, reminiscent of ice cream, stood proudly. How adorable! This was Qinshu's immediate thought upon seeing the Frost Cream fairies. This led her to instinctively approach them. Frost? The nearest Frost Cream fairy regarded Qinshu with a curious expression. Perhaps due to its newfound identity, it exhibited no fear, instead eagerly gesturing towards the cakes below. As if to say, look, these cakes are crafted by our cream. Come by one. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been lingering behind, interjected, all right, these are the staff inside, not customers. Upon hearing this, the Frost Cream fairies' expressions instantly fell, yet they still gazed hopefully towards the entrance, anticipating the arrival of a customer. Wow, how cute. Are these the Frost Cream fairies? Lin Feng paused, retrieving a prepared cardboard from his storage ball, inscribing it with bold letters. Custom cakes, price is negotiable. He then advised Qinshu, for this custom cake, if anyone inquires, just say it's exclusively for Pokemon celebrating their birthdays. If it's a wild Pokemon captured, consider the capture date as their birthday. The price might be a bit steep, perhaps 5 to 6 figures? I'm not entirely sure. There are economical options for those on a budget and premium options for those seeking luxury. Lin Feng had initially contemplated a starting price of 100,000, but reconsidered, realizing he shouldn't deter ordinary trainers from celebrating their Pokemon's birthdays. In the end, I'm just too soft-hearted. Qinshu nodded repeatedly, her gaze fixated on the Frost Cream fairies, shimmering with excitement. All right, I understand. Can I take one of the Frost Cream fairies to my workstation? These little creatures were irresistibly adorable. Any girl would find it hard to resist the temptation of holding one. Lin Feng was unsure if she absorbed his advice. But seeing her attention solely on the fairies, he could only say, as long as they are willing. Yay! Qinshu's expression brightened considerably, a smile of sheer delight illuminating her face as she looked at the Frost Cream fairies. In their bewildered gaze, she softly urged, come on, be good and go to work with me. Frost? What? Frost? No. Oh, just stay with me for a while. Frost, it's not possible. Qinshu's face lit up again. She reluctantly paid 300 and then picked up a small cake, taking a bite. Initially intending to merely compliment the Frost Cream fairies on their delicious cream, she found herself genuinely delighted after the first taste. Delicious. The nearby Frost Cream fairies blinked their curious eyes at her. Frost? Once she finished the small cake, Qinshu clearly noticed the little creature's gazes had shifted from resistance to interest. She made her request again. Would you like to come work with me? That place is where customers pay, and surely more people will adore you. This time, the chosen Frost Cream fairy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse, allowing herself to be cheerfully carried to her workstation. Lin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head as he headed towards the plantation. He needed to waken the fire chick and take it for a morning run. Upon reaching the dragonfire fruit tree beside the reservoir, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the largest fruit tree in the plantation had begun to bloom with tiny buds resembling seeds. It seemed that the characteristic cultivation energy blocks were soon to be produced. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Feng tapped on the wooden chicken coop beneath. Chirp, chirp! The fire chick, still groggy from sleep, poked its head out of the coop and, upon seeing Lin Feng, appeared momentarily stunned. Chirp? Yes, yes, yes. You've ignored what I said yesterday. Why are we up so early for a run? Lin Feng lifted it and headed outside. The sweet bamboo, disturbed by the commotion, watched the fire chick in Lin Feng's grasp, offering silent well wishes in its heart. For a Pokemon of common standing, this was no trivial matter. Yet considering the chick had consumed so much and possessed the acceleration ability, its speed would increase with each skill used. There should be no significant issue. Moreover, Lin Feng was eager to test his own physical conditioning. Chirp? Are you serious? The fire chick's eyes sparkled. As long as it could surpass the trainer, it wouldn't have to run? That seemed a simple task. The fire chick accepted the challenge. Its previously drowsy demeanor instantly transformed into one of determination. All right, let's begin. Lin Feng commanded. A radiant light enveloped the fire chick as it swiftly dashed forward. Chirp, flash and dash. Chapter 85. The Fiery Chick. Am I not working hard enough? After a brief moment of contemplation, the fiery chick gasped heavily, observing its trainer, who was always just a fraction ahead. Confusion clouded its thoughts. It had unleashed the quick attack 5 times, each time feeling as though it might surpass its trainer, yet it always fell short, just barely missing the mark. In the most recent attempt, it felt as if it could almost touch the trainer's leg, only for him to spring forward once more. Why was it always just a little bit short? The fiery chick could not comprehend. Perhaps it was due to its own lack of effort. At that moment, the trainer's voice rang out. Is that all you can do? Don't you want to enjoy your barbecue? There's also a delicious cake, berry salad. Just a bit more effort, and you might just surpass me. This realization struck the fiery chick. Indeed, it was its own lack of diligence. Gritting its beak, it felt a surge of power within, propelling its speed to new heights. Goodness, is this what they call a super acceleration? As the fiery chick surged ahead, its potential reignited, Lin Feng swallowed hard. Though merely a small chick, its speed felt vastly superior to that of the Pidgey soaring above while utilizing quick attack. However, this presented no significant concern for Lin Feng, as he recognized that his own speed was even greater, rendering it impossible to ascertain his limits while racing alongside the fiery chick. In essence, he was oblivious to the boundaries of his physical prowess. After running for a while longer and confirming that the fiery chick's potential had been temporarily exhausted, Lin Feng halted beside it, intending to encourage it further for the next day's endeavors. To his surprise, the fiery chick chirped determinedly. Chirp, chirp. Tomorrow, I will surely surpass you. Hearing this, the fiery chick's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and the weight that had burdened its heart began to lift. This trainer truly would not abandon it for any reason. Upon returning to the plantation, the ivy snake had already arrived with the ice nine tails, pausing beneath the dragonfire fruit tree. Lost in thought as it gazed at the budding flowers, it was well aware that once the fruit bore harvest, a delightful surprise awaited. However, today, it seemed the ivy snake had a surprise of its own. Pokemon, ivy snake gender, female ability, contrary qualification, golden individual values, HP 272, attack 221, special attack 272, defense 261, special defense 242, speed 313, strength level 31 to 35 skills, vine whip, leech seed, glare, affection 99, you are its emotional anchor, joy level 40, somewhat happy. Having advanced from level 29 yesterday, today it stepped into the gym. It appeared that the grand cake from the previous day played a significant role in its growth, as it had gained a little more height. Standing beside it, Lin Feng marveled at how the ivy snake was nearly at its chest level. It seemed that the small wooden house, previously inhabited by the flying mantis, would be rather cramped for the now-evolved superior. The ivy snake remained silent, merely gazing at Lin Feng, seemingly reminding him that it was time for feeding. With a smile, Lin Feng nodded and began to distribute energy cubes to each Pokemon, while also treating the Miltanks to sweet rice dumplings to assist them in milking. The B-grade Moo Moo milk, extracted by the elite Miltanks, could enhance the constitution of newborn Pokemon, providing most of the nutrition necessary during their growth. Your milk quality has improved, Lin Feng exclaimed, noticing the fresh sweetness of the milk. Moo? Really? Is it? Moo, is it? I only feel that milking has become more comfortable. Lin Feng fell silent, reflecting on the extraordinary benefits that came from being a master breeder, which extended beyond merely creating energy cubes or culinary delights, encompassing various related skills as well. For instance, the art of milking and massage. The latter was particularly evident with the Ice Nine Tails, as a brief massage elicited delightful sounds from the little creature, and soon after, it drifted into slumber. As for the other Pokemon, he had yet to experiment with them. He resolved to explore more related supplementary skills in the future. Brother Foam? Brother Foam? As Lin Feng contemplated the potential profits from the upgraded milk, Qin Shu entered the room. What happened? The Spearow? Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He suddenly recalled telling the Spearow to vacate the Pidgey's territory while driving them away, without explicitly forbidding them from approaching human settlements. Therefore, after losing their territory, had they ventured into the town to seize the Wang grain? Nodding, he replied, "All right, I will check it out shortly." The farmers had worked diligently for months, and he could not allow their efforts to be wasted. Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering that he initially intended to plant Wang grain for brewing rice wine. However, he found the cultivation process too tedious and ultimately abandoned the idea. Each year, the farmers in Wudong town not only kept a portion for themselves, but sold the surplus. Thus, he could acquire some Wang grain from the townsfolk. At that moment, a sharp bird call pierced the sky. Looking up, he spotted a vibrant orange figure soaring towards him, followed closely by about 20 smaller silhouettes. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a surge of psychic energy, Shinado appeared at Lin Feng's side. Chapter 86. The mayor's speed dog. In August, the rice fields were adorned with golden ears of grain, each kernel plump and inviting. Above, two fierce sparrows circled in the sky. Below, Mayor Han Yu of Wudong Town, accompanied by a speed dog, felt somewhat troubled. These sparrows, aware of their inability to contend with the speed dog, nonetheless took advantage of their aerial prowess and the protective forest behind them, hovering nearby and refusing to depart. Such a prolonged standoff was untenable. After all, the speed dog was not a Pokemon belonging to the town's residents, but rather borrowed from the Pokemon Center in Wudong City. Han Yu sighed, wishing that these nuisances could be dealt with once and for all. Just as his words faded, the two circling sparrows suddenly became agitated, as if they had encountered a formidable foe, and fled towards the forest. Accompanying this commotion was a resounding cry, "Beedrill!" Instinctively, he looked up to see a gigantic Beedrill approaching, with a shadowy figure perched upon it. As the Beedrill drew nearer, the figure became clearer, and Han Yu gasped in astonishment. "Is that the Beedrill from the Xiaolin family evolved?" The Beedrill descended gracefully, and Lin Feng leaped off its back. He cast a curious glance at the speed dog below, before nodding slightly to the elderly man in a tank top, Grandpa Han. Mayor Han Yu, it was said, had once been an ambitious trainer in his youth, shining brightly in various competitions across the league with his Pokemon. Yet as time passed, though the fervor of a trainer had waned, his keen eye for talent remained. Watching the Beedrill land, he was momentarily taken aback, only to later be filled with admiration. Lin Feng humbly replied, "Not at all. I haven't had much chance to see my father's Pokemon either." This was indeed the truth. Apart from the Scyther, he had not encountered any of his parents' other Pokemon. As a child, he had wondered why his father's Scyther was so formidable while having only that one Pokemon, something that seemed unrealistic for a skilled trainer. Han Yu shook his head, dismissing the modesty. "However, your Beedrill has indeed evolved into a Beedrill. Surely, those sparrows will think twice before bothering us again." Wang. Lin Feng called out to the speed dog, "Wait." The speed dog paused, looking at Lin Feng with curiosity. After a moment, it glanced at Han Yu, and upon receiving a nod, joyfully resumed its meal. Han Yu, observing this scene, could not help but smile. "This is a child of the speed dog I captured in my youth. I later entrusted it to a clever young lad who became an enforcer. I've heard that its mate is now expecting. If you desire a loyal guardian, I can certainly arrange for you to receive one once it is born." A look of delight spread across Lin Feng's face. Really? Is that possible? Although he already had a furry Ice Nine Tails at home, refreshingly cool in summer but somewhat uncomfortable in winter, a speed dog post-evolution was not only a capable guardian, but also quite magnificent. Han Yu nodded, affirming, "Indeed." He glanced at the Beedrill beside Lin Feng, seemingly reminiscing about his own glorious days. After a while, once the speed dog had finished its energy cubes, he sighed and led it towards the outskirts of the town. Lin Feng remained rooted in place, surveying the golden rice fields before instructing the bee drill. Stay here for a moment. If any sparrows come, scare them away. Once they've been frightened off a few times, word will spread and they won't dare return. Bee drill. The bee drill nodded and, finding no suitable perch, soared towards the forest, settling atop a tall tree, its sharp gaze scanning the depths of the woods. Pleased with this arrangement, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit, to purchase rice. However, with the mayor having departed, he was left unaware of who owned the land, leading him to chuckle at his own predicament. Upon returning to the breeding house, guests had begun to arrive in succession. They marveled at the new offerings in the establishment and expressed their admiration for the Frostlass cakes displayed at the counter. The Frostlass, in turn, delighted in watching the patrons purchase cakes, feeling as though their offerings rivaled those of the previous dessert shop. Everyone appeared to enjoy the cakes they crafted, and the new proprietor was amiable. Thus, the initial unease slowly dissipated, replaced by joy. Among the loyal customers, Luan Ming, who had been following the shop for some time, spotted Lin Feng and raised a selfie stick, asking Lin, "I heard you mention on Douyin yesterday that you would be launching a delivery service. Is it true that you support home delivery?" "Of course, the couriers are all set." Lin Feng responded with a smile. Hearing this, Luan Ming beamed. "That's wonderful. This place is quite remote, and the road is narrow, only accommodating buses for travel. It can be quite challenging. Rest assured, we'll find a solution," Lin Feng replied with a grin. In truth, this was not the first time he had heard such complaints. While the breeding house offered excellent products, the transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. Each visit required punctuality, and sometimes, arriving too late meant missing a bus seat, leaving one to wait for the next. It was rather disheartening to think that even squeezing onto a bus was an endeavor, especially when one was simply trying to spend money on goods. Chapter 87. Training Pidgey to Deliver Packages. Pondering the harvest at Wangwang Valley, grandfather has cultivated several acres at Wangwang Valley. In previous years, he would reserve a portion for himself and sell the rest. "Feng, do you desire some?" Qin Shu blinked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Lin Feng. She was aware of his burgeoning interest in culinary delights and wondered what exquisite dishes the small cottage might offer. Lin Feng nodded. "Please save some for me. I would like that." After resolving this matter, he returned to the plantation, where he immediately spotted a group of Pidgey and Spearow perched on the nearby pine tree. Earlier, the Fiero had taken him outside and had settled them there. His first thought upon seeing so many Pidgey and Spearow was that he was fortunate the Caterpie had evolved and was comfortably residing in the barn. Otherwise, it would have been terrified and hesitant to show itself among such a multitude. However, a more pressing concern arose. He needed to teach these Pidgey and Spearow the route for delivering packages. He recalled certain Pokémon from anime that were adept at delivering messages, such as the Pidove and the Pelipper. How did they discern directions? Perhaps starting with a map for training would be prudent. With this in mind, Lin Feng turned to Shinado, who was busy collecting ripe berries from the trees. After she had stored the berries in a Pokeball, he took her hand and said, "Hold on. Let us pause the gathering for a moment. I need your assistance." Shinado looked at their clasped hands, momentarily bewildered, but offered no resistance, treating it as a simple interaction between trainer and Pokémon. He often shared similar affectionate exchanges with his Ice Nine tails, holding its paw to help it stand while playfully stroking its belly, only to find himself sneezed upon, covered in snowflakes. He then called upon Rotom, who was busily harvesting grass, to join them beneath the pine tree. "Pidgey, Spearow, come down." The Pidgey and Spearow exchanged glances before flapping their wings and descending. The instructions given by their leader before departing were to heed his words, as he was the trainer of their commander. Though some Spearow were unfamiliar with the concept of a trainer, they understood that the leader-s trainer was of utmost importance. "Rotom, please project a map of Wangwang City and ensure it's sizable." "Understood, Master." Rotom swiftly conjured a 4x4-meter illusionary map of the city. "Shinado, how far can your teleportation reach? Is it sufficient to cover all of Wangwang City?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. "Then I kindly ask for your help in training these Pidgey and Spearow." I will provide you with energy cubes, and you will distribute them throughout Wangwang City. Then, let the Pidgey and Spearow locate them according to the map. This way, we can hone their ability to deliver packages accurately to every household. This was his devised plan to cultivate the Pidgey and Spearow's capacity for precise delivery. Naturally, the initial locations should be nearby, gradually increasing the distance as they progressed. However, Shineido's expression revealed a hint of exasperation. Shauna? Was she to be treated as a mere laborer? Clearing his throat, Lin Feng realized that his proposal might indeed impose undue strain on Shineido. Yet, he genuinely lacked alternative methods to train the Pidgey and Spearow effectively. Thus, he looked earnestly at Shineido, producing a bag of energy cubes, and implored, "I must rely on you." She ascended into the sky, regarded Lin Feng for a moment, then placed her hand on his head, gently ruffling his hair to his astonishment. Shauna understood. With that, she directed her attention towards the Pidgey, utilizing telepathy to convey Lin Feng's instructions while summoning the energy cubes to float before each Pidgey. After consuming the first energy cube, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Next, Shineido surveyed the map, marking approximately 20 red dots before vanishing from sight. The Pidgey and Spearow received their directive, flapping their wings and soaring towards Wangwang City. Strange, Lin Feng pondered, touching the spot where Shineido had ruffled his hair, feeling a mix of bewilderment. In the afternoon, it was undeniable that Shineido's training for the Pidgey and Spearow bore fruit. Within a mere day, 3 or 4 Pidgey had successfully located energy cubes, while the others, guided by Shineido's descriptions, also showed progress, with some nearing the location of the energy cubes, albeit still somewhat perplexed. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, providing the Pidgey and Spearow with their meals for the day and informing them of their tasks. It was quite simple. Meals were provided, and their freedom was not restricted. During the training period, they were free to leave if dissatisfied. Fortunately, none of the Pidgey or Spearow wished to depart. Rather, they appeared quite content with their roles, perhaps due to the allure of the food or the influence of their leader. At 4 in the afternoon, after the energy cubes sold out for the day, Lin Feng reminded Qin Shu not to forget to discuss the acquisition of Wangwang Valley with grandfather. Just as he prepared to close the door, a subtle shadow in the setting sun caught his attention. It was a Pidove clutching a white envelope in its beak, clearly destined for the breeding house. Pidove. The Pidove halted, confirming its surroundings before gliding towards Lin Feng, gently depositing the envelope into his hand. Pidove? A message delivery? Lin Feng was taken aback. In the Donghua Alliance, communication was far more convenient than in the Paldea region, where individuals were accustomed to using mobile phones for correspondence, rendering such a method of delivery nearly obsolete. Chapter 88. Shineido, because you make me feel supported to Lin Feng, the owner of the plantation in Wudong Town. Greetings. Lin Feng, I am the proprietor of the grape orchard in Pujiao Town. I have heard that you wish to procure the Pokemon, Combi, for honey production. If that is indeed the case, please bring along the flowers you cultivate when you visit, so I may ascertain their suitability for Combi's honeymaking. Furthermore, on August 28th, Pujiao Town will be selling its inaugural batch of fruit wine. Many plantation owners will gather to exchange the plants they cultivate, and we will also invite renowned trainers from nearby to engage in a battle competition, using the plants from their respective orchards as prizes. Should you find this intriguing, you are welcome to participate. I eagerly anticipate meeting a young proprietor like yourself. Best regards, Shufin, owner of Pujiao Orchard. Upon opening the letter, Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of surprise. Had Uncle Mu already divulged his intentions to the owner of the orchard in Pujiao Town? However, his demeanor quickly softened. It was preferable that the visit would not feel too abrupt. Moreover, the other party had articulated their requirements, alleviating the need for him to prepare in haste. Lin Feng inquired of his Pokemon, Dajuo, "Did you bring this envelope from Pujiao Town?" Dajuo shook its head, indicating that it had flown in from Wudong City instead. It served as the designated messenger Pokemon for Wudong City, primarily delivering letters to elderly individuals who were not adept at using mobile phones, and rarely to the younger generation. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging receipt of the envelope. After offering Dajuo an energy cube as a reward, he fell into contemplation. It appeared that he first needed to plant flowers before heading to the wine town. Nonetheless, the blossoms of fruit trees should suffice, he mused, recalling the buds of the dragonfire fruit tree. Ultimately, he decided against it. A single bud could potentially yield a dragonfire fruit in the future, which was exceedingly valuable and should not be wasted. He had long contemplated cultivating flowers anyway. Rotem was engaged in calculations. In no time, Rotem announced the figures. Today's revenue stood at 375,200, and the current balance was 6,450,000. Lin Feng merely nodded, his reaction subdued. He was no longer the young man who had just opened a shop. The sight of such wealth no longer stirred any profound emotions within him. Instead, he pondered whether these funds could facilitate the construction of a 20-kilometer road, at least a decent one, he mused. Rotem? Master, it seems that today's energy cubes do not align with the revenue. Rotem expressed its confusion. Lin Feng paused, perplexed. What discrepancies are we talking about? Rotem? It appears there is a shortfall of 3,000? Rotem hesitantly responded. Each day, when the energy cubes were placed on the counter, it would tally them, calculating the potential total revenue if they were all sold. Typically, the energy cubes sold out daily. 3,000? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. This was not merely a matter of 3,000 being significant, but rather the unsettling notion that someone had pilfered from the shop right under his and Shinedo's noses. Or perhaps Shinedo had been too preoccupied training Pidgey and Spiro to notice. It's nothing. Tomorrow morning, could you set up surveillance? It's possible that a customer simply forgot to pay, Lin Feng suggested, shaking his head. He intended to have Rotem pay closer attention, believing it was likely a minor oversight. Should a similar occurrence transpire the following day, and if Rotem could not identify the issue, he would have to enlist the assistance of Shinedo or Uncle Liang's Lucario. Understood, Rotem replied, not overly concerned, given Lin Feng's reassurances. Morning arrived swiftly, and Lin Feng was astonished to discover an additional stone atop the cash register in the small cabin. What on earth? He maneuvered his frostless to the counter and picked up the stone. The Everstone, a mysterious gem capable of suppressing the genetic alterations of Pokemon. Could this have been brought by Shinedo? Lin Feng speculated, though he quickly dismissed the thought. If Shinedo had indeed brought it, it would have informed him directly after dawn. However, it was still dimly lit, and most residents of the town remained asleep. Speculation bore no fruit. He would inquire with Shinedo once it arrived. After stowing the Everstone, Lin Feng proceeded to the plantation to care for the Pokemon, and soon after, Shinedo appeared before him. As it prepared to call upon the Pidgey and Spiro perched in the pine tree for their training, Lin Feng interjected. Shauna? Shinedo gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of exasperation. While its psychic abilities were invaluable in the plantation, it wished to avoid being overworked. It was merely a capable Pokemon, not a beast of burden. Ahem. I Haven T summoned you for tasks today, Lin Feng said awkwardly, producing the Everstone. I merely wish to inquire. Did you bring this stone? Shinedo, indeed busy these days, floated over to examine the Everstone and shook its head. Not you? How peculiar. It seems a Pokemon has stealthily entered. Lin Feng recounted the incidents from yesterday and today. Shauna? This appeared suddenly this morning? Shinedo expressed surprise. It had been stationed on the road connecting Wudong City and the town throughout the night, not far from the town. If any peculiar Pokemon had approached, it should have sensed their presence. Lin Feng and Shinedo exchanged glances, ultimately reaching no conclusion. With a resigned sigh, Shinedo relented. Shauna, I understand. I will keep a watchful eye. Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude. The energy cube and a rare candy had secured him the companionship of a Pokemon like Shinedo. He believed this might be the wisest investment of his life. Shinedo floated above him, gently ruffling his hair, its voice resonating within his heart with warmth and a touch of nostalgia. Shauna, in the past, when I adopted those 3 Pokemon, I felt they needed care. Now it seems your matters far exceed theirs, and you require more attention. Lin Feng's expression stiffened. No wonder it enjoyed patting his head. Did it regard him as a child? Yet, he was now capable of supporting numerous Pokemon and was a plantation owner. Comparing him to a Torchic felt somewhat unjust. He countered, there should still be some distinction. Shinado regarded him with a softened gaze, as if to comfort him. Shauna. There is indeed a difference. You make me feel a sense of reliance. Chapter 89. The Floral Boutique. As Lin Feng observed the Shinado training its Bibi and Bobo, he turned to the newly evolved ginkgo snake, which had just demonstrated its grass field ability on the plantation soil. Ginkgo snake, do you perceive me as a child? He inquired. Tung tung. The snake retorted, implying that only a child would pose such a question. Moreover, regarding the assessments received from other Pokemon, perhaps it would be best not to inquire further. What does rolling your eyes signify? Does it mean I truly resemble a child? Lin Feng interrupted, reaching out to pat its head with his right hand, only to have the creature deftly evade him, gazing back with a defiant tung tung. No touching. Why not? You've only recently evolved as well. Lin Feng persisted, shamelessly inching closer and placing his hand atop its head. There, now you can be considered a child too. Tung tung. The ginkgo snake closed its eyes and sighed. Who isn't a child at heart? After satisfying his desire to pet it, Lin Feng finally released the ginkgo snake from his embrace, turning his attention to the Pokemon within the plantation. He retrieved an Everstone, asking, is there anyone here who does not wish to evolve? Although most Pokemon harbor an innate yearning to evolve, there remain a few that do not share this aspiration. With the Everstone now in hand, Lin Feng deemed it prudent to inquire. Chio-Chio? The sea lion Pokemon retreated into the water, while the sweet bamboo peeked out from the tree. The ginkgo snake ignored him, feeling slightly discomfort. Why has the stone appeared now? Ultimately, it was the fire chick that stepped forward, exclaiming, Gigi, if no one else wants it, I do. I want to evolve and surpass my trainer. Its eyes sparkled with determination as it looked at Lin Feng. Upon hearing this ambitious goal, Lin Feng paused momentarily, then regarded the fire chick with a bemused expression. Perhaps that goal is a tad lofty. Evolving and surpassing me is still the same. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about eating more after evolving. I can afford to feed you no matter how much you consume. This reassurance struck a chord with the fire chick, whose small eyes widened in astonishment. It genuinely feared that evolving would lead to an increased appetite, potentially overwhelming its trainer. This prompted it to leap into Lin Feng's arms, delivering a gentle bump against him. Gigi. Woo-woo. The effect was immediate, as the fire chick ceased its crying and stealthily ventured into the barn to snatch some green dumplings from the milk can. Such a little drama queen. Lin Feng chuckled, ruffling its head. Noticing that no one seemed disinterested in evolving, he decided to stow away the Everstone. At that moment, the sweet bamboo, hidden among the branches, spoke up. Tian, will I be admired by other humans after evolving? Lin Feng glanced at the sweet bamboo, recalling its evolution into Sweet Dance and I, and subsequently into Sweet Cold Beauty. As a relatively rare and aesthetically pleasing Pokemon, he nodded. I believe so. Many will find you quite appealing after your evolution. The sweet bamboo blinked its small, yellow eyes and closed its mouth, whispering, Tian, then I want to evolve. I only want you to like me. It expressed its aversion to other humans while cherishing Lin Feng. This declaration struck Lin Feng deeply. Particularly while gazing at the diminutive, aromatic sweet bamboo, he instinctively extended his arms, lifting it gently from the tree. How can you be so adorable? Whether you evolve or not, I will always like you. Its small, round form felt delightful in his embrace. Tian. The sweet bamboo blinked at him. Very well, I shall leave this Everstone with you. When you wish to evolve, simply return it to me. He intended to consult the town mayor regarding gathering residents' opinions on planting flowers. If feasible, flowers could be planted along both sides of the stone path. If not, they would have to settle for cultivating flowers in the grassy area behind the barn. This scenario, too, was not without merit. After all, merely planting pasture would be somewhat monotonous. Introducing flowers would add vibrant colors, benefiting the honeybees in their nectar collection. Planting flowers along the stone path for the honeybees to gather nectar? Consider it done. I shall make the inquiry shortly. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, Han Yu nodded with satisfaction. Over the past few days, he had observed an increasing number of visitors coming to Wudong Town, enlivening the atmosphere. This was undoubtedly a boon for the town's development. Having long since retired as Pokemon, and being of advanced age himself, He lacked the energy for such endeavors. However, the young lad before him was different, youthful and brimming with potential. "Thank you, Grandpa Han." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude and, with Rodam's guidance, located a flower shop in Wudong City. Floral boutique? Upon seeing the array of flowers and greenery displayed at the entrance, Lin Feng instinctively pronounced the shop's name. Hua. Welcome. To his surprise, the one greeting him was not the shop owner, but a small sprite holding a red flower. The petite red flower, with its yellow center, was accompanied by a sprite whose primary color was white, featuring twin tails resembling fans, with greenish-blue eyelashes that curled upward. Its lower half sported feet shaped like hearts. Though the shop was named Floral Boutique, the sprite that emerged was a flabbee. Lin Feng silently recalled the sprite's name and remembered the description from a school as Dex. It roams gardens, caring for wilting flowers and harnessing their energy for battle. If the garden were to flourish, perhaps he could capture a flabbee to tend to the blossoms? "Hello. What flowers are you in need of?" A young woman, approximately 23 or 24, wearing a red headscarf and a teal apron, emerged from within the shop upon hearing the flabbee's voice. Upon raising her gaze and spotting Lin Feng's youthful visage, she momentarily froze before breaking into a bright smile. For honey collection, the most suitable option may not simply be flowers, but rather the sweet honey trees. Chapter 90. The Pokemon that can become invisible. This tree produces a delicate little flower, its core imbued with sweetness, blooming throughout the year except in winter. It is particularly suited for the diligent honey-producing Pokemon known as the 3 bees, which are eager to gather nectar daily, provided they are treated well. A woman warmly guided him into a flower shop, lifting a potted plant that housed a small tree with orange-yellow leaves. "Behold, this is the sweet honey tree, a rather intriguing specimen. When cultivated in a pot, it remains small, yet when planted in the ground with ample nutrients, it can grow into a towering tree within 3 to 6 months, adorned with blossoms." Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. The proprietor possessed an impressive wealth of knowledge. Despite being merely a flower shop, she articulated the habits of the 3 bees with such clarity and even had saplings of the sweet honey tree available. Upon receiving his praise, the woman proudly lifted her chin and introduced, "Hee, you see, I studied the compatibility between Pokemon and plants in university." "Allow me to explain." Lin Feng interrupted her. "How much is it?" 3,000. "I'll take 2. He also received commendable news from the town mayor, revealing that nearly all residents had consented to his proposal of planting flowers along both sides of the Bluestone Path. Consequently, Lin Feng borrowed a burrowing mouse from Grandpa Qin and summoned a vine snake to clear the weeds from the path's edges. Together, they meticulously turned the soil, sowing seeds along with a sprinkling of nutrient-rich fertilizer. Thus, the afternoon slipped away. Patting the burrowing mouse's head, Lin Feng remarked, "Thank you. Remember to come by for dinner later. I will prepare spicy noodles for you." The burrowing mouse, recalling the tangy and spicy flavor, swallowed nervously yet nodded in modest agreement. "Oh, you." Lin Feng chuckled, bemused by its demeanor. Having spent some time with Grandpa Qin, the mouse had adopted the old man's habit of modesty. It performed a small bow before cheerfully racing home, and feeling the need for speed, it rolled along the path, evoking laughter from Lin Feng. "What are we planting?" the vine snake inquired, having been busy all afternoon. "Flowers. In about 10 days, they should bloom, transforming the path into a vibrant spectacle." Lin Feng had procured a variety of flowers suitable for summer, including roses, chrysanthemums, and lilies, with designated planting areas carefully arranged. The 2 sweet honey trees were slated for the grassy patch behind the barn. "Will they be beautiful?" the vine snake pondered. "Well, it depends. Some Pokemon may find them delightful, while others might be indifferent. For instance, if we present these flowers to a Tauros, it may perceive them as food. Conversely, a flower-themed Pokemon would cherish every bloom." The vine snake nodded thoughtfully. After a hard day's work, it was time to reward themselves with a delectable meal. As the sun set, Lin Feng attempted to stroke the vine snake's head, but it dodged again. However, on his second attempt, the vine snake resignedly approached him. Above them, the air shimmered as though a creature was gliding through, creating ripples reminiscent of water. Accompanied by a soft, playful laughter, the ripples traversed the sky, ultimately resting upon the towering pine trees outside the garden. In an instant, the number of pidove perched upon the branches swelled from 10 to 11, unnoticed by the other birds. What? Another 3,000 missing? Back at home, Lin Feng stared incredulously at Rotom. Is there an issue with the surveillance? Rotom shook its head, looking rather forlorn. Rotom, there's no problem. I didn't witness anyone leaving without paying yet. We are short 3,000. Shaman, having finished training the pidove and Spearow, furrowed its brow slightly, as it, too, had detected nothing amiss. Don't worry, there's no need for guilt. After comforting Rotom, Lin Feng contemplated, could have been a problem this morning? We were out buying flowers, after all. Whatever, it's just 3,000. I'll keep an eye on the breeding house tomorrow. Unable to decipher the mystery, Lin Feng decided to investigate further the following day. If the issue persisted, he would seek Uncle Liang in the Wutong Forest for assistance with his Lucario. On August 14th, Lin Feng rose early to find a water stone resting atop the cash register, lost in thought. The B-grade water stone, imbued with pure water energy, could grant certain Pokémon the ability to absorb its essence for genetic evolution. Concluding that he could accept this arrangement of exchanging energy cubes for the mysterious Pokémon's secret items without unmasking its identity, Lin Feng pondered. After all, both the Evolution Stone and B-grade Water Stone commanded a six-figure price on the market. Yet, the intrigue gnawed at him. Could this be a Pokémon endowed with the ability to become invisible? Perhaps Victini or Latias. His mind wandered into a realm of possibilities. Chapter 91. An unexpected addition of Pidgey? In truth, there exist several ordinary Pokémon capable of achieving an invisibility effect, such as the Weeping Lizard and the Transforming Dragon. However, a segment of people tends to envision optimistic outcomes before confronting the unknown. Clearly, Lin Feng's disposition aligns with this notion. He mused that Victini, revered as the god of victory and endowed with boundless energy, could enable a Pokémon to accomplish myriad tasks. Wait, is this capitalist thinking? He hastily shook his head, dismissing such thoughts from his mind. Thus far, among his Pokémon, aside from Shinedo's multifaceted roles, the responsibilities of the others remained rather light. He was contemplating solutions to this dilemma. He could not allow Shinedo to bear such a heavy burden indefinitely. After all, therefore, it would be advantageous to have more psychic-type Pokémon, such as Latias and Latios, who possess both dragon and psychic attributes. As he considered this, Lin Feng felt saliva pooling in his mouth. How splendid it would be to have these two Pokémon. Nonetheless, he believed the prospects were dim, with Victini sealed by a barrier. As for Latias' kin, if his memory served him correctly, they resided near the Water City in the Johto region, which seemed plausible. After all, for such swift Pokémon, traversing that distance would not take long. After stowing away the water stone, he proceeded to the plantation to feed each Pokémon, also calling down the Pidgey and Pidgeotto perched atop the pine tree, treating them to energy cubes. Pidgey, their S-food. Pidgeotto, yay. Pidgey, so fragrant, so delightful. Pidgey, I'm clever for devising a method to partake in these energy cubes. Observing the Pidgey and Pidgeotto indulging in their feast, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. These Pidgey had shown remarkable diligence in their training for delivery services, and within merely 2 days, they had virtually mastered the area, ensuring accuracy in their deliveries. Once they became more familiar with Wudong City, they would be poised to officially embark on their courier careers. As he watched, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. He recalled that just the day before, there had been 10 Pidgey and 10 Pidgeotto. Yet now it appeared there was an additional Pidgey. Had one more Pidgey arrived on its own? Lin Feng scrutinized the Pidgeotto count, confirming it remained at 10. There was no indication that any had evolved into Pidgey overnight. Had a new Pidgey been recommended by a Pidgeot? Just as he contemplated using his eye of insight to discern the peculiarity of this Pidgey, Shinedo suddenly appeared beside him, clutching a glass vial. Shinedo, the energy cube is finished. With that, it produced its own energy cube from its storage ball. Shinedo, thank you. As it accepted the energy cube, Shinedo's gaze shifted to the Pidgey and Pidgeotto, relishing their energy cubes and it soon appeared taken aback. Shinado? Has another Pidgey joined us? If another Pidgey arrived each night, it would be unsustainable for Shinado. No. Wait, let me take a closer look. Perceiving the implication in Shinado's words, Lin Feng offered an awkward smile, directing his attention to the Pidgey pecking at the energy cubes. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his smile faltered. All these occurrences coalesced into an image of a hairless kitten in his mind. Could it be that elusive mythical creature? It adored wandering the world. With this suspicion lingering, Lin Feng activated his Eye of Insight. After meticulously examining each Pokemon-s information, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Pokemon, Mu Gender, Genderless Ability, Synchronized Potential, Divine Individual Values, HP, 31, Attack, 31. Special Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special Defense, 31. Speed, 31. Strength. Level Skills, Pound, Mirror Move, Baton Pass, Life Dew, Seal, Aura Sphere, Last Resort, Meditate, Gravity. Light Screen, Psychic, Hypnosis. Friendship, 25, A Decent Human. Happiness, 50, Hee, Fun, Hide and Seek. Description, Guardian of the World Tree. Seemingly drawn here in search of kindred spirits. Why does it keep staring at me? Has it discovered my presence? That's impossible. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze fixated upon it, the Pidgey felt puzzled, convinced that its transformation was remarkable. As the origin of all Pokemon, it possessed the genes of every Pokemon. Thus, any metamorphosis, even within its genes, would elude discovery, even by legendary beings. Perhaps it was simply astute, recognizing every Pidgey's appearance and deducing it was the new arrival. Quickly, the Pidgey rationalized its thoughts and continued to indulge in the energy cubes, contemplating how to sneak away during Shinado's training session. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having perused the attributes, fell into deep contemplation. To think it was indeed this mythical creature. In recent days, due to various reasons, he had neglected to check the rewards bestowed by the joyful Pokemon. Now, upon reviewing his collection of rare candies and golden nuggets, he noted an unexpected addition of a special rare candy and 8 special golden nuggets. Upon further searching, he soon discovered a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for elevating Mu's happiness from 40 to 60, rewarded with 1 special rare candy and 3 special golden nuggets. It had come here seeking the essence of Mewtwo, only to be drawn by my energy cubes. So, should I expose its identity? Shifting his gaze from the Pidgey, Lin Feng sank into contemplation. Before long, Shinado's puzzled voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. Ultimately, he resolved not to reveal its identity. If it desired to play, then let it enjoy itself. Chapter 92, The Robust Chick. Would you please treat Dream to something delightful? After all, indulging in playful activities might just enhance its joy levels, leading to unexpected rewards. However, exposing it might provoke its ire, resulting in a loss outweighing the gain. Shinado discreetly stowed away her energy cube, letting out a quiet sigh. The trainer's utterance had inadvertently increased her workload by 1/20. Hey, come here, Shinado, Lin Feng called, not allowing her to begin training Dream immediately, instead summoning her into the nurturing room. Shinado regarded Lin Feng with a hint of puzzlement. The newly appeared BB bird might go missing during training, given the extensive duration of each task. In such instances, you need not concern yourself. It is not an ordinary BB bird. Shinado looked at him with some confusion. While BB birds are indeed clever, they can still get lost. Lin Feng reassured her, no worries at 1T stray. It might just be a bit playful, so bear with it. All right. Meanwhile, Lin Feng led the fire chick to commence their morning run. As was customary, he painted vivid dreams of delectable barbecue feasts awaiting it should it surpass him. Come on, fire chick, the barbecue feast is within reach. Surpass me. It shall be yours. Chirp. Barbecue. Barbecue. Chirp. I can't go on. How can a boy claim he cannot continue? You've only just begun to spark up. Keep going. Keep going. Do not tarnish the reputation of your speedster title. As I recall, in the Kalos region, there exists a Blaziken that has become a city hero. Do you not aspire to be the hero of your town, protecting the beloved sea lions and bamboo shoots, basking in their adoring gazes? Chirp. Onward, onward. Lin Feng, unfazed, inquired about the peculiar BB bird. Shauna, as you mentioned. Shinado cast Lin Feng a curious glance. It's fine. It likely isn't here for this training. Simply disregard it, she replied. Shauna, all right. Dream's arrival did not significantly disrupt Lin Feng's daily routine. The only notable change was the occasional disappearance of energy cubes from the nurturing room during the day. However, by the following morning, he would invariably find a berry or a stone atop the counter. Truly rare treasures. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that every time he took these extra items to the plantation, the BB birds perched on the pine trees would emit cheerful chirps. It seemed that the uncertainty surrounding the origins of these items delighted them, granting a sense of playful mischief. In truth, Lin Feng was equally pleased, having acquired a rare candy and 3 packets of premium fertilizer. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was August 20th, a day of significance. While jogging with the fire chick that morning, it finally underwent evolution amidst a radiant glow. At that moment, it comprehended that its efforts were not lacking. Rather, the trainer was exceptionally demanding, hardly engaging earnestly in their competition. This realization sparked a slight annoyance in the newly evolved robust chick. Pokemon, robust chick gender, male ability, speed boost potential, red individual values, HP 20, attack 31, special attack 31, defense 14, special defense 13, speed 31, strength, level 21 to 25 skills, spark peck, quick attack, energy ball, mud slap, aerial ace, night slash, brick break, dig, agility, detect, flamethrower. Affection, 80 joy level, 10 deceive. Cannot surpass. My barbecue feast. Do not leave. Come now, do not be upset. Lin Feng chuckled at the somber expression of the robust chick. Among his Pokemon, it was rather unique. Most of his Pokemon grew larger than their counterparts upon evolution, yet the robust chick was an exception, perhaps due to its speed boost ability. Combined with the daily morning runs and Lin Feng's persistent encouragement to surpass its limits, its size was merely slightly greater than an average robust chick, standing at approximately 1 meters. Its physique was slender, every muscle taut, particularly in its thighs, which appeared remarkably proportionate. The robust chick cast a mournful glance at its trainer, still feeling disheartened. After all, it had long anticipated the promised barbecue feast, and the thought of never tasting it again was indeed disheartening. As they exited the forest, Lin Feng spotted the harvesting of Wang grain, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Robust chick, look at the harvesting Wang grain. Once it's finished, I shall brew some rice wine from the Wang rice, and then we shall host a barbecue feast. How does that sound? Chirp? Really? Trainer? The robust chick's eyes lit up, its joy levels rising. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled its 3 tufts of fluff atop its head, smiling. Consider it a reward for your diligent running these past days. And, indeed, we shall introduce new beverages as well. Let us treat Dream to something delightful too. Upon hearing this, the robust chick beamed with joy. In this regard, its trainer had never deceived it. Chapter 93. The Little Chef. Shinado on August 22nd. Lin Feng successfully acquired the abundant Vawa rice from Grandpa Chin. In the kitchen, the harvested Vawa rice, after being sun-dried and hulled, had transformed into tender, white grains. This staple food was the most common in the realm of spirits, not only consumed by humans, but also providing essential nutrients for the growth of spirits, albeit less effective than energy cubes. The process of brewing rice wine was rather simple. Lin Feng stood before a large vat filled with cooked Vawa rice, with Shinado by his side, as he instructed her in the art of making rice wine. Though reluctant to admit it, Lin Feng felt that Shinado was well on her way to becoming a little chef. He taught her various methods for crafting energy cubes, brewing rice wine, and preparing a myriad of dishes. She was truly remarkable. After steaming the rice, one must rinse it in warm water, never in cold, to allow it to cool gradually. Once it reached room temperature, crumbled sweet wine yeast was added, and everything was mixed evenly. Finally, it was covered with cling film and left to ferment naturally. After demonstrating the process, Lin Feng looked at Shinado, who nodded in understanding. Compared to creating energy cubes, the task of brewing rice wine was significantly simpler. In a day or two, it would be ready. placing the specially purchased vat for the rice wine beneath the cabinet. Lin Feng proceeded to create energy cubes for the following day with Shinado before heading to the back of the greenhouse. The flower seeds sown 10 days prior had flourished into a vibrant circle around the grassy area behind the barn. Some flowers had yet to bloom, yet buds had already formed, standing out brilliantly against the lush green grass. 2 sweet honey trees had grown to a height of 2 to 3 meters, adorned with delicate yellow blossoms resembling osmanthus, releasing their enchanting fragrance into the air. It seemed that before the 28th, these blossoms would indeed serve their purpose. The crimson vines were now laden with fruits resembling blood peaches, each the size of an apple, but instead of a fuzzy surface, they were smooth and glossy. The S-rank dragonfire fruit, cultivated in an energy-rich environment, exhibited exceptional quality, enhancing a Pokemon's special attack and unlocking deeper layers of inherent powers. Just the fruits alone possessed an S-rank rating, and Lin Feng could already envision the immense effects they would yield when transformed into energy cubes. Shinado, please assist me in harvesting these dragonfire fruits. Shinado nodded, her psychic powers effortlessly levitating all the fruits to Lin Feng, who carefully stored them in a containment sphere. Upon counting, he found exactly 52 dragonfire fruits. The curious ivy snake, observing from behind, recalled its trainer's words about the significant benefits these fruits would bring once ripe. Once the rice wine is ready, I will convert these fruits into energy cubes and we can all enjoy them together, Lin Feng reassured the ivy snake, gently patting its head. Unfortunately, the already evolved iron armor caterpillar would miss out on this feast, but that was of little concern. It had been over a week since its evolution, and soon it would likely evolve again, allowing Lin Feng to take it to Winetown. The ivy snake nodded, feeling no urgency, as it sensed a potential evolution approaching. It contemplated whether to embrace this change. Given the current trajectory, its size would likely increase to 3 or 4 meters, perhaps even longer. Moreover, after evolving, it would lose its hands, forfeiting the chance to curl up in its trainer's embrace. Such a thought weighed heavily on its heart. The ivy snake gazed at Lin Feng, who was tending to the mew, and instinctively moved closer to him. What is it, ivy snake? Lin Feng turned, sensing the soft footsteps behind him. Vine? It's nothing. Where's Vulpix? Lin Feng inquired. Vine? In the room? What's wrong? Lin Feng crouched down to meet the ivy snake at eye level, noticing its unusually pensive demeanor. Typically, the ivy snake wore a cheerful expression, but today, its amber eyes appeared distracted. Vine. I think I might evolve. Lin Feng's eyes brightened at this revelation. Evolution was a positive development. After evolving, both its life essence and control over energy would greatly enhance. Vine. The ivy snake gazed at its hands, pondering. What's the matter? Afraid of losing your hands? Lin Feng took its small hands in his own. You're so skilled with your vine whip. It can serve as a substitute for your hands. If it comes to it, I still have my hands to assist you with anything you need. All right, if you truly don't wish to evolve, I can procure a Everstone for you in Wudong City. I'll check on Ice Vulpix. As he released its small hands, Lin Feng turned toward the breeding house, leaving the ivy snake to contemplate its situation. Upon returning to his room, Lin Feng found Ice Vulpix absent. He then ventured into the breeding house, discovering Ice Vulpix lounging on the counter where small cakes were placed. Resembling a fluffy little ball, its bright eyes fixated on the frost mousse. Since the arrival of these delightful frost mousses, Ice Vulpix, having already passed the newborn phase, had developed a keen curiosity towards them. It often approached them quietly, watching intently and playfully poking them with its paws. Initially, the frost mousses were frightened, but once they realized that Ice Vulpix merely wished to play, they became less fearful, even sharing their cream with it. However, there was a moment when Ice Vulpix stealthily approached Lin Feng and asked, Ing, can I lick them? They smell so good. Lin Feng was both amused and sternly refused the request. Upon Lin Feng's entrance, Ice Vulpix leaped off the counter and dashed towards him, jumping into his embrace, nuzzling against him affectionately. Just then, Rotom suddenly flew in from outside the breeding house, accompanied by a Pidgey. From Wutong City, Mr. Lou has placed an order for 1 defense energy cube and 5 stamina energy cubes. Rotom swiftly delivered the news, and the nimble Shu quickly prepared the packages, placing them in Pidgey's claws. With a flap of its wings, Pidgey soared into the sky. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at this scene, pleased with the progress of the breeding house. With Pidgey and the others now fully trained, the next step would be to widen and repair the road leading out of the town. Thus, Lin Feng had chosen to wait for the courier business to stabilize before proceeding with this endeavor. Cradling Ice Vulpix, he made his way back to the room. Although road repairs were necessary, there was no immediate rush. In the following 2 days, he needed to prepare for the barbecue feast promised to the robust chicken. And in a few days, he would be heading to Winetown. Therefore, any other matters could wait until September. Chapter 94. SSS Level Energy Cube on August 25th. A leisurely day slipped by, swiftly ushering in the evening. In the same location, with the same barbecue delicacies, Lin Feng deliberately left a patch of open ground in the center of the grassy field, intending it as a space for future gatherings with his Pokemon. However, this time, there was an additional beverage, a B-grade rice wine, crafted from fragrant rice, possessing a lower alcohol content suitable for children. The culinary effects were twofold. Effect 1. Truth Serum would compel intoxicated beings to divulge their innermost truths and pursue their desires. Effect 2. For Monkey-type Pokemon, would grant a 50 increase in attack power, enhancing the damage dealt by Fighting-type moves. The second effect was moot, as no Monkey-type Pokemon were present. Lin Feng took a moment to note the first effect, pouring himself a glass of the rice wine. After confirming it contained less than 10 alcohol, he confidently placed it on the table prepared for the evening's feast. "Let's begin," Lin Feng announced, gazing at the sizzling pork belly on the grill. Although most of his Pokemon were not particularly fond of barbecued meat, like the Milk Tank, which only had eyes for grass rice balls, others, such as the Sweet Bamboo and Frost Milk Fairy, preferred the milk from Milk Tank and the fruit salad Lin Feng prepared. Curiously, certain Pokemon had an affinity for fruits. Even Shinado was not an admirer of barbecued meat. Rather, it relished cold beverages. Lin Feng's fruit drinks were a favorite, and now it floated in the air, delicately sipping the rice wine. The Ball Sea Lion, Milotic, and Vine Snake found the spread agreeable. Yet the most eager were undoubtedly the Fiero and the vigorous Chicken. "Fiero, could you summon Pidgey and Spearow?" Lin Feng asked, noticing the restless demeanor of Fiero, who seemed to be reminiscing about its kin still perched upon the pine trees. Upon receiving the command, Fiero took flight, flapping its wings towards the sky. Meanwhile, hidden above, Mew, enticed by the delightful aromas wafting below, felt an urgency. During its stay, it had only sampled the energy cubes Lin Feng had placed in the breeding house and had once stealthily pilfered a grass rice ball from Milk Tank. The memory of that delectable taste lingered in its mind, prompting Milk Tank to complain to Lin Feng about a Pokemon stealing its food. This disparity in treatment arose from Lin Feng's devotion. He poured his heart into creating meals for his Pokemon. While the energy cubes he produced for the breeding house were primarily the result of quantity over quality, crafted alongside Shinado. Nevertheless, the energy cubes stocked daily were in high demand. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, enticing the little feline in the sky, who contemplated revealing itself. Upon hearing Lin Feng invite Pidgey to join them, it transformed into Pidgey in a flash and followed Fiero down. Once Pidgey and Spearow had descended, Lin Feng presented a fresh energy cube, requesting Shinado to keep an eye on the grilling food as he distributed the appropriate quantity to each Pokemon. The SSS level energy cube, crafted from the finest dragon fruit, was infused with various unique berries by its creator, maximizing their effects. Long-term consumption would enhance the Pokemon's special abilities and special attack power. The culinary effects were manifold. Effect 1, upon first consumption, would amplify the Pokemon's inherent energy by 50 and grant immunity to any debuffs for 60 minutes. Effect 2, when consumed by Dragon-type Pokemon for the first time, would significantly enhance the potency of their beneficial skills. Effect 3, for Fire-type Pokemon with the Blaze ability, would triple the effect when their stamina was low, yet their spirit was high. Effect 4 offered accelerated healing, allowing Pokemon to recover more swiftly from injuries. and even those with congenital defects could find relief. The SS-level energy cube, with its 4 remarkable effects, was undoubtedly the finest creation Lin Feng could produce at present. The dragon fruit energy cube placed before the Ball Sea Lion was specifically crafted with the best orange and citrus fruits, rendering its effects slightly distinct. Lin Feng had devoted an entire morning to experimentation to achieve this. Having just finished a skewer of barbecue meat, the vine snake curiously picked up a piece of the energy cube and consumed it. Instantly, it felt an invigorating heat within, as if a latent energy had been awakened. Instinctively, it reached for a nearby cup of the chilled rice wine to soothe itself. Yet, as the wine flowed down its throat, the energy within surged even more intensely, leaving its head spinning. Vine? Chapter 95. The Verdant Serpent After the Truth, Character Collapse. Having meticulously arranged all the energy cubes, Lin Feng finally turned his gaze toward the little sea lion. Qiu, the sea lion, upon consuming the energy cube, felt a warm current coursing through its body, rejuvenating its previously languid and somewhat deficient form. It instinctively lifted its head in astonishment to look at Lin Feng. "I told you I would address your aptitude issues and ensure your evolution," Lin Feng said softly, crouching down to gently stroke the head of the little sea lion. As it absorbed the warmth within, coupled with the tender expression of its trainer, tears began to stream down its face, prompting it to leap into Lin Feng's embrace and sob uncontrollably. Qiu. Wah, all right, it's okay." Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart as he held the little sea lion close. "It will get better slowly." After comforting the sea lion for a while, Lin Feng glanced at its status panel. Pokemon. Qiu, sea lion gender. Female ability, Tauren aptitude. Green individual values. HP 14, attack 8, special attack 17, defense 19, special defense 19, speed 4, strength, level 12 to 14 skills, pound. Growl, water gun, icy wind. Affection, 90, likes you very much. Happiness, 90, experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Compared to the last assessment, there was a noticeable improvement in the individual values, and the aptitude had elevated from white to green. A dragon fire fruit, combined with other berries, could yield approximately 1 set of energy cubes, totaling around 50. Given that the primary effect of this dish was restorative, the calculations seemed quite reasonable. Taking it slow, with this enhancement, the sea lion would inevitably evolve in due time. After informing the little one that he would be preparing some barbecue and encouraging it to enjoy its favorite food, Lin Feng made his way to the barbecue stall. Meanwhile, the verdant serpent, savoring the new drink, found the flavor quite delightful. However, as it indulged in grilled skewers and rice wine, it soon sensed something was amiss. Not only was its head feeling hazy, but it also found itself drawn to Lin Feng, who was tending the barbecue. Uncontrollably, it picked up a cup of rice wine and approached him. On the table, an ice Vulpix licked the rice wine, glancing curiously at the verdant serpent. It sensed that something was off with the serpent, but could not pinpoint the issue. In the sky, a Shinado with telepathic abilities observed the verdant serpent below, pondering the effects of intoxication. Would one's inner voice change in such a state? As Lin Feng was busy grilling, he felt a tug at his clothing and looked down, perplexed to see the verdant serpent beside him, ready to ask what was wrong. Yet, upon lowering his gaze, he was taken aback. The serpent appeared unsteady, its steps wobbly, eyes squinted, and cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Its voice was no longer the cool and proud tone it typically had, but rather had taken on a clingy quality. In one swift motion, the verdant serpent downed the contents of its cup and set it down, looking quite pitiful. It extended its short, slender arms toward Lin Feng and said, "Tung, I want a hug. You haven't hugged me in ages." As it wrapped its tail around Lin Feng's leg, it repeated, "Tung, hug." Gazing at the cup in the serpent's hand, and recalling where it had been moments before, where half a bottle of rice wine had been placed, Lin Feng considered that the creature had consumed merely 250 milliliters of rice wine to become so intoxicated. This was equivalent to half a bottle of beer. Tung, woo, do you not like to hug me anymore? Is it because I've grown too big after evolving? Tung. At his feet, The verdant serpent continued to cling to his leg like a koala to a tree, eyes closed and acting spoiled. With no other choice, Lin Feng entrusted the grilling to Shinado once more, and, cradling the verdant serpent as one would a large child, he said, all right, let us hug." A mix of amusement and an urge to capture this moment on camera filled his mind. He wondered how the serpent would react when it awoke. Would it sulk? Perhaps it would feel embarrassed and flustered. Yet, it was noteworthy that even the most delicate of his Pokemon, like Sweet Bamboo or Frosty Milk, had never succumbed to intoxication to this extent. Little rascal, tongue. You always want Vulpix to behave. Am I not good enough? You are the best. Tongue. Shinado can be of great help. I want to help you too. Once you evolve, you will become even stronger. Tongue. Then I must evolve quickly. Tongue. You must take the initiative to hug me. Understand, trainer? Understood. Tongue. I love you the most, trainer. Congratulations, host. You have increased the intimacy of the verdant serpent to 100. Reward: SSS grade leaf stone, a pure stone formed from the essence of grass-type energy, which can enhance the genes of certain Pokemon and reverse aptitude. Observing the verdant serpent, now asleep yet still entwined around him, Lin Feng couldn't suppress his smile. He had always known the serpent to be somewhat aloof, but he had not anticipated such depth of feeling within. It seemed he would need to converse with it more often in the future. Holding the verdant serpent, Lin Feng turned to survey his other Pokemon. Noticing their collective gaze upon him, they quickly averted their eyes, returning to their meals. A silent lament for the inevitable awakening of the verdant serpent filled his heart. This scene, while not terrifying, was strikingly different from the serpent's previous demeanor. A cool, reserved nature that only softened around Vulpix, while maintaining a commanding presence toward the others. Pokemon like Pidgeot, Milotic, and Blissey would occasionally heed the verdant serpent's commands. However, at this moment, it appeared that the tough exterior was not as formidable as once perceived. A stark contrast? Cradling the verdant serpent, Lin Feng sighed in resignation to Shinado before carefully placing the serpent in the wooden cabin. Watching the creature with its flushed cheeks and squinted eyes, he was reminded of their first encounter when it had timidly emerged from behind a fruit tree, blushing just the same. As the memories faded, a chuckle escaped him, and after a long moment of reflection, he mused how endearing it truly was. He believed that even inebriated, the verdant serpent would still manage to suppress its innate coolness and maintain its aloof demeanor. Yet, with the truth-telling effect of the rice wine, it seemed that was beyond its control. Chapter 96. Shall we plant some catnip for the cats? All right, from now on, everyone is limited to half a bottle of rice wine. No more than that, understood? This was the first statement Lin Feng made upon exiting the breeding house. He glanced once more at the Shinado in the sky, and added, except for Shinado. Being a psychic-type Pokemon, it can choose not to get intoxicated. Moo, understood. Frost replied, while another voice murmured, how terrifying. It drank the rice wine and turned into this. Wah. It's ruined. My image is ruined. Wah. Yum. Delicious, love it. Sweet. BB? The BB bird on the ground observed Lin Feng as he emerged and glanced at the rice wine on the table, feeling somewhat tempted. As workers in the plantation, their treatment was comparable to Lin Feng's Pokemon, with ample supplies of barbecued food, energy cubes, and various beverages. However, ordinary BB birds and Pidgeys seemed primarily interested in barbecued meat and energy cubes, showing little interest in the drinks. This left the BB bird in a quandary. Yet it soon lifted its head to look at Lin Feng, who was approaching with a cup of rice wine. Lin Feng smiled at the BB bird and asked, "What is this? Do you also wish to partake in some rice wine, BB?" The BB bird glanced at its companions, who were diligently focused on barbecuing. Was it inappropriate for it to nod? Yet, the curiosity gnawing at its heart was unbearable. Perhaps just a sip. The BB bird thought to itself, and then nodded. Very well. Without further ado, Lin Feng presented the rice wine before it, pondering in his mind, Mew logically. Both of these Pokemon are cat Pokemon. What do cat Pokemon adore the most? Catnip. If I wish to win their favor, food becomes secondary. Perhaps next time, I could mix some catnip into the food and see if Mew likes it. If it does, I shall plant some catnip in this garden. How clever of me. The thought of plucking some of Mew's fur filled Lin Feng with excitement. Special rare candies would have a splendid effect on Shenado. BB delicious. The BB bird exclaimed without reservation after sipping the rice wine. However, it soon found itself in turmoil, as it had left the world tree with a mission to seek out a Pokemon with its own genes. Yet now, it had become enamored with this place. Should it stay another day? Just one more day? Eat, and then depart tomorrow? The BB bird contemplated. The grand feast concluded swiftly, and aside from the ivy snake, no further incidents occurred. Lin Feng, having tidied up the aftermath, turned his gaze to Shenado. It had consumed several bottles of rice, wine, yet appeared utterly unfazed, seemingly no different from its usual self. Shenado? All right, you may leave. If you're tired, go to sleep. There's no need to wait for me. He gently stroked the fur of the ice Vulpix, which yawned, nodded, and soon fell into a deep slumber. After washing up in the restroom, Lin Feng approached the wooden cabin, gazing at the peacefully sleeping ivy snake, and activated his observation eye. Pokemon, ivy snake gender, female ability, contrary potential, golden individual values, HP 272, attack 221, special attack 282, defense 271, special defense 242, speed 313, strength level 34 to 37 skills, vine whip, leech seed bind, affection 100, you are its spiritual support, joy level 80, very happy. Upon seeing the affection level reach 100, Lin Feng suddenly chuckled and shook his head. He had originally pondered where the child's emotional struggles lay. Little did he know, it was simply too proud to voice its feelings. The rice wine he had concocted had inadvertently achieved a truth-revealing effect. The contrary ability, marked with a special symbol, suggested that its effect was superior to the typical contrary. Reflecting on the interface, Lin Feng began to ponder. The super speed of the strong chicken increased its speed significantly with each use of quick attack, reportedly soaring to a height far beyond that of an ordinary speedster, approximately 1.8 to 2 times faster. Previously, the description of the Dragon Fruit Energy Cube's culinary effect indicated that the first consumption would enhance performance by 50, with subsequent uses gradually unlocking potential. Thus, after the Ivy Snake utilized the Leaf Storm, its special attack must have increased to 1.5 times its previous level. Lin Feng mused, I should find an opportunity to test this. The plantation owner in Grape Wine Town mentioned that on August 28th, many formidable trainers would participate in a battle competition. Gathering his thoughts, he suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for whether the Ivy Snake would recall today's events upon awakening tomorrow. He couldn't help but yearn to witness its reaction. Shaking his head to calm his emotions, Lin Feng gently lay down on the bed and began to review the rewards provided by the system for today. August 25th, SS's level Leaf Stone, X1, Special Rare Candy, X2, Special Gold Shovel, X5, Dragon Fruit, X18, Intermediate Dragon Fruit, X5. Chapter 97, The Sluggish Ivy Snake and a Call to Kelly. August 26th, observing the stillness of the treehouse, a sense of curiosity stirred within him. Still not awake? A glance at the time revealed it was 9:25 a.m. Typically, the Ivy Snake would rise around 7 on a weekday morning. Could it be a hangover? The barbecue feast from yesterday seemed to have left quite an after effect. According to the robust chicken, it had gone to bed rather late and had rushed out for a run this morning. Since the Ivy Snake remained asleep, Lin Feng resorted to nurturing the plants in the garden with his eternal power. As time passed, nearing noon, Lin Feng's perplexity grew. At this hour, the Ivy Snake still had not emerged. He realized the creature must have awakened, but was simply reluctant to come out. Approaching the treehouse, he tapped on the roof. But no sound came from within. Ivy Snake? He called. A faint rustling noise echoed back. Yet the Ivy Snake still did not show itself. Lin Feng chuckled. It's already noon. Are you planning to hide in there for eternity? The treehouse remained silent. If you won't come out, then I shall enter. Lin Feng cautiously leaned into the treehouse, which was just his height. Inside, the dimness enveloped him. Although it was backed by walls and had a moderately sized window, the curtains were tightly drawn. Soft bedding lay below, concealing a vague shadow beneath the drapes. Ivy? The Ivy Snake, from behind the curtain, could see the silhouette of its trainer, but felt too timid to reveal itself. Memories of the previous night's drunken escapade flooded back, leaving its mind in a haze, followed by waves of embarrassment and restlessness. It was at a loss for how to face its trainer and the multitude of Pokemon in the garden. Are you going to starve in there? Lin Feng bent slightly, reaching for the curtain. Upon tugging, he felt a distinct resistance, albeit slight. With a gentle pull, the curtain was drawn aside. Behind it sat the ivy snake, fidgeting as it gazed at Lin Feng. Ivy, Ivy, seeing the ivy snake's demeanor. Lin Feng laughed. Come on out. Vulpix is worried about you. Ivy, the ivy snake shook its head, unsure of how to express its feelings to its trainer, awkwardly waving its hand. Ivy, yesterday. Did something happen? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Weren't you just drunk and then fell asleep? Or did I carry you back to the treehouse? Ivy, the ivy snake's expression froze. Lin Feng teased it. What? Do you want me to carry you out now? Ivy. No, I can go out myself. It couldn't bear to act aggressively towards its trainer, especially since no one else was around to witness. Relying on him felt just fine. Ivy. The ivy snake rested its head on Lin Feng's shoulder, eyes closing. Unfortunately, after Lin Feng carried it out of the treehouse, he set it down on the ground. All right, remember to eat something. It's a crucial time. Don't let yourself go hungry. Lin Feng admonished before heading to the garden. He understood that too much attention while the ivy snake was awake would only make it feel more unsettled. It was unrealistic to expect it to behave like an ice Vulpix. Ivy, the ivy snake's eyes sparkled as it nodded. It then pondered how to face the other Pokemon later. The clever ivy snake knew that Lin Feng had merely coaxed it out. The events of the previous night were all too vivid to be dismissed as a mere illusion. The cunning trainer had only sought to lure it out. In the afternoon, the ivy snake finally emerged from its room, much to the relief of Minccino and the other Pokemon. Its expression remained unchanged, dutifully tending to the plants in the garden and applying growth buffs with grassy terrain. It would also call on Milotic to water them at specific times, and Milotic would not protest. The ivy snake was the first grass-type Pokemon to accompany Lin Feng in the garden, and its mastery of grassy terrain allowed it to sense the plant's needs. Plus, Milotic's gentle nature complemented the ivy snake's efforts to ensure the fruit trees thrived. Aside from Lin Feng's influence, meanwhile, the ice Vulpix breathed a sigh of relief and scampered towards the ivy snake. To ice Vulpix, the ivy snake always appeared cool and capable, able to assist the trainer with numerous tasks, earning its admiration. Yet, for reasons unknown, the memories of the previous day lingered in ice Vulpix's mind. Perhaps when it grew older, it would come to understand that even the most impressive Pokemon were not perpetually stoic. They merely masked their feelings beneath a facade of coolness. As night fell, Lin Feng took his phone and placed them in Minccino in small bowls before setting them on the bed. The little ones gazed at Lin Feng with anticipation. Minccino, tonight I will call Kelly. Although they were content here, they still missed her dearly. Once everything was prepared, Lin Feng addressed Rotom in the sky. Rotom, please connect me with Kelly. The number from the Kanto region. He had learned the contact through a comment on Douyin, where Kelly had remarked, Minccino. It seems you all love it there. Lin Feng had stumbled upon this comment and recognized her identity, prompting him to reach out. The Minccino had been affectionately nicknamed Creamy. They were the smallest batch from a previous dessert shop, hence the name, indicating their need for special care. During their conversation, Kelly expressed a hint of nostalgia. She admitted that she had intended merely to watch the video, but felt a tinge of regret upon seeing the Minccino so happy after just one day, compelling her to leave that comment. She even added a dog emoji as a playful gesture. She continued, perhaps, but as long as they are happy, that's all that matters. I wasn't mistaken. You are a wonderful shopkeeper. I apologize for meddling in your affairs, but I couldn't resist commenting and inadvertently leading you to. Rotom's good master. The hovering Rotom quickly established the connection. On the projected virtual screen, Kelly smiled upon seeing the Minccino, their faces alight with anticipation. Minccino. Kelly. The Minccino waved at Kelly on the screen. That's great. You all must listen to the shopkeeper and not be too willful. Chapter 98. The Evolution of the Ivy Snake. On August 27th at 5:30 p.m., the small town approached the tranquil embrace of dusk, with the temperature pleasantly mild. The harmonious weather, accompanied by a gentle evening breeze, offered a refreshing respite to the townsfolk who were engaged in the final harvest of the abundant rice fields. The fields, once brimming with golden grains, now lay bare, revealing only neatly arranged stubble and a series of orderly haystacks, destined to be burned for fertilizer come the dry autumn. Occasionally, a few small rattatas would peek out from the ground, foraging for leftover rice ears. This was a post-harvest landscape, one that humanity had abandoned, and, curiously, a flock of bibberel and a lone bee drill had recently taken residence at the edges of the fields, seemingly indifferent to the small rattatas, allowing them the audacity to scavenge for grains. Yet, they were not without rivals. Emerging from the sycamore forest was a gluttonous squirrel, embodying the archetypal hoarder, unable to resist stashing any edible morsel it encountered. One such squirrel popped up from a haystack, swiftly seizing an ear of rice and gnawing at it, as if fearful of being robbed. Nearby, several rattatas, witnessing the spectacle, bared their teeth and made to confront it, unwilling to permit another Pokemon to claim their bounty. However, the greedy squirrel swiftly burrowed into the haystack, vanishing from sight. With no alternative, the rattatas retreated. The once barren embankment of the rice field, after the harvest, had been adorned with two vibrant floral bands. A riot of blossoms sprawled like brilliant ribbons against the orange-yellow earth. Each flower, resplendent in its unique hue, vied for attention as if each were the sovereign of blooms, unwilling to yield to the others. At this moment, Lin Feng was busy picking flowers, preparing for his promised journey to Wine Town the following day. He needed only to gather one of each type, carefully storing them within his storage orb. Observing the assembled Pokemon, he inquired, "Tomorrow, I will embark on a journey with Beedrill, possibly engaging in a battle. Would anyone wish to accompany us?" The first to respond was the robust fletchling, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Me, it chirped, eager to showcase the results of its diligent training with Thunderbolt. Although it could not outpace its trainer, it could hardly contain its desire to compete with other Pokemon. Very well, Lin Feng nodded, supportive of any who wished to join. The Ivy Snake blinked at him playfully. Lin Feng chuckled. "All right, you may come along." The Ivy Snake was on the cusp of evolution, and a battle might just catalyze that transformation. "Anyone else?" he asked, glancing at the other Pokemon. The sweet bamboo shook its head, nestled in a tree, while the Spheal remained hidden. Lin Feng turned his attention to Milotic. It hesitated, recalling the previous battle at the ranch with its trainer, which had left it somewhat apprehensive. "I want to go," chimed in the small Vulpix, tugging at Lin Feng's pant leg. It had never ventured outside since its birth. "Where are you going?" inquired the floating Shinado. "To Wine Town," Lin Feng explained, noting the interest in its expression. "Are you interested in joining?" "That would be splendid." With Shinado's support, the so-called battle competition would be a mere formality, unless a champion happened to wander into this quaint locale. "Yes," Shinado nodded, considering the distance of over 100 kilometers with some concern. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. "That's wonderful." He turned to his other Pokemon, announcing, "It's settled then. I shouldn't be gone long. I will prepare provisions tonight." However, he paused, deep in thought. Initially, he assumed Shinado would remain at home, allowing it to assist in distributing food. Now that Shinado wished to accompany them, he would need to revise his plans. The mill tank would pose no issue. He could milk them before departure and provide them with hay, sufficient for a day. Milotic would likewise be uncomplicated. The Metapod would also present no challenges. His only concern lay with the sweet bamboo, Spheal, and Frostlass, who had only recently arrived at the plantation. "We can take care of ourselves," the Spheal reassured. "There's food in the fridge," added the sweet bamboo, as if sensing their trainer's worries. In truth, with the abundance of fruit trees in the plantation, they would easily forage for sustenance. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "No worries. How about this? I'll bring you both along. It's not mandatory to battle. Simply joining for the adventure is perfectly fine." The two Pokemon exchanged glances, their expressions brightening with evident joy. "All right," they exclaimed in unison. As for Frostlass, he decided to let Qin Shu take care of her. With that thought, and all his Pokemon settled, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, under the warm orange glow of the setting sun, a radiant white light enveloped him, and upon following the luminescence, he discovered it was the ivy snake. At this juncture, it began its evolution. Chapter 99. Winetown on August 28th, after completing all the tasks in the plantation and preparing the plants to take to Winetown, Lin Feng glanced at Shenado. Since Shenado was willing to accompany him, then Pidgeot would have to remain behind to guard the plantation. He always felt a tinge of unease without a formidable Pokemon watching over it. Shenado placed her hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, and in an instant, their figures flickered away. Behind them, a Pidgey vanished into thin air as well. Winetown, unlike the sparsely populated Wudong town, bustled with activity, housing over 1,000 households. With a larger population came development, and industries related to Pokemon, such as hospitals, breeding houses, and gyms, flourished here. However, the most renowned industry in Winetown was undoubtedly the winemaking sector. Everyone in town knew of the expansive orchard located on the western hill of Winetown. The town would come alive as the orchard owner hosted a grand tournament, commencing around 2:30 p.m. and running until 4:30 p.m. for a duration of 2 hours. The rules were simple. The participant who remained on the stage the longest would win. Contestants could use up to 3 Pokemon for either defending or challenging. With 3 arenas in total, the rewards were quite substantial. The prize money alone amounted to 1/10 of the orchard's annual profits. It is worth noting that this orchard spanned over 100 acres, stretching across 2 hills, far surpassing the size of Lin Feng's plantation. Although exact figures were never disclosed, it was certainly no less than 7 digits. Such events not only attracted a multitude of trainers, but also gradually increased the foot traffic in Winetown. One young man, having listened to Rotom's description of Winetown, couldn't help but reflect on how, 2 decades ago, Winetown was merely a small settlement with just over 100 residents. Now, 20 years later, it had transformed into such a bustling place. It was evident that establishing gyms and holding competitions were essential to attracting skilled trainers. The success of Winetown seemed to have inspired him significantly. Cradled in his arms was a pristine white fox, curiously peering around. Beside him was a Shenado, adorned in a flowing white dress with flowing blue hair, captivating onlookers with her elegance. An unusual Shenado? I can hardly believe my eyes. I've only ever seen one online. How is it possible that its trainer is so young? I envy him to the point of feeling faint. Enough of that. I hatched a Ralts, thinking I could cultivate it into a Shenado, only to find it was male. Alas, I had no choice but to evolve it into Galade. Not just Shenado, but look at the Vulpix in his arms. An Alolan Ice Vulpix. Oh, how adorable. I just want to pet it. As the Ice Vulpix encountered so many people for the first time, it was unafraid and, spotting the candied hawthorn sold on the street, began to drool, tugging at Lin Feng to buy some. However, after tasting a piece, the little Vulpix furrowed its brow in disappointment. It looked appetizing, yet the flavor was utterly lacking. After all, as a street snack, how could it compare to what he made? Let's go. We should head to Honey Grape Orchard. The focal point of this gathering was the sale of honey grape wine, conveniently located within the orchard. As Shenado placed her hand on him, with a blink, the scenery before them transformed entirely. They found themselves in a clearing on the mountain, surrounded by various stalls displaying an array of fruits and plants. It appeared that the vendors were still in the process of setting up, with some continually retrieving fruits from their storage balls. They all seemed to be the owners of nearby plantations, seizing this opportunity to promote their plants. Unlike Lin Feng's plantation, which cultivated a diverse range of fruits, most plantation owners opted to grow the same type of fruit for promotion and sale. Each type of fruit required a unique growing environment and specialized care. In the center of the clearing stood the largest stall, covered by a thatched roof to shield from the sun. Beneath the shelter were not only honey grapes, but also several large wooden barrels, for which a rich aroma of wine wafted. Nearby, a slender woman in her 50s, wearing a straw hat, was warmly greeting other plantation owners. A wooden sign reading Honey Grape Wine stood nearby. As Lin Feng gazed further, he noticed the sprawling honey grape vines, still bearing fruit despite having been partially harvested. Convinced that this woman was the owner of the orchard, he approached her and greeted, "Hello?" Upon Shenado's instant teleportation, Shufin had already taken notice of him. After all, a young man accompanied by an unusual Shenado and an Alolan Vulpix was hard to miss. However, she mistook Lin Feng for a young trainer come to challenge the arena. Not giving it much thought, when Lin Feng inquired, she simply replied, "The defending match starts in the afternoon, child. You may browse for any fruits you like." Actually, Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. "I'm the owner of a plantation in Wudong Town. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Shufen, the orchard owner, right? A few days ago, you sent me a letter." Huh? Shufen was taken aback. Now, in her 50s, she stared at Lin Feng in surprise, glancing at Shinado and the ice Vulpix in his arms. A plantation owner? A plantation owner with these two Pokemon? Typically, plantation owners prefer grass-type or ground-type Pokemon for ease of care and cultivation. Yet, in an instant, her expression softened, nostalgia washing over her. Wudong Town. That name sounds familiar. Child, are you looking for the 3 Bs? Do you have the flowers with you? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I have brought them. He quickly retrieved the prepared flowers from his storage ball. The moment he presented one, Shufen nodded. Good. No need to look further. The quality is excellent and will certainly satisfy the 3 Bs. At noon, I will take you to the beehive. For now, you can find a spot here to set up your stall for promotion. Chapter 100. The stall. Lin Feng found himself momentarily taken aback. Upon examining the neatly pinned handwriting on the envelope, he had presumed that the owner of the honey grape orchard was a rather serious individual. To his surprise, they appeared quite amiable. Shufen seemed to sense his puzzlement and chuckled. Your flowers are blooming splendidly, their fragrance intoxicating. Their beauty and scent speak for themselves, offering no need for further scrutiny. Thank you, Lin Feng replied. Since he had already met the required standards, he refrained from asking more questions that might lead to unnecessary complications. His gaze shifted to the wooden barrels of wine, one of which was open, emanating a rich, inviting aroma. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, how much are the honey grapes? He wished to craft some wine of his own. Without further ado, he decided to purchase the entire stock of approximately 100 pounds of honey grapes displayed at the stall. These honey grapes, akin to standard grapes, but slightly larger, were a favorite treat among those who relished a sweet and tangy flavor. Shufen, somewhat bemused, asked, Child, are you planning to brew wine with all those honey grapes? Why not simply buy the wine itself? Lin Feng cleared his throat, primarily wishing to experiment. He certainly would not reveal that he found her wine unsatisfactory. Shufen smiled. If you truly can brew a wine to your liking, you might consider participating in the competition. If successful, a third of the honey grapes would be yours. She cast a glance at the Shinado beside Lin Feng, indicating that there was indeed a chance for him. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Subsequently, he ceased to disturb her and allowed her to attend to other orchard owners. He surveyed his surroundings before locating a clear area. Spreading out a cloth, he began to unpack the plants and food he had brought along. Due to extensive preparation, he had quite a number of items. Aside from some basic energy cubes, he had also prepared sweet bamboo juice, rice wine, and a generous salad of tree fruits. His primary aim was to see if he could enhance the reputation of his neighboring cultivation house. Noticing the other stall owners with their Pokemon calling out to potential customers, Lin Feng pondered and summoned some of his own Pokemon, such as Sweet Bamboo and the majestic King Snake. The former signified the source of his juice, while regarding the latter, Lin Feng instructed, use the grassy area to adorn our surroundings. The king snake coiled around the stall, its long, elegant body enveloping the triangular space entirely. As it settled, lush green grass sprouted around it, forming a verdant carpet. Having evolved, it now exceeded 5 meters in length, its physique impeccable, slender where it needed to be, and pleasantly plump where appropriate. Its skin was a deeper hue on its back, while its underbelly gleamed a vibrant green, adorned with yellow patterns. With a slight pout, it gazed down with an air of regal superiority. Thus, Lin Feng took a seat on the grass carpet, feeling it was insufficient, and requested the king snake to draw nearer. Cradling Vulpix and Sweet Bamboo, he leaned against its belly. The evolved king snake was considerably softer than the ivy snake, making resting against it akin to lounging on a recliner. Moreover, its temperament seemed to have shifted. Lin Feng could only surmise this change, but the specifics eluded him. Perhaps it would be revealed through future interactions. Although it was still early and few visitors had arrived, Anyone ascending the mountain would inevitably be drawn to Lin Feng's stall. Even if they didn't intend to make a purchase, they would stop to observe, primarily due to the striking presence of the Pokemon surrounding him and the lush greenery. He didn't even need to call out like the nearby cultivators. As soon as he settled, the first customer approached. A girl accompanied by a Poplio, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Ideal travel attire, gazed in awe at the king snake and Shinado. "Did you raise these Pokemon yourself?" Lin Feng straightened his back, replying, "Indeed." The girl appeared conflicted, seemingly intimidated by the aloof demeanor of the king snake and Shinado. She shifted her gaze to the ice Vulpix and sweet bamboo. "If I buy your energy cubes, may I pet the Vulpix and sweet bamboo?" Sweet bamboo nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, displaying a hint of reluctance. While Ice Vulpix understood the girl's request and pointed to the energy cubes below, blinking its eyes in encouragement. The message was clear: buy, and you may pet them. Lin Feng felt a touch of embarrassment. As you can see, the girl, witnessing Ice Vulpix's gesture, lit up, so adorable. She promptly paid, grabbed a portion of energy cubes without a second glance, and crouched down, extending her hands towards Ice Vulpix, which gracefully hopped into her embrace. "Oh, so comfortable." Meanwhile, Poplio looked on, somewhat embarrassed, feeling a twinge of envy towards its trainer. Tugging at their trainer's pant leg yielded no response, so it resignedly sampled an energy cube. Poplio? Upon consuming the energy cube, Poplio's eyes sparkled as it glanced between its trainer, who was holding Ice Vulpix, and the energy cubes on the stall, calling out eagerly. "What's wrong, Poplio?" The girl turned to her Pokemon. "Poplio, Pop. I want more. I want to eat more." "More?" The girl frowned, realizing the energy cubes were not inexpensive. Her initial attraction to Ice Vulpix had driven her to splurge, but now, with the apparent effects of the energy cubes, she hesitated. Ice Vulpix blinked innocently, tapping its paw on her thigh, its cerulean eyes sparkling with charm. "Really not buying more? If you do, you can continue to pet me." Seizing the moment, Vulpix displayed its adorableness, rubbing its fur against her thigh. Unable to resist, the girl succumbed and purchased 5 additional portions. As she departed, she sighed, "Oh dear, I shall be eating dirt for the next month." Lin Feng merely smiled. If a month of frugality meant an enhancement in Poplio's special attack, it would be more than worthwhile. Chapter 101. Selling Goods in a Moment of Triumph. The six-tailed creature beamed with pride as it observed the sale of 6 energy cubes, its expression seemingly begging for compliments from Lin Feng. "Well done, Six Tails," Lin Feng praised, rubbing its belly, eliciting a joyful reaction. However, he cautioned, try not to be too eager. Otherwise, every customer might want to pet you. And you wouldn't want to lose your fur, would you? The Ice Six Tails paused, its face reflecting deep contemplation as it mulled over the trainer's words. After a long moment, it tilted its head, appearing somewhat troubled, for it realized that Lin Feng's concern held merit. With a chuckle, Lin Feng retrieved a piece of cardboard from his storage ball and inscribed the words Pine Town, neighboring breeding house in bold letters, placing it nearby. He then turned to Shinado, shifting slightly to invite her, "Come sit beside me." It seemed rather awkward for him to be seated with Sweet Bamboo and Ice Six Tails while Shinado stood. "All right," Shinado nodded, adjusting her skirt before gracefully taking a seat beside her trainer. In that instant, Lin Feng found the scene to be profoundly beautiful. Amidst the bustling crowd, he held Sweet Bamboo and Ice Six Tails in his arms, with Shinado seated next to him, the majestic Lord Snake leaning against him, and an array of assorted tree fruits and energy cubes displayed before them. He then addressed Rotom, which was floating nearby. "Rotom, please take a picture for us." "Of course, Master," Rotom replied, gliding in front of them to capture the moment before returning. Lin Feng eagerly examined the photograph, and as he anticipated, it perfectly captured the serene elegance of Shinado beside him, the imposing presence of Lord Snake towering overhead, and the contrasting charm of the 2 little creatures in his embrace, one exuding a hint of bitterness and the other radiating delightful cuteness. "Quite splendid," Lin Feng remarked with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at the image. Rotom, upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, also wore a pleased expression. Although he had initially intended to take more photos, The increasing number of visitors ascending the mountain necessitated that he attend to them. Simultaneously, Ice Six Tails realized that, even without flaunting its charm, many would still approach the stall to inquire about prices. The unique arrangement of Lin Feng's stall was indeed captivating. However, inquisitive customers often express confusion. "Boss, I can understand the high price of your moo milk, but why is the juice and rice wine from Sweet Bamboo so pricey?" "Yes, several hundred for a bottle of beverage seems excessive." In response, Lin Feng chose not to argue, but simply stated, "While it may be a bit expensive, feel free to purchase based on your judgment. The energy cubes are truly remarkable." He then displayed his recently acquired advanced breeding certificates beside the stall. Upon seeing the certificates, coupled with the evident quality of the Pokemon around Lin Feng, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, and more people flocked to purchase energy cubes and fruit salads. Yet, no one showed interest in the juice or rice wine. Sweet Bamboo, witnessing the lack of attention to its juice, couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, realizing it wasn't contributing to its trainer's earnings. Noticing Sweet Bamboo's despondency, Lin Feng contemplated lowering the juice price to encourage sales. Just then, an amusing incident unfolded. A young couple approached, seemingly embroiled in a disagreement, with the girl expressing her frustration at the boy's inability to understand her feelings. The boy, eager to appease her, disregarded the price and purchased a cup of Sweet Bamboo's juice, handing it to her. Upon tasting it, the girl's flushed face visibly relaxed, and her voice softened. The boy, taken aback by her change in demeanor, felt a surge of joy. Given the warm weather, he then bought a bottle of rice wine, requesting Ice Six Tails to add ice. However, after just a few sips, an inexplicable impulse overcame him, and he embraced the girl, kissing her passionately in full view of the onlookers. Afterward, the girl, her face now flushed, playfully chastised her boyfriend, lightly hitting his chest. Yet, her expression indicated she was not genuinely upset. The couple quickly descended the mountain, disappearing into the throng. The spectators, intrigued, began to murmur among themselves, "Boss, does your juice and rice wine possess some special effect? Is that effect genuine?" Clearing his throat, Lin Feng hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. He explained, "The juice is made from Sweet Bamboo's essence, combined with a touch of sugar. Those with a penchant for sweetness might find it uplifting. As for the rice wine, perhaps it gives the boy courage?" He was uncertain of his own words. The effects of the rice wine, after all, were only apparent once intoxicated. To his surprise, the boy, having consumed just a couple of sips, appeared slightly tipsy, his tolerance inferior to that of Lord Snake. Thankfully, he hadn't finished the entire bottle. However, his explanation piqued the curiosity of those around, leading to several purchases of the juice. Upon tasting it, many felt their recent woes dissipate, their spirits inexplicably lifted, prompting exclamations of relief and contentment. This sparked further interest among onlookers, leading to a chain reaction of purchases. Before long, the sales of juice soared to unprecedented heights, and by midday, it was completely sold out. A manager from a juice production company approached Lin Feng, expressing interest in a long-term supply of his juice for commercial purposes, predicting immense success. In fact, not only juice producers, but also supermarkets and companies seeking fruit supplies also sought Lin Feng. Regrettably, he had to decline their offers, as producing goods on a larger scale would require a substantial quantity of juice, far more than could be procured, even with Sweet Bamboo immersed in water all day. As for the fruits, the current output from the plantation was solely designated for the breeding house, making sales impossible. The surrounding plantation owners watched with envy as crowds gathered around Lin Feng's stall, their eyes filled with admiration. However, upon noticing Shinado and Lord Snake beside him, they could only sigh in resignation. After all, who could rival such exquisite Pokemon? As the morning swiftly passed, Lin Feng glanced at the dwindling supply of energy cubes in his storage ball. He decided to close the stall, tidying up and storing away Lord Snake and Sweet Bamboo before making his way to the central area. Chapter 102. The three Bs. At this moment, it was already noon, and even on the mountain where a tent had been set up, the heat was beginning to rise. The flow of people had gradually diminished. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, Shufan expressed her surprise, saying, Child, I never expected that the crops from your plantation would be so popular. Although she hadn't been paying particular attention to Lin Feng, the throng of people densely gathered around his stall was impossible to ignore. Lin Feng chuckled. Perhaps it's because the Pakmon are too captivating. Please wait a moment while I put away these bottles of wine, and then I shall take you to the beehive. Shu Fen nodded, not probing further, and began to store the barrels of wine using her storage balls. At this point, Lin Feng couldn't help but inquire. I noticed that the plantation owners here seem to be selling very few items. Why don't they sell at the market below instead? Just then, a robust man with a thick beard strolled by, accompanied by a towering muscular Pakmon nearly 3 meters tall, its veins prominently visible. The man couldn't resist explaining, "It's not like that, young man. This annual gathering in Winetown lasts about 3 days. While the crowds are large, it also attracts various industries looking to purchase honey wine and honey fruits. Therefore, the goal isn't to sell many plants here, but rather to see if any industry is willing to buy their fruits in bulk." Lin Feng suddenly understood. So, they were here to conduct business. The burly man, noticing his expression, stepped closer, a curious look on his face. "So, you mentioned at your stall that you're a plantation owner from Wudong Town? How come I have never heard of you before?" He was the stall owner next to Lin Feng, selling a fruit called the Phoenix pear, which, when consumed over time, could enhance the toughness of fighting-type Pakmon. The crowd around Lin Feng had made him envious, but thanks to Lin Feng's presence, he also had quite a few customers. He had successfully sold all his fruits at high prices and even established contact with a promising company, negotiating a good deal. Lin Feng replied, "I only inherited my father's plantation this year." The man nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "No wonder. It's impressive that you can cultivate so many fruits in just 1 year. The young people nowadays are truly remarkable." He continued, "I noticed your Pakmon seems quite formidable. Are you going to participate in the upcoming tournament?" Lin Feng nodded. After all, with the chance to earn a portion of the honey fruits, he didn't want to miss such a rewarding opportunity. The man burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Great. I look forward to seeing your strength. Be careful. My ma camp is quite powerful. This year's first place will surely be ours. And, young man, you should appreciate muscular Pakmon like my ma camp." The ma camp promptly flexed its biceps. Lin Feng could only awkwardly smile and nod. While he preferred Lucario or Blaziken, some favored ma camp, Infernape or Heracross. At that moment, Shu Fen had just finished storing the barrels and remarked to the burly man, "Don't boast too much. You might find yourself defeated." Upon hearing this, the man rubbed his bald head and widened his eyes. What boasting? If it weren't for that champion trainer who came last year, I would have won first place. This year, the title is surely mine, Sister Fun. Just wait for me to collect the honey fruits. With that, he departed without lingering. Watching him leave, Shu Fen shook her head helplessly and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Come with me." In contrast, the surrounding flatlands were adorned with a variety of vibrant flowers. In the center stood a large wooden house, surrounded by numerous wooden boxes. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of honey and blossoms. Buzzing. Their arrival attracted dozens of Pakmon that flew out from the wooden boxes. Their bodies were hexagonal, predominantly yellow, and as they flapped their wings resembling those of cicadas, they produced a buzzing sound. Each Pakmon was a combination of 3, yet each possessed distinct, small black eyes and expressions. Clearly, the 3 little bees had their own unique thoughts. However, they were inherently loyal Pakmon, pledging allegiance to their queen, the queen bee of their territory, upon birth. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The 3 bees. Wasn't that the primary goal of my journey? Buzzing. Upon seeing Shu Fen, 2 of the nearby 3 bees fluttered over, blinking at her. Shu Fen gently stroked one, explaining, "Every year, plantation owners request 3 bees for pollination, but typically, the flowering period of most fruits is brief. This means that once the flowers have bloomed, the bees often remain idle. However, for diligent 3 bees, prolonged idleness can lead to restlessness, making them feel unneeded by their queen, which can result in depression. Thus, I always require plantation owners to plant flowers, ensuring the bees have tasks to engage in." Indeed, Lin Feng agreed, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. He reflected on how such remarkable Pakmon could experience depression from idleness. With his vast garden, they would surely thrive without such worries. Moreover, the three bees appeared rather charming, with their tiny eyes and mouths, resembling three glistening droplets of honey stacked together. The three bees are divided into male and female, with only females capable of evolving into a queen bee. However, I do not have many female three bees to spare for sale. Nevertheless, they are quite similar, as all these three bees have undergone my training and can produce honey without a queen. Furthermore, without a queen, they will regard you as their king. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, "Is that so?" Shu Fan nodded. Yes, the larger the garden, the more efficiently they produce honey. In such cases, a single three bee can yield up to 10 pounds of honey in a day. "Child, how many flowers have you planted?" Suddenly, Lin Feng turned to Rotom beside him. "Rotom, could you bring up the photographs of the garden and the cobblestone path?" Chapter 103. So many flowers. Upon seeing the photograph, Shu Fan's face displayed a look of astonishment. The image captured Rotom soaring high above the skies, primarily showcasing the vast expanse of the pasture behind the barn, which could only be fully appreciated from above. The same could be said for the pictures taken along the sides of the cobblestone path. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat twice, acknowledging that perhaps he had indeed planted an excessive number of flowers. When he initially sowed the seeds, he had not given it much thought. He simply followed the outline and proceeded. However, upon witnessing the blossoms in full bloom, he was taken aback by the sheer abundance. You could sustain an entire colony of coum with this many flowers. I cannot sell you so many. At most, I can part with 5, Shu Fan remarked. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Very well, I shall take 5. The prospect of having more honey-producing Pokemon was undeniably appealing. Furthermore, coum were remarkably self-sufficient creatures. They gathered pollen to create honey, sustaining themselves in the process. There was no need for Lin Feng to worry. He merely had to provide honey during rainy days and winter. Agreed. Shu Fan did not elaborate further, leading him towards the wooden cabin. The exterior wooden box was merely a temporary resting place for the coum. Their true abode was within. Inside the cabin, numerous triangular shells were adorned with wooden compartments resembling birdhouses, serving as the coum's residence. As they approached one of the rooms, Shu Fan gestured for Lin Feng to halt. She entered alone and emerged 5 or 6 minutes later, now holding 5 Pokeballs. Gently handing them to Lin Feng, she said, "These 5 little ones are the latest coum. Once you relocate them, they will begin collecting honey for you. Therefore, release them once you arrive home. Is that so?" "Very well." Lin Feng gazed at the 5 Pokeballs with a sense of wonder, his initial eagerness to see them momentarily subdued by her words. Nevertheless, he utilized his innate powers to sense the life within. Upon confirming the gentle presence of life inside, a contented smile graced his face. Thus, his garden would soon host a new species of Pokemon. However, Lin Feng did not forget to inquire about the price. "How much do they cost?" Shu Fan replied. "The male coum are quite affordable, priced at 6,000 each. For 5, that totals 30,000. Lin Feng nodded and immediately instructed Rotom to transfer the 30,000. This price was most reasonable, considering that raising a coum required merely proper care and a supply of flowers, resulting in a Pokemon that could provide honey indefinitely. Additionally, do you require a beehive? I have a spare one available. Shu Fan pointed to a birdhouse perched atop a nearby triangular stand. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He desperately needed one. Then I shall gladly accept one. Shu Fan smiled and led him to one of the rooms. Upon entering, Lin Feng discovered that the space was filled entirely with beehives. With Shu Fan's permission, he selected the largest hive and stored it in his inventory. All right, my child. The afternoon battle competition will take place at the town square. If you need a rest beforehand, there is a guest house at the foot of the mountain. Lin Feng paid little heed to Shu Fan's advice, thinking to himself, what a jest. You expect me to linger in Pujiao Town for over 2 hours? Inside the barn, the mill tank greeted Lin Feng with confusion, then quickly gathered around him, mooing joyfully. Moo moo, dumpling, it's gone. The dumpling's gone, moo moo. It's all gone, all gone. Seeing this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled leaving ample hay dumplings for the mill tank before he departed. Yet it was only noon, and they had already devoured everything. Upon glancing at their bellies, each mill tank's abdomen was round and plump, clearly indicating that they had already consumed their afternoon meal as well. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "I'll leave you alone for just a day, and you've eaten so much." One mill tank nuzzled against him, its eyes sparkling with yearning, suggesting it wanted more to eat. To this, Lin Feng could only respond with resignation. "All right, wait a moment. I need to take care of some matters first before I can feed you." For the mill tank, consuming a large quantity of food was beneficial, as the energy they ingested could be transformed into moo milk. As long as he diligently milked them, it would not pose a problem, and it would enhance the quality of their milk even further. By the way, once our new companions begin producing honey, we can change up your diet, Lin Feng added. "We can switch to a honey flavor." The mill tank's eyes instantly brightened at the trainer's words. Moo moo. Hearing this, the 3 mill tank became lost in delightful culinary fantasies. Shaking his head, Lin Feng chose to disregard them for the moment. Swiftly making his way to the boundary between the garden and the barn, he placed 2 wooden boards atop the fence and set the beehive on the boards. Finally, he retrieved the 5 pockballs. One by one, he released the coom. Bzzz. Bzzz. As the coom emerged, they appeared momentarily dazed, only to soon spot Lin Feng before them. He endeavored to smile gently, gesturing towards the area beyond the barn. "Do you see that? That will be your future honey-gathering domain." He then parted the windbreak curtain, allowing them to follow him outside. The curious coom trailed after him, and upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery, their little eyes widened in awe. Bzzz. Bzzz. So many flowers. Chapter 104. One cannot be this unlucky. The trio of honeybees were dazzled by the beauty of the flowers, and their spirits soared even higher upon discovering 2 trees nearby exuding a sweet, honeyed fragrance. "How do you feel? Are you satisfied?" Lin Feng whispered softly from behind them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flowers smelled delightful. One honeybee turned its head first to gaze at Lin Feng, followed by all the others, their once clear eyes now taking on a solemn expression, as if to pledge their loyalty, circling around him in flight. They glanced back at the blossoms, seemingly inquiring if they were ready to gather nectar. "Huh." Lin Feng, slightly bewildered, nodded. He watched as they darted into the flower patch, commencing their task of nectar collection. He sensed that with so many blooms, if they did not act swiftly, they might not finish gathering in time. So, diligent? Observing the industrious honeybees, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. His belief had always been that by teaching Pakmon to manage the plantation, he could afford to do less himself. In contrast to the hardworking honeybees, he felt like a rather lackluster caretaker. Looking back, he found that his Galade, endowed with telepathy, was regarding him with a peculiar expression, perhaps pondering how a trainer could be so lazy. Yet in truth, Galade was thinking that such diligent honeybees should yield considerable rewards for him. They seemed quite content. For Galade, it appeared that while Lin Feng was striving to enhance the breeding facility, he did not neglect the feelings of the Pakmon. Every Pakmon that joined this space would have their wishes fulfilled and their problems addressed. He would also prepare them delicious food. This already deemed him a commendable and hardworking trainer, did it not? Hence, the strange expression was imbued with fondness. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled. "Ah, ha. They're truly remarkable. Such hard-working honeybees. Galade. Indeed, they are very diligent." With Galade merely nodding, Lin Feng felt even more embarrassed. To dispel this awkwardness, he busied himself by slightly removing the windbreak curtain to facilitate the honeybees' comings and goings. He then proceeded to the kitchen, steamed some green dumplings, and fed all the Pakmon, marking the passage of time until around 2 in the afternoon. At this juncture, after feeding the Milotic in the water tank, he instructed Galade to teleport them once more to the town of Vino. In the center square of Vino town, which was quite expansive, a large circular arena constructed of sturdy marble stood in the middle. It was said that the owner of the honey vineyard, Shufin, built this square specifically to enable Pakmon battles. However, at this moment, the central square was cordoned off, with only a handful of trainers participating in the upcoming defense battle standing within, accompanied by various Pakmon. Law enforcement personnel, accompanied by a swift hound, maintained order. Outside the central square, crowds thronged. In this world, Pokemon battles were never short of spectators. Such contests ignited fervor like no other. Yet Lin Feng remained tranquil, devoid of the typical enthusiasm one might expect from a trainer before battle. His confidence stemmed primarily from Galad's presence, with the outcome already seemingly predetermined. All that remained was to savor the experience. Registration for the defense battle was straightforward. Present your professional trainer certificate. This certificate could only be obtained during one journey and required challenges against 4 city-level gyms. Naturally, Lin Feng did not possess such a document, but he could still participate due to another rule permitting entry for trainers with Pokemon that had evolved into their final forms from 3 stages, such as Pidgey to Pidgeotto to Pidgeot. A Pokemon that could evolve into Pidgeot would likely command respect in most wilderness areas. The examination was conducted by Shufan, the vineyard owner, who merely smiled upon seeing Lin Feng and Galade, allowing them entry into the square. Upon entering, Lin Feng began surveying the other trainer's Pokemon. Pidgeot. Why does it seem smaller than his own? Alakazam. Weezing. Is this trainer perhaps from Team Rocket? Hypno. Wow, such high quality. As he observed, it was evident that most trainers had summoned their Pokemon in their ultimate forms. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The scale of this gathering rivaled that of some provincial league events. Kid, you actually came. The burly man who had spoken with Lin Feng at noon approached with a hearty laugh, his Machoke following closely. After speaking, he produced a Pokeball from his waist and pressed a button. A Slugma emerged. Unlike the usual round shape, this Slugma's muscles were visibly defined, showcasing a hint of abdominal muscles. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. It was clear that the burly man had a fondness for muscular Pokemon. Lin Feng politely declined to him. Perhaps not. I prefer fluffy Pokemon. What a pity, the man said with a hint of regret, then chuckled. Don't worry, kid. Once you and Galade witness Mashoki's prowess, you'll realize how impressive it is to possess such muscle. Lin Feng, are you suggesting that a level 41 Machoke could take on an 82-level Galade? Or do you mean to train Galade into a muscular Barbie? Although Galade could indeed learn Ice Punch, Fire Punch, and Thunder Punch, the burly man was about to further persuade Lin Feng when suddenly, a sharp sound reverberated through the sky, cutting across the square, causing everyone to instinctively look up. A yellow silhouette streaked across the sky, departing from Vino Town, prompting a collective sigh of relief. This yellow figure was unmistakably that of a powerful Pokemon. Had it truly descended upon Vino Town, the defense battle would have been in jeopardy. Yet Lin Feng stood momentarily frozen, for he was intimately familiar with that presence. Phew! The burly man beside him also sighed in relief. It should just be a passing trainer. One cannot be this unlucky. Last year, there was a champion, and this year there's another. Until the next moment, when the sharp sound echoed again, the figure descended directly towards them. Chapter 105. Capturing Dragonite with its orange-yellow body and amiable visage. The Pokemon that descended without a doubt was Dragonite. Dragonite? What brings you here? Lin Feng inquired with a sense of wonder. Shouldn't Dragonite have departed alongside Mutwo long ago? It said it wanted to travel and no longer needed me to deliver messages. So I came to find you. Dragonite explained succinctly, gazing earnestly at Lin Feng. It felt a tinge of regret for having left the last energy cube behind, which was snatched away by Mutwo. It mused that it should have consumed it sooner. The more Dragonite thought about it, the more frustrated it became, but it was no match for Mutwo and could only blame itself. I see. Lin Feng nodded, observing the longing in Dragonite's eyes. Are you here looking for food? Unfortunately, I'm not at home and have nothing to offer. Upon hearing this, Dragonite's spirits dampened, but it soon began to survey its surroundings. Having assisted Mutwo with message deliveries for so long, it had garnered an understanding of the human world that rivaled even that of Shinado. Just one glance revealed that a Pokemon contest was underway nearby. Thus, Dragonite turned to Lin Feng, raised its claw, and let out a roar filled with the desire to battle. Roar. Huh? Lin Feng hesitated, taken aback by Dragonite's imposing stature. Are you suggesting that I capture you so you can help me win battles? Roar. Dragonite nodded vigorously. A thrill surged through Lin Feng. Dragonite, a quasi-legendary Pokemon from the first generation, possessed an extensive skill set including Rain Dance, which could aid Milotic in watering fields. Its rotund belly appeared smooth and inviting, leaving one to wonder what it would feel like to rest upon it. Moreover, with great strength and the ability to fly, it would be an invaluable asset for construction. Had it been present during the last expansion of the irrigation channel, it could have assisted Shenado. However, its arrival was timely, for road repairs might be necessary in September. And Linfeng was yet uncertain of the costs involved. If Dragonite could assist him, he would certainly save a considerable amount in transportation fees. Once the gym was established, Dragonite could also aid him in battles. In an instant, Linfeng contemplated all that Dragonite could contribute. Yet, a visage of Mutuo in human form flickered in his mind. Would it be displeased if he captured its Pokemon? But soon, Linfeng shook his head. Why worry about such things? I can always cook a few extra meals to make amends. With that thought, he produced a Pokeball and regarded Dragonite. Come forth. Without hesitation, Dragonite tapped the Pokeball, and after a few chimes, it fell silent. Phew! Witnessing this, Linfeng exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across his face. He felt compelled to raise the Pokeball and deliver a classic line, but considering the crowd, he restrained the impulse. If capturing Combi had been a planned endeavor, then Dragonite was a delightful surprise. As the conversation with Dragonite concluded, Linfeng glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 2:30, and the defending match was about to commence. However, the burly man seemed frozen in place, prompting Linfeng to remind him, the defending match is about to start. Aren't you going to participate? What had he just witnessed? A Dragonite, larger than his Machamp, had descended, spoken briefly with this youth, and then transformed into his Pokemon. It even claimed it would assist him in battles to secure victory. Judging by its speed, it seemed swifter than last year's champion's Noivern. Could there truly be any suspense left in this contest? The burly man fell into deep thought, refusing to engage in conversation with Linfeng. Linfeng realized that the formidable presence of Dragonite had likely set expectations among the spectators regarding the outcome of the match. As he surveyed the crowd, he noticed their astonished gazes fixated upon him. Their expressions of disbelief and the collective silence spoke volumes. Whispers of excitement rippled through the onlookers. Dragonite. That boy has a Dragonite. Incredible. To witness such a Pokemon this year, it seems the champion of the defending match has already been decided. At that moment, Linfeng felt a sense of trepidation, for he had originally planned for his Talonflame and Superior to battle while letting his Swablu and Dugong observe their friends. But now, having promised Dragonite, he could only leave them in Shenado's care. Linfeng released Swablu and Dugong, placing Swablu in Shenado's hands. Shenado, please look after them. I must head to the match. Shenado accepted Swablu and nodded. It had initially intended to assist Linfeng in securing first place, but observing the other trainer's Pokemon, it concluded that its involvement was unnecessary. First place was still within Linfeng's grasp. As the defending match commenced, the assembled trainers hesitated, their gazes directed at Linfeng, seemingly awaiting his move. Under their scrutiny, Linfeng reluctantly approached the arena, releasing his 3 Pokemon, Dragonite, Superior, and Talonflame. Let's go. Upon emerging, Talonflame radiated enthusiasm, eager to showcase the results of its rigorous training. However, after waiting for some time, it noticed no trainers stepping forward. Glancing at the shadows on the ground, it suddenly sensed something amiss, as if a colossal creature loomed behind it, overshadowing even Superior. Turning to face the source, Talonflame beheld a Pokemon towering several times its height, exuding an intimidating aura. Talonflame swallowed hard and cautiously inched closer to its trainer, tugging at his pant leg. What is it? Linfeng queried, perplexed by Talonflame's demeanor. Talonflame cautiously pointed at Dragonite behind it, seemingly asking, "That can't possibly be my opponent, can it? It looks unbeatable." Chapter 106, Dragonite's Challenge. Though Dragonite appears formidable, a defiant trainer ultimately ascended the stage, explicitly declaring his intent to challenge it. As the reigning champion, Linfeng had no authority to decline, for the challenger must vanquish all 3 of the champion's Pokemon to claim victory. The champion, in turn, was obliged to reveal his 3 Pokemon, allowing the challenger to strategize accordingly. Regrettably for the muscular chicken, its chances in battle were once again dashed. The opponent, a young man seemingly in his early 20s, resembled a freshly graduated university student. His first Pokemon was Venusaur, with the following attributes: species, Venusaur; gender, male; ability, chlorophyll; qualification, blue; individual values, strength, levels 37 to 39; skills, vine whip, seed bomb, grassy terrain, poison powder; substitute, protect. The impetuousness of youth. After examining Venusaur stats, Lin Feng surmised the trainer's intended strategy. Yet he addressed Dragonite, saying, "Dragonite, take it easy. Just defeat them." Although he could see Dragonite's abilities, he had never commanded it in battle, wary of inciting any negative reactions. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to let Dragonite act autonomously. Before the battle commenced, he cast a glance at his Galade below, conveying a silent message. Should anything go awry, remember to step in. Galade nodded, gently assuring him through telepathy, "Rest assured, I shall watch over you." Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion. Galade's tone seemed to say, "Go forth without worry. I will handle any complications." In truth, since Galade had joined the orchard, Lin Feng had genuinely felt cared for. However, Dragonite interpreted Lin Feng's words differently. Them? It glanced at Venusaur, realizing there was only one. Then, eyeing the other trainer's Pokemon below, it comprehended the implication. It merely needed to defeat all of the challenger's Pokemon. "Bring on, brothers!" The young man, unable to contain his eagerness for battle, commanded Venusaur, grassy terrain. Instantly, lush grass sprouted across the rocky battlefield. Excellent. The young man rejoiced at the successful terrain setup and intended to have Venusaur unleash its next move, poison powder. But before he could finish, Dragonite's claws ignited with searing flames and struck the ground like a meteor. Fire punch! The grassy terrain was immediately engulfed in flames, shimmering with scattered sparks. Subsequently, Dragonite soared into the sky, its form flickering, invisible waves of power radiating from it as it swiftly descended beside Venusaur. Its powerful tail gleamed, striking Venusaur with a resounding blow. This was quick attack in Dragon Tail. With a crack of impact, Venusaur was left dazed. The young man's joy morphed into disbelief. He had anticipated that with grassy terrain, alongside poison powder and substitute, he might have a fighting chance. Yet, Venusaur hadn't even been granted the opportunity to deploy substitute. This Dragonite was overwhelmingly powerful. Could it be that this youth, significantly younger than himself, was a master trainer? Such terrifying prowess. The young man looked at Lin Feng in shock, ultimately retreating with Venusaur in dismay. Wow, this display left Lin Feng momentarily taken aback, for he recalled Dragonite's gentle demeanor when it was delivering messages. When had it become so audacious? Nevertheless, its demeanor incited frustration among the trainers below. What did that look mean? So arrogant. I refuse to believe it can defeat all our Pokemon. Come on, brothers. An hour later, only 5 trainers remained below, while Dragonite stood vivaciously above, having dispatched nearly every Pokemon in mere 2 moves. A Galarian Mister. Mime managed to utilize misty terrain and light screen to withstand one of Dragonite's dragon breaths, but soon fell to a torrent of flames. By this point, no one dared to challenge further. Dragonite appeared utterly satisfied, as though it had avenged a great wrong. For reasons unknown, it felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. Perhaps it was the prolonged company of Mutwo that had dulled its own strength. Sighing at the sight of the dejected trainers, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. He had envisioned numerous outcomes for this contest, such as the muscular chicken struggling valiantly against the challenger's Pokemon, with the finishing touches from Superior and Galade. Yet, he had not anticipated such a decisive conclusion, with Dragonite overwhelming all challengers. It was primarily due to Dragonite's fervent fighting spirit, although Lin Feng remained puzzled by its vigor. He awkwardly approached the orchard owner, Shufin, alongside Dragonite and Galade after she announced the results. "Apologies, it seems I have prematurely concluded this challenge." To his surprise, she merely smiled, her face radiating awe and disbelief. "No, dear child, I should be the one to thank you. After years of hosting these challenges without much excitement, your presence offers hope for a surge of talented trainers next year." "Is that so?" Lin Feng replied, somewhat astonished. Indeed, Shufin continued, marveling. It's difficult to imagine you as an orchard owner. After all these years of hosting challenges, I have never encountered such a remarkable orchardist. She then inquired, regarding a third of this year's honey grapes, would you prefer to wait until they are sold or have them freshly picked for you? Lin Feng chuckled bashfully at the compliment, aware that Dragonite was not his own cultivation. Still, he opted for the latter, stating, I would like them fresh, not sold. Very well, she replied. If you choose to have them picked, a labor fee will be required. If sold, there will be none. Understood. Lin Feng was not surprised. Even a third of the harvest from over 100 acres would amount to a significant quantity. She nodded, saying in 3 days, you may return to collect your honey grapes. However, do take heed. If not stored in a cool environment, the harvested grapes must be fermented within 10 days. All right, Lin Feng responded, suddenly reminded of another purpose for this endeavor, gazing at her with anticipation. I heard from Uncle Moo that you possess a Pokemon known as Gurgiest. Shufin's face broke into a kind smile, yet her words chilled Lin Feng's heart. It is quite normal to have Gurgiest for winemaking, but it seems you wish to raise one, don't you? Alas, my Gurgiest are few, and they have been my loyal companions for many years, assisting me in winemaking. Chapter 107. The Three Honeybees, Sweet and Delightful. As dusk settled, a fiery orange silhouette streaked across the sky like a missile, ultimately landing on a picturesque path adorned with blooming flowers. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng, riding atop his Dragonite, savored an exhilarating rush of speed and thrill. It was no wonder that Mutwo entrusted Dragonite with delivering messages. Its velocity was truly astonishing. Lin Feng could only perceive the howling winds roaring past his ears, while the scenery below blurred into mere lines. In fact, during Pidgeot's recent evolution, he had succumbed to the urge to soar through the skies with it. At that time, Lin Feng reveled in the comfort of riding a Pokemon and flying among the clouds. Indeed, flying Pokemon were the epitome of magnificence. Upon landing, Dragonite was immediately captivated by the Pidgeots and Pidgeys perched on the nearby pine trees. They startled and took flight at first, but upon seeing Lin Feng dismount, their alarm subsided. After Dragonite touched down, it curiously examined the flowers flanking the path. The last time it had passed through, the blooms had not been as splendid. These flowers are new, aren't they? Aren't they beautiful? As he opened the door, the frosty fairies, who had been idly daydreaming at the counter, were the first to notice him. Their eyes brightened instantly, and they erupted into cheers. Frosty. Frosty. Oh! Seeing their joyous expressions, Lin Feng felt the weariness of his day dissipate. Approaching the counter, he intended to scoop up a frosty fairy for a delightful sniff, but in that moment, all the fairies, as if struck by fear, huddled beneath Lin Feng's shadow, emitting panicked sounds. Frosty? Frosty. So big. Frosty. Monster. Lin Feng was taken aback, then turned to see Dragonite standing at the door, looking somewhat bewildered. Given that the doorway was merely 2 meters high, and Dragonite towered close to 3 meters, its size posed a challenge. It was evidently distressed about how to enter without breaking the door. Dragonite, why don't you retreat into your Pokeball for now? Lin Feng suggested, observing its innocent expression. He retrieved a Pokeball and gently encapsulated Dragonite within. Turning back to the frosty fairies, he reassured them, it's all right. Just like the Superior, it is our new companion. Speaking of Superior, Lin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. After its evolution, Superior had grown nearly 5 meters in length. The treehouse that had once seemed spacious now felt entirely inadequate. Moreover, Superior was reluctant to reside within a Pokeball, thus necessitating the search for a suitable living space. And as for Dragonite, he would need to inquire about its preferred habitat. Rubbing his temples, Lin Feng cast aside these concerns. Such matters could not be resolved all at once. He would tackle them one at a time. Just then, a frosty fairy adorned with a strawberry headpiece gently nudged his hand, and with great enthusiasm, produced a piece of white paper from beneath a bowl. It chimed Frosty. A customer wishes to order a large cake, repeating the phrase twice for emphasis. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Someone wants to order a birthday cake? Yes, yes. Several frosty fairies nodded eagerly. Let me see. He took the paper and scrutinized it closely. The contact information read, 1 XXXXXX. The cater pie they had caught last year had likely evolved into a Beedrill by now. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng quickly deduced what kind of cake Beedrill would fancy. Honey. A cake made with cream and honey should surely appeal to Beedrill, right? With this thought, he smiled at the frosty fairies, saying, all right, I will rely on your assistance for this. Frosty. Sure. Since their work hours had concluded, the fairies were free to leave the counter. All right then. Lin Feng joyfully gathered them, placing each in their designated bowls, and, after offering them a bit of berry salad, he ventured to the greenhouse. As he approached the garden at the back, intending to release all his Pokemon, two Coom buzzed over first. BZZZ. BZZZ. They flitted around Lin Feng, warmly inviting him to inspect their honey production success. Upon witnessing the state of the beehive, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow! The once empty hive was now piled high with a substantial block of honey, estimated to weigh at least 30 to 40 pounds. They had only begun collecting honey at noon, and it had only been a few hours. Had they truly produced this much? Retrieving a small knife from his storage ball, Lin Feng looked at the two Coom. You made so much honey this quickly. May I take a little? The Coom's eyes narrowed into slits, buzzing with excitement. Yes, yes. They fluttered their wings, seemingly delighted by Lin Feng's praise. With utmost care, Lin Feng cut out a piece of honey. Its glossy hue shimmered, stretching and glistening without breaking. The B-grade wildflower honey produced by Coom is known for its sweet, nourishing qualities and is a prized ingredient, highly appealing to bug and fairy-type Pokemon. The B-grade sweet honey, crafted from the sweet honey flower, possesses similar sweet and invigorating properties, making it an excellent choice for enticing Coom. One piece of honey presented two distinct colors. The left was darker, clearly the sweet honey, while the right was the wildflower honey. BZZZ. The Coom's wings began to flutter again, signaling Lin Feng to hurry and collect the honey, for they were eager to resume their honey gathering. You all. Lin Feng paused, taken aback. Why are you all so industrious? Chapter 108. Dragonite's Bouncing Belly. Buzz. The trio of combies displayed expressions of bewilderment. What does roll mean? Lin Feng felt a slight fatigue, yet he was inspired by their diligent efforts. Roll. Everyone, roll up. He realized he should also strive harder. After storing the honey in a glass jar that contained fresh milk, the combies diligently continued to gather nectar. Meanwhile, Lin Feng ventured into the garden, releasing all the Pokemon he had brought along this time. As soon as the robust Fletchinder emerged, it wore a somewhat sorrowful expression. Clearly, it felt that this battle was beyond its reach, and it had hoped to showcase its training results before Sweet Bamboo and the Seal Pokemon. However, upon reflection, the Pokemon of the trainers seemed to possess greater strength. Victory appeared unlikely. With this thought, its sadness diminished somewhat. Yet in the next moment, two distinct sounds emanated from its belly. Gurgle. Lin Feng quickly turned his gaze toward it, a look of understanding dawning on his face. Just a moment. I'll prepare something for you. The Fletchinder immediately cheered, and Lin Feng glanced at the other Pokemon that had accompanied him. It seemed that fatigue had crept into their expressions, and they looked at him with a hint of anticipation. They were clearly hungry. The Seal Pokemon and Sweet Bamboo drifted slightly away from Dragonite, with one clutching Lin Feng's pant leg while the other nestled beside Gardevoir. They had witnessed Dragonite's impressive display in the arena and knew that few Pokemon could withstand its might. Lin Feng was not certain when Mutwo would return to take Dragonite away again. He sought Gardevoir's assistance to use telekinesis to retrieve the Milotic from the water tank, and then quickly set up a grill with iron frames and plates. Indeed, Lin Feng intended to prepare dinner on this designated space for a barbecue feast. The ingredients were simple. The Pokemon would have energy cubes as their main course, accompanied by honey fried eggs, honey fruit salad, and honey ribs as side dishes. He usually stockpiled these ingredients in the refrigerator, often making trips to the supermarket. Eventually, the manager there, Chi Hung, offered to send supplies directly. Now, with the delivery service operated by Pidgey established, it had become even more convenient. Every morning, he would send a Pidgey to the supermarket for fresh ingredients. As Lin Feng instructed the Fletchinder to produce the flames for what he dubbed flame temperature control training while frying the eggs, The ice Vulpix curiously gazed at Dragonite. Yip yip yip. Unlike Sweet Bamboo and the seal Pokemon, who had initially shied away from Dragonite, the ice Vulpix was intrigued, especially upon seeing its ample belly. Yip yip yip. Hello. As an ice Vulpix born beside Lin Feng, it had a more adventurous spirit and demeanor, perhaps due to its sheltered upbringing. Even in the presence of the seemingly formidable Dragonite, the ice Vulpix showed no fear. Phew. Hello, hello. Dragonite, delighted to finally have a Pokemon that acknowledged it, squatted down to meet the small ice Vulpix's gaze. It had observed the seal Pokemon and Sweet Bamboo's timid behavior, as well as the frightened Frostlass upon entering. These encounters had left it feeling quite disheartened. I'm not that intimidating, am I? Yip yip yip. How did you grow so large? Dragonite was momentarily taken aback. Phew. We all grow this way after evolving. It couldn't exactly say, my mother raised me this way, could it? Yip yip. Is that so? The ice Vulpix contemplated, glancing at its own paws. It recalled that it had not been this size at birth, and indeed, it had grown a bit. Perhaps once it evolved, it too would attain such a size, just like its elder sister, Superior. It looked at Dragonite's belly. A sudden impulse surged in its mind, prompting it to ask, Yip yip yip, can you lie down? Dragonite, puzzled by the little one's request, but encouraged by its willingness to engage, complied and lay down. Its massive body occupied a considerable patch of grass. The moment Dragonite reclined, the ice Vulpix leapt onto its belly. It first tested the softness with its paws, then inspected Dragonite below, ensuring its belly could support its weight. Once reassured, it began to bounce joyfully atop the belly. Yip yip yip, what a comfortable belly. Dragonite gazed at the ice Vulpix, lost in thought. Although it harbored a dislike for ice and fairy-type Pokemon, it found it impossible to resent this little creature. The current ice Vulpix reminded it of its own days as a Dratini, when the elders on the island would praise its cuteness. Looking back, it realized it had been quite similar to the ice Vulpix now. Dragonite raised its head gently, squinting its eyes in a fond gaze at the Vulpix bouncing on its belly. Sweet Bamboo, who was beside Gardevoir, felt a stirring in her heart upon witnessing this scene. This powerful Pokemon, though appearing daunting, seemed less fearsome upon closer inspection. Gardevoir soufflit inquired, Garde, would you like to play? Sweet Bamboo looked up at Gardevoir, her eyes sparkling, her mouth forming a gentle curve as she replied in a soft voice, Sweet, sweet, I want to. Then go ahead. Gardevoir smiled gently, using telekinesis to carefully place Sweet Bamboo on a Dragonite's belly. The moment she settled down, she was embraced by the little Vulpix, and amidst its joyful squeals and her startled cries, they began to bounce on Dragonite's belly. Chapter 109. Honey fried eggs, it is infused with catnip. He has added catnip. Lin Feng, who was frying eggs, witnessed this scene, and a contented smile graced his face. Just as he had envisioned, the Dragonair exhibited a remarkably gentle demeanor. After frying another 10 eggs and plating them, he noticed a change in temperature on the iron griddle and glanced at the nearby fire chicken. It was exhaling flames, its mouth watering profusely, perhaps due to its salivation. The intensity of the flames increased. Contemplating this, Lin Feng earnestly advised, maintain control over the strength of the flames. If you can manage the temperature in the face of temptation, your proficiency in skills will undoubtedly improve significantly. The fire chicken remained silent, focused on expelling flames, but it vaguely sensed that its trainer was once again dispensing his usual rhetoric. Shifting perspectives, Lin Feng added, if the flames are not well controlled, the eggs will not taste good, and any unpalatable eggs will ultimately be yours. The fire chicken reacted with a confused expression. Hearing this, it cautiously regulated the energy within, anxious that Lin Feng might ruin the flavor. Amused by the gullible nature of the fire chicken, Lin Feng chuckled quietly. The eggs on the griddle sizzled as they took shape, and Lin Feng drizzled a touch of honey and seasoning over the still runny side before flipping them. He also turned over the ribs that were cooking beside the eggs. With the number of Pokemon he currently had, frying 100 eggs was hardly excessive. After all, besides the fire chicken, there were 20 Pidgeys and Spearows. Reflecting on the Pidgeys, Lin Feng suddenly remembered Mew. He quickly glanced up at the pine tree, counted, and sighed in relief upon confirming that there were still 21 Pidgeys and Spearows. It appeared that Mew had not departed yet. After completing the frying of these 10 eggs, Lin Feng examined their attributes. A-grade honey-fried eggs, crafted from sweet honey, exude a comforting sweetness that enhances happiness. Culinary effect 1. Upon consumption, it bestows Pokemon with an intense feeling of happiness for a short duration. Culinary effect 2. With prolonged use, it accelerates the absorption of energy by Pokemon. Enhanced digestion. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded approvingly. This effect was quite beneficial, especially for the fire chicken. The more it consumed, the faster it digested, allowing for quicker evolution. Then, as if struck by a thought, Lin Feng walked to a certain spot in the garden, plucked a handful of leaves, crushed them into a paste, and set it aside in a bowl. He resumed frying eggs, occasionally adding a bit of the paste. The frying progressed swiftly, and within mere minutes, 100 eggs emanated an irresistible sweet aroma. He glanced at the attributes of the newly prepared eggs. A-grade honey-fried eggs, crafted from sweet honey and mint, radiate a comforting sweetness that amplifies happiness, particularly appealing to feline Pokemon, emitting an aroma that is utterly irresistible to them. Culinary effect 1. Upon consumption, it grants Pokemon an intense feeling of happiness for a brief period. Culinary effect 2. With prolonged use, it enhances the speed of energy absorption by Pokemon. Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy upon reading the details of these 10 eggs. The mint had been planted after the intoxicated ivy snake incident, and to ensure its growth before Mew's potential departure, he had specifically employed premium fertilizer. Thus, it thrived rapidly. He called to the Pokemon playing nearby, urging them to come and eat instead of continuing their games. He also beckoned the Pidgeys and Spearows above, "Come, you too." The Pidgey perched on the pine tree was jolted awake, realizing it must seek out the Pokemon bearing its scent to discern the situation. Consequently, it resolved that after this evening's meal, it would take its leave and bid farewell to this human, revealing its true identity to surprise him. It even envisioned the splendid expression that would grace the human's face upon witnessing its transformation. The thought alone brought amusement to the Pidgey. However, as it pondered, an increasingly enticing aroma wafted up from below, overpowering its senses. It watched the frying eggs, restlessly hopping on the pine tree. At last, when it could no longer resist, the human below called them down and allocated a few of the exceptionally fragrant eggs to it. The Pidgey gazed at its portion, comparing it to the others. Despite appearing slightly greener, it wondered why it was so remarkably aromatic. "Oh my, Pidgey, so fragrant." It nearly let out its original call, and with its beak clutching the fried egg, it hesitated to take a bite, feeling exhilarated all over. This exuberance made its body sway with delight. Thus, a peculiar spectacle unfolded. Amidst the flock of Pidgeys feasting, only it danced strangely, occasionally flapping its wings. Soon, the other Pokemon turned their attention toward it, until one Pidgey nudged it with its wing. "Pidgey, what are you doing?" "So, strange, Pidgey, don't you like this? Then let me have it." Only then did the Pidgey come to its senses, hastily guarding its food as it took flight. "Pidgey, no, no." While tearing into the egg, savoring the exquisite flavor, a look of ecstasy adorned its face. Yet, as the initial thrill subsided, it found itself grappling with uncertainty. Should it leave tomorrow, or perhaps the day after? Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed it from the corner of his eye, preparing to stifle a laugh. However, the next moment, he was rendered astonished by the system's announcement. "Congratulations, host. You have elevated Mew's happiness level from 10 to 70. Rewards: 10 bags of premium fertilizer, 3 special candies, and a single eyelash from Mew, an eyelash possessing Mew's genes, seemingly suitable for culinary concoctions." Chapter 110. Bound by the Sovereign Serpent. This was a setup by Lin Feng. Upon receiving a special reward, the system would announce it. However, the information regarding the dreamy eyelashes and the preparation of cuisine seemed utterly incongruous. Perplexed by the reward notification, Lin Feng could only stow it away in the system's space for further investigation later. As he pan-fried the pork chops, he pondered the unique rewards the system had offered. In fact, he had already accumulated quite a few special rewards, including hundreds of skill discs. Initially, Lin Feng intended to check daily for which skill discs suited his Pokemon, but the sheer volume of rewards soon overwhelmed him, leading him to abandon the task. Everything was piled up in the system's space. There were various rewards, such as the sacred feather, silver feather, soothing bell, and bent spoons. He needed to find time to examine them all. This fleeting thought crossed Lin Feng's mind as he focused on frying the pork chops. When the exterior turned a light golden brown, glistening with a honeyed sheen, and the meat yielded easily to a skewer, the pork chop was deemed ready. Upon inspecting the culinary outcome, he discovered it was merely a B-grade dish, which only enhanced happiness. Thus, Lin Feng shifted his attention to the fried eggs. However, when he placed the perfectly cooked pork chops on the table, he was momentarily taken aback. The 60 fried eggs he had arranged there had been devoured in an instant. "Goodness, are you all gluttons?" Vulpix perched on Dragonite's claws, wiping its mouth with a paw, emitting soft, contented sounds of delight. Behind it, Dragonite patted its belly in satisfaction. After running such a long distance, the last morsel of energy cube had been relinquished, and now, Dragonite found the fried eggs infinitely more delectable than the energy cubes. It was unclear why Mutuo had ventured out, claiming to seek more trainers and experience the camaraderie between Pokemon and trainers. How peculiar. Wasn't it blissful to stay here? With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng set the pork chops aside and resumed retrieving eggs from the storage sphere. Ultimately, the 300 eggs stored within were entirely consumed, concluding the dinner. According to Lin Feng's rough estimates, the robust chicken had devoured over 40, while Dragonite had consumed over 60. It appeared that the title of the gluttonous champion was at risk of being usurped. After dinner, Lin Feng tidied up and finally settled down, placing his hand on Dragonite's belly. As expected, it was soft and warm. "Dragonite, would you mind temporarily resting in your Pokeball? Tomorrow, I'll invite a construction team to build a larger wooden house for you in the garden." "Ooh, okay." Dragonite nodded in agreement. It had thoroughly enjoyed the day, not only releasing pin-up frustrations from battles, but also savoring the delicious fried eggs, unlike any it had ever tasted. This profound happiness stemmed from the human before it. Seeing Lin Feng gently stroking its belly, it couldn't help but envelop him in a warm embrace. "Huh, ooh." Suddenly engulfed in softness, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but he soon surrendered to the embrace, wrapping his arms around Dragonite, marveling at its cuddliness. Subsequently, he drew it into the Pokeball. Next, he inquired about the progress of Gardevoir mastering its curse powers. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. From half an hour to 2.5 hours, Gardevoir, already at level 80, had accomplished this in just over a week. At this rate, it would soon be able to reside in the nurturing house at night, no longer needing to stay away from them. It seemed he would need to prepare a room for Gardevoir as well. Finally, Lin Feng turned to the Sovereign Serpent, retrieving its Pokeball. However, before he could speak, the Sovereign Serpent rejected his notion. "Xiao. I don't want to go in." It had spent an entire day inside. Although it could sense Lin Feng outside, the Pokeball felt like an invisible barrier, obstructing their connection, which it vehemently resisted. Lin Feng did not insist. Instead, he returned the Pokeball to his pocket. "All right, then come with me." He led the Sovereign Serpent to his room, using psychic abilities to tidy the floor, then fetched a blanket from the cabinet and spread it out. He took its bedding from the treehouse and laid it atop the blanket, creating a cozy nook. "Here, you can sleep here, right beside me. How's that sound, Xiao?" The Sovereign Serpent paused, and then a smile crept onto its face. "Xiao, okay." Thankfully, the room was spacious enough. Lin Feng reflected on the simplicity of his room's decor. To the right stood a large bed, accompanied by a desk nearby. The entrance was to the left, with a wardrobe against the wall, and a detachable treehouse mounted on the central wall, leaving the rest of the space relatively unoccupied. Now, with the carpet laid down, the arrangement was just right. Curled up, the Sovereign Serpent utilized the space perfectly, though its leafy tail seemed a bit at a loss, ultimately resting on Lin Feng's bed. This piqued the interest of Ice Vulpix, which, upon seeing the tail, brightened up and reached out with its paw to grab it. Yet, the tail evaded capture as if equipped with an automatic dodging mechanism. "Inging?" Little Vulpix frowned when it missed, pouting its rosy lips before leaping to another spot to try again. However, the Sovereign Serpent's tail remained elusive. It relished the opportunity to tease little Vulpix. With a graceful twist, It avoided capture once more. After several attempts, Lin Feng watched with keen interest, his hands itching to join the fun. Finally, after yet another miss by Little Vulpix, Lin Feng's hand swiftly snatched the wriggling tail, eliciting an excited laugh. Ha ha! I got it! But his laughter was abruptly cut short, transforming into a shriek. The tail he had seized seemed to react instinctively, wrapping around him from tail to body, swiftly lifting him into the air and presenting him before the sovereign serpent. Xiao Xiao. Chapter 111. Things piled up. Apologies. I acted impulsively. Gazing into the haughty eyes of the monarch serpent, Lin Feng swallowed hard and awkwardly spoke. He finally discerned the changes that had come with the evolution of the monarch serpent. It was its aura. This aura was simply captivating. If the initial vine snake exuded a blend of arrogance and cuteness, and the green vine snake combined pride with a youthful innocence, then the current monarch serpent embodied the essence of a regal sovereign. This demeanor instilled a subconscious trepidation in him, rendering him hesitant to approach. The monarch serpent shot him a glance, then directed its gaze towards the tail he still held in his grasp, as if to suggest it was time to release it. The area was rather sensitive. Ahem, my apologies. Lin Feng, suddenly realizing he had been gripping its tail, hastily let go and looked at it, somewhat sheepishly asking if it could free him as well. The monarch serpent gradually loosened its hold on Lin Feng, casting him a sidelong glance, reminiscent of a child who once clung to him but now refused to be embraced. Lin Feng? No, this is not an embrace, is it? This is certainly not a hug. The monarch serpent flicked its tail dismissively, ignoring the trainer as it lay down and closed its eyes. Lin Feng, landing on the bed, glanced at the monarch serpent's panel. Pokemon. Monarch serpent gender. Female ability. Contrary potential. Golden individual values. HP, 282. Attack, 221. Special attack, 292. Defense, 281. Special defense, 242. Speed, 313. Strength, level 41 to 46 skills. Vine Whip, Leech Seed, glaring eyes. It seemed that with tender care, it had grown to such a stature. The following day, August 29th. Upon waking, Lin Feng noticed the 9 tails nestled on his abdomen. He carefully lifted it off and placed it on the bed. Just as he intended to move, he felt a serpentine tail resting on his calf. Upon closer inspection, it was the tail of the monarch serpent. He gently set the monarch serpent's tail down and, while rubbing his fingers, made his way outside. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but murmur, "So smooth. I wish to continue stroking it." The monarch serpent was still asleep. Perhaps he could indulge in petting the Milotic instead? However, he soon shook his head. If all went as expected, today was bound to be quite eventful. Motivated by the encouragement of the 3 bee drills from the previous day, he resolved to be productive as well. He then dialed Hubba's number. However, the response revealed that their team was currently engaged in renovations at a dessert shop in Wudong City and would likely be unavailable until tomorrow. Lin Feng pondered the Dragonite's performance from yesterday, determining that it could remain in its Pokeball for a couple of days without issue. Nevertheless, he summoned it to explain the situation. Ugh, it's all right, it's all right. Dragonite expressed no qualms after hearing the reason. In truth, it felt a bit sheepish. It realized that even if it had not participated in the battle, the Shinado could have assisted this human in securing first place. Thus, it felt as though it were freeloading. How could it dare to make any new requests of this human? It had promised to create new flavors of rice balls for the mill tanks, and this must not be forgotten. The preparation process bore no significant difference from that of the previous cream rice balls, save for substituting the mooing fresh milk with sweet honey. Half an hour later, Lin Feng opened the steamer, revealing dozens of rice balls emanating a delicate sweet fragrance. A-grade pasture rice balls, crafted from a medley of ingredients. Culinary Effect 1. Upon consumption, Grass-type Pokemon will experience an increase in skill proficiency for a brief period. Culinary Effect 2. When consumed by Pokemon, skills that affect plants will undergo a remarkable mutation, granting a certain probability of mutation in the plants. Lin Feng paused upon reading this culinary effect. Skills that affect plants. Could that not pertain to the monarch serpent's grassy terrain? He resolved to test it as soon as it awoke. Shaking his head, he packed the rice balls into a large bag and, using telekinesis, transported them to the barn. At that moment, the mill tanks were stirring awake. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they immediately erupted into joyful and hurried calls. Moo moo milk, hurry and milk. Moo moo, so fragrant, so fragrant. Today's flavor is different. It's the scent from the barn. Moo moo. Full. Observing the urgency of each mill tank, Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed he would have to manage their food intake more carefully in the future, having neglected to control their portions yesterday. The mill tanks were already feeling bloated upon waking. He poured the honey pasture rice balls into their feeding trough, then fetched a small stool and a bucket from his storage ball to begin milking them. Thus, the mill tanks enjoyed Lin Feng's services while they relished the rice balls. Moo moo. So fragrant and sweet. Moo moo. New ingredients added, delicious. Oh, moo moo. So comfortable. After milking 7 buckets, Lin Feng used telekinesis to neatly package the milk into glass bottles he had purchased, sending them off to the nursery. The quality of the mooing fresh milk had improved significantly, leading to an increase in price. However, ever since the arrival of the BB Bird Courier, there was no concern regarding sales. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng turned his attention to the fields. With September approaching, only a few late-planted crops remained, and it was nearly time to clear them away. This required some tidying up. He contemplated retilling the soil, fertilizing it, and considering what seasonal vegetables to plant, or perhaps expanding the area for fruit-bearing trees. Furthermore, in 3 days, he needed to prepare containers for brewing honey wine. Upon leaving Winetown, he had inquired with the orchard owner, Shufen. She informed him that honey wine is typically brewed in oak barrels, so he would need to find a manufacturer for them. At that moment, Qin Shu arrived at the plantation with unfortunate news. She announced that she was about to start school. Marula, things have piled up. Chapter 112. Redistribution School starts on September 1st and 2nd, right? Yes, the girl replied earnestly, a glimmer of anticipation lighting up her face. Just over a week ago, her Squirtle had evolved into a Wartortle, significantly enhancing its prowess. Once school commenced, there would be a placement test, which would undoubtedly entail Pokemon battles. It was noteworthy that during the previous term's finals, her Squirtle had been the subject of ridicule for its clumsiness. This semester, she was determined to show them what it meant to make a summer comeback. Sighing, Lin Feng mused, well, just let me know when you're leaving. Lin Feng, left behind, felt a twinge of melancholy. This sentiment did not go unnoticed by the suddenly appearing Shinado, who flew beside him, observing his troubled expression. Shauna? What's wrong? Lin Feng was not startled by Shinado's sudden appearance. He shook his head and, feeling no need to conceal his feelings, shared, it's just that the employee at the shop, you know? Shinado nodded, clearly aware. That employee was a genuinely pure-hearted individual. She has gone to school, so I'm losing my employee, Lin Feng lamented. While other matters were easily resolvable, like consulting Rotom about the oak barrel or having Dragonite help carry additional storage balls, this particular issue weighed heavily on his mind. The breeding house needed someone to oversee it. Glancing at Shinado, he quickly shook his head. Although Shinado could manage the shop, expecting it to assist with everything would mean it would start working from 8 in the morning, gathering berries and crafting energy cubes until around 5 in the afternoon, before resuming its duties until 8 or 9 at night, without any breaks. Ugh! The thought of relying on Shinado made him feel as if he would be left hanging under a streetlight. He needed a Pokemon with guarding capabilities. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. What Pokemon could serve as a guardian? A butler Pokemon. That could work. What about a caretaker Pokemon? Would it be too small? A Mimikyu? A Pokemon adept at household chores. That should be able to keep the shop secure, right? After much contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately deemed the butler Pokemon to be the best choice. Thus, he summoned Rotom, gazing at it eagerly. Is there a Pokemon nursery selling butler Pokemon? However, the response he received immediately dampened his spirits. Rotom replied regretfully, Rotom is currently searching. Please wait. Apologies, Master, but within the Donghua Alliance, no Pokemon breeding grounds selling butler Pokemon have been found. It was somewhat expected, given the rarity of such Pokemon, primarily found in the Galar and Paldea regions. Lin Feng then inquired about the caretaker Pokemon and Mimikyu, which were available. Yet he felt uneasy about choosing either of them. Suddenly, he cast a glance at the Mew floating above. It should be able to transform into a butler Pokemon, right? But then he chuckled at his own thought. Having Mew collect payments? It would surely leave the customers utterly confounded. He decided it was best to let Mew remain in its own world. Rotom, please assist me in searching for containers for storing wine, preferably oak barrels. Understood. Searching now. This time, Rotom provided useful information, flashing a smile. All right, please contact them and say I need. Lin Feng paused, considering the orchard's substantial size. How much would 1/3 of the honeydew fruit yield? First, help me check how much honeydew fruit can be harvested from 1 acre. Rotom quickly replied, typically, 1 acre produces between 300 to 500 pounds of honeydew fruit, but if poorly managed, it may yield only 1,000 to 2,000 pounds. Nodding, Lin Feng decided to calculate based on the higher estimate. If we assume 5,000 pounds per acre, 5 acres would yield 25,000 pounds. Each pound of honeydew fruit can produce approximately 12 ounces of honeydew wine. That translates to about 15,000 pounds of wine. An oak barrel holds 250 liters, so I'll need to purchase 100 barrels. Understood, Rotom. Rotom promptly contacted the supplier, and soon after, news arrived. No worries, I'll have Dragonite make the trip. For Lin Feng, this was not a problem at all, plus the storage for the wine was easily resolved. With autumn approaching and temperatures gradually dropping, the newly brewed wine could be stored in the barn without issue. Once this dilemma was settled, his spirits lifted as he turned to contemplate the last pressing question: what to plant in the remaining fields. Personally, he favored berry cultivation, for only berries could be transformed into superior energy cubes that commanded higher prices. However, the sweet grass dumplings he had crafted earlier sparked a new idea. Different plants would undoubtedly yield varied effects, so seasonal vegetables could also be planted to enrich his culinary repertoire. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Feng quickly allocated the distribution rights for these plots. Hey, I might as well use some of the reward berry seeds to diversify the types of energy cubes in the breeding house. After so many days of managing the breeding house, he felt as if his system space resembled a treasure trove, filled with rewards obtained from various Pokemon for their delightful treats. Yet, these rewards were rather basic, leading him to experience a form of decision paralysis. For instance, at this moment, the system space contained a plethora of berry seed varieties, but the designated berry area was limited, allowing for a maximum of around 50 plants. Ultimately, Lin Feng decided, let us plant a little of each. Shanado, please help me gather all these vegetables. Shauna, okay. While Lin Feng pondered and conversed with Rotom, Shanado stood by, observing with a gentle smile, seemingly eager to witness how he would address his inner turmoil. Now that it appeared he had devised a solution, all that remained for Shanado was to assist with the aftermath, or at least, that was how it perceived its role. Chapter 113, Becoming a Multi-Type Gym Leader? As Xiao, the Superior, and the Vulpix awoke, the outside world had transformed dramatically. The land, once adorned with spicy tomatoes and watermelons, had been thoroughly tilled. Within this land, the Diglett worked diligently in the front, while Lin Feng scattered seeds behind it. Milotic swam in the reservoir, its water flow precisely dropping on each seed with remarkable accuracy. Without hesitation, it glided into the area, preparing to unleash its grassy terrain. Yet, the trainer called out to it, "Wait, Superior, first try this." Lin Feng produced a sweet herbal dumpling he had saved earlier. Curiously, the Superior approached the dumpling, extending its vines to grasp it. Upon tasting it, it found the flavor only slightly sweeter than the previous dumpling. It wondered why it was specifically encouraged to eat it. However, it did not dwell on this thought. As Lin Feng planted the last of the seeds, a vibrant green energy radiated from him. In an instant, the entire plantation was enveloped in a verdant energy field, and under its influence, the freshly sown seeds began to sprout and flourish at an astonishing rate. Lin Feng was taken aback. After all, he hadn't even applied any fertilizer yet. The Superior's grassy terrain was increasingly remarkable. This scene reminded him of a Pokemon movie he had once watched, featuring Pikachu and Coco, where a Pokemon named Sudowoodo could also accelerate plant growth. Given the current capabilities of Superior's grassy terrain, was it inching closer to that direction? Speaking of acceleration, two Pokemon came to Lin Feng's mind. One was the dual-horned Rhyperior, known for its ability to enrich the soil and yield bountiful harvests, while the other, Xerneas, was famed for rejuvenating forests. If they were to assist in plant growth, wouldn't he be able to cultivate anything he desired? As Lin Feng pondered Xerneas, he wondered about the current timeline. Was it still asleep? Had Ash from Kanto embarked on his journey? Yet, with Mutwo contemplating organizing a competition, he felt it was only a matter of time before the journey commenced, if it hadn't already begun. His musings were not baseless. In the Donghua Alliance, the Rotom phone had already emerged. Though this region boasted the most advanced network, it spread to other areas would likely follow suit, granting his breeding house the chance to gain recognition throughout the region. A gentle tug on his leg brought Lin Feng back to reality. It was the Vulpix seeking attention. He wanted to pick it up and give it a gentle rub, but upon seeing his dirt-covered hands, he decided to wash them in the reservoir first. Upon noticing the still spraying Milotic, an idea began to stir within him. "Come, Milotic, let me pet you." Milotic ceased its spraying and lowered its head. With a grin, Lin Feng climbed onto its back and gazed at the external water channel, exclaiming, "Let us go for a ride." After a busy morning, he had already worked up quite a sweat, and riding a Dragonite had ignited a new sense of adventure within him. He had never ridden Milotic in the water before. With a joyful cry, Milotic surged forward, carrying Lin Feng along. The previously observant Ice Vulpix, unable to contain itself, leapt onto Milotic's back, whining, "Hey, what about me?" Amused, Lin Feng scooped it up, saying, all right, you can come too." Among all his Pokemon, it was the most curious and innocent. They glided through the widened water channel, which now comfortably accommodated Milotic. However, Milotic still preferred to remain in the reservoir, despite Lin Feng's encouragement to explore. Sometimes, while milking the mill tank, Lin Feng would catch glimpses of Milotic lurking within the sparkling waters, as if secretly observing him. To the left of the water channel lay an open space, while to the right, Lin Feng's flower beds flourished, remnants of the former residents of Wudong Town, who had since moved away. Milotic glided gracefully through the channel, occasionally glancing back at its trainer, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. A passerby, captivated by the floral display, raised their eyes and was taken aback by the nearly ethereal figure of Milotic swimming past. Rubbing their eyes in disbelief, they exclaimed, "Milotic! Wow, what a stunning creature!" The outburst instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. However, their gazes quickly shifted to Lin Feng, who was perched atop Milotic. The tension that had gripped the crowd dissipated. "Wow, I've seen that Milotic on Douyin, and even through the screen, its beauty was astonishing. Seeing it in person, I can hardly believe it. Seriously, I thought it was enhanced digitally. Now that I see it up close, those filters seem like an insult to its beauty." They remarked on Lin Feng's apparent laziness, noting that aside from crafting energy cubes and preparing food, he was rarely seen. Typically, a breeding house would offer services like Pokemon massages and skill training for guest Pokemon. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, atop Milotic, contemplated a curious question. If he were to establish a gym in the future, which type should he specialize in? He realized that his Pokemon types were rather eclectic: Psychic, Water, Fire, Fighting, Flying, Fairy, Ice, Grass, Dragon Bug. Aside from Kakuna, even his little Vulpix had reached elite status. Yet, he soon dismissed his worries, imagining the challengers who would come seeking him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, a cool sensation brushed against his face. He looked down to find the mischievous Vulpix grinning at him, playfully blowing a puff of icy mist. "What you up to, Vulpix?" Chapter 114. The evolution of the sea lion. On September 1st, at dusk, the sun's glow enveloped the small town like a painter's canvas. Observing the scene before him, Lin Feng felt a pang of sadness. Qin Shu, with a spatial backpack slung over her shoulders, was bidding him farewell. Having passed the trainer certificate examination, it was time for her to swiftly complete her cultural studies at school and embark on her journey. The Donghua Alliance, while not as lenient as other regions for novice trainers, was not excessively strict either. Once the trainer certificate assessment was passed and the requisite cultural subjects completed, she could set forth on her adventure. Thus, Lin Feng offered his encouragement. "All right, Brother Feng," the girl replied with a cheerful nod, preparing to depart. In a flurry, she accepted the storage orb, yet before she could examine it, Lin Feng waved his hand, urging her to hurry, so she wooed and missed the last bus. Although the location of the breeding house was no longer visible, a glance towards the town's depths revealed a vibrant array of flowers. With customers steadily departing from the small town, this place is becoming increasingly lively. A thought crossed her mind. If all went well, she would set off immediately after completing her cultural studies to pursue her dreams. A customer in his 40s, observing Qin Shu as they waited for the bus, could not help but inquire, "Little Shu, with that backpack, are you off to school or on a trip?" He chuckled. I can't compare to Brother Feng O. The bus is here." As she watched Qin Shu fade into the distance, Lin Feng sorrowfully closed the shop's door. There would be no other cashier as capable as her. Within Qin Shu's storage orb, he had placed various types of energy cubes sufficient for her Kamikyu to evolve. As for what would happen post-evolution, that would be for her to determine. With no time to dwell on Qin Shu's departure, Lin Feng immediately turned his attention to Shinado. "Let us go. Shinado, we need to brew some wine. The honey grapes and oak barrels have just arrived." With 25,000 pounds of honey grapes, if he were to undertake the fermentation alone, it would be a daunting task. Hence, his reliance on Shinado was essential. However, even with Shinado's help, it was unlikely they would finish tonight, as she could only remain until around midnight. Shinado nodded and soared towards the plantation. Inspired, Lin Feng followed suit, albeit less gracefully than Shinado. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of excitement. Psychic powers are indeed useful. Arriving at the barn, Lin Feng first retrieved all the oak barrels from the storage orb, arranging them neatly in the various stalls, effectively filling every available space. He then called over the sea lion and Milotic, positioning a large basin at the junction of the barn and the garden, instructing Milotic and the sea lion to spray water into it. This way, the water from washing the honey grapes would flow into the garden rather than remain in the barn. He then took out the storage orb, began placing the honey grapes into the basin, and added a pinch of salt to initiate the washing process. Naturally, he could not wash them by hand. His psychic power, combined with Shinado's, allowed for a seamless execution of such tasks. The clean fruit could then be enveloped in psychic energy and transported to the oak barrels. There was an additional step, which involved breaking and crushing the honey grapes. This reminded Lin Feng of the winemaking process from his previous life, which was quite similar. However, the final step in that process typically involved treading the grapes with feet. Crushing over 20,000 pounds of grapes would be quite the endeavor, especially since he had no evolved Pokemon to assist him. Shinado's psychic abilities proved advantageous, gently squeezing the fruit flesh away from the skin. In the midst of it all, the sea lion, feeling fatigued, was the first to falter, though it hesitated to voice its exhaustion, wanting to contribute to its trainer's efforts. Yet, Lin Feng quickly noticed its struggle. "If you're tired, take a break. Milotic can manage." The sea lion believed it was still capable, but its body swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing, until Shinado's timely psychic grip caught it. "All right, it's okay. You've done wonderfully," Lin Feng reassured, gently patting the creature's head. Yet, the sea lion's expression transformed into one of determination at that moment. Since arriving here, it had done little more than eat and drink, while other Pokemon in the plantation could assist in various ways. Even the fire chick that had accompanied it had evolved into a powerful form, occasionally jogging with its trainer and even preparing meals. There was also Sweet Bamboo, which provided juice. Deep down, the sea lion, feeling insecure, had always yearned to evolve and contribute to its trainer's endeavors, but now, even the simple task of washing the fruit felt beyond its reach. This suppressed emotion only deepened its sorrow. It merely wished to aid its trainer a little more. A brilliant white light began to flicker around the sea lion, and with it, its previously depleted energy surged back, revitalized and more abundant than before. Its form began to transform, and when the light dissipated, the sea lion had entirely metamorphosed into a new being. Its once deep blue skin had lightened to a pale blue. The sphere on its nose became pinker, and small ball-like tufts reminiscent of braids adorned its head, while its body was embellished with wavy, skirt-like decorations. Under the influence of overwhelming emotional energy, it had evolved. Hua, hua, Chapter 115. Brewing. Witnessing the scene before him, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a sigh. After consuming the SSS-grade energy cube, his innate shortcomings had gradually been compensated for, and now he was not far from evolution. However, he did not anticipate that the evolution of the playful sea lion would manifest in such a manner. The charming sea lion gazed at Lin Feng with delight, seemingly conveying that it could once again spray water. This time, Lin Feng did not deter it. Instead, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging its efforts. The purpose of the charming sea lion's evolution was to assist him in washing the honey grapes. If he were to stop it, would that not only cause it further distress? Nevertheless, upon glancing at its status panel, Lin Feng revealed a look of slight satisfaction. Pokemon, charming sea lion gender, female ability, torn potential, blue individual values, HP 16, attack 10, special attack 17, defense 20, special defense 19. Speed 6, strength, level 21 to 24 skills, slap, growl, water gun, icy wind, water jet, round, sing affection level, 97 adores you. Happiness level, 70 can assist the trainer again. Its potential had finally transformed from green to blue, and it had also learned several new skills. Take your time, take your time, Lin Feng thought to himself as he observed the charming sea lion's earnest demeanor. As it turned out, Lin Feng's assumptions were correct. One night was indeed insufficient to process all the honey grapes. It was only on September 2nd, after attending to matters in the breeding house, that he and Shinado managed to handle all the honey grapes. That evening, Lin Feng gazed at the oak barrel filled with honey grapes and breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining task was to allow it to naturally ferment for a week before extracting the skins and seeds, followed by another week of fermentation. Unfortunately, there were no jars available. Lin Feng sighed again. If only he had jars, he could have entrusted them with the brewing process, which would likely yield superior quality. Nevertheless, the current situation was not without merit. He looked back at Shinado and Manasi, expressing his gratitude for their hard work. Manasi and the charming sea lion beamed with joy, while Shinado simply nodded calmly before leading Manasi and the charming sea lion towards its reservoir. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening. The 3 honeybees, noticing that the lights in the barn were still on, continued to gather nectar from the 2 sweet honey trees at the barn entrance. Since he had sat down here at 4 o'clock, the 5 little creatures had tirelessly collected nectar without pause. He felt a sense of admiration for their diligence. They began their work before dawn and only rested when darkness fell. Today, however, due to the lights being on, they were still busy collecting nectar. His gaze shifted to the large milk jars. They had already succumbed to slumber. Yet, it seemed that in recent days, the milk jars had noticeably gained weight. Their bellies were round, leaving Lin Feng to wonder whether it was due to milk production or simply weight gain. Perhaps he should create a circular play area in the meadow for them to frolic? This thought flickered briefly in his mind. After all, remaining cooped up in the barn was not ideal. Shaking his head, Lin Feng chose not to dwell on it. He cast one last glance at the armored chrysalis before heading towards the plantation. The starlight in September was no longer as brilliant, yet the moon remained bright, casting a silvery glow over the plantation. Shinado had already departed, while Manasi and the charming sea lion had submerged themselves underwater, and the sturdy chicken was fast asleep in its coop beneath the tree. Thankfully, it did not snore. Notably, a few days prior, Lin Feng had constructed a sizable, movable wooden house for both the sturdy chicken and the Dragonite, ensuring it was spacious enough for the chicken's evolution. Consequently, Dragonite had found a spot in the garden to reside, seemingly intrigued by the flowers. The Pidgeots and Pidgeys were perched atop the pine trees, while Mew, well, it would not remain here obediently at night. Lin Feng paid it no mind, as long as it did not disturb his belongings. Interestingly, he had initially brought 10 Pidgeys and 10 Pidgeots, but now 5 Pidgeys had evolved into Pidgeots. Thus, he was left with a total of 15 Pidgeots. Once they all evolved into Pidgeot, he could initiate a long-distance delivery service. This thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind. After establishing the Pidgeot delivery service, some trainers from other cities had indeed sought Lin Feng to purchase energy cubes. However, he had declined due to the considerable distance, primarily out of concern for the Pidgeot's safety. Sending deliveries to Wutong City, however, would ease his worries. As he walked, he arrived at the spot where he had planted fruit tree seeds and vegetables a few days prior, utilizing premium golden fertilizer for the tree seeds. They had already grown over a meter tall and produced dense foliage. The vegetables, on the other hand, were growing purely by natural means, benefiting from the growth buff of the grassland domain provided by the monarch snake. He intended to conduct an experiment to see if plants nurtured in a natural environment under the influence of the monarch snake would have a higher mutation probability. Yet, as he surveyed the 100 or so cabbages, not a single one exhibited signs of mutation. The recently sprouted bitter gourd also showed no inclination towards mutation. The odds appeared rather low. A black hair strand had found its way into his hand. It was a lash from Yu's eye. Although the system indicated it could be used in cooking, Lin Feng pondered what on earth could be made from eyelashes. Or rather, what would be suitable? Perhaps he could simply pulverize it to create energy cubes? With this thought, Lin Feng wasted no time. He first retrieved 6 types of fruit corresponding to the individual values that he wished to enhance. According to legend, Mew possessed the genes of all Pokemon, meaning it could potentially unleash the skills of all Pokemon. Thus, adding all types of fruit seemed the most prudent choice. After a moment of contemplation, he also took out a portion of Moo milk. He chopped the fruits and placed them into the fruit blender, mashing them into a puree. Once the fruit had been transformed into a thick paste, he added the Mew's eyelash. Finally, after allowing the mixture to cool slightly, he topped it with a bottle of Moo milk. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Feng stared at the pink energy cube in his hand. Lost in thought. Legendary Mew Energy Cube. An energy cube crafted using Mew's genetic material. Chapter 116. Legendary Energy Cube, the Legendary Dream Energy Cube. This energy cube is crafted using dream genes and infused with various berries and Moo milk, resulting in extraordinary effects. Culinary Effect 1. Upon first consumption, a Pokemon's individual values randomly increase by 3, effective only on the initial use. Culinary Effect 2. After consumption, the Pokemon can execute a single gesture, randomly performing one skill from those known by Dream. This cannot be stacked, and there exists a certain probability of comprehending this skill, with the highest chance occurring during the first execution. Culinary Effect 3. Long-term consumption leads to a rapid increase in skill proficiency. Culinary Effect 4. A blessing from Dream ensures that when a Pokemon uses Psychic-type skills, their power permanently increases by 30, effective only on the first use. Culinary Effect 5. A blessing from the World Tree grants Grass-type Pokemon a permanent increase of 30 in skill power and boosts luck by 30. Effective only on the first consumption. Incredible. Upon witnessing the effects of this energy cube, Lin Feng could only exclaim in awe. To randomly unleash a skill known by Dream is akin to randomly executing a skill from the entire repertoire. Moreover, the potential to comprehend a skill that opens up a plethora of possibilities. Perhaps even exclusive skills of divine beasts could be acquired. Alas, such probabilities. Lin Feng shook his head. The numerous vegetables in the plantation failed to mutate, indicating that the odds are indeed quite low. Nevertheless, this energy cube serves multiple purposes. The random increase of individual values by 3 is already invaluable, not to mention the subsequent blessings from Dream and the World Tree. A grass-type Pokemon consuming it could see a 30 increase in luck. ISNT, the Monarch Serpent, perfectly suited to test the odds of mutation. Fortunately, there were ample berries added, resulting in over 40 energy cubes, allowing all Pokemon to partake. However, it does raise the question, if Dream's eyelashes can serve as ingredients, could the feathers of Lugia and Ho-Oh also be utilized? Collecting these energy cubes, Lin Feng retrieved a feather from his storage sphere. This was the silver feather belonging to Lugia. Though referred to as a feather, it resembled hair emanating a faint glow, imbued with potent psychic and flying-type energies. After some contemplation, Lin Feng decided to store the feather away, as the production of the energy cubes was not urgent. The Pokemon should first absorb the Dream energy cubes. Sleep beckoned, and he resolved to let all the Pokemon try the cubes the following day. With a yawn, Lin Feng stored the energy cubes and retired for the night. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he fell asleep, a figure stealthily appeared in the kitchen. In the shadowy interior, it turned curiously, seemingly searching for something, until its gaze fell upon the berry blender used by Lin Feng to create the energy cubes. It was perplexed. Why did it sense a familiar aura here? Moreover, was something broken? This was unexpected. Dream found itself in a quandary. As it understood, most legendary Pokemon would drop a fragment of themselves. Regardless of their differing purposes, there seemed to always be a sense of leisure amid their endeavors. For instance, Ho-Oh, throughout its long existence, sought to find those with pure hearts, occasionally revealing itself to drop a rainbow feather. Similarly, Lugia appeared to leave a trace of energy in flames within a city, bestowing a sense of elegance upon it. Furthermore, it occasionally shed feathers, allowing those who possessed them to harness their power. In truth, most divine beasts maintain their own territories and responsibilities. Their actions often create significant disturbances, rendering them reluctant to roam freely. What else could they do with the passage of time? It all boiled down to these matters. Thus, from Dream's perspective, they were merely unfortunate beings. Who among them truly lived freely? As long as the world tree remained unharmed, they could traverse the world at will, wandering wherever their whims took them. September 3rd. In the early morning, Lin Feng summoned all of his Pokemon, placing an energy cube before each one, including the Pidgey and Frostlass perched on the tree, albeit with their cubes slightly crumbled to prevent overindulgence. Notably, several cubes were set before Shinado, given its strength and psychic attributes, allowing for more consumption without consequence. The remaining cubes were reserved for the Monarch Serpent for later. One particular Pidgey gazed at the energy cube with a complex expression, observing the joyous consumption of the others with a hint of melancholy. When did it shed feathers here? It had no recollection. While it had lost many feathers over the years, it should have rarely visited this area. Could it have been a recent occurrence? Shinado and the Monarch Serpent were the first to sense the changes within them, particularly Shinado, whose power surged with the 30 enhancement in skill strength. Most noticeably in its telekinesis, it felt its psychic abilities intensify, not merely in a customary sense, but in a proportionate enhancement. What manner of sustenance is this? Lin Feng, noticing Shinado's astonishment, quickly explained the culinary effects. Shinado nodded, recalling how the previous energy cube had revealed its trainer's exceptional abilities. Thus, after a brief moment of shock, it swiftly returned to its usual